Chapter 201. Shin Yanlan has arrived. The two have truly become quite familiar with each other, their conversation brimming with a palpable intimacy, while simultaneously, Shun Siyuan casually seated himself opposite Bai Bai, idly toying with the other person's ballpoint pen. Did I permit you to play with my pen? Damn it. Although he had received numerous ballpoint pens previously, he remained particularly fond of this one, for he felt that the ink it dispensed was the most silky smooth and that it wrote with unparalleled fluidity. Every time he wrote, it felt as though his hand moved effortlessly. Shun Siyuan not only did not cease his actions, but continued to twirl the pen. Oh dear, as brothers, how could we behave in such a manner? Bai Bai, are you out of your mind? As brothers, you may play with any other pen, but dare to touch mine and you'll see. Shun Siyuan glanced at him and genuinely halted, for his purpose in visiting today was not merely to toy with this person's pen. Are you certain that the person from back then was truly her? Bai Bai rolled his eyes dramatically, somewhat perplexed as to what his brother was truly aiming to achieve. The girl in that rental apartment was indeed her, not some counterfeit like Nian Nian. It's quite strange. It should have been easy to investigate, yet it has only come to light these past few days. The man experienced a fleeting headache. Initially, they could not find any leads, and any signs would vanish in an instant. Yet suddenly, the concealed truths emerged in these last few days. Shun Siyuan appeared pensive. He had harbored suspicions from the very beginning, and now, upon encountering the answer, he felt a momentary disorientation. Indeed, it was such an obvious fact. How could I have overlooked it? The childhood trauma, the alcoholic and abusive father, the mother who passed away, that rental apartment. At that time, Shin Siyuan had accompanied his uncle, not expecting to be met with such an abrupt revelation that left him utterly shocked. After waiting at the hospital for quite some time and having to leave due to various matters, he never anticipated that he would find her again and that she would be his brother's sister. Bai Bai produced a hefty stack of documents and pushed them toward the person across from him, rubbing his forehead as if resigned to a life of servitude. However, to be precise, there are no concrete facts to substantiate this. The investigation has been rather vague. Perhaps there will be some melodramatic recognition scene in the future. You should probably investigate more thoroughly. Shun Siyuan silently perused the stack of documents, slowly nodding. It was at this moment that a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a sight. Lan Yetan stood at the threshold, having changed into a fresh outfit, leaving him momentarily taken aback. Why did you change your clothes? A nurse peered from behind, promptly explaining. I noticed her clothes were quite bloodied and presumed she couldn't wear them any longer. I happen to have a spare set of clean, new clothes in my office, so I let her wear them. Shun Siyuan nodded and expressed his gratitude softly. That was considerate of you. Double the salary. Those 3 brief words were enough to illuminate the nurse's eyes. In truth, it was the final 4 words that truly dazzled her. Clearing her throat lightly, she bowed deeply, smiling brightly. Of course, boss, this is what we employees ought to do. No thanks are necessary. The nurse had not intended for her simple act of kindness to yield such a reward, yet it inadvertently doubled her salary. She skipped back to the office, while Lan Yetan momentarily stifled a laugh. Shun Siyuan noted her pallor. It was evident that she had lost a considerable amount of blood, especially today. He gently supported her when he noticed Bai Bai looking at them with a mix of disdain. Oh dear, enough of this. Let's proceed with the medication, and stop being so mushy. Lan Yetan maintained her impassive expression, while Shun Siyuan found himself momentarily flustered by Bai Bai's words. During the medication process, another knock resounded at the door. It was then that the man completed the last entry for the prescription and handed it to the person in front of him. All right, you may go fetch the medication now. I presume I have more work ahead. Merely contemplating it was already causing him a headache. The two nodded, and as they opened the door, they were met with a youth silently standing at the threshold, not uttering a word. Lan Yetan was the first to recognize the individual before her. Shen Yanlan. She gently called out his name, sensing something was off, as if he were ensnared in a peculiar state. Shin Yanlan slowly raised his head, his disheveled hair partially obscuring his gaze, but upon closer inspection, his eyes appeared hollow. Lan Yetan, I have found you. Lan Yetan thought. What is wrong with you, brother? Have you succumbed to darkness? Please, do not act so strangely. Instinctively, she took a slight step back, frowning. What has happened to you, Shin Yanlan? His current demeanor resembled that of a supporting character who had suddenly turned malevolent, yet just moments later, he seemed to regain his composure, reverting to his former self. I'm fine. Why are you here? Has something happened to your wound? Shun Siyuan, standing behind, furrowed his brow slightly, His brother's condition had been increasingly peculiar in these past days, as if he were descending into some chaos. Lan Yetan nodded, suppressing an inexplicable sense of discomfort as she slowly replied, "Yes, the wound has torn a bit." The young man lifted his head slightly and reached for a tube of ointment, which was a generic brand seldom seen outside. "The ointment I used previously was quite effective. You might want to give it a try." His voice retained its customary chill, yet the inexplicable aura about him had dissipated considerably. Lan Yetan accepted the bottle of medication, nodded, and expressed her gratitude once more. To be honest, it had been an eternity since she last encountered this individual. The last time was, well, she could hardly recall. Perhaps during the competition, which was quite a while ago. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings as the three walked side by side, Lan Yetan leading the way while the other two trailed behind. The reason for this arrangement was primarily due to the overwhelming awkwardness of the situation. She could hardly fathom how uncomfortable it would be to be sandwiched between them, ultimately opting to walk ahead alone, leaving the two behind to navigate their own embarrassment. Curious glances from passers-by fell upon them, as an attractive woman accompanied by two handsome men was undeniably a captivating sight. "Shen Yanlan, how did you know she was here?" The man's voice was leisurely, tinged with scrutiny. Ever since Shen Yanlan left home, it seemed he had gradually begun to exhibit signs of odd behavior. Chapter 202. Tension in the air. Listening to her brother's inquiry, Shen Yanlan's mind slowly processed the question, and her voice emerged in a tone that was almost detached. "Brother, I still hold some shares in this hospital, so it is impossible for me to be entirely unaware of such a commotion occurring." The boy's tone was devoid of emotion, as if he were addressing a stranger rather than his sibling. Shen Siyuan felt an increasing sense of perplexity, although their relationship was not particularly affectionate. Primarily defined by blood ties, it had never been so coldly distant before. He refrained from pressing further, and to his surprise, Shen Yanlan climbed into the car with him. Shen Siyuan raised an eyebrow, a flicker of confusion crossing his features as he regarded the boy, whose expression remained impassive. "How did you get here? Wasn't there a driver to take you?" He uttered softly, his voice measured. "I instructed the driver to return first, informing him that I would be joining you soon." Shen Yanlan replied slowly. Shen Siyuan was momentarily taken aback. A retort regarding his brother's sudden boldness nearly escaped his lips. After all, this previously socially anxious sibling rarely ventured outside, let alone suggested sharing a vehicle. It was somewhat peculiar, yet upon noticing Lan Yetan standing patiently, seemingly unable to proceed without them, he sighed and turned to the girl with a hint of reluctance. "Yetan, my brother is also coming along." Lan Yetan appeared unfazed, nodding in agreement. "It's fine, he can come along. After all, the house is spacious enough to accommodate one more person." Have their relationships grown this alienated? What is going on with Shen Yanlan? I don't recall such a segment in the original text. It feels as if an ominous energy has taken hold. Is this a case of being possessed by a bizarre force? Shen Siyuan and Shen Yanlan exchanged a bewildered glance, ultimately remaining silent as they boarded the vehicle. Inside, Lan Yetan opted for the back seat rather than the passenger seat, sitting next to Shen Yanlan, separated by one seat. What on earth is happening? This feels utterly baffling. That previous remark sent chills down my spine. Shen Yanlan gently tugged at the hem of his clothing, an inexplicable sense of unease stirring within him. He, too, was uncertain about the turmoil within, feeling as though two conflicting consciousnesses and beliefs were at war, tugging at his nerves, causing pain upon contemplation. Strangely, he recalled the pink-haired girl who had casually stroked her kitten's fur, casting him a fleeting, frigid glance. "TSK, don't assume I am oblivious to your actions. Though I have officially retired, it does not mean I completely cease monitoring departmental affairs. You may favor your own, but do so discreetly. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to ensure your downfall and push for a reevaluation." After uttering these words, the speaker appeared fatigued, rubbing their forehead and waving their hand dismissively. In the next instant, he completely vacated that space, his consciousness hazy, as if he had forgotten the moment he recognized his identity, as if he had lost sight of why he had made those choices. Lan Yetan felt a chill cascade down her spine under the weight of an unyielding gaze directed at her. "Goodness, brother, please stop staring at me. What is it?" At that moment, she couldn't help but ask. Shen Yanlan paused, then nodded, turning his head away to avoid her gaze, adding, "It's nothing." Lan Yetan was perplexed. Why does he behave like a robot, responding only when prompted? When silent, he simply stares at me with an intensity that feels intrusive. Shen Yanlan's demeanor was almost mechanical. Lan Yetan was nearly drenched in sweat from the discomfort, yet she refrained from probing further, slowly redirecting her gaze to the world outside the car. Suddenly, the pain surged, causing her to furrow her brow. After being distracted earlier, she had not fully registered the discomfort, but now it intensified with clarity. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Lan is my surname. Yetan is my given name, and enduring this pain is my fate. Perhaps she never imagined that someone so averse to pain could endure such suffering without succumbing. This pain deserves to be described as worse than death. Though Shen Xiyuan was focused on driving, he remained attentive to Lan Yetan, while Shen Yanlan's gaze gradually shifted towards the girl. Then, Lan Yetan felt a gentle tug on her sleeve. The boy beside her had lowered his brow, seemingly hesitant to face her. His voice faltered for a moment, but remained as warm and pleasant as before. I previously learned about your injury. Now that you're changing the bandage, it must be quite painful. I carry pain relief in my bag. Would you like some? Lan Yetan blinked in surprise, not expecting someone to carry painkillers on them. Then she heard the driver's voice drift back. There's water in the car. You can check the compartment in the middle. She responded with a soft how thoughtful of them. It seems someone is indeed attentive to my subtle actions. Since arriving in this world, it felt as though everything had changed for the better after finding her biological parents. Even the people around her treated her with more kindness. Previously, she could faint and collapse without anyone noticing. Now, even the slightest frown of discomfort elicited concern and inquiries about her well-being. I'm so touched. These people are genuinely caring. When Shen Yanlan approached, he had brought a small bag, from which he retrieved a bottle of medication, pouring out a painkiller. This one is quite large. One should suffice, as taking more could lead to adverse effects. At that moment, the boy's words flowed more freely, unlike his earlier stilted responses. Lan Yetan pondered briefly, then accepted the medication. Shen Yanlan, with smooth efficiency, produced a bottle of mineral water, handing it to her just as she placed the pill in her mouth. Upon swallowing, she felt a momentary surge of discomfort. The pill was large and white, and her long history with medications had rendered her somewhat averse to such tablets. Ugh, how nauseating. As she attempted to swallow, she suddenly began to cough. Chapter 203. Playing the Fool While Aware.
Lan Yetan cow get insistent.
Battling her innate aversion to the pill and the discomfort in her stomach, compounded by the bitterness lingering in her throat. The white dissolvable tablet felt like an insurmountable burden. In a state of distress, she clutched the seat, coughing as Shen Xiyuan contemplated turning around to check on her. Yet being at the wheel, he knew he couldn't afford to be distracted. Shen Yanlan, what is happening with Lan Yetan? Startled, Shen Yanlan immediately set aside all else and gently supported the girl, patting her back in an attempt to ease her discomfort. Are you alright? Feeling a wave of warmth against her back, Lan Yetan found some relief, quickly grabbing the mineral water to quench her throat. The pill either dissolved or was washed down, but the bitterness remained intolerable. She felt the urge to retch, and a burning sensation settled in her stomach, a common sensation for girls when taking medicine. After taking the medication, a sensation of burning and nausea envelopes my stomach. For a considerable portion of the time, certain medicines are quite difficult to swallow, yet, under duress, I have no choice but to ingest them. I declare that pharmaceuticals are the most malevolent inventions in this world. Whether Western medicine or traditional Chinese medicine, I have traversed into this realm. Yet must I endure inexplicably the need for medication to recover? Gently cradling my stomach, my complexion has grown somewhat pallid, not due to bitterness or any other sensation, but rather because the wound on my back has begun to throb once more. Initially, the pain was so acute that I resorted to a painkiller, only to find that the discomfort has intensified. Shen Yanlan feels a twinge of guilt, her voice slow and laced with contrition.
I'm sorry.
If only I hadn't suggested the painkiller. There's an undercurrent of grievance in her tone, yet her hand remains steadfastly on the girl's back. Lan Yetan straightens slightly, and only then does he release his hold. However, the moment his hand departs, the girl feels an immediate alleviation of her pain, the discomfort in her body significantly diminishing. Lan Yetan, puzzled, glances at the individual before him, wiping the moisture from the corner of his mouth with a tissue. Why does it seem that the moment this person touches me, I feel so much better? Shen Yanlan's body stiffens again. She can genuinely sense the intelligence radiating from the person in front of her over these past few days. The more she regains her memories, the more she understands her choices, and with that understanding comes an increasing sense of dread, a disquieting apprehension. How are you feeling now? Are you alright?
Lan Yetan inquired.
his expression betraying no anomaly as he speaks softly. I'm fine, really. Thank you. If it weren't for your assistance just now, it would be all right. You meant no harm. Lan Yetan finds the situation exceedingly strange. From the very beginning, he has sensed no malice from the person before him, yet since their arrival, he has felt that gaze persistently trained upon him. These past few days, it seems that many around have changed. Everyone's eyes upon me feel peculiar. At this moment, the individual before him begins to engage her remarkably astute mind. Suddenly, she lifts her gaze and meets Shen Nianlan's eyes. The gaze of the person before her appears somewhat hollow, yet possesses a gentle, cool luminescence, dazzling, as if it could absorb everything into its depths. It evokes an involuntary sensation of being ensnared, leaving the girl momentarily stunned, yet she swiftly averts her gaze. Goodness, why did this person avoid eye contact at first? It feels as though their eyes are enchanted, as if they are about to exert mental control over me in the next moment. Amit ba. Shen Nianlan slowly lowers her head, opting for silence, but upon hearing the words mental control, her body instinctively stiffens, and her gaze gradually shifts to the mineral water bottle the girl had just consumed. She clenches her palms slightly, a cold sweat gathering within, as it seems that any slip on her part would not escape the keen observation of the person before her. This individual is exceedingly intelligent, to the point of causing trepidation. Each seemingly jesting conjecture strikes directly at one's vital points. It incites an almost instinctive quiver in the heart, leaving one to ponder whether this is merely an innocent remark or if this person is already privy to those matters, feigning ignorance while fully aware. Contemplating this, he lifts his head to observe the girl, who appears lost in thought, seemingly oblivious to the scrutiny of others. Shen Xiuyuan finds it rather inexplicable to witness the rather enigmatic conversation between the two individuals behind him. Upon calling her name, they fall silent. It feels profoundly significant, imbued with meaning and culture, as the two behind have begun communicating in riddles while he remains in a state of bewilderment. Shen Xiuyuan, is it truly acceptable for you to isolate me like this? The journey continues in silence until they arrive at the Shi residence. As soon as they disembark, a small black cat leaps towards them.
Lan Yetan.
Immediately catching the cat, its purring resonates, and it affectionately rubs against her. Lan Yetan. The agility of this cat is astonishing. The familiar scent and the sight of that recognizable black fur allow her to identify it as Ping, and even with her eyes closed, the girl feels a wave of delight, simultaneously petting the cat with joy. Ping, and you've come. Did Wenqing bring you here? Ping meows several times. And soon after, a young man emerges. Who else could it be but Wenqing? Heavens, this scene feels so familiar. Wenqing, I recall you came directly over when we were in that space, allowing Ping to leap onto you first. Wenqing. Logically, this should have been an awkward moment for Lan Yetan, yet somehow, the embarrassment has shifted onto him instead. Chapter 204. When jealousy does not constitute a condition, it can only be envy. The little cat in her arms purrs contentedly. These creatures seem to possess an innate ability to heal, their gentle presence uplifting one's spirits. The group enters the Shi family mansion in unison, the servants no longer surprised by the influx of visitors. Observing the laughter and commotion on the sofa, a kitchen maid glances over slowly. Ever since the second young lady's return, the atmosphere in the household has become considerably livelier. I remember when she first arrived. She had gone missing. A newly arrived young maid, curious, edges closer. What young lady? I've never heard of her since coming here. An older servant gently taps the maid's forehead, sighing softly, and ruffles her hair. That's because when you arrived, the second young lady wasn't considered a taboo. However, everyone chose to remain silent, fearing to touch upon the master's and mistress's sorrowful past. Now that the young lady has returned, there's a sense of reassurance. Glancing outside, the cheerful group is interrupted by a young maid, who, with a hint of acidity, remarks, "Don't you find it strange? Ever since this girl entered the house, she has consistently brought men along. How can a girl lack such self-respect?" The older servant shoots a fierce glare at the young maid. Such words should not be spoken lightly. Do you realize the status of those outside? The Shuns, the Shirs, the Wens. Merely provoking them could lead to our utter destruction. Even if they were to be attracted to her, it would be a testament to her allure. Let us refrain from discussing such matters. The young maid, tidying her belongings, curiously peers around, as it is customary for everyone to gather during work hours, knowing that soon they will be leaving this mansion for the day. While certain families continue to uphold traditional European customs, such as accommodating their servants within their homes for more convenient arrangements, It is typically those of considerable influence and high status who enjoy such privileges. However, I have heard that this young lady has always been quite conspicuous. How could she manage to befriend so many people? A few individuals huddled together, murmuring amongst themselves, and the maid appeared somewhat resentful. What a farce! Is it not widely believed that the tale of a prince falling in love with Cinderella is mere myth? Yet, does this not seem to be a living embodiment of it? Aunt Lou, pray tell, why do such fortuitous circumstances elude me? Suddenly, Louis raised her hand and struck the girl lightly on the head, then lowered her voice, casting a fierce glare at the person before her. Keep such thoughts to yourself. Do not utter them aloud, lest you court disaster. Have you not seen the favor that young lady enjoys? I understand your feelings of bitterness. You are young and naturally harbor fantasies about such matters, feeling aggrieved by the presence of so many other girls who seem more fortunate than you. Nevertheless, I advise you to refrain from dwelling on it too much. She possesses the elite lineage and bloodline of her family, something we cannot hope to compete with. The young maid, stifling a small groan from the reprimand, bit her lip and nodded, falling silent once more. With a tinge of envy, she cast a glance at those outside, ultimately resigning herself to her task of cleaning the table. The three of them dispersed, as if the previous incident had never occurred, each returning to their respective duties. Yet, in a corner, the girl tightened her grip on her handkerchief, lost in thought as she glanced at the area she had just cleaned, and then at Lan Yetan, who was conversing with those around her on the sofa. The once cold expression of the girl softened, and she seemed to engage in light banter, her smile subtly enchanting enough to captivate others. In that fleeting moment, Pan Yongyang felt an indescribable emotion swell within her. There was jealousy, certainly, and a tinge of envy, but more profoundly, there was a sense of helplessness and resignation. No matter how much she might boast, she was acutely aware of her own station, merely a disregarded maid. She had work to do, and a life to lead. If she wished to keep her position, it would be best to remain diligent and compliant. With a sigh, she found herself at a loss for words, whispering softly, I truly envy her. Jealousy and envy are natural human sentiments. If expressed discreetly, most would overlook them. Pan Yongyang understood that her envy was overshadowed by admiration. She envied Lan Yetan for possessing such exceptional genes from birth. Yet, witnessing Lan Yetan's brilliance rendered all other considerations irrelevant, transforming her feelings into pure admiration. Pan Yongyang resumed her chores, while the girl who had previously spoken with the maid appeared to be deep in thought. Lan Yetan, seated on the sofa, sensed a lingering gaze upon her, but merely closed her eyes, stroking the fur of the cat nestled in her arms. Wenqing, where is Lingyu? After allowing me to leave today, there has been no further word. Has something befallen him? The girl was typically perceptive, attuned to the nuances of the young man's meaningful glance from earlier. Wenqing had mastered the art of maintaining a composed demeanor. No matter how outrageous the inquiries posed to her, she remained unflappable. Indeed, he has encountered some troubles, but they are not significant. You need not worry too much. He is currently occupied with resolving the matters at hand and may not return for a while. Lan Yetan regarded her with a mixture of skepticism and doubt, casting a sidelong glance at the stoic figure of Xin Yanlan, who listened impassively to their exchange. A sense of anxiety and unease gnawed at her, her fingers nervously tugging at her sleeves. Since regaining her memories, such restlessness had only intensified. Suddenly, Lan Yetan felt the cat in her arms wriggle and flip over. Oi! She glanced down, perplexed, as the kitten rolled onto its back, clutching her hand. What on earth? When Xia Yuan cast a slow, bemused glance at the mischievous kitten, Lan Yetan, expressionless, began to rub the kitten's belly, which offered no resistance, continuing to purr contentedly. A knock at the door interrupted the moment, and a flustered maid rushed to answer it, revealing 3 visitors. The girl turned her head to see who had arrived, not particularly surprised by the sight. Chapter 205. Goodness. How crass. As expected, it was the Shi family returning, all together in the same vehicle. Shi Qingqian joyfully approached the sofa, her eyes lighting up at the sight of her sister cradling the kitten, a delightful scene indeed. As she reached out to stroke her sister's head, her hand abruptly shifted mid-motion, landing instead on the kitten's head. Ping'an, perplexed, lifted his gaze and swatted playfully at her. Ah! Shi Qingqian, typically indifferent to appearances at home, leaped back in surprise. Her pupils widened in shock, emitting a sharp, resonant squeal, revealing her true self as Shi Qingqian. What an adorable little brother. Good, good, good. It was undeniably amusing, despite her thoughts. She soothed Ping An. All right, Ping An, that's your uncle. Don't be rough. Only then did the kitten retract its paw, curling up once more in its mother's embrace, emitting a plaintive mewl that rivaled even that of a mother cat. Snuggling against her, it sought comfort, nuzzling affectionately. Meow. Ping An declared, Mother, look how obedient I am. Meow, 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 meow. That person was clearly trying to pet your head. What an odd individual. Woo. Mother, praise me. The chorus of sounds was enough to melt hearts, prompting Lan Yetan to gently caress the kitten's cheek. The little creature nuzzled against her palm, while Shuryan nodded appreciatively, and Fu Lin approached, her handbag in hand. Surprised to see Shen Nianlan seated quietly on the sofa. Ah, Nianlan, you're here too. Shen Nianlan nodded, appearing exceptionally well-behaved, her previously cold demeanor now softened. Auntie, I came to see Yetan today. She presented herself with decorum, and Fu Lin smiled in response. How wonderful! I hadn't realized you children were so close. Since we have guests today, I'll instruct the chef to prepare a bit more food. The group settled on the sofa, with Lan Yetan occupying a small couch, distinctly apart from the others, embodying an aura of serene detachment. Bored, she idly toyed with the kitten, glancing around at the circle of people surrounding her. Is this a distortion of human nature, or a moral decline? Oh my, what a world! The girl observed the kitten before setting it down, causing Ping An to nuzzle against her leg, puzzled by why his owner had released him. When Qing, expressionless, retrieved Ping An, gently patting its little head as it let out a soft mewl, ultimately resigning to its fate. Lan Yetan picked up the fruit before her and began to eat. The gluttonous child was clearly hungry, having not indulged in anything good since entering the hospital. She felt as though she might starve or be driven mad with cravings. I am so hungry. I feel as though I'm turning into a zombie. Without a hint of expression, she stuffed fruit into her mouth, swallowing it down. This season marked the peak of kiwi harvest, and she chewed and savored each bite, peeling and devouring her snack with gusto, until the dishes were served. Lan Yetan discovered that both light and heavy-flavored dishes were artfully intermixed on the table. The proportions were perfectly balanced. Those who preferred a delicate taste could choose the lighter options, while those with a penchant for spicier fare could indulge in the more robust flavors. From this perspective, resolving such matters seems rather straightforward. I cannot fathom what that previous family was thinking. Perhaps they simply wished to torment me. Contemplating this, she felt that perhaps the earlier reprimand had been too lenient. Indeed, such individuals became increasingly irksome upon reflection. Although she desired spicier food, her stomach's condition compelled her to consume only the milder dishes. Not being honest, seeking suppression. After the meal, the sky outside had already begun to darken. Even as she pondered how to linger, she understood it was time to depart. Upholding the principles of courtesy, Lan Yetan escorted several individuals to the elevator but suddenly called out to one of them as they were about to leave.
Shen Nianlan.
The boy paused momentarily, turning with a look of confusion towards the girl. Is something wrong? The individuals nearby appeared to have organized their thoughts, and slowly, words escaped their lips. Your eyes are beautiful. They possess some differences from before. Upon hearing this, Shen Nianlan opened her mouth in surprise, momentarily at a loss for words. Finally managing to stutter, thank you. She then stepped into the elevator, and the feeling of fluster became even more pronounced. The speculation around her was gradually confirmed, as those around her looked on with a sense of bewilderment, when Qing slowly turning to gaze at Shen Nianlan's eyes. An inexplicable oddity began to rise, slowly permeating through the nerves. He felt something was strange, though he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort.
Shen Nianlan.
Why do I feel like you've been acting oddly lately? Inside the elevator, the boy did not respond, merely tilting his head slightly.
Indeed.
Solitude during such moments proved to be the most prudent course of action, for it ensured that no one would discern any anomalies. The people around them were far too perceptive. Shin Xi Yuan stood silently in the elevator, seemingly lost in thought. These past few days were destined to be anything but peaceful. Lan Yetan lowered her head in silence, beginning her own contemplative musings. These two, truly hard-headed, Lingyu has undoubtedly encountered more than just trivial matters. She had learned a bit about sensing the boy's body, which evidently began to weaken, a rather alarming frailty. As vitality and energy swiftly ebbed away, her thoughts slowly churned. I recall someone mentioning that the system cannot intervene too much with the host. Yet Lingyu has interfered with an unknown number of matters. Could this perhaps be a backlash from such interference? I've read in novels that such things can occur. Upon entering the villa, A face gradually surfaced in her mind. By the way, what about that Chu Zhan? Is he alive or dead? Has he been captured? Her thoughts were in disarray, as if all clues were unable to be unraveled into a straight line, always obstructed by a sticky substance. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from the rooftop. This sound startled Lan Yetan, compelling her to rush upstairs to investigate the commotion. She found her brother with damp clothing, standing before a small maid, a scene that was indeed difficult to describe.
Lan Yetan stood agape.
Incredulous as she gazed at the two, her mind truly on the verge of exploding. What the hell? How cliché. Chapter 206. How can there still be spring bamboo in winter? Stuck in her throat for a long moment, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. She eventually managed to utter, "Brother, what is going on here?" Her mind raced. Shi Qingqian appeared momentarily dazed, unsure of how to proceed, her voice faltering. "No, sister. This person just inexplicably bumped into me. Logically, the household servants should have all gone home by this time." He was overwhelmed with a sense of despair, an acute feeling of hopelessness washing over him. Lan Yetan found herself believing Shi Qingqian's words and promptly went to assist the small maid, who was hardly dressed adequately for the season. Strangely, Lan Yetan felt a sense of familiarity, recalling that she was one of the maids who had sneaked up on her before. She had come to understand a fair bit about the household staff, and the girl in front of her seemed to be named Ji Shi. My heavens, such a melodramatic plot has found its way to my brother. If one were to speak of it, there were numerous women in the upper echelons seeking to ascend through such means. Thus, such incidents were not extraordinary. However, hearing of such matters was one thing, while witnessing them firsthand was entirely another. Shi Qingqian swiftly rushed to her bedroom to find a clean outfit to wear. Frowning, she cast a glance at the woman seated on the floor, appearing perplexed. What are you doing? You could have lived a stable life through this job, and even when you retire, you would have saved a substantial amount, right? Why engage in such a fruitless endeavor? It offers you no benefits. Ji Shi tightly clenched her hands, seemingly having gone to great lengths to prepare her nails for this day. Ordinarily, employers did not permit maids to engage in such luxuries. Otherwise, it would hinder their work. With tear-filled eyes, she appeared to feel ashamed.
Lan Yetan, expressionless.
Observe the girl's flimsy lace nightgown that could be easily pulled off. Without a hint of emotion, she took off her coat and draped it over the girl. Are you planning to dismiss me next? The words seemed difficult to utter, ultimately swallowed down with a resigned sigh as she regarded the girl before her. It was evident that the girl had put considerable effort into her appearance. Her outfit was deliberately chosen, and her makeup was a carefully crafted natural look. Shi Qingqian frowned slightly, scoffing lightly. You wish to say something else without clarifying anything? Our household is not a place where anyone can come and go as they please. Such a situation, if made known, would undoubtedly tarnish their reputation. It was imperative to make an example of this individual. Otherwise, others would come to perceive the Shi family as a soft target, thinking they could take their chances. Knowing that even if they failed, the worst that could happen would be dismissal. Ji Shi seemed at a loss for words, her body trembling slightly, unprepared for such a humiliating outcome. Eventually, it seemed she could no longer withstand the weight of the surrounding gazes and blurted out, I just feel that girls like me, in the prime of youth, cannot do their nails or wear makeup. It feels so unworthy. If I were with you, I could certainly do all these things without worrying about daily life.
Lan Yetan.
Shi Qingqian. Both were momentarily taken aback, sharing a look of confusion as they grappled with the girl's train of thought. It seemed they were astounded by the peculiar reasoning of the young woman before them. If I recall correctly, the salary for the Shi family as servants ranges from approximately 50,000 to 100,000 per month, due to the scarcity of hires, and most are selected from among highly educated and experienced individuals. And yet you would worry about daily expenses? Shi Qingqian clearly reached the same conclusion, finally finding the situation so absurd it elicited laughter. If I am not mistaken, your salary is likely around 60,000, increased from 50,000 due to your commendable performance since joining the Shi family. This salary is considered high across the region. Do you still find it insufficient? The girl was taken aback by these words, tears streaming down her cheeks. Tears streamed down like pear blossoms in the rain, and Shi Qingqian found himself growing increasingly impatient. He was a man accustomed to a hectic schedule, perpetually spinning like a top in the whirlwind of work.
Now,
having mustered the rare patience to engage with a young girl who sought to discuss matters clearly before determining any punishment, he was met with nothing but her incessant sobbing. What could crying possibly resolve? His voice, which was typically gentle, turned cold. Initially, I approached this matter with a straightforward mindset. Even if you must cry, could you at least resolve the issue before doing so? This situation is fundamentally your fault. If you remain unwilling to cooperate, I will have no choice but to impose a punishment based on my understanding of the circumstances. Shi Qingqian believed his proposed solution to be quite merciful. After all, had he encountered someone with a more volatile temperament, the girl would have been unceremoniously cast out of the villa by now, possibly facing industry blacklisting as well.
Lan Yetan.
Observing from the sidelines, found merit in this resolution. Suddenly, the girl pointed accusingly at Lan Yetan. You, she cried, her voice trembling as if to bolster her own resolve. Why is your life so fortunate? A mere whim, and you attract the attention of families of such stature? Lan Yetan, perplexed, raised a questioning brow. Struggling to comprehend her implication, are you envious of my fortunate circumstances, where I am sought after by such elite families? The girl appeared genuinely taken aback, as if she had been struck by a revelation. Previously, she might have been clouded by greed, fostering an imbalance within herself that led to foolish actions. Now, it seemed, her worldview had become utterly skewed. Despite her attractive appearance, she seemed to have inexplicably lost her wits. If memory serves, you were raised in a wealthy family, weren't you? Why then, have you been so pampered throughout your life? I, on the other hand, dwell in an ordinary household, unable even to indulge in manicures or makeup. As she spoke, Ji Shi's expression grew increasingly pitiful, tears cascading down her cheeks. It's winter, yet how can there still be spring bamboo? This doesn't seem orchestrated by a plot. Could it merely be sheer foolishness? Lan Yetan, typically disinclined to indulge others, found herself both amused and exasperated by the absurdity of the moment. She retorted without hesitation, "Are you truly that dim-witted? You are the one blinded by greed, fixated only on my superficial advantages while remaining oblivious to the hardships I have endured within that gilded cage. Individuals like you, who perceive only the surface and then spiral into madness, leave me utterly astounded." Initially, she had intended to leave the matter to her brother, but now this girl had directly involved her. Ji Shi's face shifted through shades of blue and red before she defiantly discarded her coat on the ground. Lan Yetan picked it up, noticing a few startled servants approaching, casting uncertain glances at the unfolding scene. She handed the coat to one of the servants. "Dispose of this in the trash. It is clear that I find the person before me distasteful." The young girl had no desire to act against this person. Indeed, she felt a flicker of compassion, attempting to cover the individual's modesty. She understood that this person was destined to be expelled from the villa and wished to protect their privacy, considering the outfit was rather revealing. Who would have thought that kindness could be mistaken for disdain? This encapsulated why many refrain from stepping forward to act as the voice of justice. Because of people like this, the atmosphere of society becomes tainted, dissuading others from extending help to those truly in need. Ji Shi trembled, feigning defiance as she addressed her adversaries. "What punishment do you intend to impose on me? I accept it. You insist on bullying a girl. I am merely a girl who finds herself helpless against individuals like you." Her last words were barely a whisper, yet everyone present could clearly hear her intent, as if she meant for others to overhear. The disparity between high intelligence and low emotional intelligence is starkly evident in your demeanor," Lan Yetan mused. "You harbor malicious thoughts but lack the capacity to actualize them." Shi Qingqian furrowed his brow, having observed the entire spectacle. Suddenly he smiled. "If I am not mistaken, you just insulted my sister, did you not?" Ji Shi was momentarily stunned by the retort, gazing in confusion at Shi Qingqian. Lan Yetan, catching her brother's eye, immediately grasped the implication. "Are we to teach her a lesson?" Shi Qingqian asked. "Given your remarks, it seems appropriate." A silent agreement passed between them through their shared gaze. Suddenly, Shi Qingqian seized Ji Shi's hand. She looked up at him, bewildered and shy, unsure of how to respond. Before she could utter a word, she found herself thrust before Lan Yetan, whose voice dripped with languor, yet held an undeniable firmness. "First, you must recognize your place. You are but a servant. Yet you dare to entertain fantasies of climbing into your superior's bed. Since you claim we are bullying you, allow us to demonstrate what true bullying entails. To be disrespectful to the daughter of the household is a grave offense." As he spoke, his tone lightened with a hint of amusement, yet his grip remained unyielding. "So, tell me, do you deserve this?" The final 4 words were articulated with deliberate emphasis, sending shivers down the spine of all present. You truly have overstepped. Lan Yetan shook off her hand, preparing herself for the inevitable. It would be an injustice not to reprimand such foolishness. Ji Shi's complexion turned ashen, and she momentarily disregarded all else, attempting to speak. Suddenly, a sharp slap resounded, swift and unforgiving, leaving her delicate face marked with a crimson bruise, blood trickling from the corner of her lips. She screamed in pain, lifting her gaze. Just a light reprimand, Lan Yetan remarked. And we shall manage the aftermath within industry circles. Shi Qingqian concurred silently. As they released Ji Shi, she crumpled to the ground, clearly defeated. Shi Yun and Fu Lin had been observing the entire scene, neither intervening nor expressing disapproval. Lan Yetan's voice was calm as she delivered the final verdict. This slap should serve as a reminder to you. Do not distort the truth so carelessly, nor engage in behavior that defies understanding. Even if your mind wanders to such actions, do not parade them before others. You may gather your belongings and take your leave. Without uttering a word, Ji Shi descended the stairs, though there was nothing of import to take with her, as she would not be spending the night. Lan Yetan noted the girl's eyes, brimming with indignation. She sighed, reflecting, I feel my perspective has shifted for the better. Had this scene unfolded before me in the past, I would have been tempted to resort to violence. Individuals like her, even if we refrain from intervening, would inevitably face consequences elsewhere. With that thought lingering, she felt an urge to brew some tea. Shi Qingqian watched as the person departed, instantly relaxing. She glanced at her parents standing nearby. Mom, Dad, I apologize for interrupting you so late in the evening. Fu Lin waved her hand dismissively. What are you saying? You've brought us quite the juicy tale. We've experienced our fair share of similar escapades, but I never imagined such drama would unfold in our own home. Shi Qingqian appeared somewhat taken aback, casting a sidelong glance at Lan Yetan, who continued to munch on snacks. So how did it all get resolved?
Fu Lin smiled.
Your father blacklisted that man, and he was promptly expelled from the industry. Both of their minds raced for a moment. Mom, are you implying that it was you who was involved? Lan Yetan couldn't contain her laughter, already envisioning the scene, finding it amusing. Beside them, Shi Yun sighed helplessly, grasping Fu Lin's hand. Your mother's allure is quite formidable. It was infuriating at the time, especially since it happened not just once or twice, but repeatedly. The audacity of those men, flaunting such revealing attire, is utterly disgraceful. Shi Qingqian also succumbed to laughter. Indeed, there are more and more men lacking decorum these days, like my sister. She abruptly fell silent, quickly pivoting her words. My assistant Mei is quite renowned in the industry. There have always been men attempting to seduce her.
Fu Lin chuckled.
I recall one of them employing tricks remarkably similar to those used on that girl. The atmosphere remained warm and jovial, seemingly untouched by the earlier incident. Chapter 208, The Letter. What followed was truly a nightmare for Ji Shi. For several consecutive days, Lan Yetan could be found at home, either engrossed in her phone or eating, drifting between meals and sleep, or visiting the hospital for bandage changes. She appeared completely at ease, seemingly indifferent to everything, yet spending an increasing amount of time on her phone and computer. In the dead of night, Lan Yetan typed furiously on her laptop, her fingers dancing across the keyboard as lines of code flashed rapidly on the screen. Merely watching was enough to induce dizziness. The girl rubbed her neck and massaged her shoulders, feeling as though she might fall apart. I swear, my brain is about to shut down. Her bones creaked ominously, sending shivers down her spine, a sensation both painful and refreshing. Gazing at the multitude of data displayed on the large screen, she propped her chin on her hand, scrutinizing it closely before finally shutting down the computer. At last, she understood. A moment of clenched teeth passed, her gaze cooling as she glanced at her phone list, nearly tempted to hurl it away. Although the data was not yet fully analyzed, even the scant clues provided were sufficient to dismantle everything that followed, maintaining an accuracy of around 80. A dull ache throbbed in her head, and the familiar metallic taste surged in her throat, causing her brows to furrow. Are you trying to make my body suffer again? In that instant, she sensed the overwhelming force within her beginning to wane, as if it were afraid. Lan Yetan's joints cracked as she stretched, her mind clearing considerably. Since discovering those matters, her entire demeanor had shifted. I am genuinely furious, incredibly furious. The fire within her was blazing, yet the moment she heard a gentle voice at the door, she wilted. Yetan, dear, I've brought you some late-night snacks. Would you like to eat? Your health has improved significantly, and you can indulge a bit more. The woman's voice was soft and imbued with maternal warmth. evoking a natural sense of dependence within her. Lan Yetan instantly transformed into a docile kitten, moving to the door with a radiant smile to greet her mother's arrival. After spending several days in this household, she finally recognized the genuine care it offered, devoid of the need for excessive vigilance. Once the snacks were placed on the table, she noticed Fu Lin showed no intention of leaving, prompting her to look up with curiosity at the woman before her. Fu Lin gently took Lan Yetan's hand, her slender fingers pale enough to reveal the blue and green veins beneath, with elongated joints. She offered no resistance, obediently sitting beside her on the bed. Yetan, I haven't taken you to change your household registration because the Lan family has been in a state of disarray for quite some time, but I heard they have awakened in the past few days. Lan Yetan nodded, observing the woman before her, hesitating to speak. Is something the matter? Are we going to change the registration? I'm available at any time. Fu Lin looked earnestly at the girl, her voice soft. Yetan, would you like to change your name? To the name we originally gave you at birth. Lan Yetan pondered seriously for a moment. She had contemplated this issue upon arriving in this household and already had her answer. No, I don't want to change it. The woman did not seem surprised, gently caressing the girl's head, her tone soothing. Very well, we'll respect your choice, Yetan. We won't change your name. When the time comes, I'll accompany you to register. Lan Yetan stared at the woman, nodding slowly, then turned her head away, as if feeling a bit uncomfortable, yet yearning for this warmth. She then ventured to elaborate a little more. Because I believe that the significance of this name is not merely due to this family giving it to me, but because of my previous life and my past parents. Everything holds true meaning, and this name has accompanied me through so much. Even if I were to change my name, it would still feel strange, wouldn't it? As she spoke, her voice trailed off. The woman did not pry further, slowly enveloping her in a warm embrace. Fu Lin possessed a unique fragrance, reminiscent of phlox, pleasant, yet subtly invasive. Lan Yetan's body felt somewhat stiff, acutely aware of Fu Lin's gentle and cautious demeanor. Even after spending quite some time here, she still found it challenging to adjust to the woman's touch. However, she ultimately leaned in slightly and returned the embrace. In that moment, Fu Lin was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. It had always been her embracing the girl, and such reciprocation was a rarity. Lan Yetan's body remained slightly rigid as she buried her head in the crook of the woman's neck, holding her tightly. Fu Lin was momentarily stunned, overwhelmed by this unprecedented joy, gently patting the girl's back. The girl's injuries had nearly healed, and Fu Lin had come to appreciate her remarkable recovery abilities. Yetan? She felt Lan Yetan's shoulders trembling faintly. Initially, it seemed inconsequential. But soon the girl began to cry uncontrollably. Tears soaked Fu Lin's neck and shoulder as Lan Yetan cried for the first time in her mother's embrace. This felt like the first time in either her past or present life that she had cried in her mother's arms. The long-lost sense of security seemed to stem from their blood connection, soothing her restless heart and calming her turbulent emotions. Yetan, don't cry, don't cry. Instinctively, Fu Lin resorted to the old techniques she used to soothe children, yet unexpectedly, the girl cried even harder. If I recall correctly, I don't think I've ever been comforted by a blood relative since my earliest memories began. Reflecting on the scenes from before, her heart clenched painfully, and her complexion paled. Recalling the data on her computer, her mind buzzed slightly. Never mind, dear daughter. Let the tears flow if it brings you solace. Cry out loud. Although we know that tears may not resolve our issues, they undeniably serve as a cathartic release. Do they not? The true terror lies in the inability to cry for an extended period, for that signifies a profound emotional numbness. Once the young girl's emotions began to settle, she gently patted her back. Lan Yetan buried her head even lower, an overwhelming sense of helpless shame creeping into her heart. How could I have exposed my vulnerabilities and weaknesses to others yet again, and here I am, crying. How utterly embarrassing. In truth, she battled an inner turmoil, a longing to confide in others, to bear her weaknesses, yet afterward, she was engulfed by a wave of shame and humiliation. This feeling of embarrassment is inexplicable and elusive, manifesting as an unsettling discomfort within her. Although she rarely revealed her innermost thoughts, this occasion was merely an exception. Fu Lin affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, transforming into a master of pastries as she playfully patted and kneaded. There, has your emotional storm subsided? Lan Yetan nodded slightly, but still refused to face the person before her, plagued by an inexplicable anxiety. Her ears flushed with an unfamiliar warmth. What on earth was I just doing? Oh my goodness. QWQ. Recently, her emotions had felt increasingly tender, her mindset softened by the love of her family. This love surged like a tidal wave, hiding in the smallest corners, waiting for her to discover it. Upon uncovering these sentiments, a bittersweet sensation flooded her heart, painful yet sweet. Clearing her throat, Fu Lin managed to utter a sentence, almost squeezed out between her teeth, and chuckled softly, pinching the girl's cheek. At last, Lan Yetan straightened up, casting a perplexed glance at the woman before her. It's all right, no need to feel shy. In truth, I find great joy in witnessing you cry in my presence. You are truly remarkable, enduring so many grievances and still managing to persevere for so long. Your mother will forever be proud of you. These final words sent ripples through her previously tranquil heart, akin to a stone cast upon the surface of water. That phrase felt hauntingly familiar, echoing in her mind through countless restless nights and nightmares, whether in this life or a past one. She had often envisioned her parents uttering these words. Lan Yetan, your mother is proud of you. The sound reverberated in her ears. And as she lifted her head in astonishment, she realized it was not an illusion, but rather the woman repeating it with unwavering conviction. She enunciated the name, reiterating it with steadfast resolve, her warm, loving gaze fixed upon the girl. Such love is inexpressible, an authentic affection that transcends the ordinary. Perhaps it is a filter. Or perhaps due to the ties of kinship, Lan Yetan instinctively envisioned her family in a favorable light. In her anxiety, she subconsciously pinched her own hand. I can't be dreaming. The sensation of pain was indeed real, a vivid experience unfolding before her. The tears that had been stifled surged once more within her eyes. And she had lost count of how many times she had cried during this period. Oh my goodness, why have I suddenly become so prone to tears? Lan Yetan wiped her tears away, only to stifle them back with remarkable speed, as if moments ago she had been on the verge of a full-blown cry. Fu Lin sighed in exasperation, observing the girl's pitiful expression. Just as she was about to speak, she heard a hoarse voice. Mom, I understand. I want to let you down. At first glance, it seemed like a mere surface-level statement, but upon closer inspection, it felt oddly peculiar. Furrowing her brow, Fu Lin regarded the girl with a smile. It's quite all right, you needn't place such pressure on yourself. Your mother does not expect you to achieve great things. Even if you choose to laze around at home for the rest of your life, our family can support you. However, knowing how capable you are, I am certain you will accomplish whatever you set your mind to. Her lengthy discourse felt akin to comforting a child in elementary school. An education delivered with a thumbs-up gesture.
All right.
After uttering those words, Lan Yetan gazed earnestly at Fu Lin, who tousled her hair and gently rose to her feet.
Now.
You should get some rest. Your mother has some matters to attend to. Indeed, she had just set aside work to engage in this conversation. And now a pile of documents awaited her attention. Lan Yetan nodded, watching the woman's retreating figure, her heart bubbling with excitement. Mom, I am your daughter.
Mom.
I am your little kitten. Meow, 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 meow. How can there exist such a delightful creature as a mother? My mother is the best in the world. Such a heartwarming scene was something she had longed for in her past life, yet never anticipated experiencing in this one. The girl rubbed her cheeks and then her ears, lowering her gaze as she tightly clutched the blanket. The tears that had previously eluded her now fell uncontrollably, creating a chaotic storm within her mind. No, it seems I have begun to revel in this sensation. But what comes next? With this thought, her grip on the blanket tightened further. After a brief moment of daze, she noticed that the blanket had become damp. It was tears, bitter and salty, flooding her heart as if submerged in sorrow. This indescribable emotional turmoil was suffocating. The tasks I must undertake in the future carry significant risks. Yet perhaps I might survive, and it may not escalate to such dire circumstances. Even now, she found herself daring to entertain thoughts of hope, though her heart whispered caution. Hesitantly, she stood and approached her computer. As she opened the screen, the blue glow illuminated her face, revealing that she had been writing something before Fu Lin's entrance had interrupted her. It was a letter of farewell. A letter addressed to those she loved and who loved her in return. Love, I want to love, she murmured softly. Yet I have already begun to feel love. Perhaps it is not so regrettable after all. Her voice was barely a whisper, light as a feather, dispersing into the air. She resumed her activities as if nothing had occurred, pretending that the preceding events were mere figments of her imagination. Chapter 209. Not insomnia, merely my deception. Lying in bed, She lay in a daze for quite some time, then ventured out for a midnight snack, only to feel sadness while eating. She returned to the computer, typing away at something when suddenly, a sound resonated from the windowsill.
Top, top.
The girl furrowed her brow slightly. Her apartment was on the 3rd floor, and the building was quite tall. Who could possibly be at the 3rd floor? Yet, she remained unfazed, wandering to the window, her hand discreetly grasping the dagger in her pocket. Just in case. Upon opening the window, a small piece of paper fluttered down, followed by a vial being tossed inside. With a swift motion, it was tossed onto the bed, and the white dove, seemingly imbued with sentience, immediately turned and fled upon discovering the bottle lying there.
Lan Yetan momenti after.
Then hurriedly approached to open the bottle. The bird, rather than being merely a dove, resembled a celestial creature. Its feathers, entirely white and elongated, emanated an ethereal quality. Inside the bottle lay a small pill. What could this be? The pill was diminutive, yet upon opening it, a bitter scent assaulted her senses. A bitterness surpassing even that of traditional Chinese medicine. Merely inhaling it was enough to evoke such a reaction. She gently furrowed her brow, sealed the bottle once more, and ran to examine the small note. Why are people exchanging messages via carrier pigeons at such a late hour? The note was adorned with flowing characters, exhibiting a bold yet delicate brushstroke. Greetings, my dear. I trust you have caught a whiff of the elixir I have sent you. It is named Soul Replenishment, a name that can be understood, quite literally. I can assure you that it will prove invaluable to you, though there is but this single pill. I am most curious about the choice you will ultimately make. The note was signed simply, Chessboard. Lan Yetan read it repeatedly, ensuring she missed nothing, then stared blankly at the pill. Soul replenishment can be understood literally, which means this pill can mend the soul, but there is only one.
Thus,
the certainty that I will need it later suggests that some events will involve it as well. Why then, did it come to me along with this cryptic note? She pressed her lips together and took a gentle whiff of the pill. Despite its bitterness, a lingering fragrance wafted up her nostrils, refreshing and invigorating, evoking a profound sense of well-being. Could this pill's potency truly be that formidable? Lan Yetan scrutinized the pill closely once more, inhaling its scent again. The herbs within were indiscernible, clearly not typical medicinal plants. She then placed the pill and the note into a small pouch, determined to keep it close at hand. This was not something to be carelessly discarded. Lying on the bed, she drifted into thought. Though she was ostensibly daydreaming, her mind was preoccupied with the events that had transpired. The information she had received today was enough to overload anyone's cognitive faculties. Closing her eyes, she sought to clear her mind, plunging into a vast expanse of white. When she awoke, dawn had already begun to break. A glance at the time revealed, goodness, it's 5:30. She had not retired to bed particularly early, likely around midnight. Not suffering from insomnia is merely a lie I tell myself. With a somewhat frantic ruffle of her hair, she sat up and began to rummage through her belongings. Just then, her phone chimed. Ding dong. Lan Yetan, filled with curiosity, picked it up to find a message from Shen Yanlan. Shen Yanlan, are you free today? Lan Yetan raised an eyebrow, surprised at the message that had arrived. Her initial astonishment transforming into delight. Heavens, I had intended to invite him out, yet here he is, practically offering himself up without my prompting. She blinked rapidly and swiftly replied, sure, what's next? Yes, she had changed her WeChat name. Not having done so for an extended period was simply uncharacteristic for a young woman. There was a time when she would change it daily, and had circumstances been different, she would likely still be doing so. This WeChat name is increasingly adorable. Indeed, projecting cuteness online is my forte. Although she typically avoided electronic devices, given her frequent trips to the hospital, the typing indicator on the other end flickered, revealing Shen Yanlan's evident anxiety as he hesitated over what to say, deleting and retyping his message numerous times. Eventually, he rubbed his forehead in frustration, having been unable to sleep the previous night. He had impulsively messaged her early in the morning, only to experience the awkwardness of her prompt response. Suddenly, he recalled something symbolic and inquired, Shen Yanlan, did I wake you?
Lan Yetan.
Why do they always feel that my prompt replies mean they disturb my rest? If I had truly been awakened, my tone would certainly be different. It would take a considerable amount of noise to wake her at such an hour. Not at all, so please feel free to say whatever was on your mind. Shen Yanlan, why does it feel as though you're somewhat eager?
Indeed.
He had accurately surmised her eagerness, as she anticipated whether he would extend an invitation to meet. Shen Yanlan. Due to some matters today, I may need to trouble you a bit. My brother will also be joining us. I wonder if you would be willing. Lan Yetan lightly tapped her phone, then slowly crafted a response. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shen Yanlan was increasingly anxious. He often felt nervous conversing with her. And even after regaining his memories and reverting to his previous demeanor, the tension persisted. Truth be told, he had a degree of social anxiety. Fearing rejection, he felt the urge to pace. Watching the typing indicator, his heart raced as he fixated on the screen. Shun Xiyuan leaned casually against a nearby surface, one hand tapping away at the keyboard while the other held his phone, seemingly engaged in a conversation. His eyelids betrayed his fatigue. All right, I understand, but I may not have the time to handle these matters today. You can reach out to my assistant. Yes, that male assistant with a somewhat intimidating appearance. Though he was actually quite easy to get along with, no need to be apprehensive. After a lengthy pause, he glanced up at the other person, just as a new message popped up.
Supplement.
Sure, what time and place? The tone conveyed neither displeasure nor reluctance, merely politeness, which allowed Shen Yanlan to exhale in relief. After a brief hesitation, he observed the outside world while slowly typing. Shen Yanlan. Let us say around 3 in the afternoon. We can meet at XXXXXXXXX. Lan Yetan felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the location mentioned, squinting her eyes, instinctively wanting to consult the system. To her chagrin, she found that Lingyu had vanished without a trace, and a fleeting headache washed over her. Damn it, I've become accustomed to seeking 403. The mention of 403 was a name she hadn't used in ages. Invoking it now sent a shiver down her spine. The girl reflected for a moment, then recalled something. Wait, and after comparing the location and coordinates, she confirmed that it was indeed a place she was familiar with. What could he be planning? Rising slowly, she chose a hoodie and a versatile pair of denim shorts from her wardrobe, still not quite accustomed to wearing skirts. After all, I had always worn pants and shirts. In her previous life, she had avoided skirts to conceal her scars, usually opting for long sleeves. And although she bore few scars now, she still habitually donned such attire. A glance in the mirror revealed a satisfactory reflection. The weather had been erratic lately, leaving her somewhat unwell and prone to coughing. Gazing out the window, one cannot help but remark on the curiously capricious nature of the current season, where the oscillation between sweltering heat and biting cold leaves one feeling inexplicably bewildered. In such weather, donning a skirt seems entirely reasonable, especially given the searing warmth of midday. At least, that is my perspective. Thankfully, it is merely a slight cold I am contending with. Rubbing my temples, I suddenly recalled, how is Mu Hui faring? If my memory serves me correctly, his parents should be returning shortly. I had not given it much thought until now, but as I reflect on the timeline, it dawns on me that his parents must be on the verge of coming back. After freshening up, I began to scroll through Douyu to pass the time, when a notification pinged on my phone. Mu Hui. Poor little emoji, JPG. What's the matter? Ever since that incident, my demeanor towards Mu Hui has transformed. No matter what he does now, I cannot help but respond with warmth. After all, the person before me once saved my life, and his actions were nothing short of extraordinary. I cannot speak for others, but I was undeniably moved. His surprise at my prompt reply was palpable.
Gmuhuye.
Sister, you woke up so early?
Ah.
Lan Yetan pondered for a moment. In truth, I have always risen early. If you wish to find me, I might still be online at dawn, and I am likely to be available around 6 or 5 in the morning. The typing indicator appeared, devoid of the previous hesitance, and soon a message arrived. Mu Hui, I was discharged today. Why hasn't sister come to see me these past few days? Are you preoccupied with something urgent? I completely understand.
Ah.
Lan Yetan raised a slow question mark above her head, suddenly overwhelmed with guilt. Even though the other party was somewhat teasing, his words held a kernel of truth. I apologize. I have genuinely been quite busy lately, which is why I haven't had the chance to visit. I assure you, such an oversight will not occur again. Considering the sincerity of my response, I felt it necessary to add a cute emoji. Mu Hui, upon receiving the adorable emoji from me, appeared utterly different from his typically cold demeanor in real life, leaving him momentarily stunned. A smile crept onto his lips, his eyes sparkling with delight as he hastily typed back. Beside him, the bodyguard, wheeling a suitcase, cast curious glances at the young master, who resembled an infatuated youth.
Gmuhuye. All right.
Sister, you mustn't forget next time. Otherwise, I shall unleash my wrath upon you.
Ah.
Observing his endearing tone, Lan Yetan felt a twinge of inadequacy. How vexing! How did I not anticipate that he could be so charmingly playful? Suddenly recalling something, she swiftly typed to him. Be cautious at home. Watch out for any unwelcome visitors. It was almost as if she had laid her thoughts bare, fully confident that he would grasp the implication behind her words. Mu Hui was momentarily taken aback by her message, yet he responded with a simple acknowledgement, maintaining an air of confusion while still committing it to memory. Putting her phone away, Lan Yetan descended the stairs to find Fu Lin already awake, seated on the sofa, seemingly engrossed in a book.
Mom.
Lan Yetan found herself calling out with increasing fondness, her tone softening with each utterance. Fu Lin, momentarily taken aback by this affectionate address, felt her heart swell, almost melting into a puddle of syrup. Setting her book aside, she rose to meet her daughter, who approached with small, eager steps. Indeed, our little darling is as such. Though I have not known my mother for long, I am certain she is a wonderful person who loves me dearly. Do not inquire why my attitude has shifted so rapidly. Just days ago, I perceived others as having ulterior motives, but perhaps it is the bond of blood that fosters this deeper trust. Moreover, being innately sensitive to emotions, Lan Yetan can easily discern whether another's affections are genuine or feigned. Besides, I might find myself in a precarious situation in a few days. What harm is there in embracing my role as a beloved daughter? I shall be the cherished daughter. Fu Lin's voice was gently soothing. Rising early yet again. Was it due to insomnia? Next time, she could always call her mother for comfort. It was perfectly acceptable. Lan Yetan seized Fu Lin's hand and nestled into the warmth of her embrace, which Fu Lin instinctively reciprocated. The two appeared not as mother and daughter separated for years, but rather as if they had shared an inseparable bond throughout their lives. The atmosphere was so tender that one would hesitate to disrupt it. Mother's embrace is so warm, soft, and comforting. I could weep. It was a rare feeling of warmth and love. Lan Yetan resembled a vulnerable kitten, shedding all defenses as she gazed up at her mother with pleading eyes. Chapter 2:10. Lan Yetan. The wound on your neck. The chef gradually brought out the dishes, and Fu Lin affectionately tousled Lan Yetan's hair before glancing at the dining table. She felt a surge of happiness. Astonished that her daughter had adapted to this home so swiftly and had grown so affectionate towards her. Yetan, the chef has prepared the meal. Your brother and father have already left. It's just the two of us for dinner. Lan Yetan nodded and followed the woman to the table, where nearly every dish was to her liking. Fu Lin also served herself a bowl, her heart warming at the sight of her daughter enjoying the meal. Though I feel a tad shy being observed, it is a stark contrast to how the previous family watched me eat. Previously, she would have liked nothing more than to punch those people and put them in their place. Now, she felt a delightful shyness. Suddenly recalling that she had plans to go out this afternoon, she looked up. Mom, I might need to step out for a bit today. No need to prepare lunch. I can handle it outside. After speaking, she glanced at Fu Lin, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Fu Lin could hardly deny her and nodded in agreement, then earnestly advised. Although I know you are capable, please remain vigilant. Be cautious of any potential traps. Lan Yetan understood well that Fu Lin's concerns were rooted in genuine care, and she nodded in acknowledgement. Fu Lin was also aware of the need to allow her child the freedom to live her life, and after a few more gentle reminders, she prepared to tidy up and head to work. The backlog of official duties was becoming overwhelming, and she needed to address some matters in the meeting. As some individuals were becoming increasingly impatient, watching Fu Lin depart, Lan Yetan collapsed onto the sofa, while the maids bustled about tidying the living room and various corners. My heavens, this is the true life of a dazzling young lady. No need to engage in petty rivalries, showered with affection at home, and free from any household chores. I can eat and sleep and not worry about a thing. She felt blissful and warm, finally living the life she had always envisioned as a young lady. Back in the day, I lamented about who had stolen my brilliant life, forcing me to attend school on Saturdays. Little did I know, my splendid life as a young lady had indeed been taken from me. Now, I am finally living the life that truly belongs to me. Glancing at her phone, she prepared to scroll a bit longer, as it was only 3 in the afternoon. She returned to her room, tossing and turning in bed, engaged in a series of tasks, and began to quietly await the passage of time. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they had agreed to meet at a designated spot. Lan Yetan glanced at the scorching sunlight, furrowing her brow. The sun was exceptionally intense, while the air was strikingly cold. What on earth is going on with this weather? She slowly formed a question mark in her mind as she approached the small park. This location was quite distant from the villa area, but upon closer inspection, it felt familiar. This was the site where Yi Chong had once resided, and where she had sought vengeance in the past. What could be the purpose of bringing me here? Looking up, she noticed two individuals already waiting, surprised by their early arrival, and walked over to them. You haven't been waiting long, have you? Shen Xi Yuan waved his hand. Not at all. We just arrived early. Your timing is perfect. Lan Yetan nodded and plopped down onto a bench, resting her chin on her hand, casting a puzzled glance at the two. So, did you summon me here to admire the scenery, or for some other reason? In response to the girl's inquisitive expression, Shen Xi Yuan glanced at Shen Nianlan. Shen Nianlan merely replied, but facing her, he remained composed, crafting a lie with ease. We wanted to invite you out for some fun. Lan Yetan slowly formed 3 large question marks above her head as she looked at the oppressive weather. You really want to invite me out to play in this weather? Are you serious? Although they were currently in the cool shade of the trees with a gentle breeze, the idea of enjoying a day out in such weather, particularly on a stone bench beneath a tree, seemed utterly unreasonable. Moreover, both of them belonged to prestigious families. How could they so casually invite someone to a park for leisure? Shen Xi Yuan was momentarily taken aback, aware of the absurdity of the current weather, yet nodded in agreement. Yes, we want to play in this weather. Shall we play Ludo?
Lan Yetan nodded.
Realizing she had no choice but to accommodate their plans, as they were the ones who had invited her out. Behind them, a bodyguard produced a Ludo set. As the name implies, Ludo is a cross-and-circle board game where players advance their pieces based on dice rolls, aiming to be the first to reach the finish line. Here are the basic rules of Ludo. 1 board and pieces. The Ludo board is typically square, featuring various colored paths and squares. There are generally 4 colors of pieces, each player selecting 1 color. 2. Starting the game. At the beginning of the game, players place their pieces at the starting point on the board. The number of steps is determined by the dice rolls. 3. Movement rules. Pieces advance along the designated paths on the board. Adhering to the following rules, pieces can only move along the specified routes and cannot leap over other pieces or paths. Rolling a 6 allows a player to move 6 steps and roll again. However, if 3 6s are rolled in succession, the player's turn is forfeited. Although, ideally, 4 players should participate, 3 can suffice with 1 side left unoccupied. In this instance, Lan Yetan's luck was nothing short of miraculous. With each roll, her pieces advanced perfectly, even dominating the other 2 players. Truly, in matters like these, my luck and talent seem extraordinarily favorable. Before the other 2 could even react, Lan Yetan's pieces had already reached the finish line. The highest record for the others was merely 1 piece reaching the end, while the remainder had been consumed by Lan Yetan's pieces. Shen Nianlan and Shen Xi Yuan were left utterly bewildered, staring at Lan Yetan, who wore an innocent expression that swiftly morphed into one of disdain. Ludo, a mere child's play. The atmosphere was laden with a heavy silence as Lan Yetan leaned forward slightly to retrieve the dice beside her.
Now,
it's your turn to settle who comes in second and third. However, at that moment, Shen Xi Yuan noticed a barely perceptible scar on her neck, seemingly made by a blade. Lan Yetan, that scar on your neck. His voice was so soft that she barely heard him, turning to him with a puzzled expression. What? Is something wrong? She tilted her head, puzzled by his dazed demeanor, forming yet another question mark in her mind. She already found the situation with this group rather strange, and their reactions only added to her confusion. Shen Xi Yuan, snapped back to reality by her question, shook his head, his tone inexplicably softening, eliciting a sense of unease. Normally, he was known for his brash demeanor, unafraid to speak bluntly. It's nothing really. Lan Yetan gave him a bemused look before settling back onto the stone bench, propping her chin on her hand. You 2 go ahead. I'll just observe. Eventually, the 2 resigned themselves to rolling the dice, the game dragging on for about half an hour. They frequently reverted to their previous positions, their pieces appearing to be locked in a stalemate. Whenever one piece approached the finish, it would invariably be devoured by the other. Their frustration mounted. Yet they both possessed a stubborn determination not to concede. Lan Yetan mused, to think they could play for so long, I must admit, is quite impressive. Could it be that these 2 are simply not destined to win together? Typically, one would expect the first, second, and third places to be established within 30 minutes. Yet here they were, still engrossed in their roles, both seemingly oblivious to the passage of time. The bodyguards stood silently in the background, their eyes concealed by sunglasses. Yet their focus remained fixed on the progression of the game. Approximately 45 minutes later, they finally concluded their match.
Fu, Shen Nian Lan Zima?
Casting a glance at the board. Ultimately, luck had favored him. He had employed some clever tactics behind the scenes to secure his swift victory. As he slightly lifted his head, the glimmer of white light in his eyes faded instantly, a change that did not escape Lan Yetan's notice, causing her to frown slightly. Shen Yanlan, is there something wrong with your eyes? The question took him aback, leaving him momentarily stunned.
Indeed.
Lan Yetan's perceptiveness regarding such matters was remarkably acute. It was no wonder she had been labeled a high IQ genius during her selection. Initially dismissing the significance of this label, he now understood its weight upon experiencing it firsthand. Her acute awareness allowed her to detect even the subtlest changes. Shen Yanlan's fingers fidgeted anxiously against the table as he met Lan Yetan's gaze. No, perhaps it's just the sunlight reflecting. That's why you noticed it. Besides, does it look like my eyes are in trouble? Even if they were, it would be due to studying. His last words carried a hint of resignation, and he shook his head lightly, as if to convince himself of the truth in his statement. Turning his head to meet her gaze directly, Lan Yetan momentarily lost her train of thought, staring blankly at him, her mind lagging slightly. How beautiful. His eyes are so pure. There can be no deceit within them. Surely, I am overthinking this. She gently furrowed her brow but ultimately nodded, a smile gracing her features. I'm glad to hear that. You gave me quite a scare. I thought there was something wrong with your eyes, and such matters cannot be delayed. Shen Nianlan nodded in agreement, a smile emerging on his face as well, his exquisite eyes shining like gemstones. He squinted slightly, his smile gentle, contrasting sharply with his usual aloof demeanor. If I have matters to attend to, I would undoubtedly prioritize them above myself. Nonetheless, I extend my gratitude to my desk mate. The term desk mate was uttered lightly, causing Lan Yetan to momentarily pause at the appellation. Shun Ci Yuan observed the interaction between the two, an inexplicable discomfort stirring within him. This peculiar sensation felt as though two conflicting emotions were colliding within his heart. It seemed he was slightly envious, and Shin Ci Yuan candidly acknowledged the sentiment, yet he found the dynamics between the two before him rather strange, an ineffable oddity. It appeared that Lan Yetan's change in demeanor was rather abrupt, and he had also noticed an unusual aspect in his brother's behavior. He had caught a fleeting glimmer in the boy's eyes. However, upon mere visual inspection, everything seemed fine, merely the play of sunlight. The words spoken were so soft that hardly anyone heard them. Yet, it was certain that if it were merely sunlight refracting, it would not emit such brilliance. Even a fleeting glance left him in a daze, the world around him growing increasingly bizarre. He even found himself lying in bed at times, questioning his existence. Is this truly my brother? Why does he seem so peculiar? This peculiarity felt genuine, akin to confronting someone both familiar and unfamiliar. They bore nearly identical appearances, similar temperaments, and identical voices, yet an undeniable sense of estrangement lingered. Well, although their relationship had never been particularly close, it felt as if this individual had never truly been him. Yet simultaneously, he felt as though he was. The ambiguous sensation reminded him of unraveling a mystery in a novel. Ultimately, he resolved, I shall not concern myself with it. If he wishes for me to know, then let him reveal it. If not, then so be it, as long as no significant trouble arises. After exchanging a few words with the youth, Lan Yetan glanced over, contemplating the conclusion of their game.
What now?
With an expectant gaze. He wondered what new and intriguing experiences the two before him might conjure. Simultaneously, both paused in surprise before suggesting, shall we take a stroll over there? After all, we are here, and the scenery is quite lovely. What a flimsy excuse, echoed in their minds, yet this statement lifted their spirits, eliciting a nervous glance at Lan Yetan. In truth, if you prefer, we could check out the newly opened restaurant nearby. I've heard the cuisine is quite delightful, and there are even some amusement facilities. Shen Ci Yuan hastily added a suggestion. Oh, if I must admit, I do feel a tad hungry now, came the response. I haven't eaten much today, just showcasing a Chinese empty stomach. However, Lan Yetan nodded, a hint of pleasure in his voice. Sure, let's go take a look. Chapter 211. Understanding of Emotions. The two appeared somewhat surprised that the young lady immediately acquiesced to this proposal, which was in stark contrast to their current thoughts. What's the matter? Why are you two so silent? Lan Yetan had essentially exhausted his conversational repertoire during this outing, chattering incessantly. He had truly exerted himself to extract information. All right, let's south meander around the park. It shouldn't pose any issues. The three eventually settled on this plan, and thus a scene unfolded in the park. Some onlookers gazed in astonishment at the approaching trio, comprising two handsome youths flanking a beautiful girl. One exuded an air of aloof aristocracy, while the other radiated a relaxed, dominant charm. Shen Nianlan typically refrained from embellishing his appearance, but today he had made a rare effort, donning a shirt and jacket that accentuated his youthful aura. The gentle breeze tousled his tousled hair, and his elongated, icy eyes emanated an innate noble presence, strikingly palpable. With his gaze slightly lowered, he appeared to listen intently to the young lady beside him, his posture subtly inclined. Beside him stood the casual man, clad in a loose black sweater beneath a khaki trench coat, which fluttered gracefully in the wind. His hair was long, with a few strands playfully brushing against his cheek, while the back was gathered into a casual tuft, exuding an artistic flair. The entire ensemble conveyed a sense of effortless elegance, complemented by two punk ear cuffs that did not seem out of place. My heavens, those two boys are exceptionally handsome. And don't forget, that girl is stunning as well. In our school, or even in the surrounding schools, she would undoubtedly be the belle of the ball. In the midst of it all, Lan Yetan held his own, matching the striking looks of his companions. His long hair was left unbound today, and his expression bore a hint of cool detachment. The white sweatshirt adorned with letters added a touch of vigor, yet his exquisitely crafted features accentuated an air of icy allure. His captivating peach blossom eyes, slightly uplifted, could send shivers down anyone's spine. His legs were long and straight, and although clad in denim, his skin was so pale it bordered on ethereal. Though his complexion had improved somewhat, two individuals watched cautiously, whispering to one another. The girl emanated a subtle chill, reinforcing the notion that beauties only associate with handsome men. And vice versa. I could almost shed tears. It's unlikely we could find anyone of such caliber in our school. And does that girl truly not have a fear of heights? Those legs are so long and straight. No amount of effort on my part could ever achieve such a look. Feeling the weight of the surrounding gazes, Lan Yetan endeavored to maintain a neutral expression. Oh my, although they spoke in hushed tones, I still heard them. Does my backside fear heights? Truthfully, due to prolonged sitting, it has long since gone numb. Internally, he mused this, yet outwardly he feigned indifference as the group ambled about, taking in the sights. Even from a distance, they could still hear whispers. Is this truly a physique that exists in the three-dimensional world? These individuals look like they stepped out of a modeling agency. Goddess, I could just die. Did no one care about the nature of their relationship? It felt as though every connection was steeped in ambiguity. The group wandered aimlessly until, suddenly, Lan Yetan's gaze fell upon a small convenience store ahead. Turning to the two behind him, he declared, I'm going to buy a bottle of water. You two stay here and wait for me. There's no need to accompany me. The two hesitated in silence for a considerable moment until Shen Nianlan, always the first to break the ice, asked, Are you sure you'll be all right? Do you need no need? After some back and forth, Shen Nianlan understood that prolonging the conversation would be unwise, and he could only nod, watching the young lady's silhouette as she departed. At that moment, as Lan Yetan turned away, her brow furrowed slightly, and her demeanor darkened. The lively spirit she had moments ago evaporated, leaving behind the remnants of a deeply unsettling emotional upheaval she had endured over the past few days, plunging her mental state back into an unsettling normalcy. A more extreme and radical mindset seemed to be awakening, as if a long-dormant antisocial persona had been stirred to life. Arriving at the convenience store, the elderly proprietor greeted the young lady with a warm smile. What can I do for you, young lady? I heard you were looking to buy some water? Let me take a look, Lan Yetan replied, her demeanor shifting immediately upon hearing his voice. Thank you, sir. When an individual abruptly transitions from an abnormal state to a normal one, it suggests that they may have descended further into madness. Initially, Lan Yetan's mental state appeared to have improved, though it is uncertain to what extent. However, in recent days, an overwhelming influx of information has instilled within her a profound sense of panic, fear, and rage, intertwined with inexplicable emotions that assail her nerves and mind. In an instant, she found herself unable to process the sheer volume of information and feelings, plunging her into chaos. All right, Grandpa, how much for this drink? I'll scan it for you. The elderly man rubbed his hands together, feeling the slight chill in the air, and retrieved his payment code. This one? 3 yuan, young lady, if you could scan this.
Please.
Lan Yetan nodded, refraining from further comment, and promptly transferred the money. Glancing at the two individuals behind her, a fleeting headache washed over her. The performance was about to commence. Control. That elusive entity. In a clandestine base of secrets, a control interface suddenly manifested, revealing a barrage of data scrolling relentlessly until it landed on a name. Lan Yetan. A series of attributes then unfolded slowly before her. Age, 17. Other various attributes. A genius with high intelligence. Conceal nothing, or she will discern the truth. System malfunction detected. Significant emotional and mental fluctuations. Beep, beep, beep. The initially blue panel abruptly transformed to red, emitting a loud alarm. The jarring sound pierced through the air, as if it threatened to shatter the eardrums. Lan Yetan's emotional comprehension level. Supplement. The junior staff member on duty inside the facility widened his eyes in disbelief at the unfolding events. He had assumed that working in such a highly classified base would entail minimal incidents and a lack of busyness. After all, nothing had occurred here for centuries.
Why?
On this day, did he encounter such a predicament? It felt almost surreal. Muttering softly to himself, he hurriedly grasped the dossier, attempting to analyze it based on the wisdom imparted by his predecessors. What on earth was this emotional comprehension level? He had never encountered it before, and his predecessors had neglected to teach him about it. His mind was in disarray. He was unsure of what to articulate, yet instinctively sensed that this seemingly innocuous data was perilous, extremely so, potentially jeopardizing numerous matters. Frantically adjusting the buttons, the screen gradually dimmed. However, the glaring red text remained undimmed, increasingly alarming and unsettling. He was at his wit's end, cursing under his breath, his back drenched in cold sweat. This newcomer truly knew nothing. To be thrust into such a high-stakes situation was utterly confounding. His mind raced back to the concept of emotional comprehension. In this organization, employees were least in need of emotions, resulting in minimal understanding of such matters. Was the universe conspiring against him? Trembling hands extracted his phone, clicking it to capture the bizarre events before him. He hastily accessed WeChat. Employee 5503 voice. Senior, please help me understand what this absurdity is. How could such an outrageous situation arise? What is this emotional comprehension level? I'm about to explode. It must be as I think, right? I recall this is based on individual experiences, which then informs understanding, correct? Instantly, it showed as read, revealing a quick response. Employee 301. How did you stumble upon this? You need to run and fast, get as far away as possible from this place. Employee 301. I'm on my way. If you truly wish to know what that term means, we can discuss it over the phone. The seasoned employee felt as though he might perish with eyes closed. Having just retired, only to find himself embroiled in such chaos again, especially with a person exuding such a palpable aura of danger. Who had provoked her? The birds chirped in the distance, a stark reminder of his helplessness, whether as a human, a system, or a mere laborer in this fast-paced world. Seeing the incoming call, the veteran picked up immediately. Hello, you confirm you are far from that location now, correct? Employee 5503 gasped, addressing the person on the other end. I can assure you I'm well away. Even if it were to explode, it wouldn't reach me. So, Senior, could you enlighten me about what that truly is? I'm genuinely curious, and it seems you know something about that individual. Despite having just sprinted, exhausted and breathless, he still appeared eager for knowledge. Those like him, mere laborers, often found themselves intrigued by such peculiarities. Watch your tongue. This is not something to speak of lightly, Employee 301 admonished the junior staff member, quickly donning his coat. I knew her before. I remember she was immersed in that experimental subject. As he spoke, he hesitated, as if realizing he had inadvertently revealed too much. She was subsequently released to undertake tasks. To put it simply, the lower her emotional comprehension level, the greater the danger. In essence, it equates to humanity. When her emotional comprehension reaches zero, she transforms. Suddenly, a scream erupted from the other end, followed by hurried footsteps and the phone vibrating, inducing a sense of panic. What the hell? Help me, Senior. What is happening? Employee 301 was already en route, utilizing a teleportation ability reserved for veteran staff with sufficient power and qualifications. Run faster. If you wish to keep your life, you must hurry. It seemed only that individual could quell the situation. Strange occurrences abounded, yet this year felt particularly rife with them. He recalled a junior who inexplicably attempted to flee, seemingly over an experimental issue. He had been utterly perplexed at the time. That individual had been one of the most distinguished systems, favored by both the main god and the previous one. Yet, for reasons unknown, they had become entangled in romantic entanglements, while the main god feigned ignorance and the prior one abandoned all efforts. Please tell me you haven't perished. If you're alive, just respond with A1. A weak voice slowly emerged from the other end, sounding utterly exhausted. 1. I'm fine for now, but I cannot promise what will happen next. It's beyond terrifying, and I find myself at a loss for words. It feels like something is ensnaring me. It's frightening. Upon hearing this description, Employee 301 felt an intensified headache, gritting his teeth as he quickened his pace. Although teleportation was instantaneous, it could only move a kilometer with each use, a limitation tied to one's abilities. In that moment, he recalled the white-haired, blue-eyed youth who had etched an illustrious history. If only he were present, he could reach the scene in an instant. He was momentarily speechless. If that person were here, he would not have to endure such arduous labor, nor retire, or supervise those inexperienced youngsters. Suddenly, at the very moment of reaching the door, a piercing scream erupted from my phone, a cry filled with anguish. What on earth is this?
I'm doomed.
Please, senpai, come save me, or I might just perish. Help me, senpai. Whoa. Abruptly, there was silence on the other end, and the call was disconnected. 301's pupils constricted, and her mind raced. Without hesitation, she yanked the person and rushed inside. Chapter 212. The moment she stepped in and beheld the chaotic scene before her, despair overwhelmed her. The place was already in disarray. Just as Lan Yetan intended to approach, a sudden realization struck her. She seemed to discover something. She redirected herself towards the small shop, where an elderly man cast a puzzled glance at the young girl before him. I feel a bit awkward leaving just me here to drink water. How about we 3 share some? I'll buy 3 bottles, she stated, her thought process evident as she addressed the shopkeeper. 2 more bottles of mineral water, please. I've heard that in novels, male protagonists often have individuals allergic to certain fruits. But I can't believe anyone could be allergic to mineral water, she mused. The 2 listeners stiffened momentarily, but remained standing at attention, like soldiers. After handing over 4 yuan, Lan Yetan took the 3 bottles of water and approached the 2. Feigning hesitation, she softly remarked, I didn't know what you might want to drink, so I just got you mineral water. She then lifted her gaze to look at them, her heart suddenly softening, and they quickly accepted the water. Thank you. Shen Yuan smiled as he accepted his bottle, turning to the girl. With a calm demeanor, Lan Yetan handed the water to Shen Yanlan, who noticed a peculiar change in her. It was previously nearly impossible to elicit a smile from her. She was often unamused, occasionally laughing only in a cold, sarcastic manner, ready to unleash her ire the next moment. Now, her frequent smiles evoked an unsettling sensation, one only those familiar with her could comprehend. Thank you, he replied, hesitating slightly as he accepted the water, an odd look crossing his face.
Shen Lan.
What's wrong with you? Your gaze feels strange. This successfully drew his attention away, leaving him stiffly shifting his posture. Shen Yuan remained silent, unscrewing the cap of his bottle to take a sip. Lan Yetan and Shen Yanlan exchanged glances, and suddenly, the girl laughed. Do you know what you look like right now, Shen Yanlan? The boy's mind seemed to process slowly, apparently failing to arrive at the correct answer before he asked. What? You resemble a robot. A humanoid machine. Shen Yanlan's expression shifted into a slow question mark, confusion and disbelief etched on his features. Then he regarded Lan Yetan with a hint of hesitation. Finally, he sighed softly, as if resigned, his voice having softened considerably, akin to a once ferocious creature now tamed. Well, as long as you're happy. The 3 stood together in the park, unconsciously veering near a police station. Lan Yetan remarked, Where have we ended up? Are we still in the country? How do we walk here? Upon closer inspection, the place seemed somewhat familiar. Isn't this where I experienced domestic violence as a child? Thoughts abruptly halted, leaving her internal musings shrouded in mystery. Shen Yanlan, unfazed, already privy to the truth, slowly cast a glance. Though his expression remained stoic, he appeared somewhat exasperated. He coughed lightly, urging his brother to temper his demeanor lest they attract undue attention and jeopardize their situation. Shen Yuan quickly redirected his gaze, returning to his former self. while Lan Yetan, expressionless, surveyed the police station's entrance. It seems somewhat familiar, she noted, though she did not elaborate, instead turning to the two with a bright smile. I suddenly feel quite hungry. Do you have any recommended places? Her inquiry left them momentarily stunned. They hadn't expected such a sudden, fluid transition. However, recognizing the significance of dining, Lan Yetan truly was hungry. She was nearly certain of it, though still a touch hesitant. All right, I'll take you to that restaurant I mentioned before. As the three conversed, their bodyguard hurriedly received the information and drove over. Lan Yetan, interpreting my expression, hopped into the car, propping her chin on one hand while the other rummaged through her phone. After responding to a message, she tucked her phone back into her bag, gazing lazily out the window. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the array of dishes being served was nothing short of a feast for the senses, undoubtedly infused with the scent of wealth. Casually glancing at the menu, her pupils widened in disbelief. Even a simple plate of vegetables cost over 20 yuan. With only a few leaves to show for it. People really earn money easily these days, she mused. Are we so affluent? After a prolonged silence, she surveyed the two before her. Dear, do you have enough living expenses? If so, transfer me some. Don't accuse me of being shameless. Consider this. Who bought the clothes you're wearing? Yes, you purchased them yourself, but who funds your food and drink? I admit you buy those too. But have you ever contemplated whether it's selfish to indulge yourself so much? Why not share some with me? Shen Yanlan and Shen Xi Yuan exchanged glances, pondering whether the Shi family truly withheld funds from Lan Yetan. She forcibly withdrew her gaze, her inner turmoil palpable. At 100, one is at the peak of resentment. I truly must be foolish. Even now that I have money, I hesitate to spend it. When I was broke, I pinched pennies and lamented my financial woes. Yet with money, I still find myself miserly, spending excessively while simultaneously resenting my own frugality. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, she turned slightly, only for a waiter to accidentally spill a glass of water onto the floor. Lan Yetan raised a questioning brow, incredulous at the sight beside her. The water splashed directly onto her leg, and as she looked up, she met the gaze of a boy with an innocent expression. I'm so sorry. It was not my intention. He hastily grabbed a nearby paper towel, attempting to dab at her. Lan Yetan exclaimed, What are you doing? No, please don't. Isn't it improper for the opposite sexes to touch? She observed the boy, whose eyes shimmered with tears, his voice quivering and panicked. The corners of his eyes tinged with red. My apologies, dear guest.
I am terribly sorry.
Allow me to assist you, he stammered, his voice soft and seemingly deliberate, his eyes glistening with an almost pitiable charm. Is this what my father referred to as a green tea boy? After a brief silence, he shifted slightly, reverting to his previous calm demeanor. It's all right. You needn't wipe it. This outfit isn't particularly expensive. She noted the boy appeared to come from a modest background, even his white shirt looking somewhat faded. One could easily perceive the pitiable demeanor, evoking the essence of a delicate flower from a domineering CEO romance, albeit in male form. Suddenly, the person's eyes brimmed with tears, cascading down his porcelain cheeks in glistening droplets, while dark, tousled hair partially veiled his brow and eyes. His shoulders quivered slightly, and his frail frame seemed on the verge of collapse. I'm so sorry, truly. I did not intend this. I am willing to offer myself in recompense. Lan Yetan's words cut through the air with startling clarity, leaving the two bystanders momentarily stunned, pondering what spectacle might ensue. Upon hearing this proclamation, they exchanged incredulous glances at the youth before them. Lan Yetan, perceiving a cacophony akin to crows flying overhead, promptly stepped forward to gently assist the individual before him. You please stand up, it's all right. I wouldn't react so severely over such a trivial matter. I shall tend to my clothing later. You may leave now. Lan Yetan maintained an impressively understanding facade, indicating a substantial degree of emotional stability, for typically, he would have cast a cold glance at those nearby by now. Perhaps the earlier charade with the two had ingrained in him a reflexive habit of feigning composure even in the presence of others. The individual, appearing somewhat reluctant, was soon interrupted by a slow, deliberate voice from the side. Do you take me for a ghost? The youth's body stiffened momentarily, a flicker of fear causing him to retreat behind Lan Yetan. You, Lan Yetan began, only to be interrupted by the youth's soft yet defiant tone. How can you speak to me that way? How could you resort to such crude language? Your words are terribly rude. As he spoke, a solitary tear delicately adorned the corner of his eye. In that instant, The young woman felt a surge of relief. Thank goodness we are in a private room and not a public restaurant. I shudder to think of the attention we would attract. What a social death that would be. Surrounded by 3 individuals in the booth, they watched as the drama unfolded. Now you dare to preach civility? Did you not hear him instruct you to leave? One of the onlookers seemed amused, yet retained an air of mirth as they regarded the youth before them. A palpable chill enveloped the atmosphere, causing the youth to shrink back slightly, yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the other. He cautiously tugged at Lan Yetan's sleeve, exuding an air of innocence mixed with cunning, glancing at the young woman with a hint of grievance. Lan Yetan swiftly extended a hand, striving to quell the burgeoning ire on both sides. There's no need at all, he reiterated, somewhat bewildered by the unfolding scene. You may take your leave. I shall overlook this incident. Should you persist, I will have to reconsider. The young woman turned her head, casting a frosty glance at the youth. Her previously gentle demeanor now hardened. In her experience, a firm stance often quelled such relentless pursuits. The boy pouted, appearing reluctant, yet ultimately cast a lingering,
sorrowful glance at Lan Yetan.
His voice was laced with a sense of defeat. Very well, since you permit me to depart, I shall take my leave. Thank you for not holding today as events against me. With a slight bow of his head, he exited the booth. Shen Yuan, though harboring a tinge of discontent, felt a flicker of joy upon witnessing Lan Yetan standing resolutely by his side. Nearby, Shen Yuan lifted a spoon and sipped his porridge, his gaze seemingly indifferent to the earlier commotion. However, the slender fingers resting on the table bore a telltale mark of distress, a deep indentation hinting at suppressed emotions. Truly, how vexing such individuals can be, he mused. The booth fell silent, as if the preceding events had never transpired.
Lan Yetan ehalet slowly.
Taken aback by the tumultuous occurrences of the day. I misspoke. 100 years is indeed a tiresome age. Good heavens, how many incidents can unfold in a single day? It feels as though I am on the verge of being overwhelmed. She glanced at the 2 behind her, feeling her composure slipping. Let us eat. Initially treated with kindness, the 2 were now met with an abrupt shift in demeanor, leaving them unaccustomed to the change. Shen Yuan cast a slow, questioning glance at his younger brother, silently inquiring if the earlier individual had provoked Lan Yetan's ire. Shen Nianlan, equally puzzled, returned his brother's gaze, a question mark hovering above his head. I am unaware. He simply seems inexplicably off. Have we unwittingly touched upon a sensitive topic? For a fleeting moment, Shen Yuan felt his defenses crumbling but swallowed his frustrations. Indeed, this family exhibited a woeful lack of emotional intelligence in such matters, as though they were on the brink of explosion. Both fell into silence, their gazes nervously fixed on Lan Yetan. Is something amiss? Why do you all stare at me so? I am simply myself. Today I am in good spirits, though I now find myself somewhat fatigued. Upon hearing her candid admission, the others gradually released their breaths, yet a lingering sense of unease pervaded the air, as if an unspoken tension had settled in their hearts. Her words appeared oddly fragmented, lacking a coherent flow, and an inexplicable chill washed over them. Observing Lan Yetan, who maintained an impassive expression as he consumed his meal, they felt an uncanny sensation, prompting them to silently scrutinize him. No, you 2, don't just stare at me. Please eat. Your gazes are making me uncomfortable. As the meal progressed, it was evident that Lan Yetan had lost all desire for conversation. The stark contrast in her demeanor left the 2 feeling unsettled, although they felt slighted. They remained silent. After all, the morning's revelations had already astonished them, and they regarded it as a limited-time experience that had now expired. Once they settled the bill and delivered the young woman to her doorstep, a twinge of reluctance tugged at them.
Lan Yetan?
Hearing her name called, she instinctively turned, glancing back at the 2 with a hint of bewilderment. Fatigue weighed heavily upon her, leaving her disinterested in further interaction. An inner tempest brewed within, threatening to erupt if she uttered another word. With a soft acknowledgement, she turned on her heel and hastily retreated home. Upon noticing her unusual demeanor, Fu Lin furrowed her brow in concern as she observed the girl ascend the stairs. What could have transpired during her outing today that has altered her so profoundly? Earlier, she had been like a kitten seeking comfort in her embrace, yet now, it seemed that the volatility of her emotions had taken hold. Gently closing her book, Fu Lin peered at Lan Yetan, who hurriedly made her way upstairs. Upon entering her room, the young woman rushed to the toilet, succumbing to a wave of nausea. Her stomach roiled violently, her complexion paling as her body, already battered, felt like a collection of wounds. With a somber gaze, she forced a semblance of a smile, waiting until the queasiness subsided before slowly rising to her feet. Grabbing a cup, she filled it with water and rinsed her mouth, the pangs of her stomach lingering, but less intense than before. Her condition was dire, a state of utter deterioration. What on earth is wrong with me? How have I suddenly transformed into this? In that fleeting moment, I caught a bewildered glimpse of my reflection in the mirror, the same visage, the same voice emerging from my lips, utterly unchanged. Yet, something within me feels distinctly altered. It is as if a long-neglected ailment, suppressed for years, has erupted all at once, consuming my sanity in its fiery grip. The restlessness intensifies, seeping into my nerves and arteries. I took a deep breath, as if that could quell the tumult within. I am utterly exhausted. Performing all day truly drains one's spirit. This morning felt manageable, but by afternoon, that sensation returned. Could I truly be a latent superhuman? That must be a fallacy. If I were truly superhuman, I would have no choice but to confine myself to a psychiatric institution. I slowly lifted my gaze, scrutinizing the person in the mirror, her eyes reflecting the customary indifference, devoid of the facade I wore before others. Her gaze was profound. Vibrant hues dimmed to a haunting pallor. It was as if the amalgamation of these elements rendered her a mere specter. Enough of such descriptions. They seem rather unsettling. My heart raced uncontrollably, the discomfort surging anew, akin to a struggle for breath. I rushed to the bathroom to vomit, this time expelling copious blood, the metallic scent saturating the air, and strangely, I did not faint. My body trembled uncontrollably, tears streamed down my cheeks. A lump in my throat as I grappled with the bewildering transformation I had undergone. Ever since I became aware of that revelation, my body has grown increasingly unruly, my thoughts spiraling out of control. This seems to be my normal thought process. As I contemplated this, I found myself coughing violently, tears spilling over. Cough, cough, cough. Blood trickled from the corner of my lips, a momentary daze enveloping my mind, as that peculiar emotion surged back with a vengeance. How could this be? My heart thudded more violently, the sensation of palpitations returning, suffocating me. I could only gasp for air, my mind struggling to keep pace with my frayed mental state. A moment of disorientation clouding my thoughts, yet my nerves remained unexpectedly sharp. Am I losing my sanity? I feel as though I am indistinguishable from madness itself. What is happening to me? An absurd realization washed over me as I struggled to comprehend my own condition. How can this be? I have expelled so much blood. Ordinarily, my body should not withstand this. How is it possible that I remain lucid? It truly felt as though the world conspired to conceal truths from me. I turned on the faucet in the restroom, the water washing away the blood, transforming the once pristine stream into a crimson cascade, evoking an eerie curiosity as though this were a crime scene. Looking up once more, my reflection was unchanged, but my lips were no longer pallid. They were now a vivid crimson. The restroom remained dim, the overhead light unlit, and I leaned against the sink, gazing intently at the person in the mirror. Oddly, I felt a sense of amusement, though upon closer inspection, it seemed somewhat forced. I couldn't help but chuckle at my reflection, and in that moment, the blood-stained water in the sink had already been washed away. I walked past, my expression neutral, as though I had reverted to my former self, the earlier events fading into oblivion. My hand brushed against the sink, a bruise forming from my earlier tremors. I felt my way through the darkness to turn on the light. In this night, my footsteps resonated with a heavy clarity, inching toward the illumination. The light blazed forth, restoring the familiar, illuminating the once intimidating shadows. I surveyed my surroundings, seemingly committing everything to memory, then turned to catch one last glimpse of my reflection in the mirror.
Splash.
Darkness enveloped the room once more. Madwoman, I whispered softly, perhaps referring to myself? This was my true self. Epilogue in a previous encounter during the Chishi festival. A fragment of the story unfolded. Shattered jade. I sat quietly on the sofa, locking eyes with the man across from me. His nervousness was palpable, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. I raised an eyebrow and inquired, each word deliberate. Lingyu, care to explain your whereabouts? Lingyu cleared his throat softly, stepping forward with a pitiful demeanor, his silver hair partially obscuring his brow.
Yetan.
You know, I've been rather busy these past few days. Suddenly, I smiled and stepped closer, pressing him. So, you've been busy lately? Too busy to utter a single word to me or respond to my messages. Are we still on or not? His flustered reaction nearly had him kneeling, head bowed like a child caught misbehaving. I have always been particularly sensitive and intense regarding romance, shaped by past experiences and a profound insecurity about love, leading to an intensified possessiveness over my partner. I recognized that he was indeed at fault. He had been too engrossed in his tasks to notice my messages, failing to provide the reassurance I so desperately needed. I apologize. I promise it won't happen again. I swear I have done nothing to betray you. His earnest, fervent gaze, eyes as deep as the ocean, brought a measure of calm to my unease. Despite our brief time together, I often felt a crippling anxiety. Even though I trusted Ling Yu's character, the apprehension lingered. All right, I'll grant you this one time, but there can be no next time. I turned away, slumping back onto the sofa, lazily leaning against its back, my fingers unconsciously tapping. Since we began dating, Ling Yu had adeptly learned to navigate my moods, pushing boundaries with an almost instinctive understanding. Yetan, my girlfriend, he cooed, his voice thick with affection as he settled beside me, wrapping his arms around my waist, burying his head in the crook of my neck. Ugh, I thought, though still a bit miffed, I couldn't deny that this gesture soothed my anger. I was, after all, a classic case of a hard exterior masking a soft heart, unable to articulate my feelings for such endearments, feeling somewhat conflicted. Ling Yu's presence enveloped me, his demeanor relaxed yet undeniably charming. Frustratingly, I had indeed been captivated by his beauty. I silently mused, reaching out to pinch his cheek, but his face was too lean to grasp effectively. Why is your face so gaunt? Ling Yu responded with a puzzled expression. The man slowly formed a question mark with his expression, casting a bewildered glance at the girl before him, seemingly puzzled. I don't know, he murmured. Yet. In the next moment, he became audacious, even leaning closer to Lan Yetan, his breath brushing against her neck, stirring an inexplicable tickle. Ling Yu, what you're doing right now is quite ticklish. The man lifted his head slowly, adopting the earlier trick of the little green tea, gazing at Lan Yetan with slightly moist eyes. So you don't like it? Then He feigned a look of melancholy as if preparing to depart. A fleeting moment of doubt crossed Lan Yetan's mind. Was this person truly brainwashed by the earlier individual? Had he mastered such refined green tea techniques? No. It was merely that she felt a bit ticklish. There was nothing beyond that. After uttering this, she cast a sidelong glance at him, noting the visible lift of his lips and the sparkle in his eyes. Although it was somewhat expected, her heart could not help but leap for joy. Very well. Now it was settled. The two embraced once again, their positions becoming even more intimate. Lan Yetan nestled comfortably in Ling Yu's arms, feeling at ease, as if she were a human-shaped pillow. They both turned their attention to the television, nearly forgetting the earlier incident when Ling Yu's voice suddenly broke the silence. Imbued with delight. Yetan, weren't you curious about what I was doing just now? Lan Yetan's body stiffened momentarily, feigning nonchalance. Ahem, no one cares. After a brief pause, she added, I want to know. Ling Yu nodded in satisfaction, his gaze still fixed on the television, his lips curling slightly. Lan Yetan was engrossed in the program, contemplating whether to invest in a similar show, finding it quite entertaining. She raised her head, about to inquire further. But just as she began, Hey, Ling Yu, she was momentarily dazzled by the jade before her, slowly lifting her gaze to meet his. What is this? Her voice trembled, laced with disbelief. She had seen this jade before, rumored to be unsellable, only obtainable through prayer, though not as outrageous as described in novels. Requiring one to kneel and bow, it still demanded a difficult ascent up a towering mountain, which few dared to undertake. Ling Yu lowered his head slightly, noticing the incredulous expression on Lan Yetan's face, a smirk of pride gracing his lips. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, yet the television emitted a soft glow, illuminating his features in her vision. Though his appearance remained unchanged, there was an undeniable air of maturity about him. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though she had been transported back to when she first encountered him in human form, genuine and pure. Ling Yu had not altered, nor had his feelings for her. His love remained untainted and pristine, unwavering through time. His voice was gentle, each word deliberate, his azure eyes reflecting tenderness. Girlfriend, this is your Qixi festival gift. Chapter 214, Nightmare. Lan Yetan lay in bed, her mind in disarray, thoughts moving sluggishly. It felt as if something within her and her mind was quietly fading away. She struggled to remember, sensing something elusive slipping away bit by bit. What is it? What has vanished completely? When true forgetfulness descends, one might feel its presence, yet remain oblivious to what has been lost. Lan Yetan turned over, cocooning herself tightly in her blanket, her breath quickening for a brief moment. What on earth have I forgotten? It feels like something of great importance. This tumultuous emotion must be the residue of that person's lingering presence. A girl with yellow hair tied into two small tufts resembling cat ears, her pinkish-yellow heterochromatic eyes flickering. She recognized that person, the one who had to remain submerged in the laboratory for an extended period to shed those thoughts. Dream imagery. TSK, if all goes as expected, Ji will soon be busy again, leaving no time to accompany me. The girl, who had been lying on her bed, suddenly grabbed a nearby kitten and hugged it tightly, petting it in a huff. The other kittens, sensing the signal, flocked towards their owner, nuzzling against her incessantly. However, I could seek out Ji Sheng. As the thought crossed her mind, her eyes brightened slightly. If she were too preoccupied to pay her any mind, it meant she could maintain her connection with Ji Sheng. With this notion, her spirits inexplicably lifted, the heaviness in her heart gradually dissipating. She sighed softly, stroking the kitten's face, gazing into the distance. Regardless of whether it was that world or the realm of crossovers, peace would no longer reign. In an instant, the tranquility maintained for over a decade was shattered. That person was quite formidable. Lan Yetan. A melodious name, yet its significance appeared rather mundane. In the next moment, she retracted her childlike demeanor, lazily reclining on her pink princess bed, staring at the dreamlike ceiling, seemingly lost in thought. She grasped a nearby plush toy, her fingertips shimmering with a pale golden light. This is a dream, a surreal dream. In her dream, Lan Yetan was subjected to humiliation by one person after another, their voices laced with laughter and scorn, akin to a slow torture inflicted upon her. Though she had endured this dream countless times before, it still felt like a knife twisting in her heart. Coughing violently, she spat out a mouthful of blood. She was fully aware that this was merely a dream, yet the intensity of the sensation left her shivering with dread. So bothersome. So painful, it truly hurts. An overwhelming desire to kill surged within her, an urge to slay them all. The chaos spread like wildfire in her heart, seemingly intent on eroding her nerves. It had been ages since she last dreamed of such horrors, and now, revisiting them only filled her with nausea. Her heart raced once more, reminiscent of those moments in the restroom. The malicious voices persisted, attempting to stab her to death with their venomous words. Look at this pitiful creature, born of a mother yet raised without one. Haha, stop mocking her. She's an orphan. The teacher will scold us later. Why pretend to be a good student? What does it matter if your grades are better? You'll never reach our level. Who knows what shady dealings she engages in? Flaunting that pretty face. Despite her youth, their words, echoing with childlike innocence, turned increasingly venomous, each more vicious than the last, channeling all their jealousy into their taunts. It seemed that only in this manner could they assert their dominance and vent their frustrations against a girl who surpassed them. Lan Yetan currently found herself utterly immobilized. Whether due to the dream's grasp or not, her body curled tightly, trembling incessantly. So painful, so painful. This agony surged again and again, like waves crashing upon her mind, slowly allowing her body to move. Quick, take a picture, take a picture. Such occurrences are rare. They could sell her current photo to those who despised her, raking in a fortune. All right, you all pull her apart. She has curled up so tightly we can't see her face. I'll take the picture. My phone has better resolution. They could even sell it on those websites. Their words once more stirred a reaction within the girl, her body slowly beginning to respond. A young boy beside her was preparing to taunt Lan Yetan, who slowly rose to her feet, unsteadily, her frail figure exuding an unsettling aura. She coughed repeatedly, as her body had just endured an overwhelming strain. The onlookers regarded her with a mix of surprise and mirth, erupting into laughter. Look, he is trying to resist, but what can he possibly do? This is hilarious. What is the point of standing up? Someone get a video of me smashing her. Their taunts reverberated in Lan Yetan's ears, seemingly unrestrained. In my recollection, they appeared to be privileged youths, sheltered by their families, allowing them to act with such impunity. At that moment, fear rendered me powerless. I dreaded expulsion and the loss of any chance for redemption, which stifled my rebellion. With this thought, she gradually lifted her gaze, her eyes dark and penetrating as they settled on the group before her. Then she managed a smile that sent chills down the spine. But this is merely a dream. How could my world of thoughts allow others to control and bully me? She, Lan Yetan, was not so utterly defeated as to refrain from resisting in a place where she could still command her body. Slowly, her hand clenched in the void, and a blade glimmering with a cold light materialized within her grasp. The boy who had been shouting moments ago remained oblivious to the impending danger. Grinning as he checked whether his companions had positioned their phones correctly, glancing up at Lan Yetan. Hey, are you just going to stand there? Aren't you going to fight back? Truly, people like you are utterly dull. After uttering these words, he prepared to roll up his sleeves, seemingly eager to engage in a brawl. The malice in his eyes betrayed a malevolent excitement, consumed by jealousy. Chapter 215 Murder. Lan Yetan methodically wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, observing as he charged towards her, only to swiftly seize his swinging fist and pin him to the ground, pressing the blade against his throat. The swift execution of this maneuver was so seamless that he had no time to react.
Bang!
With a decisive strike, his face was left bruised, and he cast a bewildered glance at the suddenly feral girl before him. Are you insane? He screamed repeatedly, seemingly attempting to intimidate Lan Yetan through sheer volume. Her gaze remained unfazed, as if she wished to bore a hole through him. No longer did she wear the mask of enraged laughter. Her expression was hollow, her mind seemingly consumed by an unending tide of aggression and murderous intent. Yes, I am mad, and I intend to kill you. The previously noted antisocial personality was now surfacing. She had often pondered why her condition felt distinct from others, as if her innate kindness had not been entirely suppressed. Moreover, her mental faculties appeared entirely intact, and now she seemed to grasp the reality of her situation. She wiped away the blood from her lips, regarding the three terrified individuals beside her, who appeared frozen in shock, staring blankly at the girl in a frenzy. Why are you dazed? Are you not going to save your companion? You might still have a chance if you all band together. Lan Yetan's tone shifted from gentle to a chilling voice that pierced through the air. The boys, observing the frail girl who appeared sickly and weak, hesitated momentarily before advancing together, seemingly intent on subduing her. Lan Yetan regarded them with an impassive expression as she rose slowly, viciously stomping on the fallen boy beneath her. The anguished cries that erupted from him only fueled her delight, as the shrill screams of those who had once tormented her brought her an unexpected joy. I am indeed mad, but perhaps abandoning all morals to exact vengeance on those who once bullied me is not such a bad prospect? This newfound freedom from morality appears rather appealing. She first kicked the nearest assailant to the ground before seizing another, delivering blows with precision. One boy, witnessing his companions fall around him, trembled uncontrollably, caught in a quandary of whether to advance or retreat. The once privileged youths who had tormented Lan Yetan now lay sprawled on the ground, howling in pain.
I am dying. Lan Yetan.
My family will not let you get away with this. Just you wait. The girl slowly turned her head to regard the speaker, the most vicious of her tormentors, the one who had been the most arrogant. Ignoring the others, she extended her hand, and a rope materialized within her grasp. In her mental realm, such things could be conjured effortlessly, saving her considerable trouble. As one of the boys attempted to escape, he felt something wrap around his ankle. What is this? Has this object come to life? Before he could finish his panicked exclamations, he was yanked to the ground, dragged into the depths of darkness. The alley where they had previously bullied Lan Yetan had now transformed into an advantageous setting for her revenge. The bystanders, taken aback, were paralyzed with fear, staring at the tendrils ensnaring their legs, their minds struggling to comprehend the horror before them. Rope. How did it inexplicably wrap around my leg? How can a rope be this long? The remaining individuals were utterly dumbfounded, as no one had warned them that Lan Yetan possessed such powers. With a powerful punch, she struck one boy in the face, rendering him momentarily dazed. Without wasting a moment, Lan Yetan turned to face the one who had shouted the loudest, his expression one of sheer terror and confusion. Still gripping her knife, her recent blow had nearly carved into his cheek. Please don't kill me. We have a vast fortune. You need money, don't you? We can give you whatever you want. Just don't take my life. At that moment, the remaining boys were truly frightened, desperately pleading for mercy from the very girl they had tormented. Lan Yetan's gaze was deep and hollow as she observed them at her feet, suddenly seizing the neck of the boy she had just struck. He looked at her in horror. His throat could barely produce coherent sounds. As Lan Yetan articulated each word with deliberate weight, an overwhelming tide of emotion crashing over her. As she spoke, her voice became hoarse, tears inexplicably blurring her vision, cascading down her cheeks. Dang Yun Feng, when I begged for mercy, why did you not consider sparing me? Now you want me to let you go? Deng Yunfeng, momentarily paralyzed by fear, found himself at a loss for words, realizing that, given her current mental state, nothing he could say would suffice. As he gazed at the blade glinting ominously, it plunged downward. With a sickening thud, crimson blood splattered the alley, and the once prone figure felt the warm blood trickle down his face, eliciting a subdued scream. Though this time it was muted by the sheer horror of the scene before him. Deng Yunfeng was slain with a single stroke. She had truly taken a life.
Lan Yetan.
You have indeed committed murder. Are you aware that such an act could lead you to imprisonment? Some attempted to ensnare her with the law. The bloodstains on Lan Yetan's cheeks, her garments, her hands, and the knife itself. She tilted her head ever so slightly, gazing at the few individuals before her, and spoke slowly. And what you just did to me, was that not also a crime? Furthermore, I had no intention of allowing you to live, nor did I wish to survive myself. In this alley, one strike after another, blood splattered against the walls, once, twice, thrice, until it finally ceased. The young girl stared blankly at the bloodied knife in her hand, standing amidst the corpses of the four, gradually lifting her head. Suddenly, the hurried sound of footsteps approached, filled with urgency. Chapter 216. If you are weary, then rest in place. The girl paid no heed to the frantic footsteps behind her. She merely stared vacantly at the trickling blood in her grasp.
Clang.
The knife, mingled with blood, clattered to the ground, producing a piercing, crisp sound that intensified the sensation of something gradually fading away. Her mind and spirit grew increasingly disoriented. If this person intends to kill me as well, then I shall not resist. I shall simply perish here, never to awaken again, sinking into this abyss. This dream was so vividly real that it had perfectly corroded Lan Yetan's already fragile mental state. Suddenly, a girl in petite leather shoes dashed over, and as Lan Yetan slowly lifted her gaze, she beheld a blonde girl with cat ears, breathless and rushing towards her. Surely, nothing catastrophic has occurred, she murmured softly, momentarily taken aback by the scene before her.
Lan Yetan?
Hello, are you alright? If you're fine, please give a nod. Lan Yetan stared blankly at the person before her, her mind slowly forming a question mark.
Who are you?
Her voice was hoarse, perhaps due to her recent ordeal. Or perhaps it was the result of emotions she had suppressed for too long, now finally escaping her lips. The girl clearly remembered that this character did not exist in her original memories, and her attire along with the cat ears atop her head did not resemble anyone from this realm.
Me?
I am Dream. You may call me by a single syllable. Are you well? Surely, nothing grave has happened. Would you like me to escort you out? This inquiry was laced with concern. Primarily because if an individual is unwilling to leave their dreamscape and possesses a strong desire to remain, even the most capable dream would be powerless against such resolve. Lan Yetan surveyed the surroundings, the acrid scent of blood once again invading her nostrils, plunging her mind into a state of daze. Dream could acutely sense the bewilderment emanating from the girl before her, and that hollow gaze did not resemble that of someone wishing to continue living. Forget it. I am so weary. I wish to rest here forever. After speaking, Lan Yetan slowly raised her head to glance at the girl opposite her, expecting her to depart, only to find her earnestly facing her. Lan Yetan, there are still those who will eternally cherish your memory. Dream had nearly swallowed back some comforting words that had been on the tip of her tongue, opting instead to speak directly. There are those who love you, who need you. They cannot do without you. Lan Yetan slowly lifted her gaze, meeting the eyes of the girl before her. Need me, miss me? Such unfamiliar words. Yet they felt strikingly familiar. Dream nodded vigorously, her cat ears swaying with emotion. Yes, there are still those who require you, who love you, who yearn for your happiness, who wish for you to live a life of peace, and who hope for your daily joy. There are those who want to encourage you, who have yet to pour all their love into you. Are you truly willing to remain here, in this unrelated place, for the rest of your life? Dream had spoken fervently, breaking her record for lengthy dialogue in a single week. Her eyes glimmered with anticipation as she glanced at the girl before her, hoping for a response. Lan Yetan lowered her head, remaining silent for a considerable time, her mind replaying Dream's words. It seems I have overlooked many things, but continuing forward like this is genuinely exhausting. Upon hearing this inner thought, Dream quickly added, if you are weary, you must rest, rather than continually pushing forward.
Lan Yetan.
After uttering this name, she stepped closer and gently grasped the hand of the girl, who was now somberly looking down. What you require is to enjoy life. You possess ample wealth to squander and an abundance of love to relish. If you are tired, then take a moment to rest, to pause for a while. Your mental state, whether in your own body or in the eyes of others, is of utmost importance. Taking a breath, Dream resumed, imparting her heartfelt wisdom to the clearly troubled girl before her. If a person has no energy left, how can they speak of moving forward? If you are weary, then rest, Lan Yetan, pause and take a moment to recuperate. Dream felt her throat parched as Lan Yetan's voice was faint and hesitant, almost as if she were repeating herself. If you are weary, you can indeed rest? She had waited too long for this affirmation. Deep down, she understood. Yet whenever she desired to rest, an inexplicable sense of guilt would weigh upon her. This guilt was ineffable, rendering her restless during moments of respite. Dream surmised that Lingyu had not conveyed this truth to the girl before her, likely due to a lack of emotional awakening. Thus, she took it upon herself to voice these sentiments. Do not place undue pressure on yourself. If you truly believe you cannot save the world, then simply lie down and savor the slow demise of the world. The surroundings fell into silence, the thick blood dripping onto the ground, producing a chilling sound. Although Dream had witnessed countless scenes like this, she still felt a shiver run down her spine. Lan Yetan felt the warmth emanating from the hand holding hers, as if it were melting away all her shadows, allowing her to metamorphose into the Lan Yetan who once laughed and played with others. Perhaps she had been aloof. Perhaps she struggled to comprehend emotions, or perhaps she was sensitive and suspicious, exuding an air of enigma. Yet at least this version of Lan Yetan would not be shrouded in darkness. She would be illuminated by sunlight. All right, I am willing to accompany you outside. Heaven knows how long Dream had awaited this affirmation. Were Lan Yetan to truly remain in this abyss forever, refusing to step out, Dream would have been left with no recourse but to confront the situation head-on. She nearly let her excitement spill over, stifling a cough to maintain composure. Excellent. Yet the final note of her tone still lifted slightly, unmistakably brimming with joy. Their hands clasped tightly, a white halo enveloping them both as they gradually prepared to vanish. The surrounding darkness transformed into a warm, white glow. This light was not blinding but rather exuded an unparalleled warmth. In the final second before their disappearance, Lan Yetan turned to the girl before her and declared, "Your abilities surely extend beyond traversing dreams, don't they?" Dream. Chapter 217. Pretending to be impressive at the company. Just as Dream was about to speak, she suddenly felt her consciousness being yanked away.
Ugh.
With a jolt, she was propelled back onto her bed, momentarily dazed and bewildered. Upon regaining her senses, a chill ran down her spine. Her heart raced, followed by a soft curse. No one warned me that this level of intelligence could be so terrifying. Lan Yetan lay on her bed, gazing out at the still dark sky, enveloped in a moment of aimlessness. In days gone by, even when resting on her bed, her spirit would remain taut. Thus, she felt perpetually weary, to the point of utter exhaustion, as if on the verge of eruption. A creeping sense of paranoia began to rise within her. Am I truly unwell? Am I losing my mind? Previously, she had been quick to criticize others, yet now she found herself chastising her own being. Grasping the pillow beside her, she rubbed it fiercely, burying her head into the soft white fabric. She breathed slowly, yet tears cascaded uncontrollably down her cheeks. The echoes of her earlier thoughts reverberated in her mind, gradually constricting her into a tight ball, and a muffled sob emerged from within the pillow.
Lan Yetan.
How could you be so selfish? Upon uttering this thought, she instinctively curled in tighter, akin to a small kitten seeking solace. The tears soaked the pillow. Her shoulders trembled relentlessly until she cried out of sound in tears, as if she had drained every last drop of sorrow. Eventually, she slipped into a hazy slumber.
Yetan.
In her dazed state, she heard a voice that seemed to belong to Lingyu, warm and near, yet distant. He must be speaking from within her consciousness. The boy's tone carried the familiar air of resignation, accompanied by a gentle sigh. Did I not tell you? After crying, do not fall asleep immediately. Lan Yetan could not muster a response. Her mind remained clouded. You. With all her strength, she called out softly, but silence enveloped her once more. As if his mere words rendered conversation impossible. When will you return? Each word emerged with painstaking effort. Silence reigned again, until she heard that familiar gentle voice. Very soon. I will return shortly. Can I expect a hug when I arrive? He pressed for an agreement, seemingly coaxing the now semi-conscious girl into compliance.
Lan Yetan.
Though her mind was foggy, could still discern the essence of his words.
All right.
Ultimately, she acquiesced to this simple condition, just a hug. In moments of profound insecurity, what one yearns for is not mere kisses or empty reassurances, but a warm and tightly enveloping embrace that fills the heart in an instant. A light, joyful laugh escaped the boy, as if he were pleasantly surprised by her swift agreement.
Good, let us settle on that.
I despise asking for such a trivial reward, but you must not go back on your word. Lan Yetan was left perplexed, wondering when she had ever reneged on a promise. When she next awoke, it was midday. The girl sluggishly donned her attire and opened the door, only to confront a somewhat awkward servant. It seemed they had refrained from waking her and now hesitated at the threshold. "I'm fine. Let us go eat together," she croaked, her voice raspy enough to startle the servant, who cautiously inquired, "Miss, is your throat all right? Would you like me to prepare some soothing soup? You're not allergic to pears, are you?" Lan Yetan was momentarily taken aback by these questions, then answered one by one. "I'm not allergic to pears. And I have no aversion to them." The servant, realizing their earlier tension was unwarranted, felt a wave of relief and joy upon hearing her amiable responses.
Great.
"Just wait here. I'll prepare it for you." With that, the servant hurried off, while Lan Yetan's mind drifted back to the earlier voice. Ling Yu had not appeared in quite some time. It seemed he had resolved his matters and would soon return. Life without the system felt disconcerting, fraught with additional complications that made her head spin just to contemplate. As she ate her lunch, she caught the worried gaze of Fu Lin and slowly raised her head. "What's the matter?" Fu Lin hesitated before asking. "Yetan, your demeanor from yesterday to today seems rather off. Has something happened? I can help you with it." Lan Yetan paused briefly, then offered a gentle smile. "Oh, it's nothing to worry about. I've already sorted myself out." Though Fu Lin remained somewhat concerned, she breathed a sigh of relief, noting that Lan Yetan's complexion was indeed better than the previous day, albeit still pale with dark circles under her eyes. The plump girl she had nurtured back to health had once again transformed into a slender figure, a sight that tugged at Fu Lin's heartstrings. Shi Qingqian returned home for lunch, glancing at her sister, and impulsively suggested, "Sister, I'm heading to the office this afternoon. Would you like to join me? Although the office isn't particularly exciting, you could explore a bit, and if you get bored, I'll bring you back." Shi Qingqian's hopeful glance belied her casual words.
Lan Yetan sikhet softly, rubbing her forehead.
Her phone had remained on silent throughout yesterday and today, devoid of any responses to messages. After a moment of hesitation, she contemplated that she needed to prioritize her peace of mind.
All right.
The prospect of visiting her family's large company intrigued her, stirring a moment of eagerness within. "Let me experience the sensation of being the esteemed young lady of the company. I've never had the chance to embrace this identity since my arrival." Chapter 218. Not quite. Shi Qingqian was evidently pleased and a bit excited by her sister's sudden agreement, casting a furtive glance to confirm that Lan Yetan was indeed willing.
Great.
"You can come over whenever you like. Should I have my driver pick you up? Do you need to rest a bit longer?" In response to the expectant gaze across from her, Lan Yetan deliberated for a while before setting down her bowl and chopsticks. "I'll go freshen up. I'll join you shortly." She felt that remaining cooped up at home, ruminating on life, would only draw her deeper into a whirlpool of thoughts. So venturing out seemed the better choice. Shi Qingqian's voice brimmed with delight as she quickly replied, "All right, I'll wait for you. No need to rush. Take your time. I don't have much work this afternoon, so I can accompany you for a while, and my shift will start later." Lan Yetan dashed upstairs, softly uttering a sound, unsure if anyone heard her. After changing her clothes and freshening up, she gazed into the mirror, momentarily entranced, then fell silent, pondering deeply. Goodness! How could anyone be so meticulously adorned yet appear so gloomy? The girl in the mirror wore a lovely light green and white long dress. Today's weather, however, was oppressively warm, fluctuating like a wild party, either shivering from the cold or feeling as though one is being transformed into a pancake by the heat. The dress I wore offered little respite from the chill. It felt akin to autumn attire when layered. Thus, I donned a white sweater, which harmonized seamlessly with the ensemble. Lan Yetan had styled her long hair into a bun, securing it gently, enhancing her gentle demeanor. My name is Hangdali, and I believed that by dressing beautifully and adorning myself exquisitely, I would transform into a myriad of beauties like the heroines in novels. Slowly lifting my gaze to the mirror, I observed my reflection, where faint dark circles lingered beneath my eyes. Despite my exquisitely sculpted cheeks, they could not conceal the gloomy aura that enveloped me, evoking a sense akin to a dark fairy tale. My brows and eyes conveyed a subtle melancholy, tinged with a hint of coldness. If it weren't for my meticulous efforts to see a beautiful version of myself, I would have believed I resembled a gloomy, pitiful girl upon closer inspection. Silently mimicking gestures in front of the mirror, I ultimately resigned myself to the reality. How could one uphold the title of a pitiful girl throughout their life? Even with a well-considered adornment, one could still end up in such a state. A fleeting moment of despair washed over me. What, then, constitutes true despair? Ultimately, I acquiesced to fate and descended the stairs. The two individuals in the living room were engaged in a seemingly normal conversation about company matters, but the moment they glanced up to see Lan Yetan descending, their eyes sparkled with intrigue. Lan Yetan rarely adorned herself, yet when she did, she was of a caliber that stood out amidst a myriad. Perhaps 1 in 10,000 would not match her beauty. I felt inexplicably self-conscious under their scrutiny, as though many were observing me in hushed whispers. Fu Lin beamed with delight and approached Lan Yetan, gently taking her hand. "Oh, my daughter is simply stunning. Even in casual attire, she looks exquisite. Is this outfit warm enough?" The compliment made Lan Yetan feel a tinge of embarrassment. Her mother was ever so enthusiastic, unreserved in her praise. I truly feel as though I might float away from such flattery. The dress, though not cold, was indeed thick, comparable to autumn wear.
Fu Lin nodded.
Yet earnestly cautioned, "If you feel cold, just tell your brother. I remember he has some thicker clothes in his office, and if all else fails, you can turn on the air conditioning." A warmth enveloped Lan Yetan's heart as she promptly nodded in agreement.
All right.
"I will." Who could have imagined that this was the same girl who had been on the brink of madness from slaying in her dreams? Sure, Qingqian could hardly contain her eagerness to boast about her sister at the company. Suddenly, "Hey, Yetan, your brother and I were just discussing the announcement of your identity. Would you like to make it public? If so, we can set a date." The Sher family never shied away from their affection for Lan Yetan. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded. "That's fine. You may choose the date." At present, she could not ascertain when she would be free, so she relied on others to finalize the arrangements. She half expected Fu Lin to scold her for lacking decisiveness, but instead, the woman swiftly agreed. "All right. I will discuss it with your brother and father, and then I'll let you know what we decide.
See if that works for you."
The girl was momentarily taken aback before nodding again. Fu Lin glanced at Sher Qingqian, ensuring all necessary instructions had been given, and finally cautioned. "Take good care of your sister. If she returns with any grievances, I will certainly take it out on you." Sher Qingqian shivered slightly, feigning fear as she pouted. "Mom, please don't turn into the skinning sister. I promise I will ensure my sister faces no hardships. You can rest easy." Though an inexplicable sense of anxiety lingered in her heart, she assured her with unwavering determination. Thus, the woman watched the two depart, letting out a gentle sigh, her intuition telling her that her son was rather unreliable. As Lan Yetan sat in the car, she could feel Sher Qingqian's occasional glances towards her, and she could no longer bear it. "Brother, you truly have no concern for safety. If you're going to drive, do it properly." This remark made the man shrink his neck in embarrassment, nodding before continuing to drive with utmost seriousness. All right. This sister could be fierce, yet her fierceness was undeniably charming. What did it signify when she was fierce with him?
It meant she cared.
He seamlessly overlooked the fact that if anything were to happen to the car, Lan Yetan would also be in peril. Upon arriving at the company, Sher Qingqian swiftly opened the car door for Lan Yetan, displaying an air of utmost respect. Truly embodying a devoted sibling. The girl experienced a fleeting discomfort at such enthusiasm, but upon seeing the expectant gaze of her brother, she steeled herself and stepped out, acutely aware of the attention they were garnering. The onlookers' gazes were laden with scrutiny and curiosity. Good heavens, I am all too familiar with such scrutiny. Whenever someone regards me thus, I know trouble is brewing. I have already devised a title. Shocking. A certain woman actually alighted from the CEO's vehicle.
Chapter 219. Wow.
Lan Yetan could only muster the courage to follow Sher Qingqian out of the car, feeling as though the man beside her was exuding an air of pride, as if he were escorting a rare treasure. Once inside the company, they attracted considerable attention. After all, the girl beside the CEO was an exceedingly rare sight. Typically, the CEO either engaged solely with partners or essential relatives, seldom bringing anyone along, let alone a woman. Moreover, the young girl beside him appeared to be underage. The receptionists were taken aback, exchanging glances. Could it be that the CEO had a penchant for younger individuals? Surely not. They wouldn't dare to accuse him of such a thing. He certainly did not appear to be that sort of person. Two young assistants huddled together, whispering, and upon noticing the pair approaching, they quickly straightened themselves, fulfilling their duties. The girl absorbed everything. Lan Yetan. This title requires revision. Shocking. A certain CEO was seen with a minor girl. Is this a distortion of humanity or a moral decline? The receptionists watched as the duo strode purposefully towards the elevator, and one, mustering all her courage, finally inquired, CEO, who is this person beside you? This question required great bravery, as the implications of the CEO being accused of inappropriate relationships could lead to stock fluctuations. Though not catastrophic, her heart raced, fearing the CEO might utter something scandalous or take an action that would leave them bewildered. And then, they witnessed Shi Qingqian's radiant smile as he looked at the receptionists, pulling Lan Yetan closer. Yes, yes. How did you know my sister was back? How did you know she is so beautiful? How did you know she is so talented? The receptionists' minds were filled with question marks, yet they sighed in relief. If she was indeed his sister, it was not a serious matter after all. Suddenly, they recalled the rumors of the CEO having a long-lost sister. And now she had returned. They exchanged astonished glances at the girl beside him.
Ah, congratulations.
One of the receptionists exclaimed, her voice rising in excitement. I wondered why it felt so intimate when you both walked in. It turns out you are related by blood. CEO, your sister is truly stunning. You both look like siblings. The young woman was quick to respond, eager to flatter. Shi Qingqian's mood was nothing short of delightful as she gently gestured towards the two individuals, prompting her assistant to swiftly approach. Upon arrival, she declared with unwavering authority, these two shall receive double their year-end bonuses. The assistant's eyes widened in disbelief, but upon observing the young woman beside her superior, comprehension dawned. Nodding affirmatively, she meticulously reviewed the files of the two individuals before confirming the bonus increase. The young lady beside her radiated pure joy, her smile stretching from ear to ear. Did you see that? In the future, when you encounter that young lady, your only task is to shower her with praise and say kind words. You, with your wooden head, should have made a better impression in front of them. The girl, who had just been extolling praises, playfully tapped the forehead of the other girl. All right, I understand. Thankfully, you're here. But truly, Mr. Shi's sister is exceptionally beautiful, and her demeanor is remarkably refined. One of the receptionists sighed, casting a glance. Suddenly, the other young lady made a startling remark. Wasn't the president's sister said to be missing all this time? Could it be that she was adopted by a wealthy family before her disappearance? What incredible luck she has. A nearby individual swiftly covered the mouth of the one who spoke, issuing a stern warning. If you value your life, refrain from discussing such matters. Their affairs are not for us to speculate upon. The upper-class circles are fraught with turmoil. Our priority is to maintain our high-paying positions. The girl, deemed the wooden head, nodded slowly, visibly intimidated, and exhaled a breath of relief. Lan Yetan felt the weight of various gazes upon her as she traversed the surroundings. And she had become entirely immune to such scrutiny. I wonder what rumors will circulate in the company tomorrow. Perhaps I should set a time for the announcement in advance, lest the rumors take flight. Shi Qingqian and the young lady entered the office, where Lan Yetan settled onto a luxurious leather sofa, its texture both comfortable and soft, promising no discomfort even after prolonged sitting. With a gentle voice, Shi Qingqian glanced at Lan Yetan. Please stay here for a moment. I have a meeting to attend.
Lan Yetan obedini not that.
All right, you go ahead. The man cast one last concerned glance at Lan Yetan before reiterating his instructions. There are snacks inside. I prepared some for you before your return, though I didn't anticipate your arrival today. I didn't prepare much, and since you didn't eat much for lunch, feel free to help yourself if you get hungry. The blanket is on the second shelf of the cabinet, and if you need to adjust the air conditioning, you can call out to Xiaodu, our AI assistant. If you find yourself bored, you may peruse the books I have. There's a wide selection. Having said all this, he still seemed somewhat uneasy, and after ensuring Lan Yetan acknowledged his instructions, he reluctantly departed. The young lady wiped the sweat from her brow, momentarily flustered, before purposefully heading toward the snack cabinet. Upon opening it, she was greeted by a bountiful array of treats, her eyes nearly blinded by the sight, akin to a disaster relief supply. So many delectable snacks, all of my favorites. Oh my goodness, finally. I need not worry about starving here. She had initially contemplated how to navigate the cafeteria should hunger strike, but now such concerns were unfounded. Grabbing a few bags, she sank into the sofa, reclining against the armrest when suddenly, a vigorous knock echoed at the door. Lan Yetan, isn't it a bit premature for someone to knock just as they exit? If it were the assistant, They would not have knocked so urgently and would typically announce their identity from outside. Who could possibly be at the door? Furrowing her brow, Lan Yetan was about to rise when the door swung open, revealing a man clad in a suit, exuding an air of arrogance.
Who are you?
Where is President Sure? You can't possibly be his kept mistress. After uttering this, he scoffed disdainfully, casting a condescending glance at the girl seated on the sofa. He appeared to possess some ground for his arrogance, yet it was previously stated that President Sure did not keep mistresses, which seemed rather pretentious. Unbeknownst to him, the girl had been engaged in a conversation with Zhang Yu on her phone, and his audacious words left her momentarily stunned. Are you implying that I am a mistress being kept by someone here? Facing his haughty gaze, Lan Yetan calmly articulated her thoughts. Firstly, you knocked without receiving consent to enter, hence presuming my identity is rather presumptuous. Rather than arguing, she methodically unraveled the situation, causing the man to regard her with a hint of surprise at her calm demeanor. I have yet to hear of anyone here having a sister or a sibling. And your attire is rather. Lan Yetan maintained a stoic expression before slowly breaking into a smile. Sir, your words have already inflicted rumors and defamation. If you truly wish to ascertain my identity, we can take this matter to the police station. The mention of the police station seemed to momentarily catch the man off guard, as he had only intended to boast. He suddenly stiffened, then retorted. Who do you think you're intimidating? I have no time to waste on you. My schedule is precious. Where is President Sure? Observing the man's arrogance as he pondered, Lan Yetan found herself unable to identify him within any elite circles. Finally, she stood with clarity, gazing at him with a mix of confusion and disbelief as he seemed poised to speak. Leave. Do not compel me to take matters into my own hands, for my actions would not merely be verbal. Her voice was cold and chilling, revealing the simmering anger within her. I genuinely did not foresee this. My premonition has indeed come true. Who shall bear this misfortune? You. The man sputtered, his words faltering as he shot her a venomous glare. Do not overestimate your worth. I am a rising star. Lan Yetan slowly raised her gaze, a hint of amusement dancing in her eyes. I've encountered confidence before, but never to this extent. She then employed a provocation, recognizing the man's apparent lack of intelligence. Then why not show me your proposal? Do not merely boast. His face flushed with anger as he slammed the proposal folder onto the table before her, glaring furiously. Once you review it, you will regret the words you just spoke. I am willing to present this to you solely because I respect this company. I have countless opportunities and time. After unleashing his bravado, he seemed slightly more at ease. Lan Yetan, unfazed, took her time to peruse the document, her brow furrowing slightly as she contemplated. It appears that the world is about to witness yet another intruder. Preparations for containment are in order. What could this individual possibly be thinking? Having concluded my reading, you may now take it away. The girl's reaction to these matters was clearly beyond his expectations. However, upon reflection, he found it rather unremarkable. I knew that a woman like you would hardly comprehend the profound nature of my endeavors. It is only when the time is right that you might begin to grasp it. You would do well to receive me with utmost reverence, lest, despite your elevated status, I cannot shield you from the consequences. Lan Yetan regarded him with a playful glint in her eyes. The girl stepped forward, abruptly seizing his long hair, which was easily graspable. As she listened to the pained cries emanating from beneath her, she exhibited no emotional turbulence, relentlessly tugging at his hair little by little. Fool! Is this yours? Do you simply take what you please? You seem quite pleased with your thievery of another's experimental results. This statement sent shivers down the man's spine, leaving him incredulous as he gazed at someone who appeared to know nothing. What nonsense are you spouting? You lack evidence. Why do you accuse me of stealing from others? Lan Yetan observed the stubborn demeanor of the man beside her and chose not to engage further. Whether theft had occurred, he knew in his heart, and he should be even more aware of the means by which he acquired these things. Meeting his bewildered gaze, the girl prepared to deliver a striking revelation, one that would haunt him through sleepless nights. What science cannot elucidate can be explained through metaphysics. Theoretically, I have not committed theft of your works and results. However, from another perspective. She paused, allowing her words to linger, prompting him to ponder. The human imagination is the most formidable force. Suddenly, a sound interrupted from the other end of her phone. Zhang Yu, Lan Yetan, you. The girl, positioned at a distance, could not clearly discern the message, only furrowing her brow slightly while extracting some crucial emoticons. Damn it, if only 403 were here. I wouldn't be left in the dark about the content of the message. Nevertheless, Zhang Yu was undeniably more significant than the inexplicable individual before her. Lan Yetan disregarded the man's protests and decisively threw him out. She ensured he was properly dealt with outside, refusing to allow any more nonsensical individuals to linger before her. Next time, you won't be so fortunate. Can anyone simply waltz into the CEO's office? Is it permissible for anyone to throw a tantrum and gain entry? After the man was dragged away, a bodyguard hesitated and glanced at her. But she paid him no mind and swiftly retrieved her phone from the sofa. Just as she was about to check her messages, she heard the uncertain voice of the bodyguard behind her. "Miss, it seems this person was personally invited by the young master. Throwing him out like this may not be wise. Will the young master be upset when he returns?" Lan Yetan was well aware that the man had indeed been invited by her brother, but this proposal was simply unacceptable. Accepting it would invite backlash. The girl maintained a detached demeanor, seemingly unimpressed by such matters, and replied coolly, "Rest assured, I will clarify everything with him later. You need not worry about these matters. I have reviewed this person's proposal, and it is indeed unviable." The bodyguard cast a dubious glance at her, uncertain whether she spoke truthfully or was merely bluffing her understanding of the situation. Lan Yetan unlocked her phone and immediately navigated to the chat interface. She discovered that the girl had retracted her previous message, replaced by an adorably cute cat emoticon. "Zhang Yu." Lan Yetan fell silent for a moment, sensing that this situation was unlikely to be straightforward, as Zhang Yu typically did not send nonsensical messages. If only I had purchased a customized micro from Original May, I could have seen the retracted message directly without having to guess. As she recalled something, she began to input a string of incomprehensible characters and letters into a program. Indeed, I've accumulated so much waste that I've forgotten my own hacking skills. If there were ever a time to utilize such skills, it would be now. Not during the New Year festivities. Feeling somewhat dizzy, she pondered whether it was due to the magnetic aura of the previous individual, creating a collision of energies.
Yet.
Before proceeding, she replied to Zhang Yu with an emoticon and a message. "If you have anything to discuss, make sure to tell me. Don't keep secrets. We can handle everything together. Don't suffer in silence." After a prolonged silence without a response, she finally inputted the code, activating the program. Returning to WeChat, she discovered that the retracted message had reappeared. "Zhang Yu, Lan Yetan, my parents' emotions have become increasingly unstable lately. I don't know what to do. If only you were here." Lan Yetan fell into a deep silence. Indeed, it was that family causing chaos once again. Just as she had managed to stabilize the girl's emotions recently. They are infuriating. It feels as if we have returned to square one. Otherwise, why were so many awakening individuals coming to this realization? The ones truly troubled were not the children but rather their parents, who perpetuated guilt-laden, manipulative education. Rubbing her mildly aching temples, she noted that 10 minutes had passed, yet there was still no reply from the other side. Feeling a surge of anxiety, she, being a person of action, resolved to take initiative. "Zhang Yu, are you at home? I'm coming to see you." The response from the other side appeared to be one of shock, punctuated by 3 exclamation marks. "Zhang Yu.
Zhang Yu, Yetan.
Are you really coming over? It's not a suitable time for guests at my house." Lan Yetan's resolve to visit solidified further upon reading this message. Her unease grew stronger. "Yes, I'm coming over. It's no trouble. I'm merely here to check on you, not to scrutinize your home. Just wait for me. And don't overthink it, alright? Be good." Zhang Yu stared blankly at the messages coming from her phone, as the quarrels behind her escalated in intensity. Her household had recently been embroiled in divorce disputes. Ever since Lan Yetan had awakened her, she had begun to subtly resist the oppressive atmosphere at home, with her parents often making veiled remarks about her newfound independence. She remained silent, generally avoiding direct confrontations with them. After all, engaging them head-on would yield no positive outcomes or benefits. Undoubtedly, Zhang Yu viewed herself as weak, lacking the fortitude to confront her family like Lan Yetan could. "Look at your daughter. She is becoming increasingly defiant and disobedient. How can I continue living here? I have no standing in this household. And now you're even out with that woman, being all affectionate. Are you trying to drive me to my death? Are you and your daughter both conspiring to kill me?" Ma Hong screamed, her voice hoarse, as if the entire world had wronged her. "When I married you, I asked for no dowry. In fact, I even contributed my own bridal gifts. Is this how you repay my devotion? Is this how your daughter treats me? You?" A group of heartless individuals. Zhang too remained silent, resorting to his usual cold indifference to address the matter at hand.
In all circumstances,
He chose silence as his means of resolution. I shall not hold it against you or your wife, who incessantly accuses me of infidelity. You are truly beyond reason, engaging in senseless turmoil. Wasn't Zhang Yu raised by you? Why do you cast the blame upon me for your inability to oversee your daughter? It is the weak who evade reality and confrontations, yet he perceives this merely as his masculinity, not stooping to quarrel with a woman. Look at our household, a silent father, a volatile mother. Everyone appears pitiable, yet the root of all issues lies with the father. He only knows how to evade and opts for silence as a remedy for every predicament, leaving the mother to exhaust her voice in despair. The mother, in turn, unleashes her wrath upon her daughter, who, as the most vulnerable member of the family, is left with no outlet for her emotions, no sanctuary for her distress. She must endure in silence and return to school the following day. Zhang Yu meticulously scrutinized those sentences, remaining silent for a considerable time, tears trickling down slowly, her body trembling uncontrollably, her breath quickening. Then, seemingly unable to endure the clamor of argument around her, she suddenly rose.
stop arguing.
It's all my fault. I'll die. Is that what you want? If I die, will you be happy? For a fleeting moment, silence enveloped the room, the quarreling parties rendered speechless. Chapter 2:21. Zhang Yu. However, the quietude was short-lived as the couple resumed their harsh exchanges, with Ma Hong being the first to hurl insults. You wretched girl. What do you think threatening to die accomplishes? If you truly wish to jump, then go ahead. We won't even bother to collect your body. Yes. Our family has descended into this chaos because of you. What are you pretending for? Zhang Yu's body trembled incessantly. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. The venomous words from her closest kin piercing her heart. Her mind became increasingly chaotic, her body numb, caught between anger and sorrow. If they do not love her, why did they bring her into this world? Why the inconsistency in their affection? Is this truly love, or an extreme form of hatred, or perhaps a distorted kind of love she cannot comprehend? Fine, fine. The girl's voice quivered, and she turned to flee, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face, her breath coming in rapid gasps. Though her body felt weak, an inexplicable strength propelled her to run. She chose not to take the elevator, but dashed up the stairs instead, the rooftop not far from her current floor. Lan Yetan, in a state of urgency, informed a junior assistant before hastily exiting the company via the elevator. She ordered a ride, knowing that hailing a cab would be futile in this bustling area. Please, please. Let nothing happen. The anxiety within her intensified, and she instinctively pinched her hand to alleviate the unease. Repeatedly checking her phone, she hoped for a message from Zhang Yu. Yet silence persisted. Unable to remain still, she began to send messages. Are you all right? If you are well, please reply. Minutes crawled by. If anything happens, do not panic. We will resolve it together. Please respond. Lan Yetan inundated her screen with messages, yet there was still an oppressive silence, possibly indicating that Zhang Yu's phone was out of reach. Perhaps, just perhaps, her phone is simply not with her, she thought, trying to quell her own fears. She bit her lip, the agitation and unease swelling within her, like thorny vines tightening around her, constricting her heart and nerves, inducing an inexplicable pain. Just then, traffic came to a standstill. Lan Yetan muttered a quiet curse beneath her breath, then turned to the driver. Let me off here, I'll pay you. The driver shot a perplexed glance at the girl behind him, bewildered as to why she wished to alight before reaching her destination. All right. Lan Yetan quickly paid through her phone, waved a hand at the driver, and rushed towards the shared bicycles. She had no time to consider the consequences, scanning the QR code and hastily cycling away, relying on her remarkable memory to plot the fastest route. She pushed her speed to the maximum. After all, the worst that could happen would be a fine or a brief detention. She couldn't shake the feeling that if she arrived too late, everything would slip from her grasp. Others watched her speed past on the shared bicycle, some gasping in astonishment. Is that girl insane?
Reading so fast.
Doesn't she fear an accident? They speculated she must be in a dire rush. After all, she was wearing a dress, which was unusual for someone riding a shared bike. She seems so frantic. I hope nothing too serious is happening. While some rationally analyzed the situation, others voiced their criticism. Lan Yetan paid no heed to the opinions of those behind her, fully aware that her actions were reckless. Buddha, forgive me. If nothing is wrong, I am willing to face detention or fines. Though I lack a license, I'll take the points when I eventually obtain one. But I must hurry. The biting wind lashed against her cheeks. Despite the warm weather, the swift pace felt painfully sharp, making her eyes ache. Her breath quickened, each inhalation slicing through her lungs like daggers, a deep, agonizing pain coursing through her. Was her lung truly in pain? The closer she drew to that dreadful sensation, mixed with panic, the faster her heart raced, even more so than during her previous episodes. Upon entering this world, Zhang Yu had been the first to extend kindness to her, leading her to believe that she deserved happiness. Moreover, Zhang Yu resembled her former self, and in saving her, Lan Yetan felt as though she were also salvaging her own spirit. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, the girl struggled to breathe, her head spinning, her body tingling. She hurried into the complex, only to be met with a cacophony of voices, an assembly of residents and onlookers discussing something. Oh, dear. Why are young girls so quick to despair these days? I thought the parents were good to her. Why is she so ungrateful? If she wants to jump, let her do it. I'm still recording with my data. Among the malicious remarks, a timid voice emerged from the crowd. Perhaps you should refrain from speaking so harshly. We truly do not know what this girl has endured. Yet, her gentle words were swiftly drowned out by the crowd. Lan Yetan felt as though her mind had exploded, enveloped in a moment of numbing shock. Her body was stiff, and at the moment she slightly lifted her head, her gaze met that of the slender, frail girl on the rooftop. Their eyes intertwined. Zhang Yu, Lan Yetan's voice was dry and hoarse, barely above a whisper, akin to a gentle breeze passing by. It seemed she struggled to produce sound, yet the figure atop the building appeared to hear her nonetheless. Lowering her head, she formed the words slowly with her lips. Lan
Yetan.
She was calling her name. In that instant, Zhang Yu felt a profound absence of despair and sorrow, merely smiling faintly as she gazed at the person standing below. Chapter 222. The paper butterfly eager to take flight. Lan Yetan found herself at a loss for words in that fleeting moment. Even the most rational individuals can feel disoriented and frightened in such circumstances. The girl dashed into the crowd without heed, her presence startling those nearby. The police, initially intent on intervening, were obstructed by the slow emergence of a figure. Let her through. She must have a plan. They are quite good friends. It was the old officer who had previously interrogated Lan Yetan, thoughtfully observing the silhouette of the girl. Lan Yetan did not take the elevator, which had been disabled and was too slow. Running upstairs was swifter. With scarcely a breath, Lan Yetan ascended to the rooftop, where she beheld the girl at the edge of the railing, the wind tousling her hair as Zhang Yu slowly raised her head.
Lan Yetan, yokum.
She said, smiling, yet her reddened eyes and pallid cheeks betrayed her instability and distress. Zhang Yu's voice trembled, and the sense of fragmentation hit Lan Yetan like a tidal wave, almost suffocating her. Zhang Yu, let us calm down, shall we? Let us not do anything foolish. We can solve this together, all right? Despite the dire circumstances, the girl found herself unable to shed a single tear. She needed to stabilize her mental state to reassure the person before her. Silence enveloped them for what felt like an eternity, as the surrounding police and firefighters watched anxiously. Ma Hong and Zhang Tu were also rendered speechless, seemingly still in shock. I miss you so much, but now that I finally see you, I have no regrets. At that moment, Lan Yetan nearly lost her composure, her eyes welling with tears. Zhang Yu, if you don't want to stay in this home, let us leave. I'll help you change your residency. Once you turn 18, I'll take you away, all right? I truly have a way. The girl merely gazed quietly at her companion, slowly curving her lips into a smile. Lan Yetan, you're so kind. But it seems I won't have the chance to see you again. In truth, she should have known that her presence here was not solely due to those reasons. Zhang Yu's heart had long been riddled with wounds. Any notion of healing was a farce. The scars inflicted by her childhood and the psychological manipulation she endured could not be mended by a single person in a fleeting moment.
Now.
All her pain was laid bare, exposed to the world, the accumulated suffering erupting like a long-dormant volcano. There was no place left to turn back. Zhang Yu appeared somewhat cold, rubbing her hands together lightly, exhaling a breath of warmth. She stood at the very edge, the onlookers hesitant to move. Her voice, laced with a hint of sobbing, plunged Lan Yetan into confusion. Am I wrong to keep her here? Is what I'm doing not akin to what those who tried to prevent me from dying are doing?
Lan Yetan.
Zhang Yu suddenly called her name as the girl lifted her gaze, delivering her final words. I am free. I love you. The last phrase was spoken so softly. Only she could hear it. In that instant, her body plummeted, like a delicate paper butterfly, swept away and torn apart by the winds. In the moment of her descent, Zhang Yu did not weep, only gazed upward, feeling her body fall swiftly, the pain scraping against her like a sharp blade, before she whispered gently, "Now, I am freer than a butterfly. Lan Yetan in the next life be my family." Lan Yetan stood still, not rushing forward, as screams erupted around her. There was no sense of distress, her heart felt numb, and she remained frozen in place, sensing something fall and crash to the ground. Lowering her head slightly, she caught it with her hands. It was tears, hot and filled with resentment. Her body trembled involuntarily, upon hearing Zhang Yu's two final phrases. Her heart had already prepared for the inevitable.
Why?
Why can't I hold on to anything? Why has everything turned out this way? She questioned herself, again and again. If I hadn't intervened in her life, would she have lived well, like in the original story, with a bright future ahead? Her breath hitched. Her body felt devoid of sensation, her hands and feet frozen in place, as if encased in ice, her throat emitting soft sobs. Ma Hong's heart-wrenching cries pierced through the air. "Oh, my daughter! My daughter is gone. What are we to do now?" Her anguished cries seemed to punctuate the absurdity and grotesqueness of this world, a life devoid of love. Zhang Tu stood in a daze, always preferring silence as a means of resolution, even in such dire situations. He never truly loved his daughter. The sound of an ambulance, the blaring sirens, and her own steps as she descended from the rooftop echoed in her ears. Every minute sound was amplified. Even the heavy footsteps felt deafening. Suddenly, a man stepped in front of her. "Lan Yetan, I believe you are the girl. This is Zhang Yu. I found this in her drawer, meant for you." He was her father. Zhang Tuesday. Lan Yetan slowly lifted her head, accepting the item without uttering a word, clutching the note tightly. With trembling hands, she unfolded it. The words were few, a simple sentence. "At least I felt love."
To Lan Yetan.
The girl, who had managed to hold back her tears, suddenly collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, her body shaking as tears dripped onto the note. Her throat constricted, her mind still trapped in that day. Zhang Yu, holding a mung bean cake, had smiled brightly at her, saying, "I will always believe in you." The memories had become a knife, slowly piercing through Lan Yetan's heart. I'm so sorry. She didn't know what else to say, merely repeating those three words. Zhang Tu, the father of the girl who jumped, appeared unnervingly calm, yet the weariness in his eyes betrayed his true state. "My condolences." Those two words were, without a doubt, the final judgment on this tragedy. In the end, she had grasped nothing at all. Chapter 223. "Please don't leave me," Lan Yetan cried until she could hardly breathe, until her body convulsed, numb and unable to move. Suddenly, a voice filled with urgency broke through her despair.
Lan Yetan, Jiwanzai.
Slowly lifting her head, she recognized a familiar figure, her mind slightly foggy, but managing to identify him. Shun Siyuan. She seemed to be choking on her tears, and the man stepped closer, gently patting her back to help her breathe. "Lan Yetan, please calm yourself. Take a moment to breathe slowly, lest you succumb to respiratory alkalosis." The young girl trembled uncontrollably, her silence indicating that she seemed ensnared in a whirlpool, lying dazed amidst the shadows. What a waste, unable to even keep her own friend. Gasping and coughing, she felt the world spin around her. "Get a doctor. Someone's experiencing respiratory alkalosis here." Lan Yetan struggled to recall how she had fainted, or how she had been brought to the hospital. The only thing she remembered was a long, vivid dream. In that dream, a girl stood with her back to her, seemingly holding a small box, appearing anxious.
Lan Yetan approached slowly.
Suddenly, the girl turned her head, and in that fleeting moment, her youthful, cherubic face emerged before Lan Yetan's eyes. "You're here, Yetan. I've been waiting for you, for so long. This time, I made the mung bean cakes myself. They are absolutely delicious." She continued, "I even reduced the sugar a little to make them more moist." Zhang Yu's eyes sparkled with a hint of a smile, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes reflecting a sense of anticipation. Her cherubic face, slightly chubby, exuded a delightful adorability. A gentle breeze lifted her short hair, reminiscent of that time on the rooftop when the wind tousled her locks.
Lan Yetan stood there, entranced.
As the girl led her to a dining table, the scenery was exquisite. Beside them stood a grand mulberry tree, and they sat at a stone bench and table. The breeze gentle, and the sunlight just perfect. Everything felt so surreal, as enchanting as a dream. "Hey, Yetan, why are you just staring at me? Aren't you going to try the mung bean cakes? You mentioned wanting to eat the ones I made. Zhang Yu gently extended her hand, playfully poking Lan Yetan with her pinky finger, her fingertips warm with life. The girl, roused by the gentle poke, nodded, her voice softening. All right, I'll give it a try. Thank you for your effort. She delicately pinched a piece of the mung bean cake and brought it to her lips, her fingers trembling despite herself. Biting into it, the sweet flavor spread across her palate. It felt slightly drier than before, yet significantly improved, the texture more towards moistness. The sweetness was just the way she adored. Is it delicious?
Is it?
Lan Yetan nodded gently, smiling at the girl across from her. It's delicious, of course. The two girls sat beneath the mulberry tree, a leaf slowly fluttering down to the stone-paved ground. Yetan, do you miss me? It's been so long since we last met. She lifted her gaze to Zhang Yu, hesitating momentarily before speaking. Zhang Yu seemed slightly dissatisfied with this response, pressing her further. Oh, come on, if you miss me, just say it. Just say you miss me. Lan Yetan cast a slow glance at her companion, then responded with another soft, I miss you. When will I be able to eat mung bean cakes again? Zhang Yu pouted, her cheeks slightly puffed out, evidently displeased. Only repeating, I miss you. Such a lively girl was something Lan Yetan had never encountered from the moment she met her until her passing. You're asking me when I can treat you to mung bean cakes again? Didn't you promise to take me out for a meal? Upon hearing this, the girl fell into a rare silence. A pang of pain gripped her heart. It was Zhang Yu's voice that brought her back to reality.
Lan Yetan.
Why do you always space out? Did I do something wrong? Let us not just stare blankly. It's not easy to get you, this busy bee, out here. Don't just think of other things, think of me, all right? Lan Yetan lifted her head, forcing a smile, then slowly spoke. All right, could you come over here for a moment? The girl seemed puzzled by this request, but obediently walked over, curiosity evident in her gaze. Suddenly, she felt someone ruffle her hair, her already short locks becoming tousled like a fluffy little kitten.
Yetan.
She appeared taken aback by the girl's gesture, her cheeks flushing, her ears reddening, lips pressing together. You clearly still care about me. So, why wouldn't you say that you miss me? I really want to hear you say it. Today, Lan Yetan seemed unusually quiet, carefully studying the girl before her, as if trying to imprint her memory. Finally, she spoke softly. Why must I complete that last word? Don't I feel it? Zhang Yu lowered her head, a hint of discomfort crossing her features as she unconsciously began fiddling with her clothing, her eyes cast down, looking utterly pitiful. She soon raised her head again, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, her complexion pale, reminiscent of that moment on the rooftop. Yetan, I feel that if you don't add that word, what you mean by misasnt about me at all, it's just a small wish, a small wish. Can't you fulfill that for me?
Lan Yetan said slowly.
A sense of helplessness washing over her, her voice barely above a whisper. You want me to say that word? Then come give me a hug. Zhang Yu appeared perplexed by this request, but ultimately nodded. When she embraced Lan Yetan, she felt her tighten her grip suddenly, the warmth on her shoulder palpable. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. Why did everyone choose to abandon her? Chapter 224. Zhang Yu, I miss you so much. Zhang Yu seemed taken aback by the girl's words, her body stiffening as she gently patted Lan Yetan's back. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I ever leave you? Lan Yetan took a long while to calm her emotions, coughing softly before gradually releasing the girl from her embrace, her demeanor evidently settling. Yetan, you just agreed. Zhang Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation, hoping to hear those 3 words. All right, stop pretending. Zhang Yu seemed surprised that the first words out of Lan Yetan's mouth were not what she had hoped for. A hint of displeasure and fear flickered within her. Yetan, how could you be so untrustworthy? You weren't like this before. What do you mean by pretending? I don't understand. It was clear that by the end, her voice had weakened.
Lan Yetan slowly lifted her head.
If you want to imitate someone to lure me into this dream, at least you should resemble her character a bit. Zhang Yu appeared stunned by this statement, her body tensing, staring blankly at the girl before her. How do you know? This dream should be vivid enough. The girl nodded, looking at Zhang Yu, then took measured steps towards her. I am merely emotionally shattered, not truly insane. It is her death that has made me remember everything about her more clearly. As she spoke, Lan Yetan's expression softened, and she slowly reached out to stroke her hair. It still felt the same, fluffy and slightly tousled. Look, your acting is simply too poor. If she were to feel my hand on her head, she would likely first be taken aback, then slowly lower her gaze. only to inquire what was amiss once I had finished. Zhang Yu pressed her lips together, seemingly harboring a hint of reluctance as she gazed at the person opposite her. Do you not wish to remain in this illusion, forever accompanying Zhang Yu? I could conjure a figure that mirrors the Zhang Yu of the outside world to perfection. Lan Yetan cast a glance at the individual before her, then gently sighed. This time, it was not mere resignation, but genuine sorrow and grief. The Zhang Yu here is ultimately not her, regardless of how similar their personalities may be, or how alike their appearance and voice. Some things are eternally false, incapable of imitation. Her emotions were strikingly calm this time. Had anyone dared to deceive her in the past, she would have likely resorted to slapping them. The world rule, perplexed by this emotional state, voiced its query. Noting your tranquility, why do you no longer harbor resentment towards me? The girl regarded the entity before her, bearing a visage identical to Zhang Yu's, and let out a slow, derisive snort. Were it not for your resemblance to Zhang Yu, I would have likely given you a couple of slaps, and that would be an understatement. I would have even kicked you. Yet, this did fulfill her dream. Previously, she had imagined caressing Zhang Yu's hair, pinching her cheeks, but all of that was shattered the moment she passed away. The stability of her emotions was eerily unsettling. It was as if she were not ensnared within this realm. Do you truly cherish the Zhang Yu? The girl tugged at the corners of her lips, turning her head and coldly warning, you have no right to speak here. After a prolonged silence, Lan Yetan turned her head to find Zhang Yu's eyes fixed intently on her, imbued with a touch of innocence and sorrow.
Lan Yetan.
If only you had arrived a bit sooner. Why did you not remember me earlier? Why did you abandon me after saving me? You were meant to descend into hell with me. Why do you get to live while I am eternally confined within that cold coffin or wooden box? This barrage of questions seemed to tear at Lan Yetan's heart, as if she had just ventured into another realm and unknowingly retrieved something. Now her body felt rigid, and she gazed at the person opposite her with disbelief. Indeed, even knowing that the person before her was not the true Zhang Yu, every word they uttered magnified the guilt festering within her heart. As she observed the other's increasingly aggrieved expression, their voice grew hoarse and sorrowful.
Lan Yetan.
Will you stay with me? Did you not say that you missed me dearly? As she spoke, Zhang Yu slowly lifted the corners of her lips, though her gaze dimmed. The surrounding scenery warped and began to shift, oscillating between shades of red and black, inducing a sense of physical discomfort. She transformed into the fragmented expression Zhang Yu wore atop the rooftop, yet this time, blood marred her cheeks and tears cascaded slowly down her face. At the moment those tears fell, it felt as though they had tightened and gnawed at Lan Yetan's heart, leaving her utterly defenseless.
Lan Yetan. Ah.
Just as she contemplated continuing to entice, she witnessed the girl slowly retrieve an unknown object from her pocket. By the time she discerned what it was far too late. Lan Yetan abruptly crushed the mulberry leaf in her hand. Hearing the agonized screams from beside her, her body trembled imperceptibly. Indeed, the mulberry leaf was the pivotal point. Following that wave of pain, the world rule calmed down, shedding its pretense, and began to dissolve slowly. Quietly observing the figure before it, then spoke. You are quite astute. Yet, Lan Yetan appeared oblivious to its words. She gently pinched Zhang Yu's cheek, causing her to momentarily freeze. Meeting her bewildered gaze, the girl wiped the blood from her cheek with her sleeve, her voice soft yet choked. Zhang Yu, please do not allow yourself to become so dirty again, all right? I miss you, Zhang Yu. Scalding, fervent tears cascaded onto Zhang Yu's cheek, and as she was on the verge of dissipating, she gazed at Lan Yetan with disbelief, her eyes wide open. The girl, however, remained silent, watching as that fleeting silhouette gradually faded from her grasp. She then approached the stone table, where this world too was about to dissolve, as she beheld the shattered, corroded remnants advancing towards her. Lan Yetan picked up a piece of mung bean cake with her fingers and brought it to her lips, taking a bite and savoring it slowly. Oddly enough, though mung bean cake is sweet, why was she shedding tears while eating it? Zhang Yu, I miss you so much. Our next meeting shall not be one of parting in life, but rather in death. Silly girl. Chapter 225. I used to hold you when you were little. As she slowly opened her eyes, she found herself once again lying in a hospital bed, though this time, her condition was not as grave as before. Her body ached, and she inhaled sharply, unsure if she had sustained injuries from a fall before losing consciousness, feeling pain throughout. The machines continued to supply her with oxygen, while the heart monitor emitted a slow, rhythmic beeping. It was enough to leave her dizzy. Just as she intended to rub her aching head, She realized her hands were occupied, reminiscent of a dream from before. Then, she thought, previously I was troubled because I could not wipe away Zhang Yu's tears. Now, that worry has vanished. After a lengthy silence, tears threatened to spill once more. She suddenly realized that her earlier weeping was not due to exhausting her lifetime's worth of tears, but rather the bleak understanding that her life had come to an end. Those carefree, wealthy individuals laugh all you want. In the future, those like her shall weep, while he will mourn. A man beside her exhaled deeply.
Yetan.
You are finally awake. Do you feel any discomfort now? After posing this question, he realized how foolish it was, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He pressed the button at the head of the bed, and a nurse hurriedly rushed in, followed by a throng of doctors. Lan Yetan found herself gazing innocently at the doctor from before. Bai Bo, upon seeing her, no longer smiled, for he had grown numb to the situation. He meticulously examined her condition and the readings from the nearby machines.
How is she?
There should not be any major issues, right?
Bai Bo nodded gently.
Then appeared to address no one in particular, offering earnest advice. Lan Yetan's body truly was resilient. Even the most robust physique could not withstand such trials. So please exercise caution. It seems her resistance is gradually waning here. The girl could sense that Bai Bo was intentionally or unintentionally conveying this message, but she merely averted her gaze, unsure of what to say. Before her lay that familiar face of Zhang Yu. Upon recalling this, she felt her breath hitch. The oxygen being supplied to her. It was not as dire as before, when she had been sent to the hospital due to breathing difficulties. For she was already in the hospital. Suddenly, an electronic voice rang in her ears. Host, are you alright? There should not be any major problems, right? I apologize for arriving late. I sensed that something significant had occurred here. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lan Yetan felt tears welling up once more. These past few days, Ling Yu had not been by her side, and she felt as though she might perish from the anguish. Ling Yu, Zhang Yu has passed away. Although she spoke from her heart, the final 5 words still caused a pang of grief, each one pronounced with difficulty. She struggled to articulate the situation. Ling Yu remained silent for a considerable time, listening to the girl's heartfelt confessions, before letting out a slow sigh. It's all right. I'm here for you.
Yetan.
He continued, the ones who should feel remorse are not you, but that family whose actions led to Zhang Yu's demise. He added, had they not caused such turmoil, Zhang Yu would not have resorted to such drastic measures, at least not so hastily, would she? Ling Yu now harbored a deep resentment for not being by Lan Yetan's side. The frailty of the human form was painfully evident. Even his soul was weakened after a mere encounter with the corporeal realm. The voice of the pink-haired girl still echoed in his ears. Are you certain? If you are, I shall execute it immediately, and I will also comply with the conditions you propose thereafter. However, there is no option for reversal in this matter. I am rather astonished that you would go this far for one individual. It seems that despite years of nurturing, you remain unyielding in matters of the heart. This was the first time she spoke so extensively, clearly taken aback by Ling Yu's willingness to sacrifice so much for another person. After all, romantic entanglements had been strictly forbidden since the inception of this traversal, for chaos would ensue otherwise. Ling Yu nodded without hesitation, softly affirming with an M. As memories faded, he realized he had originally been lying in a hospital bed. The two of them truly embodied invincibility, intoxicated by beauty. Yes, but I still cannot help feeling guilty. If only I had not been so preoccupied, if only I had thought of her the moment I was discharged. I suddenly wonder if I was ever truly concerned for Zhang Yu. Perhaps I was merely pretending. Why else would I have gone so many days post-discharge without visiting her? If I had seen her once, could it have resolved everything? Shin Xi Yuan stood nearby, conversing with the doctor, and felt a pang of discomfort as he listened to her inner turmoil. He was now completely certain that Lan Yetan was indeed the person from before.
No.
The narrative will affect you. You can remember those few men solely because they frequented your vicinity. You cannot overlook them, nor can you forget them. The narrative rules have not been idle. They have been actively diminishing your memory. You should have realized this from the beginning, but your grief has clouded your judgment. You must regain your composure, Lan Yetan. It's all right, truly. The priority now is to seek vengeance against those 2 individuals. Ling Yu finished speaking with a gentle cough, taking a breath, feeling his spirit waning further. Indeed, this exchange of soul and emotion was a profound, chronic torment, rather than a mere extraction of the soul. Lan Yetan remained silent for a long while, merely gazing into the distance, another tear cascading down her cheek. Initially, Her stomach ached from crying, but now, whether due to the pain coursing through her body, she was oblivious to the stomach discomfort. Ling Yu, what am I supposed to do? I do not wish to be a savior. I long to pause and rest. Yet it seems this world does not permit me such respite. The moment I cease, they will find ways to burden me, just as they are doing now. A gentle sigh escaped her lips, her heart weighed down by endless sorrow, this life form being gradually extinguished under the scorn of the world's rules. She could not fathom how Zhang Yu could have experienced such an inexplicable familial uproar. It was undoubtedly an intervention by the narrative's regulations. Shen Xi Yuan seemed to have concluded his discussion with the individuals nearby, slowly approaching with a smile, his chin resting on his hand. Despite having waited for so long, his eyes still bore dark circles. Lan Yetan, do you know? I held you in my arms when you were small. Lan Yetan responded with confusion. Chapter 226. Let's put aside the NetEase cloud for now. I will gift you a membership later. Lan Yetan looked up at the person before her. Her voice somewhat hoarse as she queried slowly, have you lost your mind? Shen Xi Yuan feigned a sorrowful expression before straightening his demeanor. Do not doubt me. I truly held you when you were a child, and you were quite small then. The girl, puzzled, placed a question mark above her head, glancing at him quizzically. What is this? What a ridiculous thing to say. She slowly raised her head, attempting to glean some meaning from his gaze, eventually realizing that beneath his teasing tone, there was a sincerity that did not seem fabricated. This revelation genuinely bewildered the girl, and she recalled the incident in that old house. She quickly dashed out of the room, colliding with a familiar figure. No way could that person be Shen Xi Yuan? What a coincidence. Does this mean that I met one of the narrative's controllers and one of the male leads when I was little? Was it possible that, even at such a young age, he was already plotting those events? Shen Xi Yuan could distinctly sense the girl's confusion and marveled at how swiftly Lan Yetan's thoughts progressed, smiling as he said, Yetan, you haven't forgotten me. Have you? Oh, dear, that makes me quite sad. As he spoke, Shen Xi Yuan's eyes lowered, appearing genuinely sorrowful. Yet the expression on his cold visage was oddly amusing and endearing, evoking a feeling of being wronged. Lan Yetan merely tugged at the corners of her mouth, lightly coughing, her weakness rendering even a smile difficult, yet she found herself somewhat amused. Whether it was due to mental fatigue or physical frailty, she could not tell. Are you feeling a little better now? You shouldn't be so troubled anymore, right? The man leaned on the edge of the hospital bed, the machines within emitting rhythmic beeps. The girl noticed that she was still clad in the same outfit she had worn when he brought her in, now somewhat dirty and wrinkled. If I recall correctly, while Shen Xi Yuan is not particularly fastidious, he generally changes clothes every couple of days. Uncertain of how long she had been unconscious, she pondered when the system's gentle voice chimed in. I have just detected that you have been in a coma for approximately 1 to 2 days. Lan Yetan found this peculiar. The system usually did not favor these individuals, yet its tone now seemed unusually sympathetic, even defending the man. Lowering her gaze, she raised it slowly to meet Shen Xi Yuan's bright, smiling eyes. She had never noticed before that his eyes rivaled any male lead's. After all, he possessed a certain charm. Each had their unique allure. At times, I feel rather ordinary, as if everyone in the world is trying to entice me. It is infuriating to feel that way. That indicates those individuals are indeed attempting to allure me. Otherwise, I would not have such feelings.
Shen Yuan chuckled softly.
A hint of compassion in his gaze, recognizing that Lan Yetan's current thoughts were merely a facade of forced cheerfulness. She was trying to uplift her spirits, only to find it utterly futile. By the way, when do you think I might be able to be discharged from the hospital? Upon uttering this question, he felt as if he might choke. Shen Xi Yuan contemplated the doctor's earlier remarks before responding slowly. Given your current condition, it will likely take 2 to 3 days. You almost lost your breath in an instant, almost succumbing entirely. Next time, a little forewarning would be appreciated. Lan Yetan, aren't we friends? It is quite perplexing. This individual seems to revel in engaging in abstract humor. At this moment, Shen Xi Yuan feels an overwhelming urge to elicit laughter from the person before him, accompanied by a sense of desperate innocence. Lan Yetan, in her bewilderment, manages to curve her lips into a faint smile, but as laughter mingles with tears, they spill down her cheeks. Am I truly deserving of happiness? Shen Xi Yuan, harboring a subtle despair within, sighs softly, tenderly ruffling the young girl's hair. Let us refrain from indulging in melancholic music for now. Your health is fragile, and you cannot bear it. Once you're feeling better, we can slowly immerse ourselves in it. I shall gift you a music subscription. Lan Yetan, what a perplexing individual. How can there be such abstract and inexplicable people in this world? I hereby declare that no one is permitted to touch my head while I am hospitalized. It is already impossible to wash my hair or bathe in a hospital. And now this touch only makes me feel more greasy, as if the sky is collapsing. Suddenly, the girl feels a soft, paper-like touch against her cheek. It is Shun Siyuan, who, despite having just suggested they refrain from melancholic music, sincerely reaches for a tissue to wipe away her tears. Please do not cry. Why do you laugh only to weep? If you wish to cry, then cry. If you wish to laugh, then laugh. Why must you do both? I understand now. You must be trying to save time. What a considerate child. Lan Yetan. Sometimes, being with this person feels utterly helpless. He sighs, his hand itching to pinch her cheek. But noticing the breathing tube still attached to her, he slowly retracts it. How frustrating. Next time, I must touch you. Lying on the hospital bed, Lan Yetan once again experiences a sense of helpless confinement. In truth, language serves as a vast prison, perpetually ensnaring her. The two of them share a moment of silence until, half an hour later, she suddenly feels a gentle indentation on her left side. Turning her head, she glimpses a fuzzy head crowned with slightly long hair tied in a bun. The sunlight filtering in from outside casts a gentle glow upon his cheek, bringing a hint of color to his pallid complexion, which had suffered from many sleepless nights. His facial features are strikingly harmonious. As she admires him, a voice from the system interrupts her thoughts. Host, do you remember? You promised me that when I returned, you would give me a hug. Lan Yetan, regaining her composure, softly responds with a faint acknowledgement, only to hear Ling Yu's voice, delicate and weak. It is unclear whether this gentleness stems from intention or sheer fragility. Then when you are discharged, come and embrace me. Chapter 227, The Embrace.
All right.
The girl slightly furrows her brow, listening to the faint, fragile inquiry from across the void. Are you sure you're truly all right? Your voice has become alarmingly faint recently. From the previous conversation in her dreams, the overwhelming sense of frailty feels almost ethereal, as if he might vanish at any moment. Silence envelopes them before he finally replies, I am fine. Do not worry. However, dealing with those matters has indeed left me somewhat injured. Lan Yetan remains unconvinced but reassures herself that they will meet soon, at which point she can ascertain the truth. You had best not conceal anything from me. You vanished for such a long time. On the other end, Ling Yu falls silent, offering no further response. His form has become semi-transparent, his breath feeble. While this weakened state poses no significant threat to his ethereal existence, the pervasive pain throughout his being is undeniable, a constant ache that cannot be ignored. This is an unspoken rule of the transmigration narrative. Once a being makes such a choice, they must endure these trials. Enough is enough, he sighs lightly, yet ultimately seems resigned to his fate, recognizing that within this realm, his soul may be nurtured more effectively. However, Ling Yu yearns to see Lan Yetan once more before his departure, longing for just one more embrace. It is curious how, despite not having been apart for long, the longing surges within him like relentless waves. At the very least, he wishes to fulfill this desire before he leaves, just this once. Am I truly the protagonist of a tragic tale? His voice echoes in this vast emptiness, reverberating in the pristine white expanse. This experience is not merely a physical torment. It is a profound psychological struggle. He cannot remain absent for too long, lest he risks losing his very essence, feeling an agonizing emptiness in the outside world. Ling Yu forces his weary form to approach the electronic screen, gazing at the serene visage of the girl asleep within. He slowly extends his hand to touch her, only to find it passes through the azure screen. His beautiful blue eyes droop slightly as he coughs softly, observing the fading lines of code and data in his grasp. Is it now impossible even to touch? Once, he could transform into a spiritual companion, encircling her. Now, even that is unattainable. His gaze dims, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he continues to linger in this boundless void, seemingly awaiting the arrival of death. Lan Yetan spends an entire day and a daze at the hospital, engaging in little beyond brief moments for bathroom breaks and meals, quietly gazing out the window. After a prolonged silence, Shun Siyuan finally suggests, Yetan, how about I take you outside to enjoy the scenery? If you prefer not to move, I can fetch a wheelchair. Since Zhang Yu's passing, it seems the girl has not been significantly harmed, yet many subtle signs indicate that this event has impacted her far beyond mere emotional distress. For instance, she increasingly resists movement, growing fond of daydreaming, to the point of fearing the sight of the windowsill. Let us take a stroll. My legs are still capable enough that I do not require a wheelchair. It is indeed time for some rehabilitative exercises. Otherwise, her legs may truly become unresponsive, which would be utterly devastating. Recently, family members have visited, but she merely offered them perfunctory responses, devoid of energy and spirit. What a peculiar disposition. Simultaneously yearning for love, while pushing it away. Gently, Shun Siyun assists her to her feet, his demeanor cautious, as if fearing she might fall. Lan Yetan. Initially, standing feels quite uncomfortable. My legs are numb and weak after lying in bed for so long, but after a few rehabilitation exercises, it becomes manageable. She casually changes into a set of clothes that had been gifted by Fu Lin. The woman remains silent for a long while, saying little more than affectionately ruffling her hair. If you wish to return home, then do so. Our family will always be waiting for you. If you do not want to come back, take a few days to adjust outside. Lan Yetan is profoundly moved, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazes at her mother. There is no love like a mother's. All right, I understand. They walk slowly in tranquil silence, almost sharing a wordless understanding. Lan Yetan, how can there be such serene moments in this world? It should not be so. Does Shun Siyuan truly have nothing to say to me? She was not particularly fond of going out alone with a man. Yet she felt an inexplicable urge that he had something to say, which compelled her to step out, looking as lively as ever. Upon meeting him, however, she discovered that he was disturbingly quiet, uttering not a single word.
Lan Yetan?
Shun Siyuan found himself inexplicably amused by this remark. Indeed, he had summoned the girl today, with certain words in mind. Ah, yes, I called you out today to tell you something. Lan Yetan's eyes brightened, and she slowly raised her head, maintaining a facade of composure as she gazed at him. What is it? You can just say it. Shun Siyuan ambled over to a wooden bench, and they sat side by side. The girl was clad in a simple yet warm sweatshirt and sweatpants, as the recent drop in temperature had left her cheeks slightly flushed from the biting wind. Noticing the puzzled look on her face as she turned to glance at him, it seemed she was urging him to speak. Don't be in such a rush, the man murmured, rummaging through his coat pocket as if retrieving something.
Lan Yetan?
Then, looking down, she saw Shun Siyuan holding a hand warmer, which he was attempting to place into her hands.
Lan Yetan?
Another question mark appeared in her mind. You can use the hand warmer to warm your face. It's all red from the cold. He kindly reminded her, and almost instinctively, she followed his suggestion, feeling a pleasant warmth envelop her. What I want to tell you is, after a prolonged silence, the girl found herself growing increasingly impatient, her emotions in a tumult, yet she feigned indifference. She hoped he would finally utter something of significance that could shed light on her uncertainties. She heard him speak slowly. Chapter 228. Who says being a member is bad? This membership is splendid. What's your NetEase cloud membership number? I'll send you a subscription. Lan Yetan's lips curled slightly, and her mind was filled with a large question mark, genuinely perplexed. What did you say? She asked incredulously, casting another disbelieving glance at him, seemingly hoping to extract further words from his lips.
Please repeat that.
Shun Siyuan found the situation amusing, raising an eyebrow, his voice languidly dispelling her fleeting hopes. I asked for your NetEase cloud number. I'll transfer the membership to your account.
Lan Yetan.
For a moment, disbelief washed over her, her thoughts swirling chaotically. This man was truly remarkable. So, you're just playing with my emotions and then watching me feel dejected? Damn it, Shun Siyuan. I could just strangle you. Shun Siyuan waved his hand, chuckling as he stepped back, observing the girl beside him radiating an aura of indignation.
Please don't look at me like that.
If you don't want the NetEase cloud membership, you could always ask me for another one. Lan Yetan took a deep breath, forcing herself to quell the rising frustration. All right, fine, good job. Memberships are great. Who says they're bad? This membership is truly wonderful. Suddenly, she felt her body enveloped by his coat. The girl froze, slowly lifting her head, gazing at him with a mix of confusion. Shun Siyuan looked down at her, his complexion seemingly less pale than before. Lan Yetan observed him closely, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. However, there was something peculiar about his eyes. They seemed somewhat off. He lowered his gaze slightly, his breathing steadying as he quietly regarded her for a moment before speaking. The wind is a bit strong, and your sweatshirt isn't very warm. You should wear my coat for now. At that moment, Lan Yetan realized that her sweatshirt was indeed not insulated, and the biting cold of the recent weather was quite chilling, making her shiver. How considerate of this man.
I really don't need to.
But isn't it inappropriate for men and women to be too close? A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed his eyes, yet he managed a gentle smile, brushing a hand through her hair, which had grown fluffy after days of being bedridden.
Lan Yetan.
No, truly, it's unnecessary. We're becoming a bit too intimate. She began to protest, but as she attempted to remove the coat, he leaned down slightly, earnestly looking into her eyes, his dark hair brushing against her cheek, causing a ticklish sensation. This isn't just a casual friendship. Don't you wish to hear about the doubts that have lingered in your heart?
Lan Yetan.
In that instant, the young man stood tall, not resisting his physical proximity, yet he maintained a respectful distance. Well, please proceed. He adjusted the collar of his coat, speaking softly and slowly, in a tone meant solely for her ears. We have indeed met before, inside that dilapidated building. You suddenly threw yourself into my arms. Do you remember, Yetan? Lan Yetan fell into a rare silence, slowly nodding. The memory was vividly etched in her mind. While dealing with that person, she had revisited that dreamlike state. It had been painful. I remember. So I really did leap into his arms like that. The girl slowly raised her head, offering a sincere apology.
I am sorry.
I didn't mean to. I simply lacked the strength and fainted. I hope I didn't hurt you. In that fleeting moment, Shen Xiuan felt as if all his strength had drained away, a momentary urge to grind his teeth in frustration, but he swallowed his anger. He managed to smile, albeit somewhat strained. It's all right. Although I was young then, I had trained with my family enough not to be so fragile. Besides, you were so slight and small when you fell into my arms. You hardly posed a threat. Lan Yetan nodded thoughtfully, sincerely thanking him. Thank you, but wait. I recall that family left shortly after arriving, so how did the police end up coming? In that moment, Shen Xiuan hesitated, casting a glance at Lan Yetan that implied the words he refrained from speaking could lead to irreparable consequences. Suddenly, it dawned on Lan Yetan, her mind racing. She realized that after that family departed, they must have called the police. Otherwise, the officers would not have arrived.
No.
Shouldn't that have been in a dream? Why does it seem to have impacted reality? According to the original plot, it should not have unfolded this way. In that moment, countless storylines intertwined. An influx of clues flooded her mind, no longer confined. Initially, she had harbored doubts about the information she had gathered from her computer, as many clues seemed desolate and intangible. Yet she had retained them. Lan Yetan stood rooted in place, her previous hesitations now woven into a coherent narrative.
No wonder.
Why had that group of male protagonists been so attentive to her? Why could they alter the plot's structure? Why did she continuously experience bizarre dreams and face direct opposition from the world's rules? Shen Xiuan inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had inadvertently ensnared certain individuals. He never anticipated that his mere words would alter the very fabric of the world's rules and the overarching goals set by the main deity. Inexplicably, Shen Nianlan was seated on a stone bench in the park, indulging in the serene beauty of the lake, when suddenly, he was seized by a fit of coughing. Cough. Cough, cough. He abruptly covered his mouth, and through his fingers, a trickle of crimson blood seeped out. The youth's gaze darkened as he beheld the vivid red stain on his hand, an undeniably jarring sight. He carelessly retrieved a tissue from his pocket to dab at the corner of his lips. Although he had anticipated this day would come, its arrival still sent a shiver of trepidation coursing through him. Truly, which foolish boy had revealed the secret? In the past few days, as he regained his memories and gleaned insights about this world, he had come to realize that the intelligence of its inhabitants was far from lacking. In fact, most possessed considerable intellect. What they accomplished might easily deceive outsiders, yet this was before Lan Yetan. Lan Yetan, clad in a trench coat, walked silently beside him. Forgoing any words. Dare to deceive me? I could just as easily wish to end you, he thought. Chapter 229. Greed. Lan Yetan appeared to have fully recovered by the second day, exhibiting an unexpected vigor that was even faster than before, leading to a swift discharge from the hospital. As soon as he stepped outside, the familiar voice of the system chimed in again. Host, I recall your promise to me. Lan Yetan felt a hint of exasperation. Recently, Ling Yu had been unusually silent, popping up to remind him at the slightest thought of wanting to leave the hospital. The voice, however, seemed to grow increasingly faint. I know, you've repeated this countless times today. Where shall we meet? While dragging a suitcase in hand, he realized he hadn't finished packing up his belongings from the hospital, leaving behind an unknown number of items. The doctors and nurses had grown accustomed to his frequent visits. After all, he had been there no less than 10 times in the past few months, each visit causing quite a stir. A petite nurse hurried over. The same one who had previously attended to Lan Yetan. Wait. Don't rush off just yet. We have some sugar oranges from my hometown that are utterly sweet. Take a few before you leave. Lan Yetan, not wishing to refuse, nodded and followed her into the office. Lately, I found myself craving something sweet. What do sugar oranges taste like? It's been ages since I last had one. Moments later, the nurse emerged with an enormous basket of sugar oranges. An incongruous sight given her delicate stature. The basket must have weighed at least 20 pounds. Lan Yetan, taken aback, steadied himself as she produced a large red bag. Listen, this year's yield has been exceptional. Look at how thin the skin is and how juicy the fruit is. So sweet. Nodding along to her enthusiastic chatter, he was suddenly caught off guard as she popped an orange into his mouth. Beside him stood another smiling doctor, a woman exuding an air of elegance. Over the past few days, Lan Yetan had grown quite familiar with everyone in the hospital, and they all were rather fond of her. The nurse's real name was Fu Xinya, while the strikingly beautiful doctor was called Lin Jiang. As the girl chewed on the sugar orange, her expression morphed into one of agony. Initially, she had not reacted, but soon the tartness overwhelmed her senses, causing her brow to furrow tightly. Wow, Sister Lin Jiang. Are you trying to make me pucker up and die? Lin Jiang chuckled at Lan Yetan's reaction, affectionately ruffling her hair, her voice laced with mirth, sending a delightful shiver through her ears. I could never bear to let our Lan Yetan suffer. Don't worry, enjoy yourself. We, the doctors and nurses, are here to keep you safe. Feigning annoyance, Lan Yetan shot a glance at her. Oh, how cold-hearted. Lin Jiang was amused by her little display. All right. I genuinely wish to see you again, but let's not meet in the hospital next time. Just as she finished her sentence, Fu Xinya called out, Lan Yetan, quick, come and grab some oranges. Turning her head, Lan Yetan's eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape. Xinya, are those the few oranges you mentioned? Surely, there must be dozens. Fu Xinya stuffed the bag into her hands, satisfaction gleaming in her eyes as she smiled. What's the matter? Though you can find a myriad of sugar oranges outside, you can only find this hometown variety here. If I didn't stuff you with more, what would you do when you finish and can't find any more? With a resigned sigh, Lan Yetan nodded and accepted the bag, turning to wave goodbye to the others. I'm off now. Fu Xinya, inexplicably misty-eyed, nodded at the door. Lan Yetan, please don't return to the hospital due to health issues again. While I hope you won't visit because of health problems, I still wish to see you. The girl glanced back at her, slowly nodding with a hint of reluctance. Why the tears? It's not like we're parting for life and death. Stepping out of the office, Fu Xinya returned to her seat, wiping away the faint glimmer of tears at the corners of her eyes. Lin Jiang fell silent as well. Having spent over 2 or 3 months together, perhaps even longer, they could clearly see that Lan Yetan was a person with a cool exterior, yet a warm heart. Once familiar, she would express the most abstract thoughts, always imparting a sense of ease. However, each time she entered the hospital, the injuries she bore were chilling, often leaving her on the brink of peril. Lin Jiang, what should we do? I can't shake off this ominous feeling that something terrible might happen to Lan Yetan. Fu Xinya tugged at her clothing nervously, casting a fierce glare at her companion. Don't you dare curse Lan Yetan. Next time we meet, she'll definitely be bringing New Year treats. This winter was particularly harsh, with heavy snow falling. Lan Yetan donned a soft yellow down jacket and a brown scarf, accompanied by a bodyguard carrying her suitcase and a large bag of sugar oranges. Others had expressed a desire to accompany her, but she had skillfully dissuaded them, sensing she preferred solitude. As soon as she stepped out of the hospital, the familiar voice of the system began its incessant chatter. Host, when will you come to see me? Lan Yetan sighed, feeling genuinely exasperated. You've been particularly clingy lately. Let us pick a location to meet. In the next moment, she heard a slow, familiar voice. Turning around, she saw a tall figure leaning against a car. With silver-white short hair and those elusive blue eyes, his pale cheeks seemed to have been touched by the winter chill. Clad in a white down jacket that made him blend into the snowy scenery, Lan Yetan, in disbelief, widened her eyes and rubbed them. Ling Yu, why did you come so suddenly without a word? Before she could finish her sentence, she felt herself enveloped in his arms, a gentle fragrance enveloping her senses. If she wasn't mistaken, Ling Yu seemed to be trembling slightly. Lan Yetan, I missed you so much. The tender embrace awakened her longing. Chapter 230. Wow. This embrace was devoid of any impurities, lacking desire, filled solely with the love and longing of youth. Just a moment longer. And he nearly believed he would never see her again. Lan Yetan felt the person before her holding her tightly, as if afraid she might vanish in the next heartbeat. Lingyu's breath brushed against her ear, and she found herself slightly unaccustomed to it, slowly pushing forward.
Lingyu.
If you miss me, come see me. I'm not forbidding you from visiting. Just let me go. I feel like I'm suffocating. The very next moment, she sensed a warmth against her neck and shoulders.
Lan Yetan.
Are you crying? Is that for real? Her mind was in disarray. In her recollection, Lingyu seemed to have rarely shed tears since their acquaintance began. Initially, he was overwhelmed by the intense pain coursing through him, his face pale. Yet in that instant of embracing her, it felt as though all pain evaporated like smoke. Tears fell in a steady stream, nearly soaking the shoulder of Lan Yetan. As if they could not be contained, people in the vicinity began to glance over frequently, and whispers ensued. Are these young lovers really this affectionate? You can't deny it. One is handsome, the other beautiful. I don't know, but the moment they left the hospital, they embraced. That girl has a bodyguard. My goodness. And that boy drives an incredibly luxurious car. Could he be some rich heir? This month is not going to treat me kindly. It seems to only bring me despair. A couple so deeply in love, so beautiful, and so wealthy. Lan Yetan gently patted the back of the person before her, her voice tinged with helplessness. Lingyu, what is wrong? Have you encountered something unpleasant? Shall we discuss it in the car? She had unwittingly assumed the role of a caregiver, speaking softly to comfort him. After a prolonged silence, the youth nodded, and they both entered the vehicle, shutting out the murmurs from outside. The bodyguard wiped his brow, hurriedly stowing oranges and similar items into the trunk before climbing into another Maybach. As Lan Yetan turned her head slightly, she caught sight of Lingyu's reddened eyes. Clearly having cried recently, and he appeared somewhat disoriented. His striking blue eyes glistened with unshed tears, lowered slightly, looking utterly pitiful. Coupled with the white down jacket that made him appear fragile, it seemed as if he might dissolve into the vast expanse of snow at any moment. No way? You really cried. What happened? Why are you so heartbroken? The main cause was his recent encounter with his system, which had been so distressing that it left him somewhat fearful. And I truly feel that you're quite weak right now. Your complexion is so pale. The heating in this car is on, isn't it? Lingyu, faced with this barrage of questions, took a moment to gather himself before speaking in a hoarse voice.
Lan Yetan.
I did encounter some issues, which is why I longed for you and acted as I did just now. I apologize, it was unintentional. My pallor is merely due to not having warmed up yet. After all, I was outside for quite some time, and it's normal to feel cold from the wind. The girl gazed silently at him, a fleeting moment of frustration surfacing. Lingyu, are you certain there's nothing you're hiding from me? Lingyu looked up, meeting her gaze. And in that instant, an air of calm enveloped him. You've known for a long time, haven't you? Many things. You must understand better than I do, Yetan. Lan Yetan fell into rare silence, then nodded, and they exchanged a moment of wordless understanding. They were far too familiar with one another, to the extent that they could perceive each other's thoughts without uttering a word. Even without hearing each other's inner voices, they could glean insights from mere facial expressions. Lan Yetan, please try to avoid those things if you can. Those terrifying, grotesque shadows lurking within the depths of society and the world, filled with the scent of blood and souls, paved by the sacrifices of life. He did not wish for her to endure such experiences again. After all, they were far too gruesome and unsettling. Lan Yetan found herself at a loss for words for a moment, her lips pressed together. A sense of foreboding surged within the youth as he slowly raised his gaze. Please don't tell me you've secretly.
Lan Yetan, ha.
Let us not speak like that, shall we? She then somewhat despairingly nodded innocently at the sky. The youth inhaled sharply, as if on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, the partition shielded them from the driver's view, or they would likely be deemed insane. Lan Yetan, like a wayward schoolchild caught in wrongdoing, shrank back, wondering why things had turned out this way. Wow, that is quite impressive. This marked the first time Lingyu spoke in such a sardonic tone, sending a chill down Lan Yetan's spine. Let us not converse like this, okay? Lingyu felt a moment of helplessness, exhaling heavily as if he might faint from the weight of it all. All right. Lan Yetan, resembling a scolded child, cautiously glanced at the youth beside her, then awkwardly spoke. Ling Yu, I know you've done a lot to keep me away from these matters, but continuing like this isn't the solution. Moreover, I'm not one to shy away from such things, you know that. The youth's gaze fell, quietly observing the bustling cityscape flashing by outside, reminiscent of their first encounter. At that time, his system had still been in a daze, merely intent on preventing this host from engaging in harmful behavior. A sensation akin to heartache stirred within him, yet only later did he realize it was simply pain stemming from love for Lan Yetan. Whether she cried, self-harmed, or sank into depression, it filled him with anxiety and fear. He fell silent once more, the duration of this silence stretching out as if trapped in a prolonged memory. Scenes from the past flickered before him, quickening his breath. Ling Yu? The soft, tentative call from the girl hinted at her awareness of her own culpability, her voice low, almost affectionate. The youth slowly raised his downcast eyes, as if making a momentous decision. You're right. Therefore, I will not interfere with such matters any longer.
Lan Yetan.
You should forge ahead, rather than remain stagnant. His perspective had been too narrow. He should have understood from the outset that she was never a caged bird and did not require prolonged protection. He had always envisioned keeping her sheltered, believing that such confinement would prevent any major calamities. Lan Yetan should be free, perpetually moving forward, rather than lingering in place, quietly awaiting someone's reassurance.
It was he.
Solely he, who clung to trivial matters, using his selfish desires to ensnare her. The one truly stagnating was him. Lan Yetan, in her moments of contemplation, had always been moving forward, never pausing. He could no longer keep pace with her. After a lengthy silence, Lan Yetan found Ling Yu's response unsurprising. Although it could be seen as a sigh of relief, an undercurrent of discomfort still lingered. Ling Yu's tone now seems rather off, as though it embodies a profound melancholy, akin to a long-held belief that has suddenly collapsed, leaving a sense of dejection.
Yet,
it also appears as if he is resolved to accept his fate with a tinge of resignation. Ling Yu slowly tugged at the corner of his mouth, turning his head to gaze at the young girl, his eyes softening once more. I am fine. Just need a moment to gather my thoughts. After all, receiving such an influx of information all at once warrants some reflection. Lan Yetan cast a dubious glance at Ling Yu. After uttering this statement, the boy fell into a silence that enveloped the atmosphere, leaving no trace of their earlier warmth as they quietly observed the scenery beyond the window. Ling Yu's heart raced, as though this frantic beating could quell his current state of turmoil. His breaths quickened, and waves of pain coursed through his body once again. He let out a soft groan, the agony summoned by his soul seemingly more unbearable than before, infinitely more so than the torment he had endured for Lan Yetan previously. His faint sound, though muted, resonated clearly in the spacious vehicle. Lan Yetan, concerned, queried, "What is wrong? You seem off, your complexion is so pale. And after being in this heated car for so long, shouldn't you be feeling better? Are you certain nothing is amiss?" The cascade of questions only amplified Lan Yetan's anxiety. In recent days, Ling Yu had vanished, and a series of strange events had unfolded. Even the slightest disturbance sent waves of fear through her. However, the moment she finished her inquiry, the car halted at the entrance of the Sher family's old residence. "Please get out," Ling Yu said quietly, not addressing her previous question, merely watching as she slowly uttered, "I won't see you off. I have matters to attend to." Lan Yetan was taken aback, leaning back against the seat. "Are you sure you have something to do and aren't just making excuses to evade me?" Ling Yu fell silent, shaking his head with a weary sigh at the earnest expression on her face. "Indeed, I have numerous matters left unattended. At the company, things have been piling up during my absence, and if I don't tend to them soon, the old-timers will create quite the uproar."
Lan Yetan, still skeptical,
Nodded slowly and opened the car door, stepping out. Ling Yu watched her retreating figure, suddenly coughing violently, pressing a tissue tightly against his lips as blood trickled forth. The crimson stains seeped through the pristine paper, an unending flow that tainted it thoroughly. The driver, wary and silent, observed the transformation of his boss in the back seat. A sight not new to him. "Drive," the boy managed to utter, leaning back weakly, his breath faint. He feared that Lan Yetan might linger, thus prompting him to hastily instruct the driver to depart. As the vehicle gradually left the estate, Ling Yu stared blankly at the blood on his hands and the corners of his mouth. It seemed as if his hands were becoming translucent, though whether this was a psychological effect remained uncertain. How much longer can I accompany her? It matters not. If I cannot keep up, so be it. At least I can quietly watch her race forward until she finally pauses to rest. To guard her from behind, he mused. This had been his initial intention. Yet after so many days of companionship, his desires had evolved. When would their next encounter be? When would they embrace again?
Lan Yetan.
I miss you terribly. He found himself perpetually yearning for her, thoughts of the girl dominating his mind. He wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth with a tissue and glanced at his wristwatch. It was around 1 p.m., and the weather was frigid. He looked out the window. Remarkably, winter had yet to bring snow, a rarity for this time of year. Young master, are you certain your health is not compromised? The Ling family cannot do without you. Ling Yu nonchalantly lifted his gaze to the driver, who was nervously navigating the road. I am fine, do not fret. Even if I were to fall ill, transferring the company's affairs to another would not lead to any upheaval. The driver exhaled slowly, continuing to steer the vehicle ahead. I believe we are nearing your destination. Young master, you are almost there. Perhaps you should clean up a bit. The scent of blood seems rather strong. The boy nodded, acknowledging the veteran driver's advice, and lightly brushed away the lingering scent of blood.
Thank you.
Later, you will join me in addressing those unruly old men. It seemed his methods were insufficiently severe, allowing them to persist in their antics, even mounting resistance. The driver felt a thin sheen of sweat break out on his back, silently mourning for those miscreants. Understood, young master. I will follow your lead. The car gradually came to a halt at the company headquarters. Ling Yu slightly bent to open the door and stepped out, lifting his gaze. Would it truly be until the new year before snow fell this winter? He did not know, only aware that more pressing matters awaited his attention. Chapter 231. Mu Hui's family upon entering the hall of her home. Lan Yetan was taken aback to find several unfamiliar faces, her brows arching in surprise. Mom. Dad. What is this? Just as she posed the question, her eyes fell upon Mu Hui, seated on the sofa, looking rather docile, flanked by a man and a woman. While her parents maintained a serious demeanor in front of them, the boy's eyes sparkled upon seeing Lan Yetan approach, though the atmosphere rendered him hesitant to speak. Eventually, unable to contain himself, he cautiously said, Sister, you're here. Lan Yetan nodded slightly, momentarily surprised by the gathering. Before recalling the timeline, her parents had likely returned. However, she chose to feign ignorance. Oh, Mu Hui, who are these two beside you? Feigning curiosity, she cast a cheerful glance at the unfamiliar faces. And Fu Lin stepped forward to gently take her hand, introducing the two. Dear, you're back. These are the parents of young Master Mu from the Mu family. I believe you haven't met them before. She held a favorable opinion of Mu Hui, particularly due to his previous selfless act to rescue her daughter, which granted him a sort of immunity in her eyes. Lan Yetan's eyes widened in genuine surprise, her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized the couple. They were impeccably dressed, devoid of any disheveled appearance, their faces stoic. The woman exuded warmth and kindness, while the man bore the weight of years etched upon his features. The woman spoke first, her voice gentle and soothing. You must be the daughter of the Shi family, such a lovely girl. I am Mu Hui's mother. You may call me Aunt Lin. Lan Yetan nodded, obediently addressing her, though she felt a wave of social anxiety at encountering so many elders, her demeanor turning bashful. The fear of facing such gentle yet intimidating elders only amplified her discomfort. I truly cannot handle this. The man nodded at her, his voice also imbued with warmth, transforming what could have been a stern tone into something tender. Hello, you must be Tan. You can call me Uncle Mu. Let us treat each other as friends, without the need for formality. Lan Yetan nodded, observing the surrounding individuals warmly greeting her, her mind slightly hazy. She then heard the voice of a nearby youth, tinged with a hint of exasperation. Mom and Dad, perhaps you should refrain from behaving this way for now. Just look at how tense you've made her. Lin Ji glanced at her son beside her, contemplatively nodding, before she and her husband took a seat. At that moment, the atmosphere turned genuinely solemn. Fu Lin gently tapped the tabletop, her gaze narrowing as she regarded the person across from her. What you mean to convey is that you were suddenly brought here, devoid of any memories from those years, as if you had never experienced them at all. Yet upon awakening, you discovered that indeed, several years had passed. Lin Ji slowly nodded, exhaling a quivering breath, her voice laced with tremors. Yes, I can only trust you, which is why I sought you out first. I believe my son also deserves the right to know. Upon waking, I found that years had slipped by unnoticed, and everything around me had transformed. I could hardly adapt to this place. Lin Ji appeared somewhat weary as she leaned against the sofa. At that moment, Mu Hui's surprise at seeing his parents standing at the door matched their astonishment at how much had changed. He had even welcomed them in, embracing them only after they entered. Over the years, he had learned to be cautious, mastering the art of concealing his vulnerabilities. Heaven knows how heart-wrenching it had been for Lin Ji and Mu, watching their child grow up far too soon, maturing in ways that suggested he had endured untold darkness. If all goes according to plan, this is likely the impact of the narrative, affecting the daily lives of these two individuals, with no perfect logic to reconcile this plotline. Hence the abrupt amnesia and slumber. How can there still be such remarkable loopholes and bugs in this world? Listening to the girl's inner thoughts, Mu Huiyi was astonished to find that her musings could be comprehended with such clarity. After hearing Lan Yetan's unfiltered expressions, a chill ran down his spine. Narrative, world bugs, logical coherence? Each term stood clear on its own, yet together they eluded his understanding. Having previously heard only polished and refined phrases, he was momentarily taken aback by this raw, almost unedited discourse. Lan Yetan rested her chin on her hand, absently taking a fruit platter, picking up a skewer, and incessantly poking at the lone mango within. She then popped it into her mouth. As she listened to the narrative unfolding before her, suddenly, Shi Yun spoke up, addressing both of them. Why don't you two go play in the backyard for a while? We need to discuss some matters here. Lan Yetan thought to express her curiosity about what could be discussed without her presence, yet she honestly set down the fruit platter and nodded.
All right.
On their way to the backyard, she turned to glance at Mu Huiyi. Aren't you coming with me? Mu Huiyi lowered his head, his eyes cast down, his beautiful hazel orbs quietly meeting hers before he nodded, stepping forward slowly. Together they ventured into the garden, where Lan Yetan noticed Mu Huiyi, who had been following closely behind, suddenly emit a stifled sob from behind her. Wait, why is it that both of you are crying today? Could it be genuine tears? I must check. The girl turned around to see the moonlight softly gracing Mu Huiyi's cheek. At that moment, his head hung low, disheveled hair partially obscuring his eyes, his pale skin tinged with a slight flush from the cool breeze. Tears glistened on his cheeks, slowly cascading down. The corners of his eyes tinged with a hint of red, rendering his already pitiable expression even more heart-wrenching. When he cried, it evoked a profound sense of sympathy.
Mu Huiyi?
Lan Yetan called softly, watching him weep silently, unsure of how to respond. Is this truly not a mere act of crying? Please don't cry, I genuinely don't know how to handle this. Lan Yetan understood that his tears stemmed from the turmoil his parents had endured, an overwhelming surge of emotion causing his eyes to well up. The awkwardness of not possessing the emotional intelligence to comfort him, especially as a girl, left her feeling utterly helpless. How does one comfort a boy? How did I manage to console Lingyu before? It seems he managed to soothe himself without my assistance. For a fleeting moment, anguish contorted her features as she extended her hand to gently stroke his head, akin to petting a small puppy. This was far from the atmosphere she had anticipated. She had envisioned a tender environment, yet the current tension felt inexplicably overwhelming.
Mu Huiyi.
Sensing the warmth atop his head, felt his body stiffen, slowly lifting his gaze, a faint smile forming on his lips, albeit forced. Sister, I have truly awaited this day. During his time in the hospital, he had even contemplated how to arrange his affairs and transfer his shares. Now, not only was he alive, but he had also awaited his parents' return and effectively taken control of the Mu family. Lan Yetan gently patted his shoulder, raising her chin and arching her brows. That's wonderful. Those 3 words were spoken with genuine sincerity. She had always believed that Mu Huiyi possessed an exceptionally resilient heart. Having grown up in privilege, he had not faced the harshness of the world, yet he had inexplicably lost his parents. Growing up in darkness was not frightening. What was truly daunting was being a pristine white sheet suddenly thrown into a dye vat, yet expected to remain untainted. Moreover, those relatives who professed to have his best interests at heart were merely coveting the shares under his name. Sister. Mu Huiyi's nose tinged with warmth, his eyes welling up, tears streaming down his cheeks. This time, it was not a performance for sympathy, it was a heartfelt release of pent-up fatigue and relief. Is this how everyone in the world feels? When crying, the more comfort they receive, the more they cry. The girl, feeling a moment of helplessness, sighed as she regarded him, stepping forward to retrieve a tissue from her pocket. Here, don't let your tears soak your clothes. Use this to wipe your face. I happen to have a clean one. I've never been so grateful for my habit of carrying tissues, otherwise, I shudder to think how awkward the situation could have become. Mu Huiyi is truly an exceptionally strong individual. The most daunting aspect is not losing everything, but rather having once possessed it and then losing it all over again. Indeed, once one has experienced possession, a subconscious greed arises, accompanied by an instinctive awareness of unbearable pain and deprivation. Mu Huiyi slowly accepted the white tissue, dabbing at his tears, nodding in acknowledgement.
All right.
The cool breeze swept through, momentarily distracting him. This was not his first time standing here. The last time he had been here was several years prior, when his parents had accompanied him to this place. Back then, he had been well protected, even enveloped in love and adoration. With his father holding one hand and his mother the other, their warmth radiating through his palms, he had skipped joyfully alongside them to this very estate. At that time, everything was imbued with warmth. Everyone harbored goodwill towards him. He was even aware that this family had a daughter, though her whereabouts remained a mystery, as she seemed to have vanished. As he stepped outside, the small boy looked up at his mother and, with a soft voice, asked, "Mom, the girl who went missing from here must miss her parents very much, right?" At that moment, Lin Ji chose not to elaborate, merely sighing and affectionately ruffling her son's hair. Indeed, she must long for her parents. Let's pray for her safe return. Yet, in the blink of an eye, so much time had passed, and the memories became a painful boomerang, piercing his heart with unrelenting force. The young Mu Hui could not have fathomed the trials that awaited him, nor could he have imagined that the girl he had inquired about would become his savior, and the one he cherished. Time flowed swiftly, yet the agony and sorrow of past experiences remained palpable, indelibly etched into his heart.
Lan Yetan.
This was the first time he earnestly called out the name of the person before him, tears welling in his eyes. Lan Yetan looked up in confusion, gazing at him. "My goodness, you're so serious calling my name." Mu Hui gently extended his hand, playfully hooking her finger with his pinky. His head hung low, his voice thick with emotion, as he savored the warmth emanating from her fingertip, as if on the verge of breaking down. "Lan Yetan, sister." These two words echoed in his ears through countless sleepless nights, the image of the girl gradually ingraining itself in his mind. He longed to embrace her, yet could only reach out his finger, cherishing that hard-won warmth. Lan Yetan did not resist. She merely turned to quietly observe the trembling youth beside her. His body shook, and it seemed that the tears he had shed had already dried, rendering him incapable of weeping now. If only he could feel that warmth a little longer. If only he could absorb a bit more affection and love, even if it meant feigning misery. Wasn't it wonderful to receive such care in exchange for his sorrow? "I've truly endured, I really have." Slowly, he extended his hand, grasping Lan Yetan's, their fingers intertwining tightly. The girl, slightly taken aback, turned to glance at him, but ultimately swallowed her words, letting out a resigned sigh as she spoke in a gentle tone. "Yes, you've made it through. You are truly remarkable. Most people couldn't withstand what you have." Their fingers remained intertwined, and Mu Hui felt the heat radiating from her, calming the tumult within him. The unpleasant sensations gradually transformed into a bittersweet ache as they strolled quietly through the little garden behind them. In truth, there was not much to talk about. Their walk soon devolved into mere hand-holding. There was no hint of romantic tension between them. Mu Hui gazed down at their joined hands, one slender and delicate, the other marked by prominent knuckles, entwined tightly together. Upon reaching the door, Lan Yetan turned her head and slowly released his hand. "Mu Hui, it's time to go back." Chapter 232. "You won't leave me, will you?" "All right." The two continued walking side by side. It was the moment she let go that shattered the boy's daydreams. Despite the silence and the bitterness within, there was still a flicker of joy. At least they had held hands, hadn't they? This could be seen as a deepening of their relationship. In that instant, he felt as though Lan Yetan truly resembled a deity. Her every intimate gesture seemed laced with ambiguity, yet evoked no sense of flirtation, only warmth. As they made their way to the living room, they found several others had already finished their conversations after lingering for quite some time. Lan Yetan stepped outside to accompany her parents as they saw the three guests off to their car. Suddenly, Lin Ji turned to the girl and reached out, gently tugging at her. "What a delightful find. You're becoming more and more adorable. I'll come to visit again soon." Lan Yetan's expression remained unchanged. She nodded obediently, watching the car speed away, her countenance gradually darkening. Once back in the villa, Shi Qingqian, sitting on the sofa, looked at her younger sister with utmost seriousness. "Sister, do you know? If any boys ask you out, try your best to avoid going." Lan Yetan responded with a perplexed expression, as if questioning his sanity. It seemed that Shi Qingqian had indulged a bit too much at the social gathering that day. His cheeks flushed. He exhaled slowly, running a hand through his slightly disheveled hair, his voice raspy from the alcohol yet still exuding warmth. You may not see it, but I can. None of those boys have pure intentions. It's best to steer clear of people like that. He continued, and, I suppose you've heard about the happenings in this household? This matter delves into the realm of the supernatural. We've had a similar incident before, and nearly everyone involved perished. Regarding his younger sister, he spoke without any pretense, laying the facts bare. Just as he appeared ready to organize his next thought, Shi Yun suddenly grasped his collar. Don't be a drunken fool. Shi Qingqian was startled, the alcohol sobering him up considerably. He quickly waved his hands. Glancing at their father, Dad, don't do that. I want to say anything more. Shi Yun shot a glare at him before turning to Lan Yetan. Yetan, don't take your brother's ramblings to heart. He has always fancied himself a dreamer with nonsensical ideas.
Lan Yetan feigen hestitino.
Nodding before turning her head back to glance at the two, who appeared to be engaged in conversation. Upon entering her bedroom, her expression darkened. What on earth did they give me? Earlier, when Lin Ji had shaken her hand, it was not merely a handshake. She felt something was pressed into her palm. Upon opening it, she discovered a small vial containing a note. Hesitantly, she unfolded the note, revealing a series of numbers and some bewildering words. 0618000120XX experimental subject. This subject possesses excessively strong abilities, nearly collapsing. Please conduct a thorough examination. Reading those words, a sense of confusion washed over her, and her heart began to race, not from emotion but simply from the impact of those words, triggering an instinctive response. Just as she prepared to delve deeper into her research, she suddenly sprang up and rushed to the bathroom, clutching the sink as she began to vomit. This time, it was blood. Countless fragmented memories flashed through her mind, and these memories seemed clearer than before. Damn it, if I keep throwing up blood like this, will I really not become anemic? She turned on the faucet, the sink filling with blood, the metallic scent causing her to grimace. Her hands trembled, a mix of fear and exhilaration coursing through her. Lan Yetan felt genuine fear now, her emotions spiraling out of control. She intended to turn to the cabinet for medicine, but her body froze. What is happening now? Are they afraid I'll live? Ling Yu, cough, cough. This time, she called out directly, fearing the system hadn't heard her. In her panic, the glass vial that had been thrust into her hand was knocked to the ground, shattering. The note fluttered down, accompanied by a single petal from a chrysanthemum. Cough, cough.
Cough. Cough, cough.
The young girl now felt as though she were on the verge of suffocation, struggling to draw breath. Her body trembling against the wall as a haze enveloped her mind. Suddenly, frantic voices pierced the air. Host, you must take that medicine. In a reflexive motion, Lan Yetan reached for the pill and hastily swallowed it, neglecting to drink any water. The bitter taste spread across her palate, nearly prompting a grimace. Yet she soon began to feel a semblance of relief. It appeared that her symptoms were becoming increasingly frequent. It was as if a violent, restless force had suddenly regained control over her body. Host, are you alright? Are you certain you're not in any distress? How do you feel after taking the medicine? What is happening? How could this occur? Ling Yu was now in a state of frantic disarray, having momentarily frozen in shock. He had not anticipated such a tumultuous event unfolding in his absence. Lan Yetan managed a faint smile, her body still weak as she leaned unsteadily against the wall. I am alright for now. After taking your medicine, I no longer feel as I did before. It is quite effective, perhaps even more so than a sedative. I am unsure why these symptoms keep occurring lately. For a fleeting moment, Ling Yu gazed at the screen, where the girl's blood had yet to be fully cleaned away, and he was transported back to those nightmarish days. Yetan, this should not be happening, he thought, his emotions a tempest of complexity. Despite having reassured himself throughout the day, witnessing the current events left him feeling utterly helpless. His heart ached as he watched her cough up blood, a sight that was particularly harrowing given Lan Yetan's fragile state. Her human form was far too delicate to endure such turmoil. Be careful, for now, try not to dwell on those thoughts and focus on steadying yourself. Lan Yetan nodded obediently, forcing herself to clear her mind of distractions as she gradually stood up. Although still weak, the sensation of instability had lessened. Ling Yu, the turbulence seems to be more pronounced now. Does this mean those events are drawing closer to me? The young girl rinsed her mouth, deftly wiping away the blood from her hands and face, her actions both practiced and heartbreaking. Ling Yu remained silent, simply exhaling slowly as he observed her approach the bed and lie down with deliberate slowness. She gently closed her eyes, as if wishing to isolate herself from the world. Everything had become too bewildering, especially with the shocking news brought by Mu Hui's parents upon their return. Do not be afraid. It will be all right. You can endure this. Lan Yetan trembled slightly, wrapping herself tightly in the blanket, seemingly unable to bear the mounting pressure, her breathing quickening. I truly cannot comprehend this. What is the significance of all this? It seems I have altered the life trajectories of many, reshaping their futures. Have I intervened excessively, inviting the world's rules to punish me through Zhang Yu's demise? In that moment, Ling Yu found himself at a loss for words. He had only recently learned of Zhang Yu's tragic leap from the building. After concluding a meeting and addressing various issues, he had entered his office to find a small assistant timidly approaching, clutching a set of documents. Young master, we have received news that Miss Zhang Yu has reportedly committed suicide by jumping off a building, and preparations for her funeral are currently underway. Ling Yu paused, his hand stilled as he wiped away the blood, exhaling slowly as he processed the information. I heard that Miss Yetan fainted on the spot upon receiving the news. Overwhelmed with tears. Young master, what should we do? The assistant, having spent considerable time by Ling Yu's side, could easily discern the importance of the girl to him, which was why fear gripped her heart now. Upon hearing the news, Ling Yu felt a throbbing in his forehead. He was far from calm, already envisioning the dire consequences that could ensue. How did Zhang Yu's family react? How are the funeral arrangements progressing? With the situation having unfolded, Ling Yu understood that addressing the family's grievances was the best course of action. The assistant rifled through the documents and reports, momentarily at a loss for words. Her father has been quite stoic, silently arranging the funeral, which should be nearly complete. They will likely lay her to rest in a few days. However, her mother has been inconsolable, alternating between wailing for her daughter and exhibiting erratic behavior. It's said that she has been sent to a psychiatric hospital. I went to visit her, and it seems she has lost her sanity. Ling Yu felt a wave of frustration wash over him, running his fingers through his hair in agitation. This was indeed a predicament of the utmost complexity. You should distribute some funds to Zhang's father. But do not give too much. A few thousand should suffice for him to prepare something decent. The assistant nodded, carefully taking the folder and exiting the office. Ling Yu sat in his chair, momentarily lost in thought. Zhang Yu had truly passed away? It was an unexpected conclusion, particularly as he had once contemplated whether her fate would intertwine with that of the host as lifelong friends. The notion of her demise was unfathomable. He couldn't help but reflect on the profound psychological impact this would have on Lan Yetan. Both she and Zhang Yu shared similar personalities and life experiences. Each having endured their share of suffering, their pain was not to be compared, as both were children of misfortune. Yet, fundamentally, they were both kind souls, untainted even amidst turmoil. Yetan, do you remember the note Zhang Yu left you? Lan Yetan gazed vacantly out the window, slowly nodding. She possessed no strength left and could not summon tears. If you had not altered the narrative, she would have remained a mere stepping stone for you throughout her life, experiencing no love until the very end of her story. Yet you arrived here and changed her fate. She experienced love and was no longer anyone's stepping stone. Perhaps this ending is the best one for her. The young girl nodded gently, her breath slowing, her mind blank. Is that truly the case? Perhaps, Ling Yu. I now feel an entirely different kind of confusion. It is a profound fear of the journey that lies ahead. She feared that others might perish due to her impulsive decisions, fearing that those she cherished would abandon her one by one. Lan Yetan had tasted too much sweetness and love, and upon closer examination, it seemed she could not let go. She was endlessly yearning for more. What is destined to happen will happen. There is no need to fear. If worst comes to worst, one can simply give up, can they not?
Lan Yetan blinket.
Momentarily astonished by the system's words, only to realize it was not a tangible entity, and withdrew her gaze in disappointment. Are you surprised that the system endorses such a defeatist attitude? You used to vehemently oppose such notions. Ling Yu was momentarily rendered speechless, sighing with a hint of exasperation. In truth, I have long admired such a spirit. After all, I tend to be quite lackadaisical myself. The only reason I have been hindering you is that your actions do not reflect mere apathy. They are akin to self-destruction. Lan Yetan, it is indeed rather embarrassing. Perhaps it was the onset of the medication that left her in a daze, and she found herself perplexed as to why this particular dose proved far more effective than its predecessors. Once again Ling Yu, this timid soul, cautiously approached the girl. teetering between confusion and slumber, and lowered his voice to inquire, Lan Yetan, what would happen if I were to leave you?
Lan Yetan.
Her thoughts shrouded in chaos, summoned her strength from previous experiences to respond. You wouldn't truly leave me, would you? Lately, she had been gripped by an unfounded fear of abandonment, leaving her uncertain, hence her hesitant addition of would you to her statement, a reflection of her sensitivity and fragility. Sleep now. It seems you haven't enjoyed a restful night in quite some time, he urged. Chapter 233. Imprisoned. At times, Lan Yetan found herself quite exasperated with her own system. Why could it not communicate plainly? Instead, it always concealed truths, only revealing them just as he was about to drift off to sleep. Awakening abruptly, she felt as though the world had collapsed around her. Slowly lifting her head, she surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, only to discover that her wrists were shackled by cold metal. The darkness enveloping her offered no glimmer of hope. Excuse me, but what on earth is happening here? A question mark seemed to materialize above her head as she surveyed her bleak environment. Waking up to find myself imprisoned? This is hardly a humorous jest. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed through the darkness, boots resonating against the cold floor. The rhythmic thud of the footfalls was enough to instill dread in the hearts of ordinary individuals. However, Lan Yetan had long since developed an immunity to such fears, even anticipating the man's next move.
Who are you?
She managed to croak, her throat parched and raw from lack of water. As soon as she spoke, the lights flickered on, causing her eyes to sting with tears as she looked up, puzzled, at the figure before her. There stood a young man, his bangs partially obscuring his brow, instantly recognizable by the darkness that enveloped him, an aura that was not easily mimicked by others, though he appeared slightly taller than before. Chu Zhan, she intoned. He gazed down at her, his expression inscrutable, shrouded in a veil of ambiguity. With a voice tinged with suppressed madness, he spoke. Lan Yetan, take a good look around. You are now in my domain, and no one will come to rescue you. A question mark reappeared on her forehead, and rather than respond to his declaration, she spoke with a tone laced with pity. I can't believe you're still alive. How unfortunate. I had prepared for your funeral. While she might have mused about the prospect of disposing of his body in the sea to feed the fish, the notion of actually preparing for his demise felt utterly impossible. Lan Yetan, I understand now you could hear my thoughts, couldn't you? That's why you resisted me. Why you detested me so. But look at you now. You can't hear me anymore. She raised her head in confusion, sensing a hint of madness in his demeanor. Yet, based on Chu Zhan's words, she surmised that they were likely in a realm of the mind. Regardless of whether or not you possess mind-reading abilities, I will never harbor affection for you. Your mission is doomed to fail. Although the path may be fraught with obstacles, my intuition is usually quite accurate when it comes to assessing people. Having spoken so much in one breath, Lan Yetan felt her already parched throat nearing combustion. Chu Zhan cast a fleeting glance at her, appearing almost pitiable. Lan Yetan meticulously examined her surroundings before lowering her gaze to the chains binding her wrists. These were no ordinary shackles. They felt unyielding, a far cry from the typical chains she could easily break free from. Are you contemplating an escape, Lan Yetan? I find myself bereft of options. My very soul is fraying. What should I do? Thus, I can only think of you. The girl was genuinely bewildered by his words, staring at him as though he were insane. Are you out of your mind? In your desperation, have you come to seek my assistance in ending your life? Typically, when confronted with someone she loathed, her sharp tongue would unleash venomous words, capable of inflicting harm with a mere lick of her lips. Yet why does he, an avowed enemy, seek to imprison me as he faces his own demise? Chu Zhan slowly took her hand, gripping it tightly.
Lan Yetan gaspet, nealila pinkin surprise.
Her expression a mix of suspicion and disbelief. What on earth are you doing? Just moments ago, you were clamoring for my death. It was evident that she had pushed him to the brink, her expletives slipping through her lips. The boy lowered his gaze, a hint of panic evident in his demeanor. I merely wish to be closer to you, closer still. As she observed his reaction and demeanor, her scrutiny intensified, her brow furrowing in contemplation. Is he truly not under some malevolent influence? I recall our interactions being rather sparse. He does not strike me as someone who easily develops affections. Could it be that I possess some irresistible charm or a system that compels affection? Is this cliché unfolding in my life? Calm down, cough, cough. Think clearly about what you are doing. Don't awaken to regret your actions, she urged, but as she spoke, a fit of coughing seized her. blood seeping from her lips. Here, she could feel her spirit waning. Let us not exchange barbs. If I remain here too long, I may very well meet my end. What madness has overtaken him? What curse has he cast? It seemed that since her arrival in this world, this individual had persistently toyed with the themes of imprisonment and threats. Chuzhan gazed quietly at her as she lay on the bed, a soft smile gracing his lips, followed by a resigned sigh. Yetan, the formation I have set here serves to dilute our souls. Let us perish together. I find the notion of dying alone rather lonely and unfair. Lan Yetan, truly incensed, retorted, Are you out of your mind? She could not comprehend the workings of his mind. However, the boy appeared immune to her ire, maintaining a placid expression as he continued to speak. If believing that brings you joy, then so be it. I have no objections. Then, as if reveling in his own mischief, he added, Yetan, I've also let slip a few hints to your friends, so when the time comes it won't be just me who perishes, or rather, it won't be just the two of us.
Lan Yetan giritte tertit.
Chapter 234. The Master God. Lan Yetan felt her body growing weaker. Her coughs persistent, the formation S effect on her soul far too rapid, unnaturally so. Her body trembled uncontrollably, yet the chains held her fast, seemingly imbued with some extraordinary power. The metallic taste of blood surged back into her mouth, and in a moment of disorientation, she spat a copious amount of blood, staining the floor and bed. Yetan, what has happened? Are you all right? Why are you coughing up so much blood? This formation of mine solely absorbs souls, rendering individuals feeble. I distinctly recall that blood spitting is not a consequence. Chuzhan appears to be startled by the scene before him, hastily stepping forward in a flurry of anxiety. The young girl senses that her current state mirrors the previous one, an overwhelming madness, a disorienting daze, with the metallic scent of rust intensifying. It seems that what is vanishing is not merely souls, emotions are dissipating alongside them. She slowly raises her head to gaze at Chuzhan, her eyes vacant, and her aura subtly shifting. The next moment, her voice emerges, unexpectedly gentle. I am fine, but you may soon find yourself in trouble. Meanwhile, the others are nearly driven to madness. They had never anticipated that Shurqingqian would go missing last time. And now Lan Yetan has vanished again, seemingly at the hands of the same perpetrator. However, this time, the route is more clandestine, rendering it nearly impossible to trace. Xinxi Yuan holds a phone in one hand while flipping through documents with the other, perusing the barrage of information relayed by his assistant. Are you certain? The information is primarily coming from that location? Yet, we cannot trace it here. The assistant's voice trembles with uncertainty, revealing genuine fear mixed with helplessness. The president. This place is as if it doesn't exist. We can't find a single clue, even with our most capable personnel. The man realizes he may have been overly impulsive and sighs. Continue your search. I will investigate as well. On the other side, Wenqing and Lingyu are also far from tranquil. Lingyu's complexion is pallid, wrapped in layers of clothing that fail to conceal his frailty. He gently covers his face with a scarf, his voice slightly hoarse. Are you suggesting that this kidnapping might still involve Chuzhan? Wenqing leans against the railing, a sense of headache washing over him. He never expected that such a significant event would unfold just days after his departure. And this time it is Lan Yetan who has been taken. Indeed, we sought his remains but found nothing. Then, when we tracked a lead abroad, it turned out to be a trap. After returning, we heard about Zhang Yu's leap from the building, and while handling company matters, the news broke. Who could comprehend the weight of Wenqing's despair upon receiving such news? The events unfolded too rapidly for him to respond adequately. It's far too coincidental, as if orchestrated to mock us. Lingyu regards the individual before him with disdain, clearing his throat softly. How could you be so foolish? Failing to perceive such obvious truths? Wenqing refrains from retorting, recognizing that it indeed stems from his own shortcomings. Having neglected to imbue his mental energy into the programmer's actions, a necessary force to confront this challenge head-on. This program is bewilderingly deceptive, at times. He himself can be quite foolish. What can we do now? Should we seek that individual? We are unaware of their whereabouts. The youth is engulfed by a sense of despair, uncertain of the path ahead, accompanied by feelings of guilt and self-reproach. Lingyu expressionlessly adjusts the air conditioning temperature upward a few degrees. Glancing at the time, he notes that a full 5 days have elapsed since Lan Yetan's disappearance. 5 days is indeed an eternity. 100 hours is ample time for the captor to execute numerous schemes, and merely contemplating it sends chills down one's spine. If it truly is Chu Zhan, that lunatic likely intends to drag Lan Yetan down with him. If we combine our abilities, we should be able to unlock it and pinpoint the location, but the decryption speed is agonizingly slow, requiring at least half a day. After listening intently, Wen Qing finally grasps the situation and nods. So, you mean that the combined effort slows the password machine, and if we do not decrypt it together, it remains locked? Lingyu adjusts his scarf, coughing slightly, and nods in affirmation. Roughly, that is the essence. This task is quite challenging. You must consider carefully, as one misstep could jeopardize both our souls. Wen Qing finds himself unable to ponder further.
All right.
Suddenly, a cool, youthful voice echoes, light and gentle. I have a method to expedite the location process. Both turn in unison to see Shen Yanlan approaching in a knitted sweater, maintaining a semblance of his usual high school appearance. Yet, there is a maturity in his eyes that belies his youth. The previously shy and spirited Shen Yanlan now seems like a grown individual trapped in a teenager's form. Wen Qing furrows his brow, incredulous as he regards the figure before him. Shen Yanlan, what is this? Have you known all along? Shen Yanlan glances at him, a soft smile gracing his lips, warm yet unsettling. It's not that I've always known, I only became aware in the past couple of months. Wen Qing casts a cool glance at him, his expression shifting abruptly. Lingyu, who had been observing quietly, is equally taken aback by this transformation. A flicker of blue light dances within Shen Yanlan's beautiful eyes, a phenomenon that may bewilder others, who might dismiss it as a mere optical effect. However, these two are acutely aware of its significance. Shen Yanlan, you. Lingyu begins, the weight of unspoken words hanging in the air, unable to fathom the implications. The Master God, the one they had been calculating for so long, had been right before them all along. The voice of the Master God, unique and otherworldly. Hypnosis.
Click.
Chapter 235, The Hour of Death. A crisp sound resonates within the room as Lan Yetan effortlessly frees herself from the chains, exerting no visible effort. The girl regards her captor with an expression devoid of emotion, slowly curling her lips into a smile. What did you just say? Together in death, is it? As she approaches the young man step by step, Chu Zhan feels as though his mind has exploded. How could you possibly break free from these chains? Even the world's rules take time to unlock. Yet, he refrains from completing his thought, as Lan Yetan can easily deduce a portion of it. She possesses little interest in such matters. Blood from her recent spitting incident stains her face, which she carelessly wipes away with the back of her hand, surveying her surroundings. Does it truly matter whether I am bound or free? You ought to be more concerned about your own safety. She reaches into her pocket, her fingers brushing against the familiar knife, an inexplicable sense of security washing over her as she gazes at him with a radiant smile. You have 3 seconds to escape. Chu Zhan trembles uncontrollably, the aura and pressure emanating from Lan Yetan instilling a profound terror within him, leaving him breathless. Lan Yetan, what on earth are you doing? What has happened to you? He remains rooted in place, her expression tinged with amusement, seemingly surprised that he does not regard the situation with the gravity it deserves. However, she chooses not to respond to his foolish inquiry and slowly utters another number. 2. As Chu Zhan began to feel a sense of panic, he instinctively bolted, driven by a primal urge to escape. At that very moment, Lan Yetan slowly uttered the final digit. A shiver ran down Chu Zhan's spine. Uncertainty engulfed him as he desperately sprinted forward, flinging open the door to the room. In that fleeting instant, the voice of a girl echoed in his ears. "Ha! How pitifully weak you are." Lan Yetan observed the fleeing figure with a mocking smile, treating him as nothing more than a plaything. She followed at a leisurely pace, her feet clad in petite sneakers, each step resonating ominously against the ground. Gasping for breath, Chu Zhan raced ahead, the girl's earlier taunt amplifying his dread. How could anyone be so fast? Watching his retreating form, Lan Yetan appeared somewhat fatigued, gently massaging her forehead as she sighed. This is utterly devoid of challenge. Whatever happened to the bravado with which you threatened me? Where has it vanished? No sooner had she finished speaking than the distance between them, once considerable, abruptly diminished. Her figure materialized behind him like a wraith. In that instant, Chu Zhan turned sharply, and a box of inexplicable white powder erupted, showering Lan Yetan's face. She squinted uncomfortably and waved her hand dismissively, yet the powder had no effect on her. Chaos reigned in her mind. All she could think of was the desire to eliminate this individual. However, the prey must be toyed with first.
Lan Yetan.
Cease your pursuit. Our movements will only hasten the dilution of our souls within this formation. The boy attempted to intimidate the relentless girl behind him. She smirked, enunciating each word with deliberate precision. Actually, this has no effect on me. Perhaps it might have affected her former self. But it certainly posed no threat to her current prowess, given her overwhelming strength. Even now, she felt a lingering weakness in her body. Frowning, Lan Yetan watched as he slipped into a room. Emotionless, she quickened her pace toward the door, kicking it open with force. Upon entering, she swiftly dispatched him to the ground with a swift kick, gazing down into the face of her terrified adversary. A sense of delight welled within her as she spoke with a tone that was almost cordial. Game over, little waste. Incredible, you couldn't even last 10 minutes. She toyed with a fruit knife in her hand, and in the next moment, it flew from her grasp, aimed directly at the figure beneath her.
Ah!
The piercing sound reverberated throughout the confidential base, accompanied by a blinding red light that flickered ominously in the darkness, creating an atmosphere of palpable dread. The violent commotion startled the guards stationed outside. What on earth is happening in there? What has transpired within the secure room? Oh no! The secure room is in chaos. We're doomed. Which ancestor has awakened this time? A chill ran down their spines. Yet, the awakening of those within the secure room hinted at impending doom for them as well. Was this a sign that they would no longer have to endure overtime?
Fool.
You're not only going to escape overtime, you're also going to meet your eternal rest. Though surrounded by many, most dared not enter. Suddenly, a faint, icy voice drifted in from behind. Step aside. I'm going in to investigate. With uncertainty, the onlookers turned to see a girl with pink twin tails approaching. Her expression devoid of emotion. Fear gripped their hearts, and they hastily parted to create a path. Only one bold soul murmured, "My goodness. The former god of the main realm has arrived. Just how terrifying must this individual be? Are we truly doomed?" Although the voice was soft, it echoed loudly in the tense silence. The girl cast a sardonic smile at the one who spoke, her tone flat yet chilling. "Are you so eager for this place to meet its end? Do you truly believe that if it perishes, you will survive?" She despised such defeatist talk, especially in this context, for it was akin to inciting the crowd's negativity. "I happen to be passing by. Do you think I would arrive so promptly otherwise?" She shot a dispassionate glance at the speaker, then turned, her long dress swaying with each step as she approached the secure room, exuding an air of indifference toward whatever lurked within. However, as she reached the doorway, she paused momentarily.
Damn.
This truly is troublesome. Chapter 236, Loading. Entering the secure room, she lightly tapped the screen, and in that instant, the alarm ceased its blaring. She extended her hand, and the confidential files transformed into a luminous glow. Settling into her palm, the girl meticulously examined all the data within, her mind nearly reeling at the scant information displayed, as if her comprehension had plummeted into the negatives. Beyond the system's detection, the previous level of 100 had already been terrifying. Now, it felt as though they were on the brink of cataclysm. She exhaled slowly, turning to see a small cat nuzzling against her leg. The girl's expression softened as she bent down to scoop the kitten into her arms. "Xiaomeng, what brings you here? I specifically instructed you to stay in the room." The white kitten shook its ears, its peculiar eyes locking onto hers, and then, astonishingly, it spoke. "I entered this person's dream before. I believe that their emotional comprehension isn't an accurate measure of their current combat strength. This individual has experienced love and understands how to love, discerning right from wrong. Unlike last time when they had felt too little love and acted solely on their own whims." As it spoke, the kitten nestled closer into her embrace. Xiaomeng had intended to seek out Zhou Shisheng to discuss this matter. Zhou Shisheng had also been involved, pondering the kitten's insights, and had earnestly provided her with an answer. She vividly recalled the blue-haired girl seated by the shore, playing with pearls, even sharing one with her to enjoy. "I suspect it is as I say, and you can relay this to Zhi." Zhou Shisheng, created by the ocean, belonged to the sea, embodying its gentle nature. Emotionally stable to an unsettling degree, even when others threw tantrums before her, she remained unfazed. Naturally, her analysis of emotions was profound, leading to a deeper understanding of various sentiments. Xiaomeng, always willing to heed Zhou Shisheng's words, nodded in agreement and promptly transformed back into a kitten, dashing off. Initially perplexed in the palace and unable to locate anyone, the butler had informed her, "You're looking for the master?" "Oh, the master has gone to the base." There's been an issue in the secure room, and they were in such a hurry that they used the highest level teleportation talisman. Gently stroking Xiao Meng's head, she could easily surmise whom the kitten had just sought out. With a soft sigh, she refrained from scolding it. After all, the pressing concern was to resolve this predicament. Indeed, yet I can only surmise that if she were to reach such extremes as to ignite her own soul in the wielding of that power, I would be utterly powerless against her. A fleeting moment of despair washed over me. I initially thought that if the situation were to descend to a mere -100, the two of us might still have a fighting chance, especially since his abilities surpassed those of Lan Yetan. However, should it truly escalate to such an extreme, it would equate to the consumption of her own life and soul, rendering her invincible in terms of power. Meng licked her delicate paws, letting out a soft mewl, and gently tapped the hand of her caretaker with her paw. I find myself at a loss as to what to do, for I am but a small cat with a limited capacity for understanding. However, if everyone were to unite their efforts, we could potentially subdue her. After all, you mentioned that this ability comes with its own drawbacks, namely, a lack of clarity and the inability to sustain itself for long. Ji caressed the head of the small cat nestled in her arms, releasing a soft sigh, uncertain of what words to offer. Her true concern lay in the fact that indeed, this power clouds the mind, leaving only thoughts of slaughter, and cannot be maintained indefinitely. Yet, at the very moment when her abilities begin to wane, it would signify the extinguishing of her life and soul. At that juncture, I can only imagine that madness will ensue among the masses. I never anticipated that this incident would spiral into such chaos. Blood splattered across Lan Yetan's pale cheek, adding a touch of sinister allure to her already ashen complexion. The girl maintained an unhurried smile as she gazed upon the figure beneath her. Now devoid of any will to resist, his face contorted in agony. The fruit knife was thrust straight into the man's hand. Lan Yetan began to recount the transgressions of her adversary. I recall that you once pressed this very knife against my throat to subdue me, rendering me motionless. How does it feel to now taste this bitterness yourself? Chu Zhan gasped for breath, the world around him drenched in blood. His pain had blurred his consciousness, yet his capacity to endure suffering far surpassed that of others. Strangely, tears began to well at the corners of his eyes as he reflected upon his life. His teeth clenched in a moment of bitter frustration. The youth offered no reply, merely turned his head, his voice strained as he uttered, "I simply wish to survive." Lan Yetan's expression shifted to one of confusion and curiosity, as if pondering what words might emerge from this individual. She offered a dismissive hum. Upon uttering his words, it was as if a switch had been flipped within Chu Zhan. He released all tension from his body, tears cascading to the ground. The crystalline droplets mingled with blood, both imbued with a salty taste. "I only want to survive. There are still so many things I have yet to accomplish, countless wishes left unfulfilled." He was uncertain of the emotions that compelled him to voice these sentiments, his body involuntarily trembling. The anguish of his soul, compounded by the torment of his body, rendered him nearly breathless. Lan Yetan silently observed the individual before her, suddenly breaking into a derisive laugh. "What a farce. You merely wish to survive." "Indeed. Your desire to continue living is not inherently wrong, but your survival is predicated upon the demise of many others, so many lives traded for your own. I recall the rules of this world do not arbitrarily bind one to another. You are fully aware of the deeds you have committed." The once emotionless girl found herself unexpectedly incensed by the provocations of the individual before her. With a swift motion, she plunged the knife into him once more, blood spraying across the white walls and splattering onto her cheek, with even a drop finding its way into her eye. Lan Yetan turned away, a tear involuntarily escaping her eye. Yet, as if unsatisfied, she struck again and again, having completely lost her rationality. Chapter 237. I have come to bring you home. Lan Yetan gasped heavily, her heart racing, the sound of it echoing in the vast emptiness of the room, serving as a stark reminder that everything unfolding was palpably real, yet her mind remained clouded. She lowered her gaze slightly, forcing a smile that felt strained. "Ha! This time I have truly taken a life." Yet, there was no hint of panic. Chu Zhan had vanished without a trace from that world, as if he had never existed at all. Casually rubbing her temples, she reached for a tissue, methodically wiping her hands, when suddenly a cacophony erupted from outside the door. She nonchalantly raised her gaze, devoid of fear or trepidation, observing as the door at the bottom of the stairs was violently breached, the sound of frantic footsteps echoing through the air. Ling Yu approached, and upon witnessing the scene before him, felt as though the sky itself had collapsed. Kanya Tam stood alone, her back to them, while the walls were splattered with blood. Even the nightgown she had donned for comfort bore the stains of crimson, the vivid red stark against the blue and white fabric, creating a grotesque contrast. Kanya Tam? Lingyu called her name cautiously, as if afraid to startle her. The sight was indeed chilling, yet he had grown somewhat accustomed to such horrors. And this girl before him was still his host, the one person of utmost importance to him, worthy of his unwavering affection. Kanya Tam slowly turned her head, momentarily recognizing the familiar voice. She then recalled the identity of the person before her. Lingyu, it's you. I'm fine, really. No need to worry too much about me. However, in that instant, she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, carelessly wiping it away.
Kanya Tam.
Are you certain you are all right? Lingyu questioned, frowning as if deep in thought, before she nodded earnestly and replied, such injuries are hardly significant to me. It's merely that my body struggles to bear the weight of all this power. I've endured worse before. Moreover, this pain can only serve to strengthen me. In that sense, it is ultimately beneficial for me, is it not? Lingyu fell silent, his body trembling uncontrollably, and he found it difficult to breathe for a brief moment. As she reverted to her former self, the familiar ache returned to his eyes, bringing forth memories he had long wished to forget.
Kanya Tam.
Given the frail state of your current body, you are wholly incapable of absorbing such power. The girl regarded him with a hint of confusion, stepping closer. Yet I believe you ought to be more concerned for yourself. Your soul appears to be in distress, becoming increasingly ethereal. At present, Kanya Tam was entirely in a state of disarray, having forgotten much, forgotten how intimately they once shared a bond, forgotten how deeply she relied on him. A piercing pain coursed through her heart, akin to 1,000 needles, as Lingyu gazed at her, a mix of confusion and unspoken words evident in his eyes. Indeed, this place was imbued with a formation designed to dilute souls. His own spirit was alarmingly frail, leaving him unable to resist.
Yet,
he was the only one capable of entering this realm. Kanya Tam thus, he could only softly call her name. The utterance of those 3 syllables left Kanya Tam in a daze, gazing at him with an inexplicable sense of familiarity, though her memories revealed that they had only met a handful of times. However, I am not jesting. The formation here dilutes souls. If your spirit weakens beyond a certain threshold, should you fail to depart, you may truly face obliteration. Lingyu fell into an unusual silence, gazing intently at the person across from him before uttering a singular phrase. I've come to take you home. Walk with me. Lan Yetan responded with confusion. What are you saying? Are we truly that familiar? What do you mean by going home? I have no home to return to. She could not comprehend his intentions. He had been quite renowned in the system realm, yet here he was, reduced to this state. The boy appeared to grow increasingly transparent, fading at a visibly discernible rate, yet he stubbornly maintained his gaze upon her. I have come to take you home. In that fleeting moment, the girl found herself at a loss for words, even swallowing back the insanity that nearly escaped her lips. Ultimately, she resigned herself to observing the boy with a sense of helplessness. Very well, I will reluctantly accompany you. Out there, it's unlikely anyone can harm me. However, if you remain within this formation, you may genuinely meet your demise. Despite her self-awareness of being rather unkind by nature, an inexplicable desire to assist him surged within her. She took measured steps toward him, quickening her pace instinctively upon witnessing his increasingly ethereal form. Suddenly, the villa began to tremble inexplicably, causing the girl to instinctively narrow her pupils. The collapse of the villa would signify that the formation was about to siphon away all living essence within it, thereby intensifying its power. The villa's disintegration would not follow the previous pattern of collapsing into ruins that would crush anyone beneath it. Instead, it would simply dissipate. She could withstand such a fate, but how could a being so frail endure it? In that dazed moment, she gritted her teeth, regarding the boy who seemed utterly disconnected from her. He stood there, seemingly unafraid, waiting for her to approach. How absurd! Lan Yetan could hardly fathom how a top student from the system realm, consistently achieving accolades, could fail to grasp the intricacies of such a trivial formation. This person was merely awaiting death. His obstinacy was infuriating. For the first time, she lamented how overly lengthy the path from the room to the door was, questioning how Chu Zhan had designed this place with such a lack of aesthetic sensibility. Hurry and leave. I will catch up with you shortly. Do not worry. I cannot escape. As Lingyu opened his mouth to say something, the brilliance of the formation's hexagram suddenly flickered violently, nearly blinding her. Lan Yetan disregarded everything and accelerated, teleporting toward him, extending her hand. Chapter 238. Soul Shattered. Just as Lan Yetan's hand was about to touch him, she felt his soul dissipate into the ether. In that final moment, she observed a hint of panic in his eyes, perhaps a trace of regret. As he seemed to utter a few words, "Lan Yetan, go home." His voice was soft, and despite the agony that would be unbearable for an ordinary person, he smiled at her. It was only in that last fleeting second that his brow furrowed, and then he was utterly consumed by nothingness. Once again, she failed to grasp someone who seemed significant to her. Though she could not decipher the boy's true identity, her heart and body instinctively conveyed this sentiment. Lan Yetan only caught those two words, feeling a mix of bewilderment and confusion as she watched him vanish entirely. The girl abruptly found herself standing in an empty void, gasping for breath, her body trembling uncontrollably. The shell that had once felt devoid of emotion now seemed to awaken echoes of human sentiment within her, and she struggled to contain a burgeoning headache, her heart aching, her eyes stinging. She felt a warmth on her cheek, and as the once mighty villa fully dissipated, her body succumbed to the strain, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She wiped her face, unsure if it was tears or blood, both salty in their essence. Suddenly, she found herself choking back sobs, as if something precious had slipped entirely from her grasp. Could it be? Why did this sensation feel so familiar? It seemed she had experienced it before. Confused, she endured the wave of sorrow that washed over her heart. Lan Yetan was perplexed by the boy's words. Go home? What does that even mean? Where is my home? She could not fathom why this prodigy from the system realm would care for him so deeply. His memory should not have been so frail. It felt as though she had genuinely forgotten a significant segment of her memories, one that was pivotal. Tears fell, mingled with blood, cascading into her palms, a complete outpouring of sorrow from within her being. What is happening? The words tumbled from her lips, laden with an inexplicable sob. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. Deep within her, a small voice screamed, incessantly insisting, "This should not be your fate. Even in his absence, your destinies should not unfold this way." The girl struggled to comprehend the nature of this emotion, wiping her tears in vain, yet they persisted, and her stomach began to ache. Although her heart felt only a trace of sadness, Lan Yetan could not shake the insistent signals of grief emanating from her body. Upon lifting her gaze, she encountered the silent boy in a shirt standing before her. "Master?" She cautiously addressed him, a hint of fear tainting her voice, wary of misidentifying him. This person felt so unfamiliar. Despite the altered appearance, she sensed the same soul within. Shin Mianlan regarded her silently, exhaling a soft sigh, before stepping forward. "It is I. Do you truly not remember that person?" Lan Yetan spoke with a hint of confusion, her words betraying a sense of desperation. "I genuinely do not recall. I truly do not know." As she spoke, her body began to tremble uncontrollably once more, but strangely, the tears ceased, only for her to expel a large volume of blood, staining her vision and her hands. The boy's expression shifted, and he gently supported her, channeling his energy into her. As she felt her strength returning, she turned, regarding him with a peculiar gaze. "When did you become like this? And why are you so gentle? This is not like you." Shin Nianlan offered a fleeting, forced smile, attempting to mask his own discomfort. "You have truly lost your memories and forgotten much." Lan Yetan seemed to have regained her composure, nodding, yet she still found it odd to see him in this light. There was an oddly familiar sense of an elderly person trying to appear youthful. Shin Nianlan hesitated, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Previously, the emotionless Lan Yetan had been far more acerbic and infuriating than she was now, evoking a desire to black out. Yet, he was now burdened with concern over Ling Yu's complete demise. If the girl were to awaken, she would likely spiral into madness. After all, she had endured the loss of so many in such a short time. A normal person would lose their sanity under such circumstances, let alone someone with her fragile mental state. "Come, let me take you home. We will discuss everything in due time." The young girl, somewhat bewildered, followed him, then turned her head back for a fleeting moment, as if the boy she had just departed from still stood there, smiling at her. Lan Yetan was genuinely perplexed about where the master god intended to take her. Could it be to the so-called home mentioned by that enigmatic figure? Upon reflection, she felt a twinge of genuine guilt. It seemed he truly wished to assist her. The two were transported to the ordinary world, where Wen Qing's eyes brightened, astonished as he gazed at Lan Yetan across from him. "You're finally back." You nearly scared me to death. The girl, feeling somewhat unfamiliar, looked around and cast a bewildered glance at the person opposite her. Who are you? Wenqing's heart sank at her words, feeling as if the sky were about to collapse. Yetan? What are you saying? You really don't remember me? Lan Yetan nodded slightly, and Wenqing noticed that the girl was covered in blood, as if she had just emerged from a fierce battle. His surprise was momentary, yet he remained relatively composed. Retrieving a similarly sized outfit from the wardrobe. Please change into these clothes first. I will explain everything to you later. In this world, I am your friend. You've merely lost your memory. Lan Yetan, clutching the garments, walked into the bathroom to change, her fingers brushing against something hard. Curiously, she pulled out a small vial, seemingly containing a familiar pill. Chapter 239. Am I charming? She paused momentarily, a flicker of recognition washing over her as she beheld the glistening vial in her hand. A vague sense of familiarity enveloping her. What was it that she had forgotten? Setting the vial down on the sink, she washed up in the bathroom, ensuring she was free of any dirt before it dawned on her. Wait, isn't this something that could be resolved with a little spiritual energy? Amused by her own inexplicable actions, she found herself chuckling. Nevertheless, the warm shower felt delightful. After changing into the clothes prepared for her, she lazily lifted her gaze and stepped out of the bathroom, instinctively clenching the vial in her hand. Damn this instinct. Yet she feigned nonchalance, seating herself beside the others, resting her chin on her hand, exuding a demeanor that seemed to say, "Please, continue." Shen Nianlan turned to the girl, nodding in satisfaction. She looked cleaner now, devoid of the unsettling aura from before. Unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, Wenqing spoke first. During the time you lost your memory, a multitude of events transpired. Too many to recount at once. Essentially, you regained the memories of an ordinary person, were transported to a parallel universe, this world, and became bound to 403 as host and system. He hesitated to mention the rest, as it was peculiar, especially considering Lan Yetan's current lack of emotional attachment to 403. He feared that if she regained her previous rationality. The girl appeared momentarily lost, her eyes glazing over as she stared vacantly into space, seemingly unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Wait, are you implying that that cold-blooded monster, 403, went to such lengths for me? Are you joking? What explosive incident did I cause in the meantime? Lan Yetan had grown accustomed to her memory lapses, but the vast timeline was indeed astonishing. Observing the expressions of both individuals, who regarded her with an inscrutable gaze, she slowly withdrew her own. Above her head hovered 3 large question marks, and the bizarre emotions and memories swirled around her. Moreover, it seemed she had resolved an issue with someone before fully waking up, although she was uncertain of that person's actions. However, her body instinctively yearned to eliminate him. Yet, she dismissed it. Surely, her body wouldn't enact harm upon herself. Yet, as she pondered, it did seem odd. Wait, a parallel world? She gradually stood, surveying her surroundings. It was far more opulent than her memories suggested. This indicated that she had entirely lost all recollections of the parallel universe. And here is where significant information can be discovered. Damn it, what terrible luck is this? She felt a headache brewing, rubbing her temples as she gazed at the bustling scenery outside the grand floor-to-ceiling windows. This world likely wouldn't remain peaceful for long. How close she had come to enjoying such fortune. Lan Yetan shrugged slightly, a hint of regret in her demeanor, yet deep down, she understood that such good fortune seldom came her way. Shen Nianlan sighed, slowly approaching the girl, his gaze drifting over her. It had been long since he had seen her like this, approachable yet, within, she radiated an air of pride that seemed to look down upon everyone.
Lan Yetan.
I now find myself questioning whether the you of now is truly the same as the you before. His tone was almost teasing, but the girl sensed that his inquiry held deeper significance than mere jest. Leaning casually against the railing, she regarded Shen Nianlan with a half-smile, an eyebrow raised. Her voice light yet curious. Master God, based on my understanding of you, you're generally not one for lengthy conversations, nor do you overly concern yourself with individuals. Could it be that my charm has grown so irresistible in my absence that it ensnared even you? The attitudes of those around her felt exceedingly strange, transcending mere friendship. It was as if she had transformed into the most enchanting figure. Both remained silent, mouths agape, seemingly at a loss for words, but in that instant, they could not refute her. After a noticeable pause of about 10 seconds, Wenqing snapped back to reality, redirecting the question to the now emotionally detached Lan Yetan. You have always been quite charming, from the past to the present. We have always held you in high regard. It's just that we've grown accustomed to each other over time.
Lan Yetan, who?
The girl, incredulous, pointed at herself, her mouth opening in disbelief as she slowly uttered 4 words. Charming me? It was worth noting that in the previous system realm, she had embodied the persona of a cold, ruthless ice queen. Back then, many had dared to cross her, but most had ended up as her fallen foes. Consequently, few dared to speak ill of her thereafter, resulting in a near instinctual fear of her. She relished the newfound leisure, free from the trivialities of the past. Shen Nianlan promptly seized the opportunity, deftly steering the conversation away from the awkward moment. Indeed, you are just particularly indifferent and cruel to those who are inexplicable, but to us, you have always been quite amiable. We need someone like you, don't we? Lan Yetan offered a helpless smile, unsure of how to respond. That us, because you are the executives of the company. This operational system cannot function without you. I have no desire to take on those absurd responsibilities. And honestly, I truly do not wish to complicate my life further. Just one of those individuals could drown me with a single spit, you know? Shen Nianlan and Wenqing exchanged glances, slowly averting their eyes, when suddenly, Shen Nianlan seemed to remember something. What do you plan to do next? Will you continue to reside here with us, or return to your home in your world? When Lan Yetan heard this question, she momentarily paused, lowering her head in contemplation for quite some time. Both options presented their own advantages and disadvantages. Ultimately, after much hesitation, she spoke up. Well. Chapter 240, Edible After Repair. I think I'll stay here for now. This place seems quite spacious, and there should be plenty of rooms. Besides, given my current disposition, I am utterly unaware of my past character. She shrugged with a semblance of helplessness, yet hesitated again as she finished her statement. Did I ever express any feelings towards that family? What was their financial situation like? Shen Nianlan appeared somewhat surprised by the girl's inquiries, pondering carefully before responding. To be accurate, your greatest regret is likely that you never spent a proper day with them. This family is quite affluent, comparable to ours. Lan Yetan nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. At that moment, a boy's voice slowly interjected. Shall we go take a look together? Everyone has been looking for you. It would be good for you to make an appearance and ease their concerns. Lan Yetan, everyone? For a fleeting moment, her vision darkened, and she forced a smile, looking at the person before her and grit her teeth as she enunciated each word. You'd better explain in detail what I was like before my amnesia. However, Wenqing suddenly interjected to correct her choice of words. Actually, the you back then did not suffer from amnesia. The girl was about to retort when Shen Nianlan gently patted her shoulder and sighed. This person has peculiar episodes. You need not pay him much mind.
Lan Yetan.
She silently regarded the individual across from her. Though his eyes were cheerful, a hint of melancholy was still discernible. For a moment, she felt bewildered. Was she truly so endearing in her previous life? It seemed as though everyone who interacted with her had grown fond of her. Even the main deity, a being typically devoid of emotions, had come for her. A vague pain throbbed in her chest, as if something was locked away, while her head throbbed intermittently. Beside her, Shen Nianlan spoke in a voice as gentle as jade, seemingly describing the girl he remembered. Your previous character was, quite misanthropic, rather dark, with a tinge of mild inferiority, yet underlying it all was a sense of kindness? Although those words did not initially resonate with her, they took on a peculiar significance when attributed to her. Lan Yetan found herself genuinely astonished, staring at the person before her, only able to point at herself. Huh? If she were to embody the traits of darkness and misanthropy, she could do so effortlessly. And inferiority was also within her grasp, but it felt somewhat off. After all, since her time in the experimental confines, she had developed a blind confidence and a haughty demeanor, creating a barrier that made it rather challenging for her now. Feeling the earnest gaze and voice of the two, she realized they were indeed not deceiving her. Wait, really? Is it true that I lost my memory and forgot so much? Even my character has changed significantly? No way. Wasn't I previously waving the banner of never internal conflict? How is it that I've now succumbed to such turmoil? She struggled to comprehend her amnesiac self. A sense of despair washed over her as she tilted her head back, exhaling deeply. Is this personality truly me? Several minutes later, Lan Yetan gazed into the mirror at the gloomy girl reflected back at her, falling into silence as she stared, a sense of confusion washing over her. In my lifetime, I never imagined I would see myself like this. If that group were to catch sight of me, I'd surely be the subject of their ridicule. Wenqing stared at the person in the mirror, momentarily entranced, as though the girl before him was indeed the one from the past, not the emotionally detached and indifferent figure she had become. Just as he was about to speak, Shen Yanlan lightly patted his shoulder, then turned to Lan Yetan with a smile. You can wait for us in the car. We'll come find you shortly. Don't be afraid. Here's the car key. You can unlock the door when we arrive. Since your body is currently a minor without a license, you shouldn't drive. You should have received instructions in the space on how to open the door and use the key. Lastly, I want to assure you that there's no need to be overly reserved around those people. They should be quite easy to get along with. Shen Yanlan transformed into a loquacious figure, meticulously advising the girl before nodding in satisfaction. Lan Yetan slowly processed the words spoken to her, softly acknowledging with an "oh," before turning and taking the key to leave. In the vast space, only Wenqing and Shen Yanlan remained, with Wenqing's fingers trembling, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. What were they to do now? Shen Yanlan, however, remained remarkably calm. He had known that version of her for quite some time and had spent considerable time with her. He spoke slowly. Lan Yetan has always been herself. She has merely changed significantly on the surface. If she were truly as cold-hearted and brutal as before, she wouldn't have asked those questions about her family. The influences of the years had still left their mark on her. The current her was almost entirely integrated with the person she once was, albeit a bit more aloof and slightly more capable. He had intended to communicate this to Wenqing from the start, primarily due to the young man's visibly distressed demeanor. Wenqing had a relatively strong capacity for acceptance regarding such matters, having endured countless experiences in the past. The girl's mental state and memory had always been unstable, capable of crumbling at any moment, yet also capable of rebuilding with astonishing rapidity. However, it had never been as severe as it was now. That Chu Zhan had truly lost his spirit, which was rather fitting for him. Wenqing found himself uncharacteristically silent, while everyone understood the logic behind their words. There remained an elusive reluctance deep within. Wenqing, I understand what you're feeling. You have spent the most time interacting with the current Lan Yetan, so naturally, your fondness leans more towards that version of her. Shen Yanlan's mood had also grown somewhat gloomy. Yet upon catching a glimpse of the girl's silhouette through the floor-to-ceiling window, the heaviness that had coalesced within him dissipated in an instant. She was alive. And that was already a blessing, was it not? He no longer yearned for anything beyond that. To love someone is to embrace all aspects of them, both their virtues and flaws, as long as they do not cross moral boundaries. Am I thinking about this again? Chapter 241, Claiming Sovereignty. The two descended the stairs in silence, while Lan Yetan unusually sat quietly in the back seat, not uttering a word. The driver arrived just minutes after the girl entered the vehicle, and the two sat beside her, one on either side, with Lan Yetan surprisingly feeling at ease. The journey was overly quiet, creating an eerie atmosphere, and Lan Yetan found herself feeling uncharacteristically anxious, uncertain of the source of her tension. Are you sure they won't notice anything unusual? Her acting skills were rather lacking, unless she was toying with her prey. She was acutely aware that in the presence of blood relatives, she would become utterly mute. Shen Yanlan sighed helplessly, smiling as he glanced at the person beside him. I've already told you, there's no need to be overly nervous. In this world, your parents are indeed your parents. They won't find anything strange. Lan Yetan nodded slowly, her gaze fixated blankly on the car window, waiting for the moment the vehicle would come to a halt. The girl's grip on the hem of her sweatshirt tightened noticeably, and Wenqing gently brushed against her hand. You're so tense right now. It's easier to spot a flaw, he remarked. Do you think I want to be this way?
Lan Yetan burun tertit.
This anxiety was not a choice, but an instinctive response arising from her body and central nervous system. The group walked in single file until they reached the restaurant. At the entrance of the private room, the girl hesitated for a considerable time before turning to glance at the two individuals accompanying her. Can I really go in? Are you sure this is the right room? Upon receiving their affirmative nods, she closed her eyes, steeled her heart, and pushed the door open. In that instant, countless gazes converged upon her. Lan Yetan instinctively took a step back, overwhelmed by the intensity of those looks, some filled with concern, others with fear, and yet others with joy. Such complex emotions are beyond my comprehension. How am I supposed to respond to all this? The girl could only think of the actions she was originally meant to perform, as instructed by those few who had spoken to her earlier. What's wrong? Why is everyone staring at me? Lan Yetan endeavored to soften her voice, yet it still conveyed a hint of stiffness and indifference. which allowed Shin Yuan to release the tension that had been building within him. However, the relief was minimal, as the girl's current demeanor appeared somewhat peculiar. "We were terrified, but it's good that you're back now," said Fu Lin, who took the initiative to break the ice. Her eyes lingering on the girl's tear-streaked face, which was still red from crying. Just a glance sent a sharp pang through Lan Yetan's heart, rendering her breathless as she stared back at the woman before her. After a moment of contemplation and an analysis of her surroundings, she deduced, "If I'm not mistaken, this person must be my biological mother, right?" Instinctively relying on the bond of blood and maternal affection, Lan Yetan approached, only to discover an empty seat reserved for her. Indeed, the seat of honor. Everyone settled around the dining table, yet the atmosphere was oppressively silent. "What is this? According to the script, shouldn't they all be concerned about me? Why is the atmosphere so somber? How am I supposed to handle this?" For a fleeting moment, despair washed over her. She was unafraid of battling monsters across countless worlds or engaging in conversations with the powerful while wearing a facade. What truly terrified her was the sincerity with which everyone gazed at her. She hadn't even fully grasped what genuine feeling was. She opened her mouth, struggling to articulate her thoughts, when Mu Hui broke the suffocating silence. "Sister, are you hurt? The important thing is that you're safe now."
Lan Yetan.
As if reciting lines rehearsed for ages, seamlessly responded, "I'm fine. Not injured at all. You needn't worry." This statement felt directed solely at the young man, yet it also served as a comfort to everyone present. She scanned the room, relieved to find no one casting unusual glances. Thank goodness. It seems there's no major issue. She began to understand how she had previously interacted with these individuals. Mu Hui gripped his chopsticks tightly, and Lan Yetan noticed a hint of concern as she turned to him. "But you look a bit pale. Are you unwell?" "No way." She quietly observed him as he forced a faint smile, his voice gentle. "Sister, I'm perfectly fine." Suddenly, a languid voice interrupted her thoughts. "Still playing?" It was Wenqing. Unfazed, the girl addressed those around her, summarizing that nothing significant had occurred and that she couldn't quite recall the details. She simply awakened to find herself rescued. Lan Yetan decided to leave further explanations to the two individuals.
"What?"
The two were taken aback by their ability to converse so freely. Wenqing recognized that the individual before him was incorrigible and enjoyed toying with others, yet he had no intention of changing that. Control your thoughts and let that person feel a twinge of anxiety to satisfy your little whims. You're not afraid of being discovered, are you? Sipping her drink, Lan Yetan replied slowly, "What do I have to fear? He won't hear what he shouldn't, and who exactly implanted this telepathic ability within my body? How pathetic. I couldn't break free from it before. Well, I was just a little brat back then." Suddenly, Shin Yuan regarded the person opposite him with a puzzled expression, his voice remaining flat but tinged with a teasing lilt. "But why go through the trouble of dining here when we could have resolved this at the old residence?"
Shen Nian Lan, Unfa.
Continued to eat and drink with the most basic politeness, his actions flowing with an air of refinement. After all, he had been raised as a privileged child.
"Oh.
I was simply hungry. Did you think I chose this restaurant for no reason? Besides, Lan Tan must be hungry too."
Lan Yetan.
She looked at the person beside her in confusion, and then it dawned on her. "Are you declaring your claim over them?"
Shen Nian Lan.
Chapter 242. Good evening, brother. Are you asleep? No. Wasn't it previously stated that Lan Yetan had a shallow understanding of emotions? How does she comprehend all this? Lan Yetan could naturally discern the thoughts of the person opposite her. She smirked slightly, feeling somewhat speechless. "Is it possible that I merely react slowly to emotions rather than being incapable of seeing what you're up to? This man is quite cunning. By orchestrating an entire banquet for one person, he has completely placed himself at her side. What else could it be but a declaration of ownership?" Suddenly, the girl noticed an empty seat nearby and hesitated to speak. "Is there still someone here?" She sensed several peculiar gazes directed at her, and someone quickly interjected, "Shirqing Qian." "Ah, the person here? You're unaware? No worries, it's just someone inconsequential." Shirqing Qian's instinctive response fell off. Yet she dared not reveal too much in such a setting. Almost unconsciously, she seemed to favor Lan Yetan. The girl lowered her gaze to her food, her mind racing. "Is that empty seat the Lingyu you mentioned before? Has this person already infiltrated my family? If I recall correctly, isn't he a soul entity? How could he be human?" She bombarded the two with questions, leaving them somewhat bewildered. After finishing his meal, Shin Nianlan replied slowly, It's quite normal for a system like his to take on a human form, and I've already mentioned that countless events transpired during your period of amnesia. Lan Yetan pondered this, yet her understanding remained tenuous, as her current memories, actions, and abilities felt disjointed and bizarre. No significant events occurred afterward, except as the gathering drew to a close. Several were concerned about whom Lan Yetan would return with. Finally, she turned her head and earnestly inquired of the young girl. Fu Lin's voice was gentle. She was always keen to solicit her daughter's opinions on such matters.
Yetan.
Whose house would you like to visit? Or rather, where do you wish to stay? Would you prefer to return home with us, or? The more she dealt with these people, the more adept she became at embodying this persona. By the end of the meal, she was almost completely in command of the temperament and habits she had previously observed. The girl turned to her parents, her gaze cautious and tinged with a vague sense of guilt as she spoke. Ahem. Well, Mom and Dad, I might be staying at Xinyanlan's for a while. I have some matters to attend to, so. Before she could finish her sentence, she felt a warm hand gently ruffle her hair from above. The woman's eyes held a hint of helplessness, followed by a soft chuckle that radiated warmth. Whatever choices you make, Mom will support you. As long as they do not bring you too much harm. It's fine, just be careful. After all, you are a girl.
Lan Yetan nodded.
And even as a rebellious experiment subject of the system, faced with her gentle and kind mother, she could only become an obedient child. The girl listened attentively to her mother's rambling, a peculiar feeling swelling within her. She nodded, and Shin Xi Yuan cast a surprised glance at Shen Yanlan. When did you? Shen Yanlan remained expressionless, yet his demeanor was infuriatingly calm as he chuckled lightly. Probably, when you hadn't found anyone yet. The two were indeed like brothers in conflict. For a fleeting moment, Shin Xi Yuan gritted his teeth, feeling that his younger brother's tongue had grown sharper. Not knowing from whom, he had learned it. Mu Huiyi understood that he had no say in this matter, as the girl had already made her decision. And they could only get in the car and head home. Shi Qingqian quietly listened from the side and nodded, her voice soft. Though there was still a hint of reluctance in her heart. Yes, just be cautious of those people. Even until they boarded the car, Lan Yetan remained somewhat dazed and confused. She watched the woman's figure standing in the open space, her clothes and hair gently swaying in the breeze.
Lan Yetan.
Rarely silent, felt the chill of winter this year, with the window fogged up, making her mother's silhouette appear particularly blurred. Just as she prepared to wipe away the mist for a clearer look at the mother she had longed for yet could not attain, in the next moment, the car started suddenly, and the figure vanished, becoming a mere shadow in her line of sight. Was it destined to be a fate without connection?
Yetan.
A curious voice broke her reverie.
What are you looking at?
The fog seems quite thick today. If all goes well, it should snow soon. It would likely be during the new year, which could be considered a good omen. They could witness the first snowfall together. Lan Yetan was somewhat surprised that the person before her could comprehend so much about these matters. She glanced at her phone, casually checking the time. It was already December 30th. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, she was still startled by the inexplicably fleeting passage of time. When the car finally stopped, she gazed at the grand villa standing majestically in the courtyard, her mind filled with questions. Wait, this isn't right. It doesn't match the place we just came from. Shin Yanlan stepped down, lightly nodding. Yes, this is where you will be staying. But you probably won't be here for long. Can you please refrain from speaking like that?
Lan Yetan retorted.
Wenqing also alighted, having been too busy to attend classes, although his enrollment remained intact. If all went as expected, this place would not remain tranquil for long. But for now, they could only take each day as it came. Lan Yetan, after spending some time in this new abode, discovered that it seemed to have everything, with many items tailored to her size. Wait, are you a creep collecting my measurements? Shin Yanlan's expression stiffened momentarily before he slowly turned his head, his voice calm, yet with a slight flush on his ears. Ahem, I mainly thought of keeping this villa for you.
Lan Yetan. What?
After quite some time had passed, the girl found herself unable to sleep that night, lying in bed while gazing at the unfamiliar world, this strange passage of time, and the emotions and body that felt foreign to her. Suddenly, she sat upright, picked up her phone, slipped on her slippers and ran to the adjacent room, knocking on the door. Brother, good evening, are you asleep? Sleepily Wenqing mumbled, What? Chapter 243. Wenqing rubbed his eyes, clearly not in a deep slumber, as the knock had awakened him. After all, in his current state, he still bore a human form that required sleep, albeit significantly less than an ordinary person. With a slightly dazed expression, he opened the door, donning a jacket. What is it? His voice was hoarse from just waking, and he leaned lazily against the wall. I thought you were still asleep. I was going to come over for a chat, but it seems you have not yet retired.
Lan Yetan reflected, nodding off.
Without a hint of guilt. Lan Yetan. Yes, I am here. Wen Qing's response was devoid of emotion, mechanical even. Why are you here at this hour?
What do you want?
He exhaled slowly, forcing a smile that somehow felt chilling. Lan Yetan, however, appeared unfazed, speaking slowly. I can't sleep. Shall we go for a stroll? Wen Qing's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at her, seemingly gritting his teeth as he articulated each word. What time is it? Are you seriously suggesting we go out? Just as she was about to respond, a light voice chimed in from beside them. I can accompany you if he is unwilling. Looking at Wen Qing's incredulous expression, the speaker smiled brightly at the girl. If he agrees, I can go with you. Wen Qing regarded the person before him in disbelief, and then pointed to himself. You really have developed a thick skin lately. For a moment, he felt utterly drained of energy and tactics. Lan Yetan was equally surprised to see the person who had unexpectedly joined the fray. Originally, she thought the main deity would not involve himself in such trivial matters. She merely intended to disturb Wen Qing, finding amusement in his expression. To her astonishment, just as she began to tease, Shen Nianlan emerged.
Lan Yetan?
Shen Nianlan seemed entirely unconcerned with her words, merely observing her, as if awaiting her response. What are you two doing? Why are you up at this hour? Shen Nianlan's expression was stoic, as if conducting business. I can't sleep either. Hearing you two rustling about, I thought I might join you since I was feeling a bit bored.
Lan Yetan.
She opened her mouth, genuinely at a loss for words, then forced a smile. I was just joking, I don't actually want to go out. I think I'll head back to sleep now. Wen Qing silently watched her retreating figure, a smirk playing on his lips. Ah, how cold and unfeeling you are. Using me and then running off. Do you have any thoughts on this? A question mark slowly emerged atop the girl's head. While she had previously been aware of this person's penchant for mischief, she had not anticipated such an outcome. What are you even saying? She remarked. Wen Qing, showing no signs of guilt, gazed earnestly at the person opposite her and asserted, Am I mistaken? It is precisely as I say, after you've harassed me all night. Now that you see him, you wish to flee. Lan Yetan, although her words were blunt, found herself too apathetic to move. In truth, she had no desire to accompany the two, primarily due to the hassle it entailed. However, since both insisted on clinging to her, she had no choice but to engage. Very well, let us go play together. Shen Nianlan maintained a stoic silence, devoid of the earlier provoking demeanor, exhibiting an air of nonchalance. The girl dashed to her bedroom to don a thicker garment, recognizing the need to safeguard her fragile body. Shen Nianlan returned wearing a trench coat, clearing her throat gently. This winter, though bitterly cold, had yet to see a flake of snow. Even her physical form was struggling against the chill. Wen Qing rubbed his forehead, suddenly alert, and exhaled slowly. Lan Yetan appeared completely enveloped in layers of thick clothing, resembling a French baguette, even donning a padded coat, wrapped so snugly. She seemed impervious to the cold, and while the two were somewhat surprised by her newfound concern for her well-being, they refrained from further comments. As they proceeded towards the exterior of the villa, which stood alone and was adorned with a meticulously arranged garden seemingly crafted for the owner's delight, they noticed that most of the flowers had withered and ceased to bloom. In a fleeting moment, Lan Yetan regretted not wearing gloves. Ultimately, she dutifully enveloped her hands in spiritual energy, warming them in the process. Shen Nianlan finally summoned the courage to voice her curiosity. Why the sudden concern for your own health? You were never like this before. Lan Yetan turned her head, casting a puzzled glance at the individual beside her, as if to question their sanity. If I do not cherish my own body, who will? Am I to await the heavens to send someone to care for me? Wen Qing stifled a chuckle, but in an effort to mask his embarrassment, he coughed lightly, diverting his gaze. Coughing due to kidney deficiency, Lan Yetan instinctively retorted, observing the brief moment of incredulity on the face of the person before her, which only heightened her amusement. She then turned her head back, continuing her previous thought. The cold wind swept around her, reddening her cheeks once more. Moreover, I suspect many are concerned about my past amnesia. I must take care of this body. Should everything settle, I might wish to retain it, as if it were a soul residing here. Their concern for her was evident, and she certainly could not afford to ruin this body over trivial matters. It was far too fragile, so much so that she struggled to articulate her thoughts. This body was riddled with afflictions, far from being wholly healthy. Perhaps due to psychological factors, her heart and stomach had begun to falter, and her bodily functions were gradually deteriorating. The fluctuations were faint, likely only noticeable in later years. The girl exhaled slowly, releasing a cloud of mist, and rubbed her hands together. As the trio continued on their way, they unexpectedly arrived before a greenhouse, a sanctuary for nurturing blooms that should not be in season. Shall we take a look inside? Chapter 244. The Greenhouse. Lan Yetan nodded, feeling no resistance towards the greenhouse. The three approached the entrance, and just as the girl placed her hand on the doorknob, she suddenly lurched forward. "No way," she exclaimed as she plunged into a void, realizing that the greenhouse was a trap set for her. "I knew good fortune would elude me, while misfortune would befall me instead." In that moment, she gritted her teeth, feeling her entire body stiffen, constrained by a force that dragged her inside. Lan Yetan raised her hand, a white halo coalescing at her fingertips, her long hair billowing in the wake of this potent energy, momentarily obscuring her vision. "Is there no decency? Must you resort to such a coercive and inexplicable method to draw me in?" Her voice was slightly hoarse as she resisted the overwhelming force, desperately unwilling to be pulled inside. Just as she was about to emerge, the powerful energy seemed to pause, astonished that someone could utter such incredulous words at that moment. She then summoned even greater strength. "You've got to be kidding me." The girl found herself cursing, a rarity for her, as she seldom resorted to such language. The pain of her body felt as if it were tearing apart. "This cannot continue. If I keep resisting, my body will be ripped apart. Though my soul remains intact, I must provide an explanation to those here. Reconstructing a body is a tedious endeavor." In that moment of gritted teeth, just as the thought crossed her mind, the energy surged anew, seemingly consuming her strength. How can this thing devour another's power? It's insatiable, as though it cannot be sated. She realized her current form could not fully wield her capabilities. She was barely utilizing even a fraction of her previous power. Otherwise, tearing apart this vortex would be trivial, as it distinctly sought her out in her current state. Lan Yetan understood that prolonging this struggle was futile. She would inevitably be dragged inside. Therefore, she slowly raised her head, allowing her body to relax. In that moment of ecstasy for the vortex, it was evident that it was pleased with her compliance. Just as she was on the verge of being absorbed, a flash of blue light erupted from her hand, condensing into the familiar shape of a knife. The blade shimmered with a silver glow, piercing the air with a brilliance that stung the eyes. This was the only tool at her disposal. With a slight twist of her wrist and a deep breath, she channeled all her energy into the knife, pouring forth an unrelenting stream of power. Yet, time was of the essence. In the very next heartbeat, she raised the knife high and slashed forward, unleashing a violent wave of spiritual energy that threatened to shatter the very fabric of space itself. The two forces clashed violently. Lan Yetan felt a metallic taste rising in her throat, her brow furrowing in agony, as the pain pierced into her very soul. Spiritual energy surged within her, as if seeking to fracture every bone, to extract her tendons, to drain her lifeblood while she remained conscious. Sweat beaded on her forehead. In that final moment, she leaned forward with all her might, carving a gash through the immense light. She had severed the energy. In that instant, all surrounding forces stilled, and Lan Yetan bowed her head, gasping for breath. Turning her head, she abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood, overwhelmed by the excruciating pain that made her feel as though she were on the brink of death. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Even her coughs were tinged with blood. The sheer magnitude of this ability was overwhelming. Given her current fragility, she should not have been able to withstand it. Yet she had persevered through this ordeal. Looking at the almost unrecognizable utility knife in her hand, the girl felt a flicker of compassion for it. "I recall that this utility knife has accompanied me for quite a while, having severed quite a few foes, both those who have wronged me and adversaries alike. It seems I have developed a certain affection for this blade. It truly brings tears to my eyes. With the last remnants of my strength, I restore the knife in my hand, marveling at its renewed brilliance and sheen." The girl nods in satisfaction, albeit slightly unsteady as she rises to her feet. However, with each breath she takes, it feels as though the blade is scraping against her lungs. Slowly, she employs her consciousness to explore the state of her internal organs, and upon closer inspection, she is taken aback. "So my lungs have indeed sustained a gash. Fortunately, it seems manageable for now. I should be able to use my spiritual energy to heal it once I've recovered a bit." After all, within her resides a formidable soul. And such minor injuries are hardly consequential. Observing her surroundings, the girl furrows her brow, beginning to seek an exit. She wanders left and right, her spiritual energy gradually replenishing. Yet she remains unable to ascertain how to escape this place. How peculiar. I distinctly remember there being a point of anchor when I first entered. But where has that point vanished to now? Almost instinctively, she murmurs this thought, only to discover blood trickling from the corner of her lips. She wipes away the crimson stain and continues her search, employing her spiritual energy to probe the area. Finally managing to recover a modicum of strength, she realizes she must hasten her departure, for there are far too many uncertainties here. Who knows what kind of energy might manifest next? That would be truly unbearable. However, I reckon it won't come to that. After all, such energy requires considerable time to form and condense. Those who seek to harm me are unlikely to summon such power at present. Despite these contemplations, a sense of panic lingers within her, for everything is shrouded in uncertainty. Her body is also exhibiting issues, with her bones creaking ominously. Her mind is engaged in a silent negotiation with her body. Suddenly, a faint voice drifts from behind her.
Lan Yetan?
The voice is soft and slow, tinged with a hint of confusion. Lan Yetan's body stiffens slightly, the voice sounding eerily familiar. She slowly turns to face the figure behind her. Her pupils involuntarily constrict in disbelief, yet she manages to maintain her composure, though her words betray her surprise. What the hell? The boy before her, with silver hair and blue eyes, appears delicate, his skin pale and devoid of color, reminiscent of a blank canvas. He stands quietly in the void, his soul nearly transparent, as if a gust of wind could disperse him entirely. Is that you, Lingyu? The girl hesitantly utters the name of the person before her, uncertain yet instinctively aware that this is indeed the Lingyu spoken of by so many. The one capable of sacrificing everything for her sake. His eyes seemingly light up, and a strained smile tugs at his lips as he exhales softly.
It is I.
Lingyu appears somewhat taken aback that the girl would utter his name, given that he had reached a point of total disconnection. Lan Yetan falls into a heavy silence, gazing intently at him before taking the initiative to inquire. What are you doing here? Lingyu pauses. A long silence stretching between them, and he turns his head slightly, his voice seemingly strained. I suppose I am here waiting for my soul to dissipate completely. When his soul was shattered, he had prepared himself for a lifetime without seeing her again, yet finding himself here was unexpected. The boredom had nearly driven him mad. Although previously tedious, at least there had been tasks to occupy him, like observing his host. Now, he could do nothing but lie in this void, surrounded by pure white. Feeling his essence being relentlessly torn apart, the pain surging through his mind. Lan Yetan stares at him, incredulous, and finally manages to articulate. You can calmly express such thoughts despite your circumstances? Lingyu, having come to terms with his dire situation, simply smiles, saying nothing further. The girl seems to sense his thoughts and smiles back at him, stepping closer. Observing his terrified expression, she casually forms a seal. In a sudden burst, she rushes towards him, startling the boy, who lets out a breath, looking at her with an expression that is hard to articulate. You.
Lan Yetan, expresionless.
Places her hand on his wrist, gently channeling her waning spiritual energy into him. She is cautious not to overwhelm his fragile soul with a surge of power. Lowering her gaze, her long lashes flutter, her expression earnest, seemingly unaffected by the blood that stains her. In this moment, her focus rests solely on him. The warmth of her body and the gentle flow of spiritual energy seep into Lingyu. Lan Yetan, are you mad? Your own body is in such a weakened state, and yet you choose to share your strength with me? Are you not afraid of perishing yourself? She maintains her stoic demeanor, pressing a particular point on his hand as she successfully silences his protests. Watching as his complexion visibly reddens, it is unclear whether he is embarrassed or angry. For the sake of our mutual well-being, let us refrain from further conversation for now. I trust you can manage that.
Correct?
Despite her evident frailty, her voice retains its usual nonchalance, as though she is not overly burdened by the pain coursing through her body. Yet, the foremost concern remains the preservation of his soul. The death of the physical body is not truly the end, although the process of reconstruction is troublesome. The complete annihilation of his soul would mean his utter disappearance from this world. Lingyu's ears flush slightly, his eyes widening as he longs to speak but finds himself rendered mute by Lan Yetan's presence. For now, his soul exists in a state precariously close to oblivion. making even the simplest movements a trial, let alone the exertion of spiritual energy. Oh, by the way, you must have noticed by now that I have regained my memories. Though, I seem to have forgotten some details of our past interactions. As she speaks, she slowly turns her head and coughs lightly, wiping the bloodied remnants from her hands with an expression of indifference. However, I believe you are quite a decent person, considering how you defended my past self. I cannot allow you to perish now. Moreover, should you die here, where would that leave my reputation? Lingyu listens to her rambling, a rare silence enveloping him.
He,
Too, is rendered speechless, momentarily lost in thought. Finally, he exhales softly and shakes his head, observing as his form gradually regains substance. No longer as insubstantial as before. It would be nearly impossible to discern him if one did not look closely. After imparting her energy, Lan Yetan suddenly feels her strength drain completely, having exhausted her spiritual reserves. The ability to restrain his speech slips away, and she collapses to the ground, gasping for breath. Lingyu remained silent for a considerable time before stepping forward to gently lift Lan Yetan. Do not lie on the ground. We cannot ascertain whether this place is safe, he advised. Although his gaze still bore a hint of confusion, it was evident that he was grappling with inexplicable emotions. The young girl nodded in agreement, allowing him to assist her to her feet. Then, with a stoic expression, Lingyu meticulously wiped the blood from her face with the sleeve of his garment. He slightly bent down, murmuring under his breath, "You've got blood smeared all over your face. Don't you feel uncomfortable? Aren't you worried about being anemic?" Yet, his eyes betrayed a profound tenderness, almost as if they were on the verge of breaking. Indeed, the youth felt an overwhelming heaviness weighing on his heart. He deeply wished for Lan Yetan to be healthy and to grow without burdens, yet it seemed that they had reached an irretrievable point. Another soft sigh escaped him as he realized he had encountered a peculiar flaw. Since they were currently in a spiritual state, even their clothing was ethereal. Any bloodstains would gradually dissipate, rendering it unnecessary to worry, thus creating an infinite cycle akin to a reusable tissue. Lan Yetan acquiesced without resistance, allowing him to clean her wounds, thinking, "Let the child indulge in this." After approximately half a minute, observing that Lingyu had ceased his actions, she remarked, "Do you know if there is a way out of here?" Though she had already formed an answer in her mind, she sought to inquire for a glimmer of hope. Lingyu shrugged helplessly, scanning their desolate surroundings. "I truly have no idea. If there were a way out, I would have left long ago. However, before you arrived, this place was eerily calm. It seems to be targeting you specifically." Two question marks slowly formed above Lan Yetan's head as she struggled to suppress her laughter. "Genius. Are you secretly in love with me?" Taking a deep breath to temper her rising frustration, she felt the urge to lash out. But her current physical condition forbade any further outbursts. One more episode, and her body would surely fail her. "Oh, perhaps," she mused. "Let's search around. If we can't find anything, then so be it. At least searching provides some semblance of hope." Though her last statement was clearly a form of consolation, there were no other options available. Lan Yetan nodded, reflecting on how rarely she had experienced such frustration. Ever since leaving the experimental base, she had never found herself at a disadvantage due to her strength. Today, however, she felt defeated as they scoured the area meticulously, leaving no corner unchecked. Alas, the place was far too vast, and they could not reach an end. Half an hour passed, perhaps it was only half an hour. Lan Yetan suddenly slumped to the ground. "I can't go on. I'm truly exhausted," she confessed. There was no deceit in her words. Her stamina was wholly depleted, and if they continued, she feared her legs would give way, and she might faint. Lingyu, rather than urging her onward, slowly sat beside her. "Are you feeling all right? Is your condition stable?" he asked. Lan Yetan, sprawled on the ground, stared vacantly into space, responding with a soft "oh. I suppose there's not much wrong. It doesn't feel too severe, but I do still experience some pain." While her words seemed normal, they transformed in Lingyu's ears into something entirely different. In fact, his casual interpretation appeared to be correct. "Have you become so numb to the pain that you can no longer feel it?"
Lan Yetan slowly lifted her head.
Gazing into his azure eyes, pondering for a moment, her mind felt slightly foggy. "I can't say for certain, but rest assured, with spiritual energy sustaining this body, nothing catastrophic will happen, even if I have indeed grown numb to the pain." She casually flipped over, wriggling like a worm, seemingly intent on fulfilling her earlier desire to become one. "I'm so tired. Perhaps it's best to just accept things as they are?" Ling Yu fell into a contemplative silence. It seemed there truly was no escape, as if they were ensnared in an infinite black hole, a despair that was palpable. Yet, he soon made a firm decision. No, there are still formations here that consume souls, and you cannot remain here. Just as these words left his lips, Lan Yetan was abruptly sucked into the floor of the blank world. What the hell? Her pupils dilated in shock. She had not reacted in time, lacking any instinctive measures, and was swallowed whole. Yet this time, she did not struggle. The girl genuinely wished to see what this void intended for her. Why was it so insistent? What did it seek to reveal? In that moment of descent, her gaze met Ling Yu's, who urged, "Wait for me. Do not fear." The boy trembled, his heart racing with a mixture of panic and fear. He felt utterly powerless, truly unable to do anything. That profound sense of helplessness settled heavily upon him. No, those matters. Just as he thought this, his emotions surged too intensely, and he abruptly covered his mouth, coughing violently as his body trembled uncontrollably. What should I do? What can I do? It seems this place offers no retreat for anyone. It forces them to move forward, compelling them to confront the truth, pushing them to run endlessly. Lan Yetan, it seemed, had never experienced a moment of tranquility. Alas, I ultimately failed to protect her. Now, she felt as though she were submerged in an ocean, struggling to breathe as she began to descend. The resistance felt akin to that of water. If she were to guess, it was indeed like being submerged in the sea. However, oxygen was scarce here, and her mind gradually slowed, ultimately entering a state of complete shutdown. Lan Yetan found herself in a disoriented state, bewildered about her surroundings, and faint sounds echoed in her ears, suggesting that someone was particularly elated. "Sir, look, it seems we've succeeded." It appeared they had achieved their first successful case of cultivating an individual through this experimental process. As the voices continued, she could scarcely comprehend what they were saying. It felt as though she were suspended in some kind of liquid. She attempted to open her eyes, but they drooped uncontrollably, and her breathing had become faint. Finally, succeeded. How wonderful! We have truly succeeded. This individual will be our first successful specimen. Yet, how do we care for it? Cheers erupted, and the individuals spoke in a language that was incomprehensible to her. Lan Yetan seemed to revert to her previous state, recalling only the events that transpired in the original parallel world. Amidst their jubilant accolades, she detected a disconcerting blend of greed and hypocrisy in their voices. This one's vitality is astonishingly resilient. The conditions we agreed upon were practically a windfall for us. Initially, we never anticipated such a result.
Indeed.
One cannot judge a book by its cover. Despite appearing so frail, this little girl has endured such substances and experiments. As she listened to the increasingly clear words around her, she clenched her fingers tightly, attempting to awaken her senses. It was in that instant that her eyelids were lifted, and as she raised her head and opened her eyes, she beheld the scene before her and everything that surrounded it. Chapter 247. I knew something was bound to happen. Where on earth am I? Lan Yetan felt her memories becoming increasingly muddled, as if she were a spectacle in a zoo, surrounded by onlookers who pointed and whispered about her. Some wore expressions of discomfort, frowning, yet they remained composed, surveying their surroundings with impassive faces. It appeared she was encased in a tube filled with various fluids, though she could still breathe within it. Suddenly, footsteps approached, and in an instant she was released. The girl's brows remained indifferent, her striking golden eyes reflecting a hint of detachment. Such a promising specimen should not be wasted without training. Just as Lan Yetan attempted to speak, she found herself unable to produce any sound. A gentle voice emanated from behind a pink-haired girl. I believe it is unnecessary to rush. She has just emerged from this experimental tube, and her body is yet to acclimate. It would be unfortunate to damage the body that has been cultivated for so long due to hasty actions. Though it appeared the girl was concerned for the onlookers, it was evident she was buying time for Lan Yetan. The pink-haired girl seemed to sense her intent, merely curling her lips in a slight smirk before turning away, seemingly annoyed. The blue-haired girl remained silent for a moment, casually waving her hand to dismiss her subordinates, then gazed at the bewildered girl in the experimental tube before gently pressing a switch. Once she ensured everyone had exited, she mused, if I am not mistaken, am I awakening some memories? How many more memories must I awaken in this world? Truth be told, upon waking, she received a flood of memories, including the actions she had taken during her previous amnesia. Even her thoughts seemed to coalesce in her mind. Then her body inexplicably seized control. moving stiffly as if responding to some command. Hello, do not worry. I harbor no ill towards you. I need to take you to a room. The blue-haired girl simply watched as the other adapted to her body, then gently took her hand.
Lan Yetan instinkito thi coi, appa ding so me wat for phone.
Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm. You may call me Zhou Shisheng. The girl regarded Lan Yetan earnestly, seemingly puzzled by her gentleness. Zhou Shisheng possessed violet blue eyes, calm and gentle, reminiscent of a tranquil sea, deep and unfathomable. Her light yellow beret and blue hair harmonized beautifully, creating a soothing palette that evoked no discomfort. Zhou Shisheng did not respond verbally, merely leading Lan Yetan through corridor after corridor. The girl's attire was damp, likely from the fluids within the laboratory, and she shivered slightly. In the next moment, however, her clothes were completely dried. Sensing Lan Yetan's apprehension, Zhou Shisheng slowed her pace, turning to introduce the surroundings. This is the mechanical area, this is the energy storage section, and that is the staff studio and lounge. You are welcome to explore. If you find your body still unfamiliar, you may seek me out, and I shall teach you how to harness your abilities within. After a lengthy explanation, Zhou Shisheng turned to the silent Lan Yetan, who had been staring down and not responding, yet she exhibited no annoyance. Instead, she guided her to a room at the end of the hall. All right, step inside. Lan Yetan felt her body moving uncontrollably towards the door, though every cell in her being screamed against entering, warning her of the dangers within. As if falling into an abyss of despair awaited her. Must I endure such a tragic fate? Why do all misfortunes seem to befall me? She had begun to grasp the world's narrative, a blend of punk futurism with elements of the fantastical. It seemed to involve quick traversals through different realms. And if all went as anticipated, for O3 was likely involved in this setting as well. As she approached the door, her hand, though reluctant, turned the cold iron handle. The moment the door swung open, she muttered, "Oh no, I can already tell something is about to go awry." As soon as Lan Yetan uttered those words, she felt a sudden darkness envelop her, her body collapsing to the ground.
Ugh.
She involuntarily gasped, feeling an uncontrollable dizziness sweep over her.
Bang.
The girl was abruptly engulfed in darkness, losing consciousness entirely, her body light as a feather, her spirit adrift. Youth is a blessing. One can simply fall asleep. What on earth should I do? It feels like a significant crisis is imminent. If all goes according to fate, this must be a pivotal moment in my life. I must encapsulate all the memories I have lost. She felt a rising urgency, a frantic desire to reclaim the memories of her past life, reminiscent of her earlier explorations of the original's recollections. This time felt even more overwhelming than before, as she now had a clearer understanding of her circumstances, leading to a profound sense of despair. She could not tell how long she lingered in the dark before she managed to regain a modicum of control over her body, sensing she had been transported to another location. In the realm of the mind, I have grown accustomed to my body freely teleporting. With great effort, she slowly opened her eyes, her eyelids heavy and labored. As she fully opened her eyes, she was struck dumb by the scene before her. Unpleasant odors surged into her nostrils, nearly inducing nausea, and her brow furrowed slightly. What in the world? What is this? Why must I be thrust into such a shocking scenario? As the reality of her surroundings dawned on her, she became momentarily stunned. Chapter 248. Gritting her teeth. It seemed she could temporarily take control of this body, once more. With great effort, she suppressed the nausea churning within her as she surveyed her surroundings. The area was strewn with corpses, blood splattered everywhere, some head severed, limbs hacked off, an overwhelming stench pervaded the air, making it feel akin to hell, if not worse. The entire scene was dominated by shades of dark red and black. Though numerous corpses lay about, they appeared to be fading into a translucent state. Could it be these aren't real people? Despite the overwhelming nature of her predicament, she forced herself to maintain a semblance of calm. My mental state may be fraying, but who wouldn't be disgusted by such sights? She lowered her head to assess her current condition, her body covered in blood and wounds, some areas even festering. Not a single inch of her flesh was unscathed, and a sword lay directly beside her, its blade stained with crimson. A sharp, searing pain surged through her body and mind, and as she attempted to speak, she realized no sound emerged, as if she had been rendered mute. It was no jest. She was entirely reliant on the sword before her to prop up her battered and broken form. Had my previous existence been so wretched? Have I never experienced a single moment of respite in my life? By the heavens, I feel I might lose my sanity. She was overwhelmed with despair, intermingled with a lurking restlessness and anxiety, as if a violent force were intent on tormenting her to the brink of death. It felt as though someone were deliberately manipulating her emotions and psyche. She slowly reached out her hand, and in that instant, the pain intensified. It feels as though my life has been nothing but agony, or a relentless journey towards it. When, pray tell, have I ever known a moment without pain? A faint blue light flickered behind her, and she turned her head slowly to gaze at the shimmering glow, her lips curling into a smile that appeared unsettling. Then, unable to restrain herself, she violently coughed up blood, feeling as though her very insides were being twisted and torn apart, her head spinning, unable to function properly. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps reached her ears. Above her, a youth's voice, cold and steady, devoid of emotion, echoed with minimal inflection. The mission has been received. Have you identified whether the target requires treatment at the base? The girl struggled to maintain her consciousness, lifting her gaze to behold a boy with silver hair and blue eyes. He stood silently before her, devoid of any expression, as if even emotions had abandoned him in this sea of corpses. A gust of wind, tinged with the scent of blood, swept past, ruffling his silver locks. Clad in a black uniform, he appeared starkly out of place, a deity seemingly sullied by the filth surrounding them.
Lingyu?
It was indeed Lingyu. Long hair. A long-haired version of Lingyu. Her pupils seemed to tremble, unsure of what to say, as she watched him stride forward with purpose. His expression was masterfully controlled. Even amidst the nauseating air and the terrifying sight of the dead, he displayed no sign of discomfort.
Lan Yetan?
A question mark slowly formed above her head as she stared in shock at the figure before her, before turning away to cough up more blood. Her body swayed uncontrollably as she managed to rise, grasping the sword in her hand to stabilize herself. She responded lightly, feeling as if her entire being was on the verge of exploding from pain, cold sweat beading on her forehead, her body nearing its limits. Her mind was a chaotic mess, barely holding on to consciousness. Even the act of walking now felt like an immense exertion in his eyes. The pain is unbearable. Someone help me. What do I do? It hurts. Typically, she refrained from vocalizing her suffering, often reducing it to abstract expressions, but this time, the agony was unmistakably severe. To put it in perspective, it's akin to slicing one's wrist to the artery with no anesthesia for the stitches, and then accidentally getting infected. Multiply that pain by 10, or even 100 times. What a remarkable body, capable of enduring such torment. No wonder I've survived all my ordeals. With this physical constitution, I couldn't possibly perish. She observed her own staggering form, limping and swaying as she followed closely behind the boy. Yet halfway through, she faltered, nearly collapsing to the ground. It seemed even the strongest body could succumb to anemia. If not that, it was certainly on the verge of exhaustion. Lingyu let out a soft scoff, slowly turning his head, his voice calm and unruffled. He meticulously scrutinized the girl, calculating something in his mind before murmuring softly, "It's quite remarkable, despite losing so much energy. You can still walk without fainting under such duress. Is this the prowess of a test subject?" Typically, he would have begun to feel weak after expending over half of his energy, ranking among the most frail in his cohort, let alone the person before him, who seemed to be operating at a negative energy level yet still managed to push through such a lengthy journey. Lan Yetan, she thought. Are you truly not going to offer assistance? Long-haired brother, please, not like this. Then, as if he had suddenly regained his humanity, the boy inquired softly.
Can you still walk?
Lan Yetan hesitated, glancing at him, then opened her mouth to respond. Just then, a violent cough erupted from her, and blood splattered onto Lingyu's pristine white shirt. His expression stiffened momentarily, then showed signs of frustration, though it was hardly conspicuous. You. The single word escaped her lips, but she could not articulate the rest. Finally, gritting his teeth, he effortlessly transported her away.
Lan Yetan, se muset.
You have this ability? Why didn't you mention it sooner? Chapter 249. Memories are a double-edged sword. By the time they reached the treatment base, the girl remained hazy. Her mind clouded. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. The mantra echoed in her thoughts, mingled with a fleeting sense of despair. And the boy beside her seemed unable to contain himself, turning his head slowly. We're almost there. Stop your wailing.
Lan Yetan pondered slowly, momentarily confused.
Then recalled something that silenced her. She responded cautiously. Could it be? In this place, Lingyu could hear her innermost thoughts. What kind of strange magic was this? It could even penetrate dreams and memories. His expression faltered for an instant before he swiftly activated his ability, shutting down the glitch in her existence. Thank heavens for my abilities, they can block such things. Once inside the base, she was promptly thrown into a healing chamber. Strangely, even the slightest touch from those within the chamber alleviated her pain significantly, soothing and cooling. How wonderful, the pain has truly lessened, and my wounds are healing at a visibly rapid pace. The girl marveled, and after what felt like an eternity, she grew drowsy and lost consciousness, only to awaken to familiar voices filled with curiosity. The voices were somewhat recognizable, yet she couldn't place them, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself in the same place. Am I still here? She gasped softly, slowly rising. Most of her wounds had healed, yet some external injuries remained grotesque, as if deliberately left unhealed, and the pain persisted. Until now, she had not fully taken in the surroundings of this room. It was simply a stark white, almost numbing to the heart. The overwhelming whiteness enveloped the surroundings, devoid of any other hue. Prolonged exposure to such an environment could easily drive one to madness. It seems as if this place is attempting to subdue my spirit. Suddenly, a knock resonated at the door. The young girl hesitated for a moment, but ultimately ventured forth to open it, uncertain if this action would alter the course of time. At the threshold stood a man. At first glance, he appeared unremarkable. Yet upon closer inspection, an unsettling familiarity began to dawn upon her. Though he did not initially resemble Shen Nianlan, a careful observation revealed a resemblance, as if he were a matured Pro-Max version of her. The man regarded Lan Yetan with a hint of perplexity and gently inquired, "Are you new here?" Lan Yetan felt as though she were being interrogated by a formidable figure. After much contemplation, she managed to produce a single word, "Yes." "You seem troubled. Is my manner of speaking to you displeasing?" The girl regarded him with a hint of trepidation. His tone was excessively gentle, and his attire suggested he was no ordinary individual. "No, I merely find it a bit challenging to converse with strangers," she replied. The man nodded slightly, choosing not to press further, likely recognizing that any attempt to pressure her would be futile. "What is your name?" His earnest inquiry was likely to evoke anxiety. Yet, gazing at his face, the unease that once resided in her heart had dissipated, leaving only a lingering wariness. "Lan Yetan," she replied. Upon hearing her name, the man paused momentarily, then softly uttered an "oh," as if recalling something significant. "All right, I shall remember that. I must take my leave now. Should you require assistance, feel free to speak with those ahead." The girl was left in a state of bewilderment, puzzled by his inexplicable kindness and gentle demeanor, which seemed utterly incongruous. As she watched him depart, she turned back to close the door, beginning to scrutinize her surroundings. This room is nearly entirely devoid of color. Prolonged exposure could easily lead to psychological instability. She absent-mindedly rummaged through a cabinet, and her fingers brushed against a vibrant pink object. It was a small, exquisite pink diamond, exuding an air of opulence. However, the girl recognized it well. It was a gift from a friend in her previous life, a time when she was merely a struggling student. That friend had smiled brightly as they insisted she accept the gem, declaring it of little value to them, yet worth cherishing. Ultimately, she had no choice but to store it away, treasuring it nonetheless. She could still recall the words spoken by that youthful companion. "There is no need to fear. This is of no significance to me. Consider it a voluntary gift. If you are worried, you may record our conversation. If you truly feel apprehensive, simply present that recording to the authorities, and they will not trouble you." Faced with the earnestness of that young boy, she found it difficult to utter a refusal. To do so now would be to display a lack of appreciation. She could only nod, her throat dry. He undoubtedly understood the intentions behind the gift. "Thank you," she murmured. During that time, her aunt and uncle had even considered withdrawing her from school to save money, believing it more prudent for a girl to marry instead. She had been overwhelmed by the burden of tuition fees. Yet, when she thought of those individuals, only vague memories surfaced, their faces obscured by time. Just the thought of it brought forth a familiar pain. Clutching the pink diamond tightly, she felt a fleeting moment of hesitation and unease, as if something monumental were about to transpire. Following the conventional narrative arc of films and novels, I recalled something nostalgic, and such recollections often herald loss. Just as she longed for her parents, she also remembered Zhang Yu, whom she had sought to protect countless times before. Everything she cherished had slipped away from her grasp. Memories are indeed a double-edged sword. Lan Yetan exhaled slowly, returning the pink diamond to the safety of the cabinet. In truth, it was the safest place for it. Barring unforeseen circumstances, this body was destined to embark on multiple missions, many of which would be fraught with violence. Keeping it on her person would be truly perilous. Suddenly, darkness engulfed her once more. What do they take me for? Reliving memories day in and day out, and now traversing through time. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself surrounded by a void. This time, there were no mountains of corpses or rivers of blood, yet the stench of death still invaded her nostrils. The moment she opened her eyes, an excruciating pain assaulted her, rendering her nearly unable to stand, causing her to tremble lightly, with her breath faltering and her mind echoing with agony. What is happening? Chapter 250. It seemed she had finally begun to comprehend her past self. The pain felt manufactured, an agony more profound and unbearable. She appeared to be within a laboratory, observed by onlookers who seemed to be pressing buttons. The level of torment she was enduring was astonishing. If they were to experiment on her and extract her abilities, the potential breakthroughs could be unimaginable. Yet, her blood was peculiar. It vanished the moment it was drawn. The observers engaged in fervent discussions, while Lan Yetan, racked with pain, began to grasp the suffering she was undergoing, only to realize it was merely for their experiments. It is truly infuriating and distressing. They regarded her not as a human being, but as a mere specimen to be tormented. Her body quaked with pain, devoid of strength, suffering beyond description. As if every cell were screaming in agony. The pain dulled her consciousness, yet she remained fully aware. It seems they are toying with my life. Pain, pain, pain. Pain, 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 pain. Her mind could focus on nothing but that single word. The agony rendered her speechless, leaving her unsure of what to think, until even the concept of pain became foreign to her. Had she truly reached her limit? The threshold of endurance lay here? It seemed. Outside, the onlookers expressed disappointment, while others began to place bets. I wager it must be here. Even the previous deity couldn't withstand this level. I suspect she is not out of the fight. Her body lies still, yet the data indicates she hasn't fainted. Their greedy gazes bore down on her, evoking a sense of physical discomfort and cold sweat. It was unclear whether the sweat was a result of the pain or the intensity of their stares. Let us increase the pain a little more and see how long she can endure, one individual suggested, and they were astonished to witness. The girl gritted her teeth, swaying as she stood upright, meeting their mocking and taunting gazes with defiance. The strange brutality surged within her, yearning to break free from its constraints. Lan Yetan allowed this fury to course through her, for she too longed to retaliate against those vile creatures. She was acutely aware of how terrifying she could become when consumed by rage, her consciousness blurring. Even now, her awareness was hazy, and thoughts of dispatching those individuals danced in her mind. Was this entity seeking to rebel? It appears rather intriguing. Let us first observe what she intends to do. When he arrives, we shall intensify the pain. I wonder if she can endure it. You certainly know how to play, as long as you don't end up killing anyone in the process. The pain, a debauchery that momentarily clouded her consciousness, made her breathe heavily as she gradually approached those individuals. Their laughter resonated, as if they regarded this ordeal as inconsequential. They scrutinized her like an animal, estimating the extent of her limitations, thus refraining from uttering excessively vile remarks. As the girl neared them, an acute pain surged through her, seemingly amplified to an unbearable degree. Damn it, she thought. It turns out that the world indeed harbors pain that transcends limits, a pain so profound that it leaves one speechless, rendering her incapable of vocalizing anything. As if every fiber of her being were pierced by sharp needles. Moreover, these needles were laced with venom, inflicting agony while simultaneously being smeared with arsenic. She gasped for air, and from over a meter away, those individuals could discern their growing unease.
How could this be?
How could she possibly endure to this extent? Surely, she cannot truly emerge from this ordeal. If she can withstand it, then the energy within her must be nearly depleted, right? If she were to escape, she would undoubtedly ascend to become the next supreme deity. A sense of dread enveloped me. Her gaze was eerily unsettling, as if she could leap forth at any moment to slaughter us. One of the junior staff stammered, already showing signs of wanting to flee, primarily due to the intimidating aura emanating from the girl before them. I shared the sentiment. I genuinely wished to run. If this person truly charged at us, an unexpected incident could spell our doom. Yet, Why does she remain so still? Has she truly lost all strength? Surely, she won't collapse in the next moment? Someone posed this question, prompting the researchers to lift their gazes toward her. The girl donned a sleek black uniform, the metallic badge before her glinting ominously. Her tie appeared slightly disheveled, the collar slightly askew, and the belt around her waist was somewhat loose. The hat that once adorned her head had long since fallen to the ground, her lengthy black hair cascading in disarray, with bangs partially obscuring her eyes. Her gaze was murky and foreboding, instilling a sense of dread, compelling me to flee. Hesitation began to ripple through the crowd, with some contemplating escape. Yet others remained steadfast in their belief that the glass surrounding them was indestructible. "You, a bunch of cowards, have no idea what this glass is made of," one seasoned employee remarked, having spent many years here with no one managing to shatter it, even amidst excruciating pain. Another self-important individual glanced over and chuckled softly. "She's probably just in too much agony to move. You really shouldn't be so paranoid. It's amusing, really." Just then, a junior employee let out a startled cry, simultaneously darting backward.
Run.
She's completely lost it. What manner of monster could unleash such capabilities? The employee slowly turned his head, eyes wide with dread. The girl suddenly gathered her strength and struck the glass with ferocity. In an instant, cracks spiderwebbed across the surface, inciting terror in onlookers. She finally lifted her head, a malicious grin curling at the corners of her lips. The glass shattered into countless fragments, disintegrating into nothingness as the individual attempted to flee, only to find himself immobilized. Lan Yetan fixed her gaze on him, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. "Why have you ceased your cries?" In the next heartbeat, meeting his terrified gaze, Lan Yetan appeared before him at an imperceptible speed, seizing his collar with a vicious grip. This time, you've fallen into my hands." Her voice trailed off with a teasing lilt, her pallid cheeks stained with blood from the earlier exertion, causing chills to run down the spines of those witnessing the scene. Almost simultaneously, those who sought to escape finally reached the door, believing they had glimpsed the light of freedom. But then bang! The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, the sharp sound echoing through the laboratory like the arrival of death itself. Their terrified gazes shifted toward the girl, who remained unfazed, clapping her hands cheerfully before hurling the man into the experimental chamber. "Weren't we having such fun? Now, shall you experience that exquisite pain as well? I am most curious to see what level of torment someone as filthy and grotesque as you can withstand." The onlookers gazed at the girl in military garb with sheer terror, her cloak billowing slightly from the earlier commotion, enhancing the eerie and fearsome atmosphere. I was wrong. I truly erred. The headquarters does not permit infighting. You cannot do this. Lan Yetan furrowed her brow lightly, contemplating the individual before her, while those around her remained silent, fearing they might be next. Ha, 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 she found it inexplicably amusing. Unable to suppress a chuckle as she surveyed the assembly of cowards, their fear of death laid bare before her. "Do you truly believe you can compare yourselves to me? When you tormented me earlier, I was not considered a companion, was I?" A glimmer of tears welled in her eyes. Whether from sorrow or the physiological response to her earlier laughter remained uncertain. These individuals habitually occupied the high ground, yet when their interests were threatened, they found themselves trampled by those they once oppressed, feeling an imbalance that instilled fear within them, leading them to beg for mercy and resort to emotional pleas. How utterly laughable.
Lan Yetan.
"You cannot do this now. I am on the verge of promotion. My father and those above will not let you off easily." The girl dismissed his words with a wave, casually constructing a pane of glass as she sauntered toward the control panel. Her fingers glided over the myriad of buttons, each touch sending shivers down the spines of those inside the chamber. "Which button should I press?" She mused aloud, slowly pressing the red button. Gazing at the terror in his eyes, she squinted, her fair fingers shifting to the blue button. He appeared to exhale in relief. Suddenly, a figure surged forth. "Lan Yetan, do not think you can escape. After all that pain, your strength must be nearly depleted." As he spoke, a figure clad in a white cloak charged forward, brandishing a dagger that glimmered with a faint black light. This was the soul-cutting sword, a weapon that promised to rend the soul apart. The girl stood there, seemingly unresponsive, as the excitement in the man's eyes grew more pronounced.
Lan Yetan.
"You truly are a restless spirit. At last, I have the opportunity to bring your demise. Prepare to meet your end." He had harbored a disdain for her since the very beginning. Why does this girl possess such formidable abilities? so powerful that they leave everyone in awe and draw all attention to her? Today, it seems he has finally found the opportunity to eliminate her. A moment that will undoubtedly redirect the gaze of many back upon himself. Lan Yetan gently gasped, observing the man's actions, unable to suppress a smile. She vaguely recalled that this individual was always the top contender during training sessions. It appeared he was experiencing a sense of imbalance now. But what was there to envy or feel discontent about? Lan Yetan would rather remain unnoticed, preferring to be just an ordinary person. The journey of growth is undoubtedly fraught with pain, a crucible of torment that ravages both body and soul. In the instant when the blade was about to pierce her, the girl delicately lifted her hand, swiftly twisting his wrist. Crack. It was nearly a fracture. His hand spun 360 degrees, redirecting the knife straight toward the oncoming assailant. Blood gushed forth, splattering not only on her face, but also staining her attire. The dark military uniform absorbed the deep crimson hue, a visible testament to the violence that had just unfolded, even marking the metallic insignia with traces of blood. Help, please. The man collapsed in agony, his essence visibly dissipating, his flesh beginning to rot, emitting a foul stench. Those who initially intended to resist were now paralyzed with terror, their eyes reflecting sheer horror. Before the calm and composed figure, she casually wiped her cheek with a gloved hand, the blood tracing a path across her pale visage, rendering her particularly enchanting. Is there anyone who dares to defy me? I can take you down one by one, and I am rather pressed for time, so feel free to join in. It would save me some effort. Those who remained dared not utter another word. The previous action had transpired so swiftly that it was barely perceptible to the naked eye. Lan Yetan squinted her eyes in satisfaction, a smile breaking forth as she embodied a frenzied state of mind. How delightful it is that you are finally obedient. Rest assured, for those who comply, my subsequent punishments will be lenient, at least significantly milder than what this individual has just faced. Perhaps they might even find a swift release. At this moment, Lan Yetan was entirely consumed by the intrusion of violence and slaughter, a tempest of malice swirling within her being. She then slowly turned her head to face the one already steeped in despair, smiling. Guess which one I will choose? Lan Yetan regarded the person with a gaze filled with resentment, but said nothing, her displeasure evident, yet unvoiced. Slowly, her finger pressed down on a button. Chapter 252, The Holy Envoy. She selected the blue button. In that instant, the glimmer of hope in that man's eyes dimmed, replaced by an abyss of terror and fear. Energy surged, rendering his complexion visibly pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead as pain contorted his body into spasms and shivers. Around them, gasps of astonishment began to rise, leaving everyone baffled. How could she have accurately pressed the energy enhancement button when he had initially conveyed erroneous information? Lan Yetan observed the agonized cries and writhing of the individual within, the heart-wrenching screams instilling fear in those behind her. Cough.
Suddenly,
A faint male voice reached her ears. When will you be done? There's something at headquarters that requires your attention.
Lan Yetan slowly lifted her head.
Spotting a figure standing upon a high platform, leisurely observing the chaos below, she paused for a moment. It was Wen Qing and notably, the Pro Max version. The youth said nothing further, merely casting a silent glance before turning away, as if the events unfolding before him were inconsequential. Lan Yetan felt a sense of satisfaction at his perceptiveness. Don't linger too long. There are pressing matters to attend to. Understood. The two exchanged thoughts telepathically, and Lan Yetan grasped his meaning. It was a prompt to resolve the situation swiftly. Indeed, there were urgent matters demanding her attention. She gradually channeled some spiritual energy, her voice languidly amplifying. Do you wish to be released? It is indeed possible. I am currently overwhelmed with tasks yet. Only one person among each pair may be set free, and that individual must be the ultimate victor of their pair. The other must. The final word remained unspoken, yet understood by all present. Quite a lenient condition, wouldn't you agree? You are approximately 7 individuals, with one already eliminated, divided into 3 groups. I shall release 3 more, which equates to a condition of 21. This stipulation was undeniably tempting, a 21% chance of survival. A nearly euphoric prospect. Yet, those present knew that death was inevitable here. TSK, a gaggle of fools blinded by fear. If they reflect, they realize that while 21% seems accessible, the reality of 2 individuals clashing will only escalate casualties. I wonder what their self-inflicted carnage will look like? Will they still murmur about not harming their companions? The girl turned her gaze toward those whose faces contorted in pain and whose eyes glazed over. Unable to conceal her delight, she let out a soft hum, the sound of her boots striking the ground piercingly sharp as she carelessly pulled a chair. Ascending the platform, she sat down, observing those below, who seemed to hesitate. Upon lifting her gaze, she beheld the girl seated high above, her form splattered with blood. The black military attire rustling in the wind, her long ebony hair partially obscuring her delicate features. Her eyes, the most sacred shade of brown, looked down upon all below with an air of compassion. Lan Yetan's gaze was gentle, akin to a divine statue within a sanctuary, reminiscent of the pious emissaries lost in fervent prayer. Yet, her gloved hand gripped a pitch-black gun without mercy. The barrel was pointed directly at those below, and then she pulled the trigger.
Bang!
A bullet grazed a man's cheek, blood erupting in that instant, the searing pain nearly overwhelming his mind, shattering his final defenses. They regarded the adversaries before them with madness and an insatiable thirst for life. The foes, who had once been colleagues, were now engaged in a brutal struggle, blood splattering across the laboratory glass and the entrance. The girl observed from above, orchestrating the chaos with calm authority. Indeed, once personal interests are at stake, it matters not who the opponent is. One must ensure their demise. Seated for too long had become tedious, and perhaps the conflict below lacked excitement. She slowly rose, retrieving a dagger from her side. Watching the futile punches thrown by those below, she remained unperturbed, calmly tossing the dagger to the ground.
Clang!
The blade struck the floor with a resonant sound, reflecting light and exposing the grotesque spectacle of those below. Shock and confusion washed over them, and they lunged to frantically seize the dagger. As they fought over it, someone suddenly tapped her shoulder from behind. The girl turned slowly, regarding the individual with a puzzled expression. "Oh, you've arrived? Here to urge me along?" "Not so fast. Would you care to witness this grand performance?" The silver-haired youth quietly gazed at the person across from him, seemingly lost in thought for a fleeting moment, before unexpectedly acquiescing. Canny Tan, somewhat taken aback, slowly leaned against the railing, languidly observing the scene below from a vantage point. From the other side, the youth's faint voice drifted over. "You certainly have a knack for manipulating these individuals." He tossed a dagger downward, regardless of whom it was aimed at, when another person rushed forward to engage him. They would inadvertently harm their ally, perhaps culminating in a total annihilation. "You must find such an outcome quite delightful, do you not?" The girl propped her chin on her hand, turning to smile at the person beside her. "Do you not wish to witness it? To see these individuals unveil their most grotesque selves, frantically slaughtering and pillaging? They once prided themselves on their nobility, yet what has led them to this deplorable state?" Ling Yu remained silent, merely observing the unfolding drama below, until at last, a bloodied figure stood amidst the chaos, lifting his head to cast a hopeful gaze towards those above. Canny Ten slowly broke into a smile, then raised her dark firearm.
Bang!
The bullet pierced his forehead, splattering dark crimson blood. Their blood had long been tainted. If Canny Tan were to be deemed a saint, it would not be without justification. She was now meting out punishment to those wicked souls. After all, these individuals had once reveled in such spectacles, had they not?
Can we leave now?
The youth slowly turned his head, his striking blue eyes fixated on the person across from him. "Yes, let us depart." Chapter 253, I shall execute the plan of adoration. O malevolent orange blossom. The two walked side by side, exchanging little conversation. Canny Ten utilized her spiritual energy to cleanse the bloodstains on her attire, surmising that even if those at headquarters were to learn of this, they would not dare to impose severe repercussions. After all, they had brought this upon themselves, had they not? Moreover, much of the energy sustaining headquarters relied on her extraordinary abilities binding her tightly to the crystal at their core. This time, headquarters came seeking you, likely due to an energy entity that has detected heresy. Observing the girl's puzzled expression, it seemed to question, "What does the detection of heresy by an energy entity have to do with me? Because it is your presence that brings calm. This newly emerged individual, whom you just encountered, came to summon you but did not call you over. However, it appears that you are feeling much better now." She slowly formed several question marks above her head, gazing at the person opposite her in confusion, articulating a moment of exasperation. "But if this person is facing such difficulties that require my assistance, shouldn't they have informed me beforehand? Am I truly such a dense little girl?" Ling Yu recalled the bloodied figure from moments ago, appearing cold and unapproachable. Now, the roles seemed somewhat reversed. Your current demeanor indeed does not resemble that of an empathetic little girl, so I would advise you to temper your icy expression.
Kanetan.
Gazing at the long-haired youth beside her, his features exuded a greater air of indifference and severity, distinctly belonging to this realm, his silvery locks gently swaying as he walked. His brows slightly furrowed, those sapphire blue eyes, akin to precious stones, were intently focused on the data in his hands. I must say, long-haired Ling Yu appears rather handsome. It seems even more appealing than short hair, which was so charmingly pure. The person ahead paused momentarily, then quickened his pace, seemingly evoking a sense of hurried escape rather than a mere acceleration. Lan Yetan hastened several steps, realizing his pace only increased and frowned, deciding not to pursue any further. Indulging him is pointless. I am well aware of headquarters location. She then witnessed the person just managing to stop, slowly turning his head with an awkward expression. You need to keep up. Headquarters has requested to see both of us, and upon encountering a single individual, we shall face reprimand. The girl was genuinely growing weary of headquarters. Their incessant demands were exhausting, compounded by the news of personnel changes within headquarters, leading to an even greater influx of tasks. She was startled by her own thoughts. Am I truly so effortlessly stepping into the consciousness and thoughts of this body in the memory? For a fleeting moment, she felt a pang of sentiment. It seemed this awareness had indeed been subconsciously absorbed, and she had only just begun to comprehend certain truths. In short, a belated realization. Afterwards, she came to realize that her ability to harness the spiritual energy within was likely a result of an emotional takeover of the body. Once she had broken through that barrier, she could fully command such power. A moment of contemplation followed. If I am not mistaken, the revelation of all truths within this realm is not far off. After all, I can roam headquarters freely, and I can maintain control of this body for a considerable time. The two arrived at the opulent entrance, where Lan Yetan was utterly astounded and rendered speechless. Is this door truly made of pure gold? Ling Yu's expression remained stoic, as if such extravagance was a common occurrence for him. You are not a newcomer to headquarters. Have you yet to grow accustomed to it? This individual has a penchant for acquiring an assortment of gaudy items.
Kanetan.
The world of the affluent was beyond her imagination. Yet, the individual within was undoubtedly ostentatious, far exceeding even Shan Xi's taste. At the very least, while he may have been mentally unwell and possessed mediocre aesthetics, he at least managed to present himself well. As she slowly pushed open the door, she was once again struck with astonishment, her eyes nearly blinded by the array of gemstones and diamonds embedded everywhere as if they were worthless trinkets. Lan Yetan took a step back, incredulously surveying her surroundings, attempting to articulate her thoughts but finding herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, all she could manage was a single question mark, resembling a despondent rural dweller. Regardless of the challenges I encounter, I can only stand here, stunned like a desperate, honest peasant, and exclaim, what on earth is this? Was this truly a realm fit for someone of her humble origins? Such a lavish hall. It was well known that if the Sher family were to construct such a palace, their resources would be utterly depleted. Ling Yu appeared equally taken aback by the ostentation within, yet swiftly regained his composure, casting a glance at the girl beside him, who was feigning calmness. Let us proceed. This individual seems to be in a particularly whimsical mood today, surrounding himself with so much glittering paraphernalia.
Kanetan.
Ultimately, both exhibited an attitude of fearless resignation as they ventured inside. After traversing a lengthy corridor, they were met with an entirely different scene. The moment they crossed the threshold of a small inner door, the ambience transformed into a laboratory filled with various experiments, at the center of which stood a colossal crystal encasing an individual. Before the crystal stood a figure whose gender was indiscernible. The girl quickly rifled through her memories, recognizing this person as the main supervisor, experimenter, and researcher of the facility, devoid of any clear gender distinction. Possessing remarkable observational skills and astonishing experimental prowess, this individual had produced inventions that stirred the entire system and had thus been transferred to this location. You have arrived? The experimental maniac turned, long hair obscuring his brows, appearing somewhat agitated. You're finally here. Lan Yetan cautiously stepped back a pace, then moved forward again, meeting the astonished gaze of her companion before raising her head with a smile. Yes, I have arrived. What is it that you seek from me? Observing the rhetorical inquiry from the long-haired individual, he seemed to be growing increasingly irate. Come quickly and soothe the individual trapped within this crystal. A person as brilliant as I am cannot fathom a solution. It must surely be an issue stemming from your inability to provide comfort. Lan Yetan tugged at the corners of her lips, casting a bemused glance at the self-important figure beside her, before slowly parting her lips. Ah, yes indeed. It is my failure to comfort that poses the problem. You, the most brilliant and formidable of all, would never encounter such difficulties, would you? I shall embark on a plan of flattery for the long-haired individual before me, the malevolent orange flower. Lingyu lowered his head slowly, seemingly apprehensive that others might catch a glimpse of the slight smile that danced at the corners of his lips. Chapter 254. Too afraid to open his eyes. Hoping it is merely a figment of his imagination, Lan Yetan observed the individual before her, clearly displaying a look of satisfaction that caused her lips to twitch slightly, prompting her to adopt a more serious demeanor as she approached the figure encased within the crystal. Within the crystal was Wenqing, a man with furrowed brows. His breathing shallow, the rise and fall of his body weak, evidently subdued after a bout of agitation, leaving him in a state of frailty. What has he done? What have you all been up to? The long-haired individual regarded the nearby girl with some discontent, then scoffed, stating, I don't know what madness has overtaken him. He simply wishes to see you. Only then can he find peace. It seems she has overwhelmed him with energy he cannot control. I had thought this person's physical constitution would surpass yours. Even if it did not, it should have been comparable. Yet, to discover he is so much weaker than you, indeed. A creature like you is quite rare. Listening to the words of the individual beside her, Lan Yetan turned her head. She was not wearing a hat. Thus her facial expression was fully revealed at that moment. It was icy, as though she were ready to draw a knife and stab someone at any moment. Do you presume to have the audacity to act so proud? However, her expectations were not unfounded. As she spoke, her hand was already poised to draw the dagger at her waist. The long-haired individual belonged to the type that thrived on the weak and feared the strong. He glanced at the girl beside him, preparing to draw his knife. Suddenly, he whipped his head around to face the silent Lingyu standing nearby. 403. Are you just going to stand there? Why don't you come help me? Lingyu slowly shifted aside, pretending not to hear, pressing on his earpiece and engaging in a conversation with someone else. The long-haired individual. So, you two have conspired against me? This isn't fair. Lan Yetan was somewhat astonished by Lingyu's ability to be so perceptive even without his memories. Indeed, one's own kind seldom strays from loyalty at such times. They generally do not lean toward outsiders. The young man, still pressing his earpiece, seemed unaware that he was gripping it too tightly, as the tips of his ears flushed a shade of crimson before he lowered his head. Yes, I understand. I will do my best to arrive as soon as possible. You need not worry. After agreeing to the matter at hand, he appeared to converse for a moment longer before turning his head back, restoring his previous expressionless demeanor. What is it? Did you call for me for some reason? I was just informed of some matters from the other side. Lingyu's bias had already soared to celestial heights. The long-haired individual momentarily gritted his teeth, yet he understood that, regardless of his capabilities, he could not contend with these two. Subsequently, he pursed his lips and gestured toward the figure floating within the crystal. You cannot be trapped in the crystal, nor can you replace that person. However, Lan Yetan, this individual requires your presence to be soothed. Do you know what must be done? It felt as if he had 100 pairs of eyes focused on him, as if to say, you may need to make a sacrifice. It is written all over your face. Lan Yetan. The girl smiled sweetly at the individual across from her, once more signaling danger. Ah, indeed. I wonder if you could articulate your thoughts more clearly. Perhaps then I might comprehend. The long-haired individual inexplicably felt a chill run down his back. He then turned his head, unwilling to meet the gaze of the person beside him. What is this? Why do both of you shy away from looking me in the eye? Is it because my noble lineage is too dazzling for you? Lingyu. Although he was uncertain why he could hear the thoughts of the individual beside him, it seemed there was a pause in their mental transmission before the connection resumed. It felt as though this person's inner thoughts were vivacious, starkly contrasting with their outwardly aloof demeanor, creating an explosive charm. Moreover, it appeared that they were quite familiar with him, even recalling his shorter-haired version. He remembered that when he was first created, he had indeed possessed that form. However, at that time, the girl had yet to be brought into existence. Why have you fallen silent? Are you frightened by your own thoughts? Afraid that I might not be able to play with someone so perceptive? The long-haired individual was suddenly provoked. Although he was intellectually gifted, his emotional intelligence was alarmingly low. What nonsense are you spouting? I have said none of those things. What I mean is, as long as you can maintain the state of the person before you, I will not impose upon you. I will allow you to accompany him. Though such words were indeed brazen. To casually suggest that another make a sacrifice in such a straightforward manner, and to demand conditions even without a sacrifice, was hardly beneficial to anyone else. While he might lack shame, he still wished to maintain some semblance of dignity.
Lan Yetan.
She was genuinely astounded by the audacity of this group, unsure of how to respond, and let out a light laugh. You seem to be asking me to bear the burden of something that offers me no advantage, requiring me to expend considerable effort to seek a resolution for this issue? The long-haired individual, now visibly displeased, retorted. This is a matter concerning the safety of our entire headquarters. What are you doing? Lan Yetan regarded the individual before her, incredulous as she queried. Are you implying that the headquarters is treating me as a mere experimental subject, tormenting me without regard for my humanity, and that I should be grateful for it? Do you truly believe I wish to exist in this place? In all honesty, being in this wretched location felt akin to a fate worse than death. The moment she had entered, she had felt a suffocating pain. Now, she was expected to devote so much time and energy, potentially risking her life, to save a place that had brought her nothing but darkness. Am I a fool? In the end, she could only utter those 3 words. She genuinely did not believe that the individual before her was unaware of the experiences she had endured. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the entrance, as someone hurriedly exclaimed, "Director, you should have announced your arrival. How could you come in without a word? We were not prepared to welcome you. The laboratory is rather disordered, and it seems inconvenient for you to enter." The girl's voice resonated slowly, laced with disdain and an inherent superiority typical of those in high positions. Her tone, though still languid, inexplicably evoked a sense of dread. "Did I permit you to speak?" Silence. Lan Yetan had not anticipated that immediately after her reprimand, such a loud disturbance would occur. Ling Yu's expression shifted, while the long-haired individual turned pale. In that moment, the long-haired individual was momentarily afraid to open his eyes, hoping it was merely a figment of his imagination. The door was abruptly kicked open. The pink-haired girl gazed calmly at everything within, slowly curling her lips into a smirk. "Is this how you treat what I instructed you to handle properly? Step out." Chapter 255. Congratulations, you have won this game of chess. The long-haired individual was on the verge of kneeling in submission when they conducted those chilling experiments. They had not even informed the director. For the director had already entered a state of retirement, and now the pink-haired girl was genuinely enraged to the point of laughter.
So,
These people believed that when she retired, she would remain oblivious to the outside world. They were in for a disappointment. "Are you remaining silent to prompt me to speak on your behalf? That could prove rather painful." Lan Yetan quietly retreated to the side, her gaze fixed upon the formidable figure before her. The young girl's countenance was strikingly beautiful, yet it emanated an aura that instilled profound fear. Cold and aloof, she resembled a snow lotus perched atop a mountain peak. However, it was primarily the overwhelming aura surrounding her that was so potent, likely infused with spiritual power, which explained the terror it evoked in those nearby. The long-haired man lowered his head, momentarily drenched in sweat, as the girl's mind slowly processed the identity of the individual before her. This appeared to be the pink-haired girl who had previously intended to send her for experimentation, only to be thwarted at the last moment. Yet, judging by the demeanor of the person before me, it hardly seems she aims to consign me to a laboratory for torment. Ji, seemingly growing impatient, regarded the individual opposite her. "Do you truly wish for me to assist you in opening your mouth? Very well, if you find yourself unable to speak, I can indeed lend a hand." With that, she stepped forward, forcefully grasping his jaw. The long-haired man desperately sought to evade, but found himself utterly immobilized by the overwhelming pressure of her presence. The abilities of the person before him were unfathomable. Eventually, tears streaming down his face, he gazed at her, stammering as he finally managed to utter a few words. As if he had been fed something. "I merely desired to place her in the laboratory for further study, and then offer her as a sacrifice. Why must you treat me this way?" This revelation left everyone around them momentarily speechless. The audacity of his words rendered others too embarrassed to listen. Ji clenched her teeth for a brief moment, pondering what sort of worthless entity she had rescued. Gradually, she turned her head to observe the long-haired girl, who was now feigning ignorance with her head bowed. "Are you all right now? You're not one to easily succumb to intimidation. Have you dealt with those individuals?" She slowly raised her head, confirming that the person across from her was indeed addressing her, and nodded in affirmation. "I'm fine now. I've taken care of those people. She appeared to exhale in relief before viciously tossing the long-haired man aside. Prepare yourself. You're heading to the monitoring room. The man abruptly raised his head, a look of terror etched upon his features, attempting to grasp G's hem, but finding it utterly out of reach. As if engulfed by despair. At that moment, as Ji was departing, she turned to Lan Yetan.
You, come with me.
Without waiting for response, she seized the girl's hand and teleported away. Lingyu had intended to say something but was left stunned as the figures before him vanished in an instant, lowering his head slowly in realization. Hesitant, he circled a section of the report, only to find himself consumed by worry. Lan Yetan had yet to comprehend the situation when Ji had already whisked her away with a forceful affection. Evil? Did I truly just get taken away so effortlessly? Without rhyme or reason? Her mind felt hazy, seemingly unable to adjust to the rapid pace, and upon raising her head, she discovered a quaint, pastoral courtyard. Ji remained expressionless, guiding the girl further into the garden. So, is there something you wish to discuss, my lord? The pink-haired girl seemed momentarily perplexed by this title before her mind rebooted, recalling the significance of it. It has been quite some time since I observed your abilities. I am indeed curious to see them now. Lan Yetan's mind momentarily clouded with confusion as she regarded the person across from her. Is this really a request for me to engage in combat? While I do enjoy fighting certain individuals, I lack confidence when it comes to this person.
Ji,
Seemingly aware of the girl's thoughts, lowered her head and stirred the tea leaves in her cup with a small spoon, ultimately deciding it was too troublesome and simply drank it instead. Let us not rush into battle. There's no need for alarm. First, let us play a game of chess. Lan Yetan nodded slowly, sitting across from Ji. In that instant, a chessboard appeared on the stone table, and black pieces materialized beside her. Am I to make the first move? She raised her gaze to meet Ji's golden eyes, who nodded with a gentle smile. I have placed the black pieces before you, so it is only fitting that you take the first turn. Lan Yetan looked at the piece in her hand and gradually placed it on the board. In truth, I'm not particularly skilled at chess. It has been ages since I last played. She wondered if her senses remained as sharp as they once were. The silence of the space was punctuated only by the sounds of their chess match. As the girl played halfway, fatigue began to set in. Chess could be quite mentally taxing. I truly wish I could be one of those parents in a business group where those with authoritative avatars don't need to think. And I could simply cause a ruckus. Now, I must not only refrain from causing chaos, but I must tread carefully in all my actions, playing a fool in memories and continuing to do so in reality. While lost in thought, her hands never ceased their movement on the chessboard, until finally, silence enveloped them. Lan Yetan scrutinized the pieces before her, exhaling deeply, her heart racing. My goodness, I actually won. Congratulations, you have triumphed in this game. The girl slowly lifted her head to meet G's languid gaze, who seemed to be earnestly studying the chessboard before breaking into a smile. You are truly remarkable. You are the first person to win a game against me. Lan Yetan was not particularly surprised, as the person before her exhibited a formidable style of play, relentlessly pressuring her, which could easily induce anxiety. However, her innate laziness and high intelligence allowed her to navigate the game successfully, albeit narrowly. Ji gazed at her with a beaming smile, her beauty accentuated by her prideful demeanor. I can grant you one condition. State your desires, be it power, wealth. But I cannot offer you freedom at this moment. Chapter 256, appearing not very intelligent. Lan Yetan rested her chin on one hand, idly toying with a black piece, spinning it before slamming it onto the stone table with a resounding thud. I wished to just as she began to articulate her thoughts, her body was abruptly commandeered. Clearly, at such a pivotal moment, only the original owner of this timeline could express themselves. If I encounter any urgent matters in the future, you must be able to intervene effectively, playing a crucial role.
Lan Yetan?
Oh dear, let it be, if the child wishes to speak this way. So be it, if that is how they wish to think, then let them think that way. For a fleeting moment, she felt powerless. Yet she understood that making such a request must have stemmed from her own thoughts and choices. She seemed somewhat taken aback by the girl's inquiry, but nodded readily. Of course, such matters are quite simple for me. Now, shall we engage in battle? The instant the pink-haired girl uttered those words, Lan Yetan was abruptly thrust back into her original form.
Lan Yetan?
She had expected that she should bear this responsibility. Fighting is truly troublesome and painful. Just then, she perceived a surge of spiritual energy rushing toward her,
Lan Yetan swiftly extended her hand,
forming a barrier to block the probing force of the energy. The exchanges continued, and as time passed, the girl found herself losing track of the duration of their clash, her mind growing increasingly hazy. As I drifted into a state of unconsciousness, my thoughts began to wander far away. Is it possible that something is truly attempting to take control of my body? Could I genuinely be suffering from dissociative identity disorder? My heavens! In truth, I am the primary identity, possessing one or two alternate personas along with 3 or 4 more, and I even harbor a 5th identity. Just as this thought crossed my mind, I succumbed entirely to oblivion. Upon reopening my eyes, I found myself still in a haze, my body racked with pain. Before me lay a sea of white, interwoven with shades of blue, indicating that I was not in my bedroom. Slowly, I turned my head and met the gaze of a man whose eyes were a pale hue, quietly observing me. "You are awake?" he inquired. I was still struggling to comprehend my surroundings, but instinctively nodded, my body responding before my mind could catch up as I stared blankly at the man across from me. Shen Yanlan, I thought. Oh no, I should now refer to him as the newly appointed Lord of the Divine, although he had yet to officially ascend and claim his inheritance. However, the slight golden glint in his pupils already hinted at his intentions. The girl lowered her gaze slightly, observing her own body, bound in bandages. A question slowly formed in her mind. Wasn't it agreed that the conflict would merely involve some light sparring? Why had it escalated to such severity? Shen Yanlan held a recording device, meticulously analyzing the fluctuations of the surrounding instruments and documenting all the data.
"Can you speak now?"
How is your consciousness? Do you find what you see before you to be unclear? The girl was taken aback by his inquiries, incredulous at the thought that he believed I could articulate a response. If I could indeed speak, would I remain silent? The man's pen paused momentarily, before he resumed his careful scrutiny of the girl before him. You appear relatively lucid, showing no significant adverse effects. At this, I fell into a profound silence, bewildered as I gazed at the man opposite me, uncertain of what thoughts occupied his mind. Where am I? And as for the injuries I bear, where did they originate? The pain is unbearable, reminiscent of the torment endured in the laboratory. The man adjusted the positioning and functions of the instruments, observing the girl who was now entangled in various tubes, her body tightly swathed in bandages. How did you sustain such injuries from the divine? According to my understanding, even in moments of conflict, one would not inflict such harm upon you. He muttered to himself, seemingly unaware of my presence, before nodding in satisfaction once he confirmed that the instruments were functioning correctly. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a figure stumbled in. Oh my, can you believe it? Shen Yanlan? The divine has been sent to the treatment facility. The man turned slowly, disbelief etched across his features as another question formed in his mind. From where did you acquire this information? It cannot be true. The newcomer, who had rushed in with news of the divine's injuries, scoffed and raised their head proudly. She is receiving the most confidential care. While others may remain oblivious, such information is not beyond my reach. I was the first to inform you of this scoop. Shen Yanlan's lips twitched momentarily, but he gradually turned his attention back to the girl resting on the bed. He still harbored doubts about the credibility of the person who often brought him such rumors. After all, there had been several instances of misinformation in the past, especially regarding the divine, and this particular claim was exceedingly absurd. All right, you are quite the character. Please hold on, I need to make some adjustments. The intruder peeked in and caught sight of the girl lying on the hospital bed, her body enveloped in bandages, her pale skin stark against the sheets. Wait, is this the creature that appeared during the experiments? How could she have been so badly beaten? The next moment, they were silenced as Shen Yanlan swiftly covered their mouth. A voice, laced with irritation, emerged from above. You should know what to say and what to withhold. You are being excessively reckless today. The individual swallowed their words, casting a wary glance between the two before exhaling deeply. I shall take my leave. You can fiddle with the instruments here. If you doubt my words, you may verify them yourself. As I observed this unfolding drama, I found myself at a loss for words. The individual does not appear particularly astute. Chapter 257. Keep your voice down. Is this something to boast about? Shen Yanlan regarded the retreating figure with an impassive expression, turning back to scrutinize the data and manipulate the instruments. I pondered what could possibly warrant such attention and interference. Now, I stared helplessly at the ceiling, the pain rendering me nearly voiceless, a clear indication of the severity of my injuries. I had once been able to endure pain and provoke others in the laboratory. Why must I find myself in such a predicament, suffering injuries and agony? The frustration was palpable, leaving me to languish in silence on the bed. What can be done? After all, it is my own body and soul. The man's hands, which had been adjusting the instruments, momentarily hesitated, though unnoticed. Yet, had an expert entered the room, they would have recognized that the apparatus was already fully operational, requiring no further tinkering. If one were to look closely, they would see that even the data and markings had remained unchanged. Ultimately, he instructed, "Rest here. I shall investigate the situation. Do not move." I found myself utterly helpless, lying on the hospital bed, devoid of strength, and wondering what he meant by "do not move." As Shen Nianlan exited, he donned a white cloak and hurried away, extracting a teleportation talisman from his pocket and igniting it. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. His breath quickened. Everything felt suspicious, too suspicious. How could the divine have ended up in such a place, and how had I come to be injured to this extent? Upon arriving at the secure facility, he hesitated at the entrance to the treatment room. Silence enveloped him. He was uncertain whether entering was the right choice. It posed significant risks, and should the personnel be displeased, they could revoke his position. However, if these matters remained unresolved, he knew he would be plagued by sleepless nights, tormented by these questions. Finally, he gritted his teeth, strode forward, and after considerable mental preparation, knocked on the door. To his astonishment, it swung open almost immediately. Lord of the Divine. Shen Nianlan's voice faltered as he stared blankly at the scene before him. The pink-haired girl stood with her back to him, her exposed arms marred by a multitude of wounds, so numerous they were nearly impossible to count. Among them, signs of burns were also evident. "Ah, how impressive you are! To have found your way here so swiftly. Who might it be this time that has informed you? Would you care to step out and take a look?" She slowly turned her head, quietly observing the youth standing at the doorway, who remained motionless, as if ensnared by some unseen force. In the very next moment, a small white cat leapt forward, transforming into a young girl, her face etched with concern as she gazed at the injury before her. "Honestly, why must you engage in a fight with that person? Just look at the state you've put yourself in." Meng showed no hesitation in addressing Shen Nianlan, for ultimately, he needed to be informed, and Ji had displayed no inclination to intervene. It was perplexing how that individual possessed such formidable explosive power, nearly affecting me as well. Upon hearing these words, Shen Nianlan's mind became increasingly chaotic, filled with disbelief and uncertainty about how to articulate his thoughts. The first time he laid eyes on Lan Yetan was in the laboratory, having snuck in quietly. At that moment, the girl appeared pale, resembling a shattered porcelain doll, while the onlookers seemed to observe her as one would a rare specimen in a zoo, admiring this living artwork. Shen Nianlan was at a loss for words. Having sneaked in to witness their actions and overhear their discussions, he only knew that the girl in the laboratory possessed immense power, which might pose some safety concerns regarding this place. How could someone possess a talent even greater than mine? Even the relatively naive Shen Nianlan found himself quietly muttering this to himself, continuing to cower in the corner as he watched everything unfold. Until, in that moment, the girl in the laboratory opened her eyes, and he was momentarily entranced. Her eyes were exquisite, resembling glazed glass, fragile yet beautiful, imbued with a divine quality, radiating a sense of sanctity. Lan Yetan slightly lowered her gaze, as if empathizing with all living things. Those eyes were the crowning jewel of her visage. Eventually, he would find himself repeatedly visiting the treatment room, almost habitually returning to see if he could catch a glimpse of her. Around him, others began to tease, "Oh, why do you come here every day now? You used to only visit every 3 days. Surely you don't have someone special here? At such a critical time, don't let yourself fall into a romantic haze. And now, she was able to injure you? How could she inflict such harm upon you?" He stepped forward hastily, finally grasping the magnitude of the power that could draw such a crowd. Ji placed a hand gently against her lips, signaling the onlookers to lower their voices, as her golden pupils cast downward, meticulously tending to her wounds. Once satisfied with the gradual healing of her injury, she nodded and spoke softly, "Keep your voices down. Is this truly something to take pride in?" Shen Nianlan found himself at a loss for words, and it seemed that Ji was somewhat fatigued, delegating her healing task to the nearby blonde girl. "However, you need not worry excessively. This individual merely fell into a peculiar state during our sparring session, a state that is truly, rather extraordinary, consuming her own soul and body. I struggled greatly to resolve it. The man's expression momentarily crumbled as he glanced at the deity before him, realizing that such a statement only heightened his anxiety. Yet, this state is seldom triggered, likely due to the torment inflicted upon her by those inhuman creatures, leading to her current condition. Care and attention should suffice. After conveying this, Ji turned to look at Shen Yanlan, who had matured from the impetuous youth he once was into a composed figure, though traces of naivety still lingered. She was genuinely suffering from a headache. Chapter 258. Is this really possible? If such an enormous and intricate world were entrusted to the seemingly oblivious person before me, could they truly manage it? Enough. You may leave for now. There are other matters I need to discuss with you later, and I shall inform you in due time. Ji appeared somewhat despondent, questioning her very existence, as the unforeseen circumstances that had arisen were entirely beyond her expectations. One might say that the current upheaval was exceedingly absurd. The man sensed a palpable pressure and slowly pushed it away, understanding that remaining here would yield no favorable outcome. He could only nod in acquiescence. Understood. Thank you, esteemed deity. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to summon me. The girl leaned wearily against the wall, as though she had lost all strength and means, turning her back to him and nodding slowly. It truly seemed as if the future of this place was beyond sight. Shen Yanlan entered swiftly and exited just as quickly, his mind still reeling from the events. Ji remained quietly leaning against the wall, feeling the energy of the nearby individual working to heal her. What do you think now? This situation is exceedingly complicated. It seems another storm is brewing here. I genuinely wish I could tidy up and return to outer space. Farewell, I am an alien. The blonde girl appeared somewhat speechless. At times, your abstract musings are quite concerning. Ji tugged at the corners of her lips, yet this did lighten the atmosphere somewhat, as she gazed silently out the window, watching the birds soar past. The wings of the birds sliced through the vast sky, as if they had finally broken free from something carefree and soaring in freedom. Meng. I truly have a foreboding feeling that we are doomed here. I feel utterly despondent. Moreover, I have a premonition that we cannot contain her. Meng's hand trembled slightly, causing a surge of spiritual energy that momentarily pierced the pink-haired girl. I shan't speak further. Please focus on healing. Oh, that hurt me terribly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lan Yetan slowly lifted her head to meet the gaze of the man standing before her, staring intently. Hi. This individual appeared adorably foolish, yet upon closer inspection. What on earth? It was unclear what had spurred him, as he stood dazedly beside her hospital bed, scrutinizing her closely. How did you get injured? His voice was somewhat halting, and Lan Yetan felt an inexplicable urge to recall certain memories. According to my recollections, those emerging from that experimental fluid typically undergo significant amnesia, mild amnesia, yet not too severe, resulting in a sense of dulled intellect. The girl wanted to inform the person before her, yet found herself unable to speak. Heavens! The man's mind evidently took a moment to process, before he seemed to realize something and nodded. Are you unable to speak right now? This time, it was Lan Yetan who nodded in response. The youth's dark hair slightly obscured his amber eyes, presenting a demeanor far more docile than before. He casually pulled up a chair and sat beside her, appearing remarkably compliant, as if ready to be of service. The clothing of this world hung loosely on him, giving him a disheveled appearance, still relaxed and unhurried. If you feel discomfort, just signal to me with your eyes. I will assist you.
Lan Yetan.
She stared at the person before her, then slowly turned her head away. Honestly, I truly don't require assistance this time. It's just rather awkward. Suddenly, the door was pushed open again. Lan Yetan's facial expression momentarily stiffened, having fully mastered the art of concealing her surprise in the face of such inexplicable occurrences. She numbly raised her head to see a silver-haired youth quietly standing at the door, observing the interaction between the two, before slowly emitting a sound of disdain. Humph. What are you snorting about, big brother? Lingyu appeared somewhat agitated and uneasy, furrowing his brow as he regarded the girl in front of him and the man seated beside her. Shouldn't you be at the research base right now? What are you doing here? Are you so idle that you fear your health might deteriorate? The girl stared blankly at the boy, whose sharp tongue could slay dozens. Who is this, if I may ask? Lingyu slowly turned his head again, seemingly intent on equally reprimanding everyone present. However, upon seeing the pale, frail girl lying on the hospital bed, he swallowed his words. His emotionless blue eyes quietly scrutinized the two, as Wenqing seemed to have grasped the situation, responding languidly. But I arrived before you. Shouldn't it be you who is supposed to be outside?
Damn.
The intensity of his retort was formidable. The boy raised an eyebrow, regarding the shameless man before him, feeling a strange mix of anger and amusement. You've only just escaped from the experimental crystal. Do you wish to return inside once more? When Qing's amber eyes slowly lifted, gazing at the person across from him without an ounce of trepidation. His hair slightly overgrown, even obscuring his brows.
Ah?
But don't you understand? I can only find solace when I witness the turmoil within her. The man's voice was innocently plaintive, as if genuinely a hapless victim, speaking with a hint of affected timidity. He then slowly turned his head to glance at Lan Yetan, feigning a pitiful demeanor. Do you truly wish to drive me away? Ling Yu's gaze gradually shifted to Lan Yetan, a cold and distant expression that sent chills down one's spine. He seemed to be awaiting a response from the girl before him. Lan Yetan, hey, what are you all doing? Could you please consider my well-being? At that moment, someone kindly interjected, if you don't want me to leave, just shake your head. If you do want me to leave, then nod. We want to press you to speak. The girl appeared to be contemplating something, her head seemingly adorned with a distinct effect of malfunction. How long has it been since I encountered something like this? Who would have thought it could happen here too? A harsh choice between two options. And here I am, facing it again. She then struggled to articulate a sentence. Chapter 259. Have you drawn the sword just like that? You all need to leave. Even the word get out remained unuttered, largely due to her lack of strength to curse anyone further. The two were visibly taken aback by her outburst, their expressions complex, and as they opened their mouths to respond, they caught sight of Lan Yetan, who seemed to have reached her limit of patience, casting an irritated glance at them. Ultimately, the two were uncertain how they exited, exchanging wide-eyed expressions upon stepping outside, primarily feeling overwhelmed by the oppressive atmosphere they had just experienced. They had been unceremoniously sent out, without any forewarning. Are you satisfied now? When Qing refrained from elaborating, merely shifting his gaze away and softly uttering an "oh." However, it was evident that a hint of grievance lingered in his eyes. The two could only find something to sit on at the entrance, attending to whatever tasks needed doing. Lan Yetan reclined once more on the bed, feeling as though breathing had become a challenge, perplexed by the thoughts of those around her, each time presenting her with a choice between two options. Choosing one person only to have the other dissatisfied. Whose wretched life is this, anyway? Oh, so it's mine. Well, that is fine then. Is anyone up for a leap from the building today? It's about 20 meters high, 6 of us, each with 333 meters. Photos can be taken, but no direct jumps. We'll take turns jumping once each, and I, as the initiator, will jump an extra time. Her vision darkened, obscuring her future, and at times, she genuinely contemplated jumping, her liver and heart aching with anger, although those areas had always been in pain. Then she realized this time, it wasn't a mere illusion. Her vision truly darkened, and she collapsed. When she next opened her eyes, she found herself locking gazes with someone. An overwhelming, acrid scent of blood rushed into her nostrils, making her feel utterly discomfort. Had she traversed time and space? Why was this so different from before? Previously, there had at least been some forewarning. Excuse me, what is happening? She wished to close her eyes again, seemingly unable to bear what was unfolding before her. When suddenly, the person beside her spoke. Are you alright? Let me take you outside. Lan Yetan, perplexed, noticed that the bandages that had wrapped her body had vanished, replaced by a sword penetrating her chest. Rather than excruciating pain, a wave of dizziness washed over her, her body feeling weak to an extreme degree. Like a character from some renowned game who had been severely weakened, she could hardly move, even finding it difficult to lift a finger. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Her pupils truly trembled, her mind racing with countless incredulous thoughts. Although she had long been immune to such explosive scenes, feeling the sword embedded in her chest so directly, yet still alive, was an extraordinarily peculiar sensation. The girl's voice was hoarse, despite her weakness. She managed to speak without feeling pain. It seemed that this utterance drained her of all energy.
Fine.
She then scrutinized the person before her, who she realized she didn't quite recognize. It was a young girl, her head bowed, trembling as if in a panic, tears streaming down her face. For a fleeting moment, Lan Yetan found herself disoriented, momentarily mistaking her for Zhang Yu. The two shared a similar trait of tearful vulnerability. Don't cry. Almost instinctively, she uttered those two words, despite her usual reluctance to console others, particularly in such a situation. The girl looked up, her dark short hair tousled by the blood-scented wind, her face marked by visibly dried blood, casting a grateful glance at the leader across from her. Then she swiftly yanked the sword from the girl's chest. Lan Yetan gasped, staring incredulously at the person before her.
Huh?
Is such a thing permitted? That sword was just pulled out without hesitation from my chest? Blood sprayed slightly from her chest but quickly dissipated, yet in its wake came an almost imperceptible pain. Fortunately, it's a mild discomfort. I can endure it. The girl, who appeared to be an underling, swiftly hoisted her onto her back. Though she seemed delicate, her actions were decisively strong. Thank you, leader. You endured the injury to protect us. I will ensure your safe return. The girl beneath her, who was carrying her, continued to address her with formal respect. This time, Lan Yetan truly felt weak, even finding it difficult to breathe. Her soul felt faint, as if teetering on the brink of collapse. Ready to dissipate in the next moment, her body seemingly becoming lighter. Leader? It seems that in the instant I lost consciousness, this body has endured much. Just like that. I've been thrust into the role of leader?
So exhausted, so feeble.
What kind of harm am I facing this time? At the previous juncture, she had come to understand that this body possessed a formidable power, one that could rival resistance, though the price required to unleash such power was steep. She had taken to heart the words of the person at the entrance who had spoken of rumors. The surroundings were indeed a graveyard. As if a great battle had transpired, with lifeless bodies strewn about, many resembling soldiers adorned in the local military garb. Merely gazing upon the scene sent chills down her spine, intensified by the nauseating scent of blood that was almost unbearable. According to the original owner's memories, this individual generally does not speak falsehoods, and the initial battle was undeniably peculiar. Her mind was hazy, and fragments of memory eluded her. She decided to cease her thoughts, closing her eyes, only to find herself unable to slip into unconsciousness. Evil? The recent memory of the sword being withdrawn from her chest was still vivid and somewhat unsettling. However, as she gradually stepped away, her soul's strength began to mend, and Lan Yetan peacefully closed her eyes. Whether it was a newfound trust or simply a lack of energy to remain vigilant, she nearly succumbed to slumber on that person's back. Suddenly, a white figure appeared before her.
Lan Yetan.
Chapter 260. So your ability is hypnosis. The voice of that person was laced with panic and disbelief, tinged with palpable fear. Zhiyong, please hand your leader over to me. I shall attend to his injuries. Lan Yetan slowly lifted her gaze to meet the girl named Zhiyong, realizing at that moment that something was amiss. The injuries sustained by the leader might be far more severe than anticipated, prompting her to hastily lower the girl from her back. My lord, what has transpired? It appears the leader's injuries are quite grave. I am not well versed in matters of the soul. She was primarily from the combat division and had little understanding of such issues, having originally belonged to the Guardian Department. Upon discovering her lack of aptitude in this area, she had allocated her skill points elsewhere. Shen Nianlan had little time to provide a thorough explanation, treating as she spoke. Her soul is on the verge of collapse. This is my fault. A profound sense of guilt enveloped him, followed by a fleeting moment of regret. He believed he should not have allowed the girl to join the battlefield when her body had not yet fully recovered. Lan Yetan could feel a continuous influx of energy within her, yet her soul felt as if it contained vast voids that could not be filled. Shen Nianlan grew anxious. His white robe, having rushed over, was stained with blood, and the intricate patterns were muddied with a blend of dark red blood and dirt. Though it was but a single sentence, Zhiyong grasped its meaning and immediately inquired, My lord, do you have confidence in healing the leader? She was genuinely distressed. After all, this leader was known for being the most understanding and compassionate, despite appearing fierce. Behind the scenes, various students referred to him as the unattainable flower or a cruel villain. Yet anyone within Lan Yetan's squad knew the girl before them was merely a tough exterior concealing a tender heart. In truth, the Fast Tracking Bureau was primarily responsible for the rapid transitions, with various factions competing, leading to the formation of the Guardian, Healing, and Combat divisions, the latter consisting of the most elite individuals. Shen Nianlan's hands trembled slightly as he maintained his composure, nodding. It is possible, but there are risks involved. Merely hearing those words sent Zhiyong into a frenzy. Such a remarkable leader was a rarity, a gem seldom seen in a millennium. The man decisively prioritized safeguarding the soul and body, his golden pupils flashing with a glimmer of light as he turned to Zhiyong. You should rest for a while. Pretend you see nothing. Even if someone inquires later, simply say you have forgotten. His voice was beguiling, clouding the mind. As Ji Yang's vision darkened, she nearly collapsed, her body being transported away. Thus, only two remained. Lan Yetan mustered the strength to raise her gaze, meeting Xin Nianlan's golden eyes fixed intently upon her. Cough. 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 She had intended to voice something, but a fit of coughing ensued, leaving her feeling even weaker, expelling some of her earlier abilities. Xin Nianlan slowly cradled her in his arms, forming a protective barrier in a pristine, ethereal realm, continuously channeling energy, albeit with an odd warmth intertwined within. In the next moment, a flicker of consciousness seemed to invade her soul, prompting Lan Yetan to instinctively resist this intrusion. Above her, the man's gentle voice resonated. Fear not, this will not affect you or bind you in any way. It is merely a fragment of my soul. He spoke of a fragment so lightly. Yet in this world, the soul was of utmost importance, the core vessel of energy. This is what I owe you. It was your support that enabled me to ascend to that position, Lan Yetan. The girl initially felt discomfort, but upon hearing his words, she resolved not to resist any longer, accepting the fragment of soul and the formidable power with a sense of peace. Even if this person owes me, what is wrong with returning something? What is wrong with returning a fragment of the soul? If I am not mistaken, this battle merely serves to solidify his base. In truth, she was unaware of the specifics, but the connections within her consciousness and memories allowed her to surmise. Thus, she closed her eyes in serene acceptance. Shen Nianlan observed the girl in his arms, who showed no signs of resistance, and he exhaled in relief. This made things considerably easier until the energy fully integrated and was absorbed as her own. He finally sighed, beads of sweat trailing down his pallid cheeks, his golden pupils seemingly dimming. Finally, it appears to be resolved. Lan Yetan sensed her body recovering at an extraordinary pace. Slowly, she turned her gaze toward Shen Nianlan. The last time we met, his pupils flickered with golden light. Now, they shine with such brilliance. Has he ascended? The man gently wiped away the sweat, a hint of regret in his eyes as he addressed the girl softly. Lan Yetan, I apologize. He had not wished to send her to confront those inexplicable individuals, yet the lack of manpower among his subordinates had compelled him to act. New leaders often struggled to gain the people's trust. Ultimately, the girl had volunteered, deliberating throughout the night before yielding to the command.
Before Lan Yetan departed,
Shen Nianlan had been deeply concerned, not due to doubts about her strength, but out of fear of unforeseen circumstances. After all, the malevolence those individuals had exhibited was well documented. You take this, and also this. I have something quite remarkable for you as well. Hold on to it. If anything disastrous occurs, you can simply crush it, and it will safeguard you for a time. Yet, despite my cautions, trouble has arisen, and I remain perplexed as to how those individuals managed it.
now,
All I can muster is an apology, for my current abilities are still too feeble to wholly protect the girl, and I fear that my inadequacy may even lead to her suffering. You have invested so much. Thus, I do not consider myself entirely indebted to you. Lan Yetan typically ascends through flattery, yet here she stands unabashed. Shen Nianlan slightly lowered her gaze, removing her cloak and draping it over her. You should wear this for now. My strength is somewhat waning, and I can no longer maintain the space. I will take you to the base for a change later. Lan Yetan responded with an "oh." Suddenly, she recalled something and turned to the person beside her, speaking slowly. So your ability is hypnosis then? No wonder. Chapter 261. This installment is indeed boundless in pure love. The soul of the individual before her serves as an exquisite nourishment, rejuvenating a body that had been feeble beyond measure. In that fleeting moment, the surroundings collapsed, and the scene rapidly transformed into a battlefield, rife with carnage and bloodshed. Just as Lan Yetan intended to glance back, she was abruptly grasped by the hand of the person beside her. Let us go. Do not look back. We will ensure the families of those warriors are well taken care of. Yet, how many of those inside remain, without families? He was unaware, but it must be a significant number. Together, they returned to the base and the warehouse, the starship's speed proving vastly superior to all else.
Lan Yetan,
Feeling somewhat fatigued, reclined on a lounge chair, utterly unable to refresh her spirit. Ultimately, she steadied herself and wobbled to the entrance of the base's changing room, where garments would automatically adjust upon entry. It was convenient, suited for someone like her, who lacked the strength to lift a finger.
so tired, so tired, so tired.
So tired, I feel as though my entire being has been drained of vitality, engulfed by a sense of helpless despair. Upon arriving at the entrance of the changing room, she encountered Lingyu, who had just entered to check data and equipment. The youth's brow furrowed in concentration, and upon noticing her, his pupils dilated slightly. His voice, though still calm and devoid of turbulence, carried a hint of hoarseness as he spoke. "Are you also here for this?" A rather superfluous statement. "Please do not enter just yet. There are some mechanical issues that need addressing." The girl, already suspecting as much, nodded wearily and sank into a chair, leaning back slightly. "Actually, if you don't mind, I could assist you by treating your wounds first." Then, realizing the awkwardness of her statement, she quickly amended, "I can summon the female staff nearby to help you. Everyone is quite busy at the moment, though a few may be idle. In the system realm, not everyone possesses spiritual energy. Most are exceptionally gifted and intelligent individuals. There remains a need for some technical personnel here." Lingyu felt an inexplicable wave of panic wash over him, his heart racing inexplicably. Oddly enough, he had not possessed a heart since the first time he heard the girl's inner voice. Afterwards, he had not heard it again. Was there a specific condition required to trigger this phenomenon? It seemed to have activated all at once. Moreover, the ability to perceive sound and silence distinctly indicated the existence of two separate entities, eliminating any notion of substitution. Her head felt dizzy, and she could hardly be bothered to filter through his words. Extracting a few key phrases, she nodded in affirmation. "Shall I come?" Lingyu hesitated briefly, slowly raising his azure eyes to meet hers, cautiously seeking confirmation. Yes. In truth, Lan Yetan found herself perplexed by the unease emanating from the boy before her. As a girl, she felt no such awkwardness, merely intent on treating his wounds. "The treatment requires no removal of my clothing. I merely need you to rest your hand on my wrist and channel your energy. What is there to fear?" Lingyu kept his head bowed, aware that he rarely engaged closely with girls, despite her frequent mishaps and health issues. Now, he exhibited an unmistakable caution as he placed his hand gently upon her delicate, pale wrist, where even the veins were discernible. She was alarmingly frail. One might fear that a mere exertion could fracture her bones. Lan Yetan had always been like this. Her attire was merely heavy, yet if one were to embrace her, they would find her astonishingly thin, enough to invoke concern. Instinctively, he softened even the small movements of energy transmission. "If you feel discomfort, please inform me. I am not accustomed to healing others and may inadvertently exert too much force." Lan Yetan nodded slowly, saying little, but she could feel her wounds healing rapidly, as the process often brought a peculiar itch. Lingyu kept his head lowered, obscuring his features, revealing only his tousled silver hair. His hands trembling inexplicably. "What are you trembling for?"
Lan Yetan inhuiret, her es reflecting confusion.
Were she not so fatigued, she would have lifted his face to discern what was occurring. "It's nothing, merely a bit of fear. The energy within you is quite turbulent. Thus the treatment requires meticulous care. It makes me somewhat anxious." The area was largely deserted, as it was working or training hours. Even students wishing to change would only come during breaks. His voice bore a rare stammer, and he refrained from further conversation. Yet beneath his hidden expression, his cheeks were aflame. He had seldom, if ever, been so close to touching another. Even when instructing students, he merely demonstrated with his hands, never truly making contact. The movements he taught were rather simple, and if one struggled, they were akin to a group of simpletons, fearful of imparting their shortcomings to the boy. His non-existent heart raced uncontrollably, and he could almost hear its rhythm. Blood surged for a moment, and his ears flushed slightly, but thankfully his silver hair concealed it. Otherwise, he would surely have combusted. This installment is indeed boundless in pure love. After a minute or two, the boy finally exhaled, slowly rising without lingering. "Yuri, all set. I must go in and make some repairs. I truly cannot wait. You may proceed to the bedroom to change. But it may take longer than waiting for me to finish." During the treatment, he had sensed almost no fluctuation of energy from Lan Yetan's body. So faint, it was evident she could not utilize it. Thus, she could only walk to her next destination, yet the base was exceedingly vast. "Never mind. I might as well wait here. Waiting won't kill me." Lingyu nodded, then turned to enter the changing room, preoccupied with data and machinery. His mind a tumultuous whirlwind. How long would he be able to hear her thoughts this time? What information might he glean next? The girl leaned against the door, appearing as though she would succumb to exhaustion and sleep at any moment. The significant events likely did not pertain to what had just transpired. It was far more probable that they were yet to unfold. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the door was suddenly flung open. Chapter 262, Malevolence. Lan Yetan's gaze briefly met that of the boy who emerged, and with an immediate understanding, she stepped inside. Mere seconds later, the tattered military uniform and the once indistinguishable white cloak were restored to their former glory. She, too, had changed into more commonplace attire. Her previously disheveled appearance now reverted to its original state. The wonders of advanced technology are undeniable. Everything is remarkably convenient. In the modern world, such a transformation would likely consume half a day. Moreover, injuries that remained untreated required gradual care. Upon stepping outside, she felt significantly more alert, though a lingering fatigue urged her to retreat to her own territory for rest. The boy's silhouette had long since vanished, clearly occupied with other matters. A scenario to which Lan Yetan had grown accustomed. After all, when Lingyu served as my system, he was perpetually busy. The sensation of being constantly on the move led the girl to suspect that her system identity was far from ordinary. Now, upon reflection, she realized it was not merely extraordinary. I often sense discrepancies in my memories, yet I cannot pinpoint the source of the confusion. With a slight furrow of her brow, she quickened her pace, contemplating the vastness of this domain, governed by its own systems and regulations. This implied a stark contrast between the management offices, treatment rooms, and lounges. The journey could be interminable, perhaps stretching into an eternity. Should she consider taking a starship to escape? Though she had yet to embark on such an endeavor herself, her memories had imparted the knowledge of piloting what appeared to be an impressive vessel. Upon arriving at the designated area, she spotted Wenqing standing poised before a starship, seemingly preparing to board. A slight turn of her head revealed Lan Yetan approaching at a measured pace. In that fleeting moment, the man halted, standing still. As she drew nearer, he softened his tone, inquiring gently, "What brings you here? Do you have somewhere to go? I can take you." Lan Yetan gazed at the man before her, momentarily overlapping his image with that of his youthful self, which elicited a twinge of shyness within her. She felt a hint of awkwardness. Oh dear, how embarrassing to say such things. Though her thoughts echoed this sentiment, she replied instead, "All right. I'm heading back to my base to rest in my quarters."
Please take me there.
Wenqing did not decline. He appeared unhurried, nodding in agreement. "All right. Let us board together." The two walked side by side until, eventually, Lan Yetan closed her eyes and leaned against the co-pilot seat, inexplicably enveloped in a sense of belonging that brought her comfort. The vessel sped along, and had it not been for her formidable mental fortitude, she might have succumbed to nausea. This person drives recklessly. His speed rivals that of Xin Zigao. Dizziness enveloped her, yet she sensed the acceleration beside her. Ultimately, she could not discern whether she had drifted into sleep or succumbed to the disorienting motion. In any case, she became a still, serene figure. After a period of driving, Wenqing finally brought the vessel to a halt, glancing over at the girl who appeared utterly dazed.
Lan Yetan?
He called softly, noticing her lack of movement, which sparked concern within him. He leaned closer to check her vital signs. There was nothing amiss, yet logically, she should have awakened the moment the vessel stopped. Why was she still asleep? He gently shook her again. Then he beheld her tranquil visage. The girl appeared peaceful in slumber, devoid of any aggression, starkly contrasting the decisive leader accustomed to the battlefield. Her long, dark hair cascaded freely, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, and her breathing was calm, indicating a deep sleep, as if exhaustion had rendered her mobile. Wenqing scanned the surroundings for any means to assist in transporting her back, but found himself at a loss. As he hesitated, contemplating whether to carry her himself, he suddenly noted, "Have we arrived?" How vexing to feel a tinge of disappointment. "Yes, we have arrived. You may disembark now."
Please take care.
Lan Yetan nodded slowly, her mind still clouded, as if struggling to fully comprehend her surroundings. She casually picked up the cloak beside her, leaving the military uniform in the changing room, for every leader and person of significance had a designated facility. The cloak, however, needed to be taken back, as Shen Yanlan would likely come to retrieve it soon. "Is this the goddess cloak?" Lan Yetan did not shy away from the inquiry, affirmatively nodding and softly responding before descending from the starship while cradling the cloak. Yet, she still felt a sense of unfamiliarity in this place. Goodness. I had always imagined this world to be dominated by magic. I never anticipated a realm so steeped in Western fantasy or interstellar themes. The advanced technology was unexpected. It felt as if multiple novels and worldviews had converged to create this current existence, blending elements of Western fantasy, interstellar travel, and magic, intertwined with aspects of cultivation. "Greetings, esteemed leader." You have finally returned." The enthusiastic exclamations of numerous youthful faces surrounded her, their expressions a mix of fear, surprise, admiration, and seriousness. It was evident that she commanded considerable respect in this world. This sense of authority derived from her abilities and status was utterly exhilarating. She collapsed onto the white bed in her quarters, surprised that, despite the passage of years, this same sterile chamber remained unchanged. Is this room excessively white? Have I truly grown accustomed to it? She mumbled softly, though an uneasy premonition nagged at her, as if memories were surfacing. Rising slowly, she swiftly opened a nearby cabinet and discovered. Chapter 263, Countdown to Completion. What on earth happened to my pink diamond? In that instant, Lan Yetan felt as though all her strength had evaporated, teeth clenched, her vision darkening. Yet she did not lose consciousness. She slumped onto the bed, her mind racing with thoughts. Logically, the pink diamond should not have simply vanished. Given her position, no one would dare intrude without cause, and her memories held no clues. The girl visibly began to panic. The significance of the diamond to her was immense. The cat had not disappeared, nor could it. If the cat was safe, then the diamond must also be secure. The absence of the pink diamond indicated that this absurd situation was likely approaching its conclusion. Her journey of soul transference was nearing its end. In truth, she should not have felt such urgency. After all, events had already transpired, and her arrival could not alter crucial aspects. What should I do? What should I do? I absolutely cannot resign myself to losing this. Having lingered in that world for far too long, her heart now oscillated between gloom and sunshine, evoking an inexplicably peculiar sensation. How was she to ascertain the whereabouts of a certain object in this unfamiliar realm? The image of that youthful figure and the spirited timbre of his voice resurfaced in her mind, only to be met with a disquieting realization. She seemed to struggle even with recalling his voice. What is happening? It appears that each visit to this clandestine segment disturbs my memories. Just as she settled in, the warmth of the blanket beneath her was barely established before she leapt to her feet, her mind racing with a flurry of thoughts as if a sudden epiphany struck her. I will surely discover it. She was convinced that she had drawn attention to her own peculiar demeanor. Consequently, her previously muddled thoughts crystallized into clarity, and she hadn't even changed her attire. In truth, the girl had always found that cloak to be quite cumbersome, while military garb was practical for sheathing her sword and pistol. It was rather heavy and served little purpose. Her feet moved as if greased, propelling her onto the starship, where she instinctively began to navigate the controls with ease. The privilege of rank was indeed advantageous, granting her exclusive access to such an impressive vessel. How delightful it is, not needing to resort to thievery or robbery. Given the urgency of the situation, lacking this exclusive access might have compelled her to stealthily commandeer a ship or, perhaps, to seize one from an unsuspecting soul. A nearby subordinate, nearly a victim of her whims, let out a sudden sneeze. Turning with a hint of confusion, he regarded her, questioning her poor physical condition. The subordinate smirked, perplexed by her words. What are you saying? Even the most novice recruits possess better physical resilience. A sense of foreboding lingered in his mind, yet it dissipated with the moment. She merely acknowledged his observation with a light "oh" and dismissed it, reclining in the co-pilot's seat. Observing her dutiful subordinate piloting the ship. Seriously, you're just lounging there without a care? Not even a thought for the strain on my hands? He muttered under his breath, only to be met with her cheerful gaze, ultimately leading him to retract into his duties, a defeated expression on his face. Even as his internal disdain simmered, the girl herself was taken aback by her own adeptness in piloting. It felt as though she had navigated such vessels countless times before. Exuding an air of calm, even amidst challenges, finally allowing herself a sigh of relief. If she truly couldn't pilot, that would have been disastrous. Her mind raced to locate the place of her objective. If I recall correctly, it resides in a quaint little cottage I built, reminiscent of a pastoral retreat. In the vast expanse of this enormous planet, where was she to search? Ultimately, she had to rely on her instincts, piloting aimlessly until she beheld the quaint cottage standing tall before her. Thank you, past self, for saving my life. In the next life, I shall be with you again. Her gaze fixated on a patch of grass, devoid of any flowers or plants, a safe spot for landing. Narrowing her eyes slightly, she aimed for the location and surged forward with a whoosh. Within the yard, she had been enjoying her solitude when a spacecraft unexpectedly descended, landing on her modest lawn without warning. The arrival left her momentarily bewildered and helpless, akin to someone drained of all strength and means. The kitten nestled in her arms also lifted its head in confusion, startled by the thunderous noise. "Excuse me?" she queried, bemused by the startled feline. The dreamer was equally astonished, yet ultimately unfazed by the figure descending from the ship, recognizing the unanticipated appearance of someone known for rarely adhering to conventional paths. Casually brushing off the dust from her attire, she realized the urgency had caused her to overlook her appearance. "Oi, Master God." Her casual greeting, reminiscent of a streetwise individual, sparked a sense of embarrassment in her. How curious, though I have long been enshrined in memory, why do I still feel this awkwardness? This was, after all, the last jest she had encountered before her memories returned, an opportunity she had long sought. Hence, upon disembarking, her words tumbled forth unbidden. "Meow." The kitten chimed softly, warily regarding the newcomer. "What brings you here?" The question, knowingly posed, was accompanied by a smile that hinted at underlying frostiness. Entering with polite decorum, the girl acknowledged her uninvited presence. "It has indeed been a while since we last met. Yet you were here just a few days ago," came the measured response. The girl faltered for a moment, realizing he had not fully absorbed the memories of this body. "What do you wish to inquire? Let us cut to the chase. There is no need for pleasantries that waste our time." Seating herself leisurely on a stone bench, the kitten purred before jumping from her embrace to scrutinize the visitor. "You must be aware that while my soul remains unchanged, my memories are not." Chapter 264. The Mobius Strip. With a bright smile, she observed the exceptionally astute individual before her, taking a moment to sip her tea with a strategic flair. Indeed, she mused lightly. Isn't it intriguing how one can gradually forge such a magnificent era, only to retire in splendid fashion? "You must know the outcome and experiences that await me, correct?" she continued, momentarily surprised by the glances exchanged. "Quite so. I find it astonishing that you can discern even this." The players in this cosmic game, both the strategist and the guide, were masters of their domains, each possessing unique capabilities and irreplaceable contributions. Her own power lay in her extraordinary intellect and foresight. The selection of the Master God was not merely a matter of succession, but rather dictated by some esoteric force. "So, your arrival here is merely to inquire about that?" she asked, setting down her dangerously hot teacup, her brow furrowing slightly, as if the act of posturing had nearly burned her. "Did you foresee this? Did you anticipate my return and the revival of my memories?" The girl with pink hair pondered for a moment, then smiled faintly. "To be precise, I did not foresee it, yet I did observe your future at a certain moment. Precisely at your descent. We exist within memories now, yet the rules governing this realm are still in motion. Within this recollection, I can see you encased in this present." With a deep breath, she continued, "Thus, we find ourselves entwined in a vast Mobius strip." She stepped forward, gently rapping on the table. "To put it plainly, you have never witnessed me outside of these memories. In reality, how would you shatter such a cycle?" The girl contemplated slowly, arriving at a conclusion. Although it now exists solely in memory, it possesses the power to influence pivotal moments. It is a memory, yet also a cycle. If I am unable to trigger these critical junctures, I cannot return and shall remain trapped in this cycle and its memories for eternity. This place is, in essence, a node. The automatic voiceover is remarkably vivid. How clever. Jiwei slightly arched her brows, gazing at the girl across from her with a beaming smile. Her voice softening. "Do you understand now? Anyone closely related to you can hear your innermost thoughts. This ability is interconnected with your external world, and you cannot deactivate it from within." Lan Yetan's mind momentarily faltered, realizing that Xin Yanlan and Ling Yu could indeed hear her heart's whispers. It can only be said that these individuals remain adept at feigning ignorance. The little cat, though slightly befuddled by this revelation, had been by that person's side long enough to discern some semblance of logic. Subsequently, she decided to cease her pondering, closing her eyes and succumbing to a dizzying stupor. The girl's breath quickened as she stared blankly at the person before her, her voice hoarse. "Then you must know where my unique node lies." The pink-haired girl hesitated for a moment before gently nodding, continuing to sit on the stone bench, toying with her now thoroughly cooled cup of water. Perhaps it was due to her abilities. "Remember to seek out your pink diamond. Do not let it fall into the hands of another." She quietly gazed at the teacup, her reflection staring back at her. "Lan Yetan, I truly feel for you. You have endured so much at such a tender age, and now you must untangle these intricate matters." It is indeed true that the greater the power, the heavier the burden one must bear. According to reason, Lan Yetan has only experienced a rebirth, and even combined, her ages would amount to around 30. Primarily, she appears here in her adult form and has not lingered in this world for long. Are you perhaps curious why your memories upon entering this realm are so vague? Ji had already set down the cup, casually turning her head to smooth her hair, which had become somewhat disheveled. That is because, upon your initial arrival in this brutal place, someone demanded the erasure of your memories, which is precisely why you found yourself here. It felt as if her CPU might overheat, her mind racing, on the brink of combustion and explosion. I cannot divulge the subsequent details directly. If I were to do so, the girl extended her slender finger to her lips. I could very well be killed by the memories within this place. Beside her, Meng reacted as if triggered, her fur bristling before she leapt into her owner's embrace for comfort. Perhaps it was the mention of killed that set her off. This truly signifies a formidable battle ahead. Just as she prepared to leave, another voice echoed behind her, wavering and ethereal. And do not attribute the whirlpool and void you encountered upon your entry to me. I am not foolish enough to orchestrate such events against you. Lan Yetan's abilities and achievements are indeed verifiable. So chaotic, this is exceedingly complicated. Even aboard the vessel, her hands trembled slightly. Where could the pink diamond be? From the outset, she felt as though her ethics were being manipulated by some unseen force. What on earth should she do? She stared at the disordered array of buttons before her, mirroring the turmoil within her own mind, dizzy and flushed, as if truly on the verge of overheating. Her breath quickened, tears blurring her vision. Yet ultimately nothing fell. Her hand shook. Then she suddenly recalled the young girl from the battlefield.
Is he young?
She rifled through her thoughts, recalling that in a medical text she had read, when a person suffers extreme harm, it is best to utilize abilities for healing. But under no circumstances should brute force be employed. There is an 89% chance of death. The remainder is either sheer luck or an exceptionally strong ability. Countless memories intertwined, bending at 180 degrees to overlap with their source in a relentless cycle. Indeed, within this realm, all is a web of lies and deceit. This world is a vast Mobius strip. Previously, she had become a pawn within the game, and the only one who remained lucid was Ji. She observed silently from the sidelines, seemingly hoping someone would take notice. Chapter 265. This chapter is rather unsettling. As Lan Yetan piloted the vessel, she trembled, an ominous premonition swelling within her heart. At that very moment, chaos erupted at the base. Screams erupted as someone burst from the monitoring room. There's a problem in the secure chamber. A world is in dire straits. Help, help, we're doomed. Some regarded the panicked individual with disdain, muttering, "You always exaggerate. What on earth is going on? Don't rush outside, you might collide with someone." This individual was the boldest and least favored among the students, primarily due to a notoriously unpleasant demeanor. Thus, their words were often dismissed as mere jest. The terrified individual cast a fleeting glance behind them, and the others, gritting their teeth as if resolving to act, began to flee without a backward glance. Initially, those stationed at the door were puzzled until crimson blood began to seep from within. Their pupils dilated, not out of fear. After all, they had witnessed countless instances of blood during training, but the sight of blood in this context felt unsettling. In a daze, they recalled the earlier cries of the fleeing figure. Their hearts raced. Their bodies seemed frozen, unable to move, while internally they screamed to escape, their blood running cold. The crimson fluid oozed slowly from the crack of the door, igniting a frantic heartbeat. In the following moment, the reckless student at the threshold slowly lowered their head, and in that instant, a chilling wave swept through their mind. They wished to scream, but no sound emerged. Within that scarlet liquid, a pair of bloodshot eyes opened. Strands of flesh even mingled within the blood. The black pupils fixated on them, and then with a resounding pop, the eyes burst, splattering blood into the face of the student, who finally found their voice to scream. Yet, at the moment of their scream, their body stiffened and collapsed. Soon after, their form began to dissolve rapidly, transforming into a puddle of blood. Suddenly, a delicate female voice emerged from within. I've finally managed to sort these things out." As the door swung open, a blood-soaked girl stood calmly at the entrance, seemingly clutching a remote. Without a hint of emotion, she stepped over the pool of gore, astonishingly unscathed by the blood that should corrode both body and soul. Upon closer inspection, one would recognize her as the earlier Ji Yang, her expression impassive as she walked. blood still staining her, evoking a sense of horror. In her hand, a brilliant glimmer flickered. The pink diamond. A minuscule pink diamond was tightly clenched in her grasp, and almost in the next moment, her gaze upon the diamond radiated unparalleled brilliance. The energy contained within was almost within her grasp, that unique judgment power belonging solely to Lan Yetan. What formidable extent might the power of a monster, capable of subjugating countless souls, truly reach? Imagine if such forces were to be harnessed for her benefit. Surely, she could surpass the feats accomplished by Lan Yetan. Meanwhile, the distant maiden inexplicably sneezed. An odd sense of being caught in the crossfire washing over her. In the clandestine laboratory of the base, Lingyu furrowed his brow slightly, his hands swiftly flipping through the pages of records. He cast a puzzled glance at the individual beside him and, with an incredulous tone, inquired, "Are you suggesting that a pool of blood and sludge has appeared in the secure monitoring room, yet no suspicious individuals were seen at the scene?" The youth's striking blue eyes seemed to pierce through the person opposite him, their calmness sending a chill down one's spine. The individual reporting the incident hesitated, lowering his gaze, unable to meet the boy's penetrating stare. "Yes, it appears we have failed. We uncovered no clues." It was as if that person vanished into thin air, unseen by anyone. Lingyu, feeling a surge of irritation, raked his silver hair back. A secure laboratory, fortified with potent spiritual protection, should not be unable to detect someone. This individual must possess extraordinary power. No, we had finally reached a semblance of calm. How could such a bizarre incident arise once more? Did you discover anything else at the scene? Was there anything unusual about the blood? At this, the previously downcast individual suddenly lifted his head, eyes sparkling with revelation.
Oh,
I almost forgot to mention that blood seems capable of corroding both the souls and bodies of artisans. It's truly terrifying. Someone who touched it screamed in agony and was immediately sent to the treatment facility. As he recounted this, a hint of dread crept into his demeanor, and he sighed softly. Even now, their fate remains uncertain. It is all rather frightening. Lingyu's frown deepened as he rifled through the items in his possession and swiftly jotted down a few words with his ballpoint pen. "Let us go. Take me to the site and unveil the nature of this monstrous entity." Recent events have been anything but tranquil. First, Lan Yetan nearly perished on the battlefield. And now these peculiar occurrences. The adversaries they faced were undoubtedly formidable. Otherwise, even the personnel in the secure room would not have been oblivious. Although some trainees might be interning there, they were the elite of the base, entrusted with significant responsibilities. Strangely, an unshakable sense of concern welled up within him regarding Lan Yetan, who was far away. It felt as though someone had been targeting her recently. The young member, inexplicably curious, turned to observe this remarkably gifted and striking adult. "Sir, is something troubling you? What are you discussing?" Lingyu resumed his usual impassive expression, casting a quiet glance at the individual before him, his voice devoid of emotion as he replied, "Stay focused on the path. This is a matter of my personal affairs." The young member dutifully lowered his head and continued leading the way, the sound of his polished shoes echoing on the ground, heightening the tension in the air. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he cautiously glanced back, only to find the same expressionless countenance staring back at him. "You seem rather peculiar, sir. You always leave your statements unfinished." Lan Yetan stared at the distance indicator on the aircraft screen, feeling a bit dizzy, unsure of what to say. They still had about 10 to 20 minutes to go. Initially, it hadn't seemed so long. Chapter 266. Are you simple-minded? Why go to such lengths? Time ticked away, each passing minute increasing her anxiety, for a great deal could transpire in just a minute or two. Fixating on the navigation distance, she began calculating how much longer it might take. At this speed, she finally shut her eyes, pressed a button fiercely, and yanked the lever forward. The aircraft surged forth at an almost imperceptible speed. Lan Yetan felt as though her body was floating ahead while her spirit lagged behind. Such velocity was enough to induce nausea even in someone like her, who was immune to motion sickness. It felt as if her very soul was on the verge of being swept away. Is this speed truly attainable? Let us ignite the engines. The rapid pace sent a shiver down her spine, but it was effective. The distance visibly diminished at an extraordinary rate. A journey that would have taken 10 to 20 minutes was brutally condensed into merely 7. With her gaze fixed on the potential landing site of the aircraft, her mind buzzed, and in an instant, the craft descended.
Ugh.
Lan Yetan retched, her head nearly spinning from the abruptness. Lacking her military uniform, she bore no insignia. Yet, entry required such a badge, and a sense of unease gripped her heart. However, at her rank, surely her visage would grant her passage. As the aircraft touched down, a figure clad in military attire approached, scrutinizing the girl in civilian clothing with a scornful expression. Where did you come from? Why are you piloting this craft? Your complexion is so pale. Is this your first time? You're not a thief, are you? Show me your military insignia. Initially believing her appearance would suffice for entry, she was dismayed to find someone unrecognizing. If you wish to see my insignia, I suppose that is reasonable. It reflects diligence and caution, however.
What do you mean by that?
Annoyed by his tone, she frowned, reaching for the badge she had stored away. Though she hadn't donned her uniform, she had ensured the insignia was tucked within her belongings. Badge, 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 badge. After a lengthy search, her brow furrowed as she realized. Where on earth has my badge gone? The soldier blocking her path clearly grew irate, his frown deepening as he regarded the girl with increasing disdain. You don't have it, do you? Without it, you may have to accompany me to the dungeon. I truly cannot comprehend where you obtained this aircraft. He then scrutinized her face more closely. Her skin was flawless and delicate, suggesting a sheltered upbringing, as she appeared frail yet undeniably exquisite, like a fragile porcelain doll. Devoid of any blemishes. Particularly striking were her eyes, which exuded compassion and warmth, creating a unique aura about her. Given her beauty, it was no surprise that she caught the attention of the higher-ups in such a ruthless environment. If you lack it, just admit it. There's no need to fumble around in embarrassment. Come with me. Suddenly, a realization struck Lan Yetan. She recalled that her badge was likely left on the aircraft, having slipped from her pocket during the acceleration. She felt a twinge of regret. Her haste had clouded her judgment. Observing the scrutinizing gaze of the soldier, she felt discomfort wash over her. Wait here, I'll retrieve it for you. As she moved to approach, her wrist was seized, and instinctively, she drew a dagger, poised to strike, but restrained herself and swatted his hand away. If you dare to lay a hand on me again, you will find me unyielding. If you're concerned, you may accompany me instead of obstructing my path so directly. Her voice was cold, unmistakably tinged with genuine anger. If this person were to be eliminated now, it would only lead to an endless cascade of troubles to resolve. Such behavior was akin to that of an impolite simpleton. The man, taken aback by the reprimand, found his thoughts momentarily dulled, and soon, a flicker of anger ignited within him. He had entered through connections, always wielding his influence to bully others. When had he ever been subjected to the scorn of a mere girl? What was there to be proud of now? Where did such opulence come from? Who could say? A girl like her, seemingly pampered and spoiled, possessed a temper far more formidable than anticipated. Did she truly believe that the person above her could protect her for a lifetime? Then, as if his indignation had not yet been quenched, he shot a venomous glare at the individual before him, curious about what she could possibly produce. Should she fail to present something of value, he would be thoroughly amused. I'll follow you. Go ahead and retrieve it. If you fail, the punishment will only escalate. Lan Yetan tugged at the corners of her lips, no longer inclined to engage in a futile argument with someone who appeared profoundly dim-witted. She strode forward, and just as her foot crossed the threshold, a gasp echoed in the air. You've returned. A voice below, laced with surprise, prompted Lan Yetan to slowly turn her head, revealing a figure clad in military attire, evidently of considerable rank. The brash individual who had just moments ago exuded arrogance now found himself deflated, casting his gaze downward in submissiveness toward the person standing before him. Yet, reminiscent of a thought rekindled, he regained his audacity. Commander, I've encountered an utterly inexplicable individual here. She has blatantly violated our rules. She lacks a badge, for heaven's sake, and refuses to cooperate with my inquiry. His last words were delivered in a hushed tone, as he dared not directly assert his intention to drag her to the dungeon. The man below momentarily froze at the barrage of accusations, and then, after a brief mental scramble, his mind seemed to stall. Replaying the words in his head, he mumbled softly, "How strange. The person above spoke in Chinese. Yet I can't comprehend it." Moments later, he glanced back at the foolish one, who was poised to speak again. The military figure snapped back to reality, his mind exploding with disbelief. How could such a fool exist in this world? What nonsensical drivel are you spewing? You, who look down upon others, bringing you here was a grave mistake. The man regretted his earlier bravado, his vision blurring as he realized he had provoked a series of repercussions. The girl before him was an existence so formidable that even the main deity would treat her with utmost reverence. The individual still awaiting support from those below blinked in astonishment, incredulous at what he had just heard. "What did you say? Do you know her?" The military figure gritted his teeth and forcefully pulled the man down, who stumbled backward, still shocked. Lan Yetan swiftly entered and located the badge that had fallen to the ground, gently blowing away the dust that had settled upon it. The military man regarded the child of his relative, if memory served, named Wang Jinzi, who had been brought here out of pity, as his family had claimed he was unemployed. Regret coursed through him, nearly overwhelming. He anxiously glanced at the entrance, noticing that the individual beside him seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation and was about to speak again. He abruptly pinched him. "Be quiet, stop talking. Just do as I say from now on." Finally, the man complied, though confusion and anxiety remained etched in his gaze. The girl held the military insignia, stepping forward with purpose and gently swaying it in front of the two men. The emblem, a striking fusion of gold and black, exuded opulence, adorned with intertwining floral patterns. "Open your eyes and behold. Am I truly an intruder?" Though not particularly furious, the absurdity of the man's actions had infused her voice with a hint of ire. At her utterance, the military man felt a chill run down his spine.
I apologize.
"My companion is merely ignorant and has never encountered someone of your stature. We assure you this will not occur again. Please forgive us this time." He maintained a facade of calmness while his voice trembled, betraying the terror within. It was crucial to recognize the formidable representation that Lan Yetan embodied. Even before entering other realms, she had been classified under confidential records, her training surpassing that of countless individuals. Her power was such that, in mere days, she could decimate millions. The braggart who had intended to boast fell silent at the sight of the badge, his gaze fixated in disbelief. Though lacking in experience, he was nonetheless a relative of the upper echelons and had heard enough gossip to understand the significance of such military insignia. This unique, extravagant, and mysterious emblem belonged to a general revered by thousands, yet seldom seen by many. In that fleeting moment, he grasped the magnitude of the peril he had provoked. "I was wrong. Please, my lord, have mercy. You possess the wisdom to forgive, and I promise to amend my ways and never commit such foolish acts again." Lan Yetan cast a dispassionate glance at the man beside her, uttering little, her expression devoid of emotion. A flash of light illuminated a beautifully crafted dagger inscribed with intricate patterns, appearing in her hand. She tossed it beside the trembling military man, her voice icy. "Did he not just say he would take me to the dungeon? He even dared to lay hands on me. Take him to the dungeon. This dagger is a gift from me to you, to be used on him. After this, I will not retract any of my words." A glimmer of greed ignited in the man's eyes. After all, what could be simpler than a gift from someone of such high status? Merely gazing at the intricate designs and the unfathomable energy contained within was enough to stir his desire. "I understand, my lord. I will certainly comply." Wang Jinzi's expression shifted to one of terror as he began to retreat, but before he could escape, his collar was seized, and he was struck with a forceful blow. "Do as the superior commands, and do not even think of resisting. Come, we're going to the dungeon." Such treatment towards a general could cost you your life multiple times over. The tone was soft yet carried an unmistakable intent to flatter. Lan Yetan felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Having regained enough energy, she intended to retreat to her room to seek further clues. Just then, she overheard some students passing by, whispering furtively, as though fearful of being overheard. "Have you heard? There's been an issue in the secure room." "An issue in the secure room? That's impossible. How do you know this?" Another queried. "The secure room contains so many vital secrets and documents. Such things shouldn't be spoken of lightly." One student had bowed, sensed someone nearby, and as he turned, he found the space empty. However, an unsettling premonition lingered in her heart, and the individual who evidently possessed some clues abruptly pulled her closer. "Oh dear, there's no need for such caution. We are currently in a blind spot of surveillance. No matter how stringent the monitoring is, it cannot extend to this area." He continued, "I was working near the confidential base today and heard screams, even witnessed blood." As he spoke, it seemed he raised his voice slightly to enhance the gravity of the situation, while the young girl beside him gazed at him with a countenance that reflected her despair. "Please don't frighten me. If something has gone awry in the confidential room, it signifies significant trouble for us." Observing the apparent skepticism, or perhaps unwillingness to believe, on the face of the person across from him, The one who had spoken finally sighed, adopting a serious demeanor as he addressed the other. I assure you, I am not lying. If it were merely what I saw, I would not jump to conclusions so hastily, but I witnessed it with my own eyes. At this juncture, his demeanor shifted from boisterous to subdued as he leaned closer. Whispering into the ear of the person beside him, Lord Ling has also entered. This is undoubtedly no trivial matter. As their figures gradually receded, their voices quieted, and Lan Yetan began to comprehend where she ought to search for answers. Her spiritual energy surged within her, clashing against her pulse. Due to her body having just recently recovered, she couldn't help but furrow her brow. There was still some discomfort. Chapter 268. Do not play with fire. Yet Lan Yetan could not dwell on her discomfort for long. She began calculating the coordinates for her teleportation, considering the distance and the energy required. And then her body dissolved into nothingness. Meanwhile, at the confidential room, Lingyu exhaled softly, silently observing the pool of blood that clung to his ankle. A look of distaste etched across his features. Filthy matter. In that fleeting moment, he harnessed his spiritual power to cleanse away the remnants that sought to ensnare him and dilute his strength. However, traces of blood still marred the hem of his trousers. Thankfully, it was dark and not overly conspicuous. Yet, the mere thought of those sticky substances made his inherently fastidious nature recoil in revulsion. He hastened towards the monitoring room, adjusting the control panel, the time, and the displayed visuals. The more he scrutinized, the tighter his brow furrowed. There were always areas that appeared obscured, as if manipulated by some strange force. At the entrance, another voice echoed. Lingyu, what grave situation has arisen here? It was Wen Qing. Initially, the man had thought that the confidential room's issues couldn't be too severe, but the frantic expressions of those around him ignited a sense of unease within him. An inexplicable feeling of foreboding urged him to approach, and upon seeing the crimson stains on the panel and the obscured control interface, or perhaps the nauseating pool of blood and mud on the floor, it became evident that a fierce battle had transpired here. Far more complex than it appeared on the surface. The boy's azure eyes reflected the content displayed on the screen, but from the majority of the surveillance footage, it was apparent that the anomaly only manifested near the confidential base. Despite being busy, he still made time to offer a perfunctory response to the person beside him. There has been an incident. 2 individuals are dead, and the surveillance is compromised. I suspect a remarkably powerful entity has infiltrated our midst. If I am not mistaken, this individual's strength rivals that of the previous deity. It is important to note that the barriers here were not solely constructed by that pink-haired girl, but were forged from countless souls and forbidden artifacts, with the sensor being one of the core components. The implications of this were alarming. The mere thought of such a breach sent shivers down his spine. Although only a couple of sentences were exchanged, they were enough to leave one in a state of shock, rendering them nearly incoherent. Wait, what did you say? Someone could evade our sensors? They could even connect with the former divine sovereign. His thoughts trailed off, as if he were plunged into deep contemplation. Lingyu nodded, and the two resumed a meticulous observation of their surroundings, seemingly finding no significant issues. Isn't that strange? If someone had emerged, how could there be no trace left behind? Wen Qing, still somewhat youthful, resembled a walking question mark, determined not to relent until answers were uncovered. This turmoil is more intricate than we anticipated. His mind was fraught with frustration, a tangle of complex emotions intertwining. This marked the second time he felt such intense feelings, which could even be classified as negative emotions. And in that very moment, "Are you discussing me?" came a languid voice from nearby, causing both to look up in surprise. They beheld a girl, her hands gripping an intricately designed sword, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Haven't you been searching for me? Why are you so astonished now that you found me?" She continued. "Isn't anyone going to cover up for this person? How could she be so openly exposed? If this individual were indeed the undercover agent, everything would fall into place." She was the sole survivor who accompanied Lan Yetan onto the battlefield. Despite possessing immense energy and a terrifying self-healing ability, Lan Yetan had been unable to heal from the severe injuries sustained in that battle. It was evident that this girl, Ziyang, was the one who had interfered. As if sensing the thoughts swirling in their minds, her smile widened to an unsettling degree. You are correct. I was the one who intervened on the battlefield, and I was also the one who instigated the conflict between the factions." Lingyu and Wen Qing exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend why she would expose herself so openly. "What is your true purpose in all of this?" the boy inquired impatiently, clearly irked by her pretentiousness and her penchant for dropping hints without revealing her motives. Jiyoung appeared somewhat bored by their reactions, her dissatisfaction palpable as she leaned against her sword, idly tracing the intricate patterns etched upon it. Naturally, I seek endless power and authority. Who would willingly undertake such laborious tasks otherwise? It is not only troublesome but also demands constant vigilance. Her candor was disarming, laying bare her motives and methods. With your current abilities, you might secure a minor position here, or is that the lofty position you aspire to attain? Yet, based on my previous assessment, your talent and qualifications fall woefully short of that threshold. The girl before them seemed to be struck at her core by his words. When Qing spoke bluntly, offering no quarter to her, Jiyoung shot a venomous glare at him before slowly regaining her composure, her voice now tinged with suppressed rage, almost gritting her teeth. I propose we establish a form of cooperation. If I were to conquer this world, it should be said, this universe, I would elevate you to more prestigious positions. You would no longer have to toil away in hardship. A heavy silence enveloped the room for a moment before someone finally broke it. In truth, I rather enjoy working. This statement plunged the surroundings into a profound stillness. Although their words seemed casual, both parties understood the underlying intentions, each gripping their respective weapons, wary of an imminent ambush. Jiyoung appeared to be somewhat impatient, absent-mindedly tucking a stray lock of hair behind his ear while pulling at the corner of his lips. What can you possibly earn from working? How much power can you truly attain? As a pivotal figure within the world's crystalline core, do you not feel a sense of dissatisfaction? In that fleeting moment, he drew his sword and charged fiercely at the two adversaries. When Qing, observing the rapidly approaching blade, had intended to respond to the man's remarks, however, he furrowed his brow and instinctively sidestepped. Unexpectedly, the assailant's blade curved sharply, targeting Lingyu instead. A piercing alarm shattered the previously profound silence, its shrill sound assaulting the eardrums, while red lights flashed ominously. His body became rigid, nearly beyond his control. At that moment, his spirit felt momentarily damaged. Yet, in the final second before the sword could pierce his flesh, the youth regained control, his striking blue eyes narrowing with resolve. He swiftly retreated, but it was unavoidable. The blade grazed his arm, and crimson blood erupted forth. The sensation of pain surged through him, causing Lingyu to slightly furrow his brow. However, the pain was peculiarly amplified, as if magnified 5 or 6 times. Even he found it overwhelming. The assailant, undeterred, exhibited an exhilarated glint in his eyes, fixating on the boy's wound, the blood flowing from it eliciting insatiable desire. Ah, indeed, those rumors were accurate. Your blood can enhance one's strength, how marvelous! The man's gaze was avaricious, as if he were poised to pounce and consume the boy's very essence. Lingyu's expression turned frigid, and when Qing wasted no time, channeling his power in a fierce thrust towards the assailant. The man raised an eyebrow in surprise, seemingly unprepared for such a sudden and frenzied assault. When Qing had contemplated these strategies thoroughly, adopting a passive stance would prove futile. It was imperative to gauge the opponent's strength before devising a suitable countermeasure. In the next instant, their powers collided, causing the entire confidential chamber to tremble with a resounding hum that rippled outward, affecting even those at a distance. The outcome was uncertain. The immense energy nearly fractured the walls of the chamber, leaving those outside pale and trembling, clearly suffering from the backlash. What on earth is happening? What could possibly be unfolding? Oh my heavens, I feel as though I might perish from this agony. It hurts so much. The clash of their abilities was overwhelmingly powerful, causing disturbances even among distant students. Lan Yetan arrived just in time, casting a protective barrier over those in distress. You all need to move further away. As far as you can. Take this vial of medicine and distribute it among yourselves. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, a vial containing medicine struck them, and in a flurry, they scrambled to catch it, only to see the silhouette of the dark-haired girl as she turned away. They stood momentarily stunned, their voices quavering. My goodness, is that the esteemed commander? One exclaimed, who said the commander was aloof. They seem so kind. I truly must question those rumors. Has the commander always been this way? Can we even doubt ourselves? If it were anyone else, they would likely have ignored them and proceeded directly. The two murmured among themselves, yet they hastily swallowed the medicine, fearing further harm to their bodies. They exhaled slowly, realizing the exceptional quality of the medicine, which only deepened their admiration for the girl. Let us see if there are others affected nearby, This energy is terrifying. Perhaps the rumors were not unfounded. Has the secrecy truly been compromised? I'm beginning to feel afraid. The two dashed off, keenly observing their surroundings. At that moment, Lan Yetan was hurrying along, nearly at her wit's end, as this region prohibited the use of airships and the like, primarily to prevent potential sabotage. Due to this treaty, the confidential chamber had been meticulously maintained, yet it had now become a burden. Lan Yetan coughed heavily, feeling an inexplicable restlessness and agitation from the very beginning. Her mind was in disarray, and after a minute or two, she finally arrived at the entrance of the surveillance room, having endured numerous hardships. However, the surveillance room was no longer recognizable. It had been reduced to mere ruins. Two figures stood there, swords in hand, one of whom bore several injuries. It was evident that both sides had suffered. Wait, why are there only these two? Where has Shen Nianlan gone? With such a significant event, they must be aware of it, right? What on earth has transpired? Wen Qing casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling as though something vital within him had slightly fractured. The strength of the individuals before him was indeed formidable. Upon hearing the murmurs, he instinctively turned his head. Lan Yetan, you arrived remarkably quickly. The incident occurred only moments ago, yet it has already reached this far. Logically, given the distance, it shouldn't have been possible to arrive so swiftly. Zhiyong slowly turned to gaze at the girl standing amidst the debris, a sharp smile spreading across his face. You're here at last. The protagonist has finally arrived. Why does this person seem a bit unhinged, rambling incoherently? Though she didn't quite grasp the situation, the girl could sense the presence of the pink diamond emanating from this seemingly nonsensical individual. Have you become addicted to stealing from others? Where is my belonging? The girl's voice was devoid of warmth, icy and impassive, as if she were poised to strike at any moment. Zhiyong refrained from further comment, his fingers twitching slightly, and at that moment, the air began to shimmer with an illusory quality. Lan Yetan and those around her wore expressions of concern. Everything felt exceedingly abnormal. I have taken your belongings. They are rather useful, are they not? Since they have come into my possession, they are mine now, and you shall not reclaim them. This declaration was utterly unreasonable, having taken another's possessions and even claiming them as her own. The girl tugged at the corners of her lips, the inner turmoil of disquiet growing more intense. It was as if the restraint on her emotions had vanished, giving way to unrestrained chaos that tore at her very nerves. I shall ask you once more, will you return it? Zhiyong regarded the girl with disdain. While her power may have been somewhat lacking compared to his, he was confident he could defeat the lucid Lan Yetan. Anticipating a moment of disorientation, he believed he could absorb enough of her strength to render her vulnerable. Thus, without fear, he enunciated each word deliberately. I will not return it. Simultaneously, the amassed energy flickered with an intensely blinding brilliance that left one disoriented. How splendid, there's no hope left. These individuals are truly quick to resort to violence, she mused. Despite this thought, her hands moved with precision, a dagger appearing effortlessly in her grasp as she deftly evaded the man's attack. The array's spiritual energy flickered wildly, causing those present to feel momentarily disoriented. However, it did not seem to have a substantial effect, almost leading one to believe it was merely ornamental. The two combatants were evenly matched in power, yet the girl sensed an underlying disquiet. Something is amiss. This person's strength was not so formidable before. Has it been artificially augmented? This array is certainly more than just an aesthetic. The energy it emanated earlier was no mere illusion. The intricate secrets hidden within that pink diamond were numerous, perplexing her, as memories seemed to be shrouded at critical moments. Both fighters moved with remarkable speed, rendering their actions nearly imperceptible. Lan Yetan's techniques were flamboyant, leaving onlookers guessing her next move. The girl's blade curved slightly, seemingly aimed at her opponent's heart.
Promptings hiyang tu instinctively FAD.
Yet, in the next moment, the blade lunged straight for the man's abdomen. The previously arrogant fighter appeared taken aback by the unexpected elegance of her technique, as she had initially intended to pierce his heart. How laughable it was to be deceived by one's own frequently employed methods. Lan Yetan did not pause for breath, her eyes alight with mischief. She had discerned the man's penchant for trickery and subtly adjusted her approach, catching him off guard. Indeed, he was still rather young and inexperienced. Ling Yu and Wen Qing were stealthily manipulating the array from behind, attempting minor adjustments to dislodge its power, only to discover its unique properties halfway through, causing their pupils to constrict in shock. The array flickered ominously, its complex patterns and the hexagram at its core, entwined with thorny vines, evoked a sense of a forbidden spell originating from some unfathomable depth.
Lan Yetan.
Be cautious, this array may be designed to siphon your energy. The girl, her expression impassive, listened to the warning. As she began to channel her spiritual power and execute her techniques, she had already surmised much, thus refraining from relying heavily on her energy in their encounter. So, adept at deceit? You truly are impressive.
Zhiyang Jaswali spot blood.
Watching as crimson gushed from his abdomen, slowly raising his head to reveal his pale irises reflecting the red hue of the array. You shall not escape this array today.
Lan Yetan.
Do not be overly confident. In truth, their strengths were not vastly different. It was merely that his opponent lacked practical experience. The girl furrowed her brow in annoyance. Such individuals were truly vexing, perpetually uttering nonsensical remarks that compelled her to guess and speculate. Why did they revel in being enigmas? It was utterly incomprehensible what benefit such riddles afforded her. Whether I escape or not is not for you to judge. In this realm, most practitioners wielded firearms, unaware that the true power lay within swords that had transcended time. It seemed she had grown weary of the game, desiring to swiftly end the life of her adversary. In the next instant, the array erupted in a blinding radiance, almost too intense to behold. Before her, Zhiyang's cheeks were enveloped in a crimson glow, and she finally felt a sense of relief wash over her, gasping for air as she pressed her hands tightly against her abdomen while the other brandished a shimmering diamond. Lan Yetan immediately recognized it as the pink diamond she had long sought, an ominous premonition stirring within her, urging her to hasten her strike. What on earth is happening? Why does it always falter at critical moments? I do not understand. A tremendous force gripped her, impeding her next move, rendering her limbs rigid and immobile. Within this array, it seemed only the instigator could move freely.
Crack.
The pink diamond was ruthlessly crushed by the figure before her, and Lan Yetan felt an unprecedented surge of fear and power. Her abilities seemed to wane while simultaneously escalating.
So uncomfortable, so overwhelming, so maddening.
Her mind throbbed painfully. The emotions she had long suppressed surged forth like a tempest, engulfing her limbs and core. Zhiyang's eyes sparkled with exhilaration as her wounds healed at a visible rate, her power amplifying. At last, I have attained your energy, Lan Yetan. Do you comprehend how long I have yearned for this? Now it is finally within my grasp. The girl coughed up blood, her body trembling uncontrollably, her gaze becoming dazed and unfocused as the surrounding atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. So weak, so painful, yet there's a strange energy. Her mind seemed to cloud over. Every inch of her body ached, and she quivered incessantly, her grip on the dagger faltering.
Lan Yetan.
Do you have any last words? Feel free to express yourself. I shan't mind. The energy of the array was overwhelmingly potent, leaving her disoriented as it ravenously consumed the surrounding power, greedily devouring countless silvery lights swallowed by the blood-tinted array. Lingyu's complexion paled slightly, but he suddenly recalled the account of this array from the tome. It appeared that employing certain techniques might allow for temporary escape, albeit at a significant cost. Ling Wenqing. This time, he communicated directly through thought, rather than speaking aloud. Would you be willing to contribute some of your abilities and essence? At that moment, Wenqing, feeling increasingly feeble, was clearly suffering from the effects of the earlier man's underhanded tactics. I can. The boy seemed taken aback by the ease of Wenqing's agreement, as though he bore no fear of further trickery, much like the earlier individual who appeared exceedingly sinister. Since remaining here means my essence will be diluted and devoured, perhaps helping you may offer a chance of salvation. Lingyu did not waste words, quietly orchestrating a substantial transaction. Yet, internally, he was anxious, fervently wishing for the transfer of power to expedite. Lan Yetan's mind exploded with chaos, akin to a magnificent fireworks display, her breathing hastening. You truly are deranged and exceedingly vain. Just as her opponent seemed poised to pierce the girl with his blade, Lan Yetan swiftly seized her dagger and thrust it against him. Another resounding clang. A deafening hum resonated, accompanied by blinding light, and she coughed up blood again, her body riddled with wounds as the wind mercilessly battered her skin. Leaves tore through her flesh, and even in this array, the foliage took on a hostile demeanor. Zhiyang's expression shifted slightly, as if struck at some unspeakable vulnerability. Her agitation palpable. You delight in idle chatter. refusing to concede even now that we have reached this juncture. Lan Yetan regarded the anxious girl with a mixture of confusion and pity. Her voice trembled, tinged with rage, her eyes seemingly brimming with tears. If you were to surrender, perhaps I might spare your life. Do you truly wish for death? This statement bore a subtle threat, and the girl finally sensed something amiss. It appeared as though this person was reluctant to let her perish. If you intend to act, then hasten your movements. Do you not know that many a villain has met their demise through excessive verbosity? This statement is an evident provocation, as power has already begun to simmer within both her hands and body, calculating the possibility of evading the next strike. Ziyang appears to be in a daze, her gaze shimmering with a captivating light, unmistakably a manifestation of the immense energy altering her appearance. The girl gritted her teeth fiercely, thrusting her sword forward defiantly, declaring, "Do not presume I lack the courage." As she uttered these words, the blade plunged into her abdomen, and Lan Yetan emitted a muffled groan, enduring the piercing pain as blood trickled from the corner of her lips. The conjecture within her heart became increasingly vivid. Could it be that this person harbors some hidden affection for me? Otherwise, with that previous strike, she could have easily pierced me through and ended my life. The girl is now wagering her very existence on these matters. If this individual before her does not possess a soft heart, she shall surely perish within this formation today. Ziyang's expression shifted to one of ferocity as she withdrew her sword and thrust it down once more, clearly intent on taking a life. Lan Yetan, having long cultivated her spiritual energy, swiftly dodged this lethal strike. Ziyang, what thoughts occupy your mind at this moment? Are you even aware of the actions you are undertaking? Lan Yetan attempted to adhere to the philosophy of avoiding conflict, recognizing her own physical frailty. Should a battle ensue, her chances of survival would be scant. Moreover, given her current mental and physical state, she might be on the brink of madness. And if that were to occur, it would truly be an irretrievable situation. Perhaps I would even pay with my life. Although the tumult within Lan Yetan's heart was nearly uncontrollable, she retained a modicum of rationality. She darted through the formation with remarkable speed, her figure flickering and swaying, mesmerizing the person before her and rendering it difficult to discern her true location. Blood flowed rapidly, and the energy within her body was nearly depleted. At this very moment, Ling Yu and Wen Qing were in a state of frantic urgency, their spiritual energies swirling rapidly. And in the next instant, the transfer of souls was successful. Wen Qing's complexion paled drastically, his body trembling uncontrollably, feeling as though he was on the brink of collapse. The young man swiftly broke free from his confinement, his blue eyes shimmering with a faint golden glow. Just as he prepared to rush forward to assist, Lan Yetan was suddenly struck down by the fierce wind of Ziyang's sword, lying bloodied within the formation. Cough. 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 She felt her breaths growing weaker, as if her very sanity was slipping away. The girl before her abruptly withdrew her sword. Far away, in an unknown distance, Shin Nianlan gritted his teeth, observing the figures that surrounded him. What on earth are you all doing? Do you wish to play at confinement with me? He appeared genuinely irate, lazily standing in place, toying with a dagger in his hand. Do not rush over just yet. This matter does not concern you. I am doing this for your own good. The last few words floated lightly, laden with implication, yet they incited irritation.
G.
Both wore white cloaks symbolizing their status, yet it was evident that Ji's cloak bore a far more intricate design, indicating a higher rank at first glance. Oh. Have you now taken to addressing me by name, rather than as my lord? I merely wish to convey that you ought not to participate in this matter. The cost of your involvement is not to be underestimated. Are you certain? I do value such promising talent as yours. In truth, Ji is a rather serious individual. Yet after enduring numerous experiences, he has managed to relax. The surrounding guards remained silent. Though uncertain of the present situation, they obeyed their master's command. I must go. Regardless of the cost, they are at risk of imminent danger. Ji's vision darkened. He could scarcely perceive the future of this place. Indeed, no matter how many times this person before him is but a love-stricken fool, they had not even begun to discuss their feelings yet. It seems that this heir is merely harboring a one-sided infatuation, as Lan Yetan remains blissfully unaware of the affections of the person across from her. Ultimately, only a sound of exasperation escaped her lips. Uncertain of what more to say, further words would only bring tears. Foolish, love-struck fool. Finally, Chu Meng gently tugged at her leg. once again nestling into the embrace of the girl before her, the little cat emitting a soft mewl, seemingly reminding her to fulfill her obligations. Ji turned his head and waved his hand, signaling the guards to depart, and they hesitantly left, respecting the previous master deity's choice. Shen Nianlan felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, as if he were on the verge of employing the teleportation technique. Very well, he had indeed prepared to do so. In the next instant before his disappearance, he suddenly sensed something heavy within his embrace. Lowering his gaze, he discovered the blade that should have been in Ji's hand now rested in his own. Go forth. I am curious to see what sort of upheaval you all can stir. She was genuinely intrigued whether these individuals could alter the outcome. Chapter 272. Unraveling. Meanwhile, Ling Yu charged forward, intercepting the attack aimed at the girl. Facing Ji Yang's somewhat surprised gaze, he exhaled a sigh of relief. The opponent's strength was indeed formidable. Even this single strike had proven somewhat distressing. It seems I underestimated you all. You have managed to break free from this confinement. Nevertheless, the individual before him displayed no signs of panic, appearing quite confident in her abilities, or perhaps in the formation itself. Ji Yang swiftly launched another attack, and Ling Yu, not to be trifled with, having trained for many years in this esteemed system, was not to be easily dismissed. He was indeed among the rarest of talents. Although his current power was somewhat lacking, his combat experience and techniques were hardly inferior to that of his opponent, perhaps even superior. Yet just a few minutes into the fight, Lan Yetan staggered to her feet, slowly lifting her head, blood trickling down her forehead. Her once pale eyes seemed to darken, and she was in immense pain and exhaustion, teetering on the edge of madness, her entire being aflame with agitation. Her breaths became uncontrollable, her body shaking uncontrollably as her spiritual energy surged into her sword. The girl's immense power caused the entire formation to hum ominously, clearly on the verge of collapse. What on earth are you doing? Her darkened gaze fixed upon Ji Yang, who inexplicably felt a chill run down her spine, her body stiffening. Although she had heard tales of Lan Yetan's terrifying strength when driven to madness, witnessing it firsthand was a different experience entirely. The fear that arose from deep within was inexplicable. Her brows slightly furrowed, signaling a portent of danger, reminiscent of her experiences in the modern world. That smile from her opponent could very well herald life and death. Ji Yang, I recall not teaching you such things in the team. Do you still intend to give me a lesson? Ji Yang felt her scalp prickling, her movements with the sword slowing, her mind becoming muddled. In the next instant, a dazzling blade surged toward her as the formation began to tremble violently, already on the brink of disintegration, stones cascading around them. Have you lost your mind?
Lan Yetan.
Upon hearing this, she became increasingly agitated, her swordplay faltering in her grasp. I merely wish to inform you that your technique is flawed. I did not instruct you in this manner previously, and yet, after all this time, you still fail to improve. You have not taken it seriously until now. So, allow me to instruct you through practical application. No sooner had I uttered these words than there came a resounding clang. Another sword strike. The swiftness of the opponent startled Ji Yang. In that moment, the girl realized how utterly ridiculous her previous confidence had been. She had always believed that, even in the throes of chaos, she could contend with her adversary. Yet now, merely resisting this foe required immense effort with several sword techniques. Truly, a paradox of weakness. Had that person only taught you such futile and exasperating formations? Such ostentatious trivialities would not earn you the respect of others, even should you ascend to a lofty position. Lan Yetan's voice wavered, seemingly unaffected by the formations, her cheeks still stained with the blood from earlier. Her pallor as white as parchment, rendering her all the more fearsome. However, further dialogue was futile. She sensed the girl's spirit rapidly burning, and it likely would not endure much longer. Meanwhile, the two others, now freed from the constraints of the formation, could finally move. Lan Yetan appeared somewhat vexed by the troublesome formation beneath her and thrust her sword directly into the ground.
Boom.
The entire formation shattered with a deafening crack, yet it remained stubbornly intact, struggling to maintain its function. How could such a useless thing exhibit such resilience? She raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Yet her movements remained unhurried, as if teasing a small kitten, observing the girl before her desperately resisting, only to find it utterly ineffective. Nonetheless, the formation had indeed provided a considerable amount of energy, managing to sustain itself for so long. Lan Yetan had long been aware of the adage that villains often perish due to their verbosity, hence she typically refrained from lengthy dialogue when dealing with such individuals. Even when she did speak, it was while dealing with them. Yet this opponent was surprisingly resilient, managing to withstand for so long. Yu Ziyang attempted to respond, but in the next moment was struck back, letting out a muffled groan, followed by a spurt of blood. Ling Yu's expression did not improve. His breathing had become labored. Something was amiss. How could Lan Yetan's strength escalate so rapidly? By all accounts, it should not have been possible. A vague sense of foreboding stirred within him. Typically, those who experience such a sudden surge in power face dire consequences. Lan Yetan's own strength was suppressed, though the source of that suppression remained unclear. It was merely that the girl's body could not withstand such capabilities, necessitating the aid of another entity to share the burden. It was evident now that that entity had shattered, utterly incapable of assisting her in managing her energy. Might it be that object? The pink crystal that had been crushed at the very beginning? Although uncertain, they had reached an impasse. Should they disrupt the formation, it would re-emerge, and that individual would once again wield energy to control them. Conversely, should they refrain from intervening, Lan Yetan would face annihilation as her soul burned away. What choice remained? It seemed both paths led to death, merely differing in the manner of demise, one more tolerable than the other. When Qing's voice, faint and tremulous, broke the silence as he observed the duel, I believe I can sense the power of the Master God. He is likely on his way to us. Perhaps he will have a solution. Ling Yu, feeling increasingly restless, his blue eyes flecked with gold, suddenly brandished his sword and advanced. We cannot afford to wait any longer. I shall go forth to relieve her burden, if only to slow the consumption of her energy and soul. Meanwhile, chaos reigned for Lan Yetan. She had initially engaged in banter, but now she had lost all awareness, driven solely by a primal urge to annihilate.
Ah, iam so veri, so vexit.
Kill them all. Chapter 273. The Death List. Each strike became more ferocious, each blow more powerful, leaving Ziyang battered and bruised, her body barely containing any unscathed flesh. Yet, concurrently, the toll of such exertion manifested. Lan Yetan, in her uncontrolled state, could not perceive the strain. But those on the periphery could clearly see the girl's form flickering in and out of existence. Ling Yu could no longer remain passive. He had long harbored discontent towards the Master God, believing that he could easily assume that position with a mere swing of his sword. However, knowing it was Lan Yetan who facilitated his ascent, he remained silent, dutifully laboring. To put it another way, since it was the girl who had elevated him, his toil was essentially in service to her. Not a loss, after all. How long must we wait for that person? I can no longer endure this. The bystander did not attempt to dissuade him. He too wished to assist, but his frail body rendered him immobile, and merely maintaining consciousness was a feat in itself. Very well, I wish you luck. When Qing had resigned himself to await death, even if the two adversaries triumphed, his survival was not guaranteed.
Yet.
He slowly turned his gaze to the shards of the pink crystal, each tentative step bringing him closer as he quietly collected them.
Ziyang,
already bereft of any means of resistance, felt utterly overwhelmed by the chaos, compounded by Ling Yu's interference, teetering on the brink of collapse, uncertain of what to do. How could this person endure for so long? Typically, one who augmented their strength through soul consumption could not sustain it indefinitely, yet this individual defied expectation. Unbeknownst to him, both opponents were striving to liberate themselves from this absurd formation by expending their souls, effectively competing for survival. It was a contest of endurance, each waiting to see who would succumb first. However, while the adversaries fought desperately, they simultaneously regained strength, whereas the two of them were merely depleting their reserves. In the final moment, Ziyang was shattered, trembling as she approached the edge of the formation.
Guff, ah.
Ling Yu, do not think that just because you have bested me now, you shall escape unscathed. You shall all perish. Ziyang enunciated each word with deliberate clarity, followed by another spurt of blood. Simultaneously, she shuddered violently as Lan Yetan unhesitatingly pierced through her opponent's body, which also convulsed uncontrollably. The sensation of unreality grew increasingly pronounced. She seemed on the verge of vanishing. Meanwhile, the formation continued to emit a blinding radiance, imprisoning both individuals and preventing their escape. The speed was terrifyingly palpable as Ziyang's body rapidly healed, an eerie sensation enveloping her visage and form. The light from the formation intensified, transforming into a horrifying crimson hue. Lan Yetan's breathing quickened, her body clearly weakened, and her increasingly tumultuous emotions left her feeling ill at ease. It was not merely discomfort, but a growing agitation from behind. How could this person seem so indestructible? She furrowed her brow, at a loss for words, merely wanting to unleash her frustration. With so much additional work thrust upon her, who could remain calm? It was utterly incomprehensible. Ling Yu too took a slow breath, his head spinning, on the verge of exploding. It is nothing. Lan Yetan now found herself utterly disinclined to acknowledge those around her, her ears having seemingly adeptly filtered out a multitude of sounds. Her sole focus lay on the adversary before her. The girl quivered with her sword, her cloak, stained with blood and billowing in the wind, alongside her darkened eyes, betrayed her current state of abnormality. Ling Yu felt a sense of impending explosion within him. If this formation remained unresolved, it signified that the individual before him was virtually invincible. How could one possibly defeat such a foe? He wondered. How could victory even be conceivable? The notion of lifespan was futile in this context. It felt akin to confronting a monster in an infinite cycle of rebirth, while their side grappled with a lifespan limitation. As life was being reshaped, it was evident that the individual was in torment, emitting a piercing scream that seemed capable of shattering eardrums. Lan Yetan lunged forward with her blade, only to find it passing through without resistance, intensifying her agitation and unease. The transparent sensation grew more pronounced. This tedious cycle of battling creatures was indeed vexatious, especially as this monster appeared devoid of value, merely inflicting harm upon herself. TSK. The girl let out a faint, exasperated click of her tongue. Wen Qing was diligently tinkering with the pink crystal, attempting to uncover some hidden truth. It was now abundantly clear that Ling Yu's assertion about waiting for the main deity was a distant future. He was on the brink of collapse. Unable to join the fray with the others, he could only hunker down and engage in furtive actions.
No.
Why did this pink crystal seem so peculiar and familiar? He muttered softly, for the object was indeed strikingly recognizable, reminiscent of something he had encountered long ago. How cliché. How trite the narrative felt, yet there was an undeniable familiarity to it. He gathered the shards of crystal, grateful that they had shattered into manageable pieces, allowing him to piece them together. While chaos erupted in the distance, he busied himself with assembling the crystal puzzle, which was undeniably exquisite, evident from its fine quality. Its transparency concealed a faint energy, though clearly, that energy was fading at a visible pace. How could there still be energy left? Was it due to incomplete dilution? Or could it be that they were incapable of fully diluting such objects? He appeared to have stumbled upon something momentous. Meanwhile, on the other side,
Ziyang?
having reconstructed his body, seemed transformed, displaying a madness and power far surpassing his previous self. Lan Yetan, do you not yet awaken to reality? Yet it is understandable. After this encounter, you may find it impossible to grasp even the truths you once sought. Ling Yu was evidently included in the death list, unreservedly voicing his thoughts in front of him. He truly struggled to comprehend the incessant prattling amidst battle. What is the reason for your traversal through time? And does it even qualify as such? Ling Yu was perplexed. He understood the essence of traversal, as it was his profession. Yet why was it manifesting within Lan Yetan? Chapter 274. Countdown to the Finale 3. As Lan Yetan continued to fight, she found the situation increasingly baffling. Yet she recognized that delay was not an option. Despite her dwindling rationality, her awareness of her own body remained intact. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you not grasp the adage that villains perish from excessive chatter? She retorted without hesitation, then fiercely plunged her sword into the man's heart. Yet, terrifyingly, he began to recover at an alarming rate. Lan Yetan felt a blend of confusion, anger, and absurdity. How could they even engage in battle when the opponent possessed the ability to resurrect indefinitely? 3 types of spiritual power intertwined, threatening to reduce the entire secret chamber and its base to ruins. The students in the outer safe zone were filled with concern and trepidation as they observed the tumult within. Even seasoned employees, who had resided there for years, rarely witnessed such a grand display of power fluctuations.
Lan Yetan clenched her teeth.
She had become utterly consumed by the obsession of victory and defeat, her disdain for the adversary palpable. Kill him, kill him, kill him, even if it meant sacrificing her very life. At that moment, Shen Yinlan arrived, feeling her vision darken, as if she might faint. She had anticipated a grand spectacle, but the reality was beyond her expectations. From a distance, the steel-constructed secret base appeared as a mere heap of ruins, with crimson light pulsating at its center, interwoven with strands of white, blue, yellow, and red spiritual energy. The steel lay shattered on the ground cold. The area was rife with devastation, life reduced to suffering, as some succumbed to the spiritual energy's fluctuations, coughing up blood. Having served as the main deity for many years, he took a deep breath and plunged into the chaos without delay, his sword, adorned with intricate patterns, humming in resonance with the energy within. Upon arrival, he swiftly tossed a vial of medicine to Wenqing, recognizing the fragility of the man's soul as it dwindled at an alarming pace. "Take this, lest you lose your life. After all, those who had once been vessels for the crystals must not perish." He then raced into the formation, surprisingly unaffected by its influence. Perhaps due to the cloak's protection or the dagger in his hand, he seamlessly joined the fray. Ling Yu gasped for breath, his body nearly depleted of all spiritual energy and essence after prolonged combat. The golden hue in his eyes began to fade.
So,
The illustrious main deity had indeed made an appearance. He had assumed he would remain hidden. "Did I not advise you against coming?" Shen Nianlan cast a disdainful glance at Ling Yu, slowly uttering 5 words. "What does it concern you?" Truly absurd. As he grasped the blade, its edge sliced through the air, causing the entire formation to tremble. No, this power could not be his, by all rights, even at the peak of his spiritual prowess. He should not be able to instigate such tremors in a formation of this caliber. Thus, the sword in his hand must possess some peculiar quality. Zhi Yang's expression shifted dramatically, cursing under his breath. Was Zhi truly mad to bestow that sword upon Shen Nianlan? This was a significant factor that could alter the course of fate. Did he not fear retribution? When Qing painstakingly summoned the scant energy remaining within him, his breaths becoming labored and darkness encroaching upon his vision. The pain was excruciating. He felt utterly drained as the formation continued to siphon his abilities, leaving him trapped in a state of helplessness. The agony was overwhelming, and he had not anticipated such torment in his lifetime, yet he remained silent, striving to maintain his composure. His hands trembled as he pieced together the crystal. A faint green light danced at his fingertips, entwining with the pink crystal, seamlessly merging the 2 fragments. He let out a muffled groan, for upon closer inspection, his hand had been scorched and decayed by the overwhelming power of the crystal. The pain was unbearable, a torment beyond measure. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered in his assembly. The reason he was so highly regarded within the secret chamber, even becoming a vessel for the crystal, was due to his healing energy. A remarkable ability to heal even the gravest of wounds, regardless of whether one is human or not, has now been unexpectedly applied to the construction of such an entity. Wenqing slowly turned his head, observing the girl's form becoming increasingly ethereal. Whether this was an illusion or not remained uncertain, yet his hands moved with urgency, revealing nearly skeletal fingers. Cursed be the fate. As Lan Yetan wiped the blood from her face, once more, she realized her hands seemed to grasp nothing but air. For a fleeting moment, confusion clouded her mind, her breathing slightly slowing, while Ling Yu remained silent. You are finally fading away. You who should never have existed are about to depart." Zhiyang's breath quickened with palpable excitement, despite her body being drenched in blood, and her once delicate features now marred by numerous brutal lacerations. It seemed as if she were oblivious to her injuries, her gaze consumed with an insatiable thirst for power. It was evident that the latest transformation had altered her psyche, magnifying her negative emotions exponentially. Shen Nianlan now lamented why she had not arrived sooner. With the inclusion of this sword, everything appeared to have become significantly easier.
You truly have a lot to say.
It was unclear how many times this phrase had been uttered, yet the individual before him continued to ramble, as if seeking courage through words. Lan Yetan, however, maintained her stoic expression, seemingly unfazed by the chatter, and displayed no fear of her impending dissolution. Another strike, and her opponent evaded with blinding speed. Prolonging this stalemate was not a viable strategy. The formation seemed to absorb power with ever-increasing potency. As the colors beneath her feet grew more vibrant, clearly a manifestation of satisfaction. This was truly perilous. Shen Nianlan scanned her surroundings, and at that very moment, bang! A colossal white light erupted from the formation, entwined with immense strength. At the instant when Qing completed the assembly of the crystal, he violently expelled a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, his body convulsing in agony. Meanwhile, Shen Nianlan's sword began to emit a faint glow. The crystal and the sword appeared to be perfectly matched. Chapter 275. Countdown to the conclusion. Upon seeing the pink crystal, Lan Yetan experienced a fleeting moment of clarity. Her mind, once filled with malicious emotions, began to respond slowly. She now comprehended with stark clarity that the pink crystal could only be controlled by her, and her lucidity would be fleeting, plunging her back into a frenzied state of disassociation soon enough.
Give it to me.
Her voice was somewhat hoarse as she gazed quietly at the man opposite her,
Who seemed to have realized something.
He opened his mouth, trembling, while Shin Nianlan was resolutely resisting the onslaught. Yet it was evident that her grip on the knife was faltering. Holding on is futile.
Ha!
Lan Yetan formed a protective barrier, breathing heavily as she spoke. This belongs to me. I can still utilize some abilities to retrieve it, but it may cause you harm. I can only remain clear-headed for a short while. If you do not give it to me now, there will be no second chance. Wen Qing, whose hands were already scorched by the crystal's searing heat, seemed oblivious to the impending decay. As the vessel for the crystal, he understood all too well the price of wielding such power. Beyond the annihilation of his soul and the eternal damnation that awaited him, what else could there be? The cost was simply too horrifying. His voice choked as he gazed into the girl's eyes, filled with resignation, his body growing ever weaker. Very well. Wen Qing made a fateful decision, one that he would regret for countless nights to come. The man's voice trembled, his eyes reddening. He had never shed a tear despite the pain and impending demise, yet tears now streamed down his face.
It seemed this would be the end.
An end amidst countless days and nights. The crystal detached from him, returning to Lan Yetan's grasp. Jiang appeared increasingly agitated. She understood clearly that if the crystal fell into Lan Yetan's hands, she would be utterly powerless. Yet faced with the two individuals before her, she felt utterly at a loss. Wen Qing, if she seizes control, death would be inevitable. Although reluctant, he still discerned what needed to be done, subtly manipulating the crystal at its core. While I may be reluctant, I am not foolish enough to pave the way for you. This sentiment was indeed logical. If he did not act against Lan Yetan, it was likely that total annihilation awaited them. Shin Nianlan merely tightened her grip on the dagger. Observing her opponent's increasingly frantic maneuvers, the assault growing more ferocious. Ling Yu stood by, silently watching, his heart heavy with sorrow. Yet he did not cease his assault on Jiang. The situation demanded unwavering vigilance. It matters not. None of us have a bright future. We are all destined for death eventually, aren't we? Remember to burn paper for me later. No, rather, incinerate something valuable. After all, having been poor for so long, one ought to be affluent in the afterlife. It was clear that this remark was merely intended to lighten the atmosphere. Once uttered, her mind erupted in chaos. Emotion regained dominion over her body, and Shin Nianlan staggered backward, drenched in blood, her newly reformed body seemingly aware of their intentions. Again, they pressed forth relentlessly, denying any chance of retreat. This should not be. This could not be. The conclusion was not meant to unfold this way, especially when they possessed such promising resources. If they were to fail despite having all this, they would be utterly defeated. What was to be done? They could only fortify this critical juncture. The ensuing assault from Jiang was relentless, cornering Shin Nianlan. The man bit his lip, his white robe now torn, his breathing momentarily labored. Although the formation appeared ineffectual against him, it was evident that it was still having an impact. Shin Nianlan. A sudden, chilling voice pierced his ears, causing his body to stiffen slightly before he lunged forward with renewed vigor, his hands gripping the sword with even greater intensity. Jiang, visibly anxious, unleashed all her power. The formation's spiritual energy surged forth, the blood banquet becoming increasingly unbearable, as if it were a grotesque amalgamation of entrails, blood, and the remains of countless bodies. Should this step fail to connect, there would truly be no opportunity left. It would be total annihilation. Jiang's expression contorted with agony, as if she were both pained and unable to bear the overwhelming force that threatened to tear her apart. The atmosphere was electric. The structure had once resembled a grand castle, yet now it crumbled, a chaotic blend of the ancient and the cosmic. The stark black and white architecture had collapsed, losing all semblance of its former glory. The once anticipated great bell shattered completely, resonating its final toll.
Boom!
At that very instant, Shin Nianlan hurled her dagger with astonishing speed. Direct use of spiritual energy was futile, as it would surely be intercepted.
Lan Yetan,
relying on her last vestige of rationality, seized the cold dagger amidst the blinding light, her breathing quickening, her body trembling as she clutched the intricately patterned blade. fitting the missing piece of the pink crystal into place. A power erupted that was formidable enough to contend with the formation, even surpassing it. Emotions intertwined with spiritual energy and the essence of the soul, as countless forces surged forth. Astonishingly, green vines entwined around the dagger, amplifying its energy to its zenith. It was clear he had truly abandoned all regard for his life, completely storing his entire soul within the crystal. Should these forces erupt, he too would disintegrate. Tears mingled with blood, merging in a poignant blend. Lan Yetan wept, her body trembling, large tears cascading down as she gazed at Ji Yang with a look of terror. At the moment when the energy was fully activated, her body experienced an excruciating pain akin to an explosion. The blade sliced through the void formation, emitting a resonant hum. In that instant, the heavenly light blazed forth, as if to judge all evil right there. Execution, devouring.
Crack.
The formation shattered bit by bit, until finally, with a resounding boom, it completely dissipated, obliterating the source of that malevolence. Epilogue. Let us move forward. At last, this is all over. Within this illusory dream, amidst the agonizing cycle, Lan Yetan hazily perceived someone weeping, their voice choked, blood dripping onto her cheek. Ah, who could it be?
Why is there blood upon them?
Could she finally fulfill the wish she had not completed before? To die? This world is indeed a vast cycle. There are elixirs, choices? A man's cold voice echoed in her ears, though he seemed somewhat unwell. What choices? The girl was perplexed, only aware that her entire being ached painfully. Her body felt weightless, completely engulfed in darkness, and upon closing her eyes, she sensed something bitter between her lips. All that she had experienced wove into a narrative, countless riddles having long been unveiled. As the Mobius strip of this cycle was shattered, all answers were laid bare. It was not a matter of traversing realms but rather parallel timelines. Lan Yetan had always been Lan Yetan, never a mere substitute or counterfeit identity. Recalling that ethereal voice, faint yet distinct, I am X. The memories of the previous world were evidently drawn from the repeated actions of Ling Yu and Wenqing, combined with the subsequent revelations of identities and the connections between the main deity and various systems. From the affiliations within the system realm, it became evident that they had sought her resurrection, albeit as a being devoid of any memories. Meanwhile, her original self had long since merged with her, entwined. There would be no second individual emerging, and the original world order had merely been disrupted by a rogue system, an inconsequential matter, thus largely ignored. Lan Yetan was but a tool to propel the narrative. How intricate it all was. She mused, feeling an overwhelming sense of pain and discomfort. Lan Yetan seemed to float in the void, her heart feeling desolate, having lost so much. Her chest heaved as tears fell uncontrollably. She gasped for breath, appearing to smile, though the feeble grin tugged at the heartstrings of onlookers. Everything had finally been resolved, and the air she now breathed was the essence of true freedom, unshackled from prior trivialities. As her body swayed, on the brink of dispersing, it felt as though countless energies converged, mending her soul. She seemed to understand, to grasp the foolishness of that individual. The sound of sobs overwhelmed her, and Lan Yetan trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down her cheeks. Foolish. Those people were fools. Why go to such lengths for her? In that moment, she yearned for rebirth, for she was on the verge of a better life, surrounded by countless loves. In the instant of the thrust, Lan Yetan found peace. Perhaps she was simply destined to never experience happiness, or perhaps fate was perpetually against her. In any case, she had saved so many and felt no regrets in death. Yet, why did it have to be like this now? The girl curled into herself, her mind foggy as she attempted to recall the faces of those individuals, but could grasp none. Ah, how cruel. She resolved to forget them, to forget him. Until the end, Lan Yetan seemed to forget much, awakening to find herself surrounded by many people. Yetan, are you all right? How did you faint in the greenhouse? Someone exclaimed, clearly alarmed. A figure rushed forward, scrutinizing the girl closely. For a fleeting moment, Lan Yetan felt lost, unsure of what she had lost, only sensing an emptiness within her heart. Facing those familiar faces, she managed a faint smile. Shirqing Qian stepped forward, exhaling a sigh of relief as she regarded her sister. You nearly scared me to death. I wonder how that boy arranged this for you. He promised to take good care of you. Yet here you are in the hospital. Lan Yetan instinctively smiled at the person before her, feeling as though it had been ages since she had felt such warmth. Brother, there's no need to worry so much. I merely had a low blood sugar episode. She had forgotten everything, forgotten the traversals, the system realm, forgotten Xin Yanlan, Wenqing, and Lingyu. Lan Yetan only recalled that she was the beloved daughter of the Shi family, cherished by all, the envy of many. The man glanced at her pale face with a hint of helplessness and affection. You know, I won't let you go to the Xin family again. Shun Siyuan cast a guilty glance at those around him, feeling somewhat remorseful. It's true, this was indeed my fault. He had intended to argue but ultimately swallowed his words. It was certainly his fault for not taking better care of Lan Yetan. Yes, it's all your fault. Meanwhile, a neglected girl frowned slightly. Observing Lan Yetan as she carefully studied the youthful face of the girl before her, hesitantly speaking up, "You are Zhang Yu?" The girl opposite widened her almond eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "My heavens, you didn't faint from low blood sugar and knock your head, did you?" Yes. I am Zhang Yu. Do you remember our relationship?" Lan Yetan sighed in exasperation, only to realize she was still on an 4 drip and unable to move. A fleeting moment of helplessness washed over her. The person before her radiated vitality and cheerfulness, devoid of the previous lifelessness. "Of course, I remember you. You are my best friend." Zhang Yu nodded in satisfaction, and upon looking up, she noticed Lan Yetan staring blankly at her, tears unexpectedly streaming down her cheeks. "Hey, wait. Why are you crying?" This remark drew the attention of those around them. Observing their flustered reactions, Lan Yetan wiped her tears and smiled. "It's nothing at all. I was just thinking, how wonderful it is to be alive." In that moment, it felt as though something had been irrevocably severed. The days that followed unfolded in a seemingly orderly fashion, yet many things had changed. Zhang Yu distanced herself from her previous family, finding refuge with a kinder household. The Shun family, the Wen family, the Shi family, and even the unexpectedly thriving Ling family flourished. In countless nights, Lan Yetan often felt an emptiness, staring vacantly at a corner. She excelled academically, consistently at the top of her class. "Are you certain you wish to complete this study abroad application?" The principal regarded the young girl across from him with a grave expression. Lan Yetan nodded and affixed her signature to the application. As she prepared to board the plane, Fu Lin wiped away her tears, and Shi Qingqian did the same, both appearing deeply reluctant to part. Even the usually busy Shi Yunping had come to bid farewell to the girl. Lan Yetan smiled at those before her voice tinged with playful sarcasm. "Oh, don't cry so much. I'll only be studying abroad for a year, and I'll return just in time for the new year." Fu Lin wiped her eyes dry and earnestly offered a few last pieces of advice. "You of late seem to be rather distracted. Do take care, as you cannot afford to be as carefree abroad as you are at home." Listening to her family's incessant chatter, the girl lowered her gaze. And it was only at the last moment, while dragging her suitcase to the boarding gate, that tears finally fell. She could not fathom why she yearned to go abroad, as if there lay something she sought. In the fleeting second before boarding the aircraft, she sensed a presence behind her and glanced back to see a boy wearing a hat, with only his striking amber eyes visible, gazing at her. For a moment, Lan Yetan was taken aback, murmuring softly, "Really, I've become increasingly unfocused lately." Then she boarded the plane, still feeling an ephemeral sense of reluctance. Once seated, she prepared to rest when a cool, melodious voice, seemingly laced with mirth, broke the silence. "Hello, we are serving in-flight meals. Would you care for something to eat?" The girl's heart raced, and as she lifted her gaze, she encountered those ocean-like, crystalline eyes. Turning slightly, she saw a tall, aloof figure clad in a white shirt, who slowly turned his head, the golden flecks in his eyes glinting momentarily. He appeared to carry a hint of a smile, as if they had known each other for ages. "Okay," she managed to utter, her voice barely above a whisper. The roaring of the airplane engines reverberated, and finally, everything settled into place. This was merely the beginning, not the end. Lan Yetan continued to move forward. "Do not look back. Lan Yetan, we love you." Ending A. Mobius the girl seemed to have drifted into a long dream, experiencing countless events filled with love and hate, joy and sorrow. Countless times, Lan Yetan found herself questioning whether the vibrant figure in her dreams was truly her. My head aches." Slowly, she opened her eyes to find darkness surrounding her, forcing a strained smile. Indeed, were those events merely dreams? Despite having anticipated this outcome, an inexplicable disappointment settled within her. The emptiness gnawed at her nerves, rendering her despondent. As the scene before her gradually sharpened, she noticed overturned pill bottles, their colorful capsules scattered haphazardly. Lan Yetan stumbled to her feet, her long, dark hair partially obscuring her brows. Perhaps due to the numerous pills she had consumed, she coughed violently, her stomach churning tumultuously. My life is still remarkably resilient. How could she have swallowed so many pills and still awakened unscathed? The girl felt increasingly unable to distinguish between dreams and reality, unable to discern what was true and what was false. She picked up her phone, perhaps due to the hallucinatory effects of the medication. Her hands trembled slightly as the screen flickered, the messages within appearing distorted. Among them were concerned messages from Ling Yu and inquiries from Wen, asking if she wished to go out and relax. Even in dreams, these two are the same. Could it be a dream? Or perhaps another version of me in a different world? Lan Yetan sensed her mind slipping into disarray, the world around her fracturing like glass. In a daze, she typed a reply to both individuals.
Sorry, Lan Yu.
I'm very sorry. I can't right now. These two phrases seemed disjointed, leaving others perplexed as to why she felt the need to apologize. On the other end of the line, a sudden pang of concern struck. Lan Yetan sat back on her bed, once more bringing the pills to her lips, until finally, she seized a hefty handful. Her stomach convulsed violently, and she could not suppress her retching, her eyes clouded over, like sunlight obscured by dust, forever trapped in darkness. In a haze, she heard a voice echo, Lan Yetan, "Do not plot against Nian Nian. I'm back. How wonderful it is to see them again." Ending B, a path of blossoms. Lan Yetan opened her eyes, gasping for breath, as the surrounding darkness faded, her heart finally calming. The tumult within her stomach caused her to frown uncontrollably, as if everything that had just transpired was but a dream. Slowly rising to her feet, she collected the scattered pills, her mind sluggishly processing the events. Why had she felt compelled to take the pills? Why contemplate ending her life? Surely, if she felt discontent, she could expend her energy outwardly rather than inwardly. She empathized with her former self, having endured cyberbullying and false accusations at such a young age. Feelings of sorrow and anguish inevitably arose.
Now,
As the effects of the medication began to wane, she gently coughed and made her way to the bathroom to induce vomiting. Upon glancing up at the mirror, she beheld a pale, yet exquisite visage akin to a fragile porcelain doll, her thick black hair partially obscuring her brows. Yet at that moment, her eyes sparkled brightly, as if all the dust had been wiped away, revealing her true radiance. Once she had fully recovered, she returned to the living room, pouring herself a copious amount of water, and began to hydrate her stomach. Then she sat on the sofa, lost in thought. Was this reasonable? She picked up her phone and replied to both messages. "I'm fine. Please don't worry too much. Perhaps we can go out sometime." When, upon receiving the message, felt both surprised and delighted, knowing Lan Yetan rarely ventured out or accepted invitations. Although her mind remained somewhat foggy, she perused disparaging comments online, furrowing her brow yet feeling no emotional upheaval. There's no need to be angered by such inconsequential opinions, the girl murmured softly. Even she was unaware of how rapidly her thoughts and emotions had shifted. Previously, she would tremble at the sight of such comments. Lan Yetan rose and sat before her computer, resuming her previous pursuits. How strange, she mused. Why did I feel the need to be so despondent over matters I could have resolved with a bit more effort? Days later, the online tempest surged once more, as a scandal that had once gained notoriety was overturned by new evidence, revealing the malice of capitalism and halting the harassment of the girl, who was now met with compassion from all sides. Lan Yetan remained indifferent. During an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Dressed in a white and pale green gown, her long hair slightly pinned back, she sat quietly in her art studio, one hand holding a palette. Suddenly, a tall man with dark hair, his striking blue eyes shining, emerged from the shadows. "Yetan, are you here to paint again today?" Startled, Lan Yetan turned, feigning annoyance as she regarded him. "Ling Yu, you always arrive so stealthily." The man, adorned with a wristwatch and a smile playing at his lips, settled beside her and leaned over to observe her work. "I'll knock next time, I promise." "Okay," Lan Yetan responded, her tone softening. As the young girl slightly turned her head, she beheld an elegantly dressed individual entering, effortlessly carrying 3 delectable cakes. "Yetan, I brought you your favorite cakes," he announced. Yetan's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of the desserts, and she exclaimed, "How wonderful! Cakes and sweets, we are saved." In that fleeting moment, her joy was palpable, and she gently set aside her paintbrush. Ling Yu adjusted the paint supplies, concerned they might topple, then rose and quickened his pace to walk alongside her. Ah, you do walk swiftly, Wenqing remarked with a hint of disdain, casting a sideways glance at the man. Unfazed, the man met Wenqing's gaze, replying nonchalantly, yes, I do walk quickly. One must have thick skin. The trio shared laughter, their lively banter filling the air. Wenqing observed Yetan as she focused intently on her small cake, feeling a wave of sentiment wash over him, unsure of what to articulate. Ultimately, he could only silently wish her well. Congratulations on your rebirth, Yetan. Your future shall be adorned with blooming flowers. This was their shared hope, as well as Yetan's. In the winter of country, a chill gripped the air, and Yetan had been studying abroad for approximately 5 months. Upon her arrival, she was astonished to discover that the blue-eyed boy was headed to the same destination as her, and they were even attending the same school. In that moment, the boy smiled warmly and waved at her, his voice imbued with laughter. What a coincidence! Further coincidences revealed that they were neighbors. A serendipity that led Yetan to wonder if it had been orchestrated by fate, despite their unfamiliarity. After several months of interaction, she confirmed that he was indeed a good person named Lingyu, who treated her with remarkable kindness. He seemed well-versed in all things foreign, often watching over her with a gentle smile, guiding her through the unfamiliar landscape. When Yetan expressed her gratitude, saying, "You are truly wonderful, a genuinely good person," the boy's body stiffened slightly, his ears tinged with a subtle pink, perhaps due to the biting cold. Lingyu glanced at her with a resigned smile, instinctively reaching out to ruffle her soft hair, a gesture she had grown accustomed to. "Yes, you are right. I am a good person," he replied, before continuing to offer her guidance on acclimating to life abroad. Occasionally, he would invite Yetan over for dinner, ensuring she never lost weight, as they would often engage in discussions about academic matters, frequently greeting one another on campus. Today, Yetan stood on the street, bundled in a black cotton coat adorned with a brown and black striped scarf, topped off with a black beret, looking adorably quaint. She pondered what to eat, lamenting the lack of good food in country. Cooking herself was out of the question. Her culinary skills were akin to a bioweapon experiment gone awry. Seeking out Lingyu seemed impractical, as she didn't want to impose on him. "Perhaps I should just continue eating this bread," she murmured softly. After much deliberation, she resolved to settle for the bread and some instant meals. Living alone in a foreign land, Yetan had often been asked by her family if she wanted a housekeeper. But she preferred the solitude of her own company. Sighing, she rubbed her hands together. The weather in Kyoto had been relatively pleasant, but country's winter was frigid beyond measure. After paying for her items, she hurried home, stomping her feet to ward off the cold. "This weather is unbearably frigid." "Who said it wasn't cold?" she grumbled. The snow fell heavier, and the unfortunate reality was that she hadn't brought an umbrella. Thankfully, her beret provided some protection, or the day would have been utterly ruined. As she hastened home, she thought she glimpsed a white figure near her apartment complex. To her surprise, it was Lingyu, quickly approaching with an umbrella in hand. Upon seeing her, he sighed in relief. "You're back? Why didn't you bring an umbrella? The snow is heavy. You might catch a cold." This was Lingyu, her ever-concerned senior and neighbor, and quite handsome as well. Dressed in a white coat and a light blue scarf that matched his eyes and hair, he held the transparent umbrella with long fingers, his brow slightly furrowed as he gazed down at her. Yetan shyly stepped beneath the umbrella, lifting her head to beam at him, looking adorably round and cozy. Lingyu maintained his composure, listening to her voice laced with gratitude. "Thank you. You are truly a wonderful person." Receiving yet another compliment, Lingyu felt a mix of helplessness and acceptance, nodding in acknowledgement. "Yes, yes." As they walked side by side, Lingyu finally noticed the items in her hands, bread and instant meals. He paused, feigning nonchalance, and suggested, "I made extra food today. Why don't you come over and help me finish it?" Yetan was about to respond when realization dawned upon her, and she blinked in surprise, ultimately nodding and marveling at Lingyu's kindness. After returning home to put her things away, she ventured next door to find Lingyu clad in an apron, chopping vegetables with the poise of a devoted homemaker. His silver hair partially obscured his brows, and his gaze was intently focused on his task, exuding a tenderness even dogs would envy. As he noticed her presence, he chuckled lightly. "You can sit down. I'll have it ready shortly." Yetan obediently settled down, knowing her presence would only create chaos in the kitchen. A man who knows his way around the home is indeed a treasure. Before long, the enticing aroma of the dishes wafted through the air, making Yetan's mouth water. As the meal was served, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she cleared her throat softly. Lingyu, understanding her enthusiasm, sighed, Go ahead and eat. You don't have to wait for me. He had learned to cook for her sake, as he held no particular desire for food himself. The meal was delightful, with Yetan savoring every bite, while Ling Yu merely took a few token bites, his attention primarily on her. By the end of the meal, Yetan felt utterly satisfied and unwilling to move. As the snow continued to fall lightly outside, Ling Yu suggested, "Shall we go out and take a look? We could burn off some calories." Yetan nodded, and they both bundled up in their scarves, walking side by side as they had countless times before. Their shadows stretched beneath the streetlights, and Yetan found herself lost in thought, recalling the initial thrill and anxiety she felt upon seeing snow for the first time. The white flakes danced around them, settling on Ling Yu's features, obscuring his expression. A sudden wave of trepidation washed over her, prompting her to tug gently at his sleeve. Ling Yu glanced at her, curiosity etched on his face, yet his tone remained gentle. "What's wrong?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Yetan cleared her throat softly. "Nothing. I was just curious as to why you were so kind to me." "Because I like you," he replied, his voice as light as the falling snow. "What?" Ling Yu let out a light laugh, choosing not to repeat. "It's nothing. I simply think you are a good person."
Lan Yetan responded, "Hey."
"How dare you steal my words?" Their laughter and chatter echoed amidst the heavy snowfall as the dimming streetlights illuminated their figures. Ling Yu slightly bowed his head, seemingly listening to what the girl was saying, while she smiled in return. Then he allowed himself to be a bit greedy, wishing that Lan Yetan's life would always include him, regardless of the role he played. As long as he could be by her side, that would suffice. Changel. There is plenty of time ahead. During the solitary ending, Wenqing, life as a student in M country was often boring,
Lan Yetan gazeta utside.
where the sunlight was just perfect for a stroll. With her return to her homeland approaching, she had maintained constant contact with her family and friends, particularly with Wenqing, with whom she shared the closest bond. They had met abroad, but just a few days into their acquaintance, he had to rush back, leaving behind a contact number. Due to family business, Wenqing was unable to travel abroad, thus their communication remained confined to WeChat and phone calls. With a hint of exasperation, Lan Yetan remarked, "There's a time difference here. Why are you staying up so late?" The boy's voice came through, slightly muddled and clearly showing signs of fatigue. He replied with a soft then added, "I set an alarm, so don't worry. I've been sleeping the rest of the time." It was strange how, despite Lan Yetan being the one adjusting to the time difference, it felt as if they both were. Listening to the stubbornness on the other end, she felt a mix of helplessness and resignation, ultimately sighing without further comment. After all, once he made a decision, it was virtually irreversible. "All right. But you really should take care of yourself," she advised. "Okay, I understand." There seemed to be a cacophony of noises on his side, quite disruptive. After hanging up, Lan Yetan inexplicably felt her heart racing, accompanied by a somewhat suffocating sensation. Glancing at the time, she realized something wasn't right. Ordinarily, even when staying up late in Huagua, she wouldn't feel this way. Perhaps her body was behaving unusually. With this thought, the young woman picked up her laptop and began to write her thesis, submitting various reports. At such a tender age, she had already become a national-level figure, with a truly promising future ahead. After solving a few problems, she found her thoughts still restless and checked her phone, only to discover that today was actually Valentine's Day. How infuriating. In this open-minded country, she couldn't go out tonight. But perhaps she could witness couples playfully bickering everywhere. Lan Yetan, feeling a tinge of despair, pushed her laptop away and buried her head in her arms. After about half an hour, she slowly powered her computer back on, her brain finally kicking into gear, and ultimately decided, why not grab something to eat? Her principle was to eat when faced with challenges. It was daytime, so the atmosphere was likely less lively, and she was genuinely hungry, with no food at home. Having made up her mind, she nodded affirmatively, dressed herself, and took a satisfied look at her reflection in the mirror. After going abroad, her sense of aesthetics had improved remarkably. She had previously been indifferent to her appearance. Scrolling through her phone, she searched for a highly rated restaurant nearby, finally settling on one. After making a reservation and selecting several dishes, she headed out. At that moment, a message popped up on her phone. "Wenqing, what are you up to now?" Lan Yetan glanced at it, amused by his impeccable timing, and felt a slight uplift in her mood as she typed a response. "I'm heading to XX Road. XX restaurant. It has great ratings and seems delicious. I'll take you there when you have the chance." It seemed he hesitated for a moment before finally replying. "Wenqing, I've been there. It's indeed quite good. You've chosen well." Lan Yetan was surprised, but seeing how popular the restaurant was, she felt reassured. Is that so? That's great. I was genuinely worried about making a poor choice. Just as she sent that message, she finally arrived at her destination. The restaurant was adorned in a Chinese style, serving dishes that were quite familiar to those from Huagua. She swiftly entered, found her reserved table, and was surprised to see that the server was also from Huagua. The server glanced at Lan Yetan with a hint of astonishment, as it was her first time encountering someone of such striking beauty. The world, indeed, seems to show an abundance of kindness to those who are lovely. Hello. Is this your reservation? Please provide the last 4 digits of your phone number.
6953.
After going through the necessary procedures, the girl looked at the dishes in front of her, feeling as if she might starve. After all, she had woken up late that morning and hadn't eaten breakfast due to the holiday. It felt like she needed to make up for 2 meals. The dishes before her were indeed a feast for the senses. Picking up her chopsticks, she took a bite and confirmed that Wenqing had not lied. Everything was truly delectable. After a satisfying meal, Lan Yetan wiped her mouth, still feeling slightly unsatisfied, as the portions were rather small. The greedy young lady was almost going mad with hunger. After contemplating for a while, she realized she had a bit of social anxiety. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over her, and a playful voice broke through, its tone slightly teasing. Hello, miss. May I share this table with you? You may freely partake in my meal. Lan Yetan, how could that voice be so familiar? It was unmistakably Wenqing. Raising her gaze, she met his beautiful amber eyes, clear and captivating, as though they contained shimmering light. He wore a trench coat over a white sweater, his demeanor softened, losing some of its sharpness and adopting a more gentle air, transforming him from a playful person into an artistic soul. Wenqing? Although she felt disbelief, the person before her was undeniably the real Wenqing. The girl felt a surge of nervousness, her heart racing once more. What brings you here? Wenqing, rather unceremoniously, took a seat, holding a large plate of food, while the server hurried to clear away the remnants of Lan Yetan's meal, bowing and scraping to him. I finally got a break.
So I came here to see you.
Lan Yetan remarked. What a casual reason, huh? However, she couldn't refute it and chose to ask directly, so, can I really eat this? His sound of agreement was clear, and Lan Yetan, not one to be shy, dug in. Halfway through her meal, she swallowed what she had in her mouth and finally voiced the question she had kept hidden in her heart. Wenqing, when did you start liking this style? You usually prefer the pretentious black outfits, so why the light colors? Wenqing casually lifted his gaze, clearly taken aback, and after a moment of biting his teeth, he replied, I wanted to try a new style. Lan Yetan was genuinely baffled, responding with a soft "oh," just as she was engrossed in her meal. Something was pushed toward her from across the table. Looking up in confusion at the person opposite her, she asked, Can't you wait until I finish eating? It is indeed true that she is a glutton. Wenqing now genuinely feels as if she cannot catch her breath. Although Lan Yetan speaks these words, she still wipes her mouth and opens the jewelry box. Inside lies a delicate pink crystal, quietly resting, its clarity and quality exceptional. A soft smile escapes Wenqing's lips. Happy holidays, this is a gift. Lan Yetan, momentarily taken aback, stares blankly at the person opposite her, questioning, what holiday gift? Valentine's Day, comes the reply. Is that reasonable? Why wouldn't it be? The single-player ending, Xin Yanlan. The two met on a plane, and later discovered the serendipity of attending the same school in Country M. Their personalities melded so well that they quickly became friends. Lan Yetan twirled a pen in her hand, meticulously studying the problem, and then began to solve it with swift strokes. To her surprise, she found it to pose no difficulty whatsoever. Just as she was halfway through, a warm voice interrupted her. Yetan, are you still working on that problem? The tutor asked us to come over. I've brought you your favorite dessert. Turning slightly, she caught sight of Xin Yanlan, who, despite his usual aloof and cool demeanor, wore a visible smile as he looked at her. It was spring, and he donned a knitted cardigan over a white shirt, his fair skin and tall figure complemented by a book in hand, his handsome face resembling that of a protagonist from a high school anime. Leaning slightly, he glanced at the problem she was tackling, sighed softly. Such problems are no challenge for you. By the way, have you written your paper? Lan Yetan opened her mouth to respond, then closed it again, her mind racing in confusion as she stared at him. What paper? What are you talking about? Shall we speak in Chinese? Xin Yanlan sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation, and enunciated slowly. While you were dozing off, the instructor and teacher asked us to write a paper, which is due tomorrow. I believe I reminded you, and it needs to be around 10,000 words. Lan Yetan was taken aback, astonished, frantic, and bewildered all at once.
I
haven't even started. The young man inhaled deeply, tapping the table with the book he had rolled into a cylinder. Looks like we'll be pulling an all-night again? But today, there's no check. Let us go to the instructor first. Grabbing her bag, Lan Yetan followed closely behind Shin Yanlan. He instinctively slowed his pace, waiting for her to catch up. The girl seemed to be in a daze, her mind racing to recall everything. What was the topic of the paper? How many words were required? When was it due? Writing a paper is no simple task, often taking considerable time. And the expectations for students of their caliber are particularly high. Even if Lan Yetan were to stay up all night, it seemed a daunting task. At that moment, she truly wished she could slap herself for having slept during class. Walking side by side, the girl wore a light blue chiffon dress, and since her arrival abroad, she seemed to have become more vivacious and cheerful. Surrounding students frequently glanced their way, primarily because they were both prominent figures, renowned for their intellect and striking beauty. Some had begun to whisper amongst themselves, "I've always thought the senior and the senior sister make a great match. The way he looks at her is anything but innocent. It seems almost electric." Their voices were low, yet unavoidable, causing Lan Yetan to bow her head in embarrassment, seeking to distance herself slightly. Shin Yanlan did not press closer. But once they were away from the crowd, the distance between them closed significantly with just a couple of steps he took to the side. Is this too obvious? Is this appropriate? Here we are. His voice was calm, seemingly unaware of the implications of his actions. Lan Yetan knocked on the instructor's door, entering to discuss some topics and the paper's requirements. Listening to the discussion left her feeling quite anxious, especially under the instructor's expectant gaze. "You two are my most promising students. Please don't let me down with this paper." Lan Yetan nodded obediently, her head bowed. Upon exiting the office, she felt as though she had narrowly escaped a calamity, relieved that her progress on the paper hadn't been inquired about, even though she could have fabricated a response. Shin Yanlan, in stark contrast, maintained a composed demeanor, glancing at her. "Are you certain you'll finish tonight?" Lan Yetan felt tears welling up. She rubbed her face, feeling feverish. "I'm not sure. I have no certainty about that, but whether I can finish or not, I still have to try." Shin Yanlan handed her the book he held, adding, "Let us go. This book might be of assistance. This paper is not a major competition. You can just throw something together. The school doesn't mind." But is that truly acceptable? "Oh, by the way, didn't you mention leaving something valuable at my house? I think I found it. Since I have a book to give you, if you don't mind, you could come by my house to check." He seemed momentarily hesitant, lowering his gaze in contemplation. "If it's a bother, I can bring it to you later." "It's fine, I don't mind." Lan Yetan hesitated, feeling guilty about repeatedly imposing on him. "Then shall we go?" The young man lowered his head slightly, the soft sunlight casting a gentle glow on his porcelain skin, lending a subtle radiance to his sharp features, softening the intensity of his gaze. Yet, there lingered an undercurrent of gentleness and an oddly peculiar emotion intertwined within him. Shin Yanlan's home was nearby. A short walk of a few minutes sufficed, situated in a prime school district. His home was tidy and minimalist. Lan Yetan felt a little awkward tidying up as she accompanied him to the study. Though they were familiar with each other, they rarely visited one another's homes. It was surprising how she had left her bracelet behind during those rare occasions. Upon spotting the shimmering silver bracelet on the table, Lan Yetan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thank goodness it was still there. This was a gift from her mother, and had she lost it, she would have never forgiven herself. "Thank you." Shin Yanlan merely nodded, glancing toward her. "Please have a seat. I'll fetch you some tea. I happen to have some treats you enjoy." Lan Yetan nodded in agreement, sitting obediently on the sofa. After he stepped out, her gaze inadvertently fell upon a slightly open notebook on the windowsill. Despite knowing it was inappropriate, she found herself drawn to it, moving closer. Clearing her throat softly for encouragement, she peered down and realized it appeared to be a diary, filled with various entries. As the breeze fluttered the pages, she noticed something unsettling, her eyes widening in shock. To her astonishment, countless pages chronicle her life, all bearing the same name. She blinked in disbelief just as a voice broke her reverie. A long, slender hand gently grasped hers from behind, and he stood close, their warm bodies almost touching. Lowering his head, he spoke softly. "What are you looking at? There's no need to be so afraid. I won't harm you." The heart of Lan Yetan raced wildly, and her body felt somewhat stiff. If you wish to watch, then do so. After all, you'll find out sooner or later. What is this about? The girl inquired with a hint of uncertainty. I adore you. No, was it truly that straightforward? In the single-player route, Shen Xiayuan, in fact, felt a deep reluctance when Lan Yetan went abroad, thus the two maintained correspondence for an entire year. After all, she should be returning for the new year. And now was indeed the time for Lan Yetan's return. Upon disembarking from the plane, the girl glanced at her phone, relieved to have made it back before the holiday. With her suitcase in hand, she was welcomed by her family outside. Mom and Dad, brother. She hurried forward, her suitcase swiftly taken from her grasp by a diligent bodyguard clad in black. Then, a surprising figure appeared, Shen Xiayuan, his demeanor as languid as ever, embodying a timeless artistic flair, resembling a painter or an artist. Yet in truth, he was a CEO. Who would believe it? Shen Xiayuan's previously icy gaze softened upon seeing the girl, and he gently acknowledged, "It's me. I'm back."
Lan Yetan nodded,
only to turn her head and catch sight of Fu Lin with slightly reddened eyes. "Mom." The girl immediately approached, linking arms with the woman, attempting to console her, who was on the verge of tears from longing. "Oh dear, how biased. Why do you only pay attention to your mother and not say a word to your father?" Sure, Yun's eyes were also tinged with red. It would be a lie to say he hadn't missed his daughter after all those days. He wished he could speak with Lan Yetan 24/7, though that was certainly impossible. At that moment, Lan Yetan felt a bit uncomfortable under their scrutiny, and she turned her gaze to see Shi Qingqian's expression filled with longing. Dad, brother. When faced with a situation, she chose to act charmingly. As it could often save a considerable amount of time, one might say it could spare her 10 years of detours. Ahem. Thus, they spent time transitioning from the airport to the car, and from the car to the Shi residence, with little pearls of laughter scattered along the way. Shen Xiayuan silently followed behind, dutifully, without a hint of discontent. Once many matters had finally been resolved, Lan Yetan breathed a sigh of relief, turning her head to see Shen Xiayuan leaning against the wall, appearing somewhat weary. "Shen Xiayuan, I apologize for neglecting you." The man slightly raised his gaze. Clad in a high-neck knitted sweater and a light brown overcoat, he arched an eyebrow. "No matter. Do you have time to converse with me now?" In a small sitting room of the villa, Lan Yetan rested her chin on the table, as the cold weather in the north was bearable only with thick clothing. However, in the south, no matter how thickly you dressed, you always felt, "Why didn't I wear more today?" "Well, I do have time. But what do you wish to discuss?" The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. It seemed there was truly nothing to talk about. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity of silence, Shen Xiayuan slowly spoke. "There will be fireworks tonight. Will you stay up until then?" Lan Yetan momentarily processed the question, casting a curious glance at the man before her. "I estimate I will not sleep until around 3 a.m., given the time difference. I might even stay up all night." The man contemplated for a moment and nodded. "All right, then I may come to find you later." "Is that so?" The sky was already darkening, and the time spent had indeed been quite a waste. Suddenly, Shen Xiayuan stood up, shaking his phone. "It's getting late. I ought to return home to greet my parents and convey the customary New Year wishes. I must take my leave now, but I will come to find you later." Lan Yetan gestured an okay, indicating her agreement, and began to observe the various items in the house. Although she had been away for a year, there were no noticeable changes. Everything remained as it was. Until she approached a seemingly new device, curiosity piqued, and upon closer inspection, she noticed a small note affixed to it, inscribed with instructions. "What is this?" The girl stepped closer for a better look. "How to use it, precautions." Her family would never purchase useless items, hence, the acquisition of this device indicated it was frequently used, and the note was clearly meant for her. A warm sensation enveloped Lan Yetan's heart, and she smiled softly, realizing she understood how to operate it. She then wandered about the house, glancing left and right, exchanging smiles with the servants who greeted her. Eventually, fatigue washed over her, and she finally settled down. Shi Qingqian cast a somewhat exasperated glance at her incessantly active sister. "You know, nothing much has changed around here, except for that one thing." Lan Yetan slumped on the sofa, casually peeling a sugar orange and popping it into her mouth, mumbling, "I'm just a bit curious, after all. It's been a year since I was home." Fu Lin, still clad in her suit, an image of a capable woman, glanced at the darkening sky outside. The sounds of cooking wafted from the kitchen, indicating dinner preparations were underway. "We're about to eat. It's New Year's Eve." I'll go change into something else. Even in the villa district, the festivities of the new year created a lively atmosphere. The girl gazed out, feeling as though she were in a dream, having not witnessed such warmth in ages. As Fu Lin descended the stairs, she was suddenly enveloped in an embrace, and upon catching the familiar scent of her daughter, she returned the hug gently.
Mom.
The woman's eyes sparkled with affection and resignation as she ruffled the hair of her clingy daughter. All right. Let us go eat. Hand in hand, they took their seats at the dining table, while outside, preparations for fireworks began. At that moment, just as they picked up their chopsticks, the sky erupted with a dazzling display of fireworks, accompanied by a thunderous sound. The television played a festive New Year's program, with the host cheerfully speaking. Lan Yetan stared blankly at the outside spectacle, only returning to her meal after being reminded, feeling inexplicably fulfilled as if her heart had been filled to the brim. Shortly after dinner, her phone buzzed with a message. Lan Yetan tidied herself up and informed her family, only to notice Shi Qingqian casting a wistful glance towards the door. All right, you go ahead, but don't be gone for too long.
Lan Yetan.
In her haste, she had forgotten her scarf, though in truth, she had no idea where it was. Rushing out the door, she spotted a man standing in the courtyard, holding something. Taking a breath, she approached and realized he was holding fireworks.
Hey?
I brought you sparklers. We can play with them in your spacious yard, right by the stone pavement. So there's no risk of fire. The girl momentarily processed this, softly murmuring an oh, as it made sense. Their home was indeed vast, even equipped with an elevator. The two busied themselves, and suddenly, as if spotting something, the man rummaged through the bag for a moment. He pulled out a white scarf adorned with a cute cat design. Here, this is for you. You came out without a scarf today? Wow, you even thought of this? Lan Yetan was somewhat taken aback by the fact that the person before her had prepared even this. After receiving it, she adorned herself with it, appearing soft and endearing, with the delicate lines resembling a kitten, simply exuding cuteness. Shen Yuan felt his heart soften instantly as he picked up the lighter. At the moment of contact with the sparkler, a loud bang echoed. At the instant the sparkler exploded, a similar sound resonated in the sky.
Lan Yetan instinci ve ver rejoiled.
While Shen Yuan picked up another sparkler, this time seeking a flame from Lan Yetan next door. How beautiful, he remarked, slightly turning his head. The girl's originally fair cheeks were now a rosy hue from the cold, her eyes shimmering with a gentle glow and delight, adorned with the scarf he had gifted her. He said, Lan Yetan, if only it could always be like this. Lan Yetan turned her head slightly, puzzled.
What?
The sounds of the fireworks erupted one after another, drowning out their conversation. The person over there paused for a moment, then repeated slowly, I said, if only you could always be with me. His gaze lingered on the girl, and this time she understood. In the end, Mu Huiyi, this fellow, would never permit Lan Yetan to venture off to another country alone. After the exams, he leveraged his connections, skipped a grade, and took a test to enroll in Lan Yetan's school, becoming the youngest student at that university, capturing headlines in social news.
Lan Yetan climate? What?
She was greatly astonished and utterly confused by his intentions. However, she ultimately could only shake her head in resignation as they prepared to set off for M country together. Coincidentally, Mu Huiye's aunt had just returned from M country. Lan Yetan was gently seated on a swing in the garden of her quaint little house, dressed in a perfectly ordinary uniform, her deep brown cardigan draping over her shoulders, while she held a copy of the Bird collection. The eloquence and artistry of this book were truly worth savoring. She had nearly worn it out from perusing it so often.
Sister?
Lan Yetan was momentarily startled. Nearly losing her balance on the swing, it would have been exceedingly awkward had she fallen. Mu Huiyi, you nearly scared me to death. She brushed down her skirt, rising from the swing, while the boy behind her blinked innocently with slightly moist eyes. Sister, you were just too engrossed in your book. I came in with you, remember? Lan Yetan thought to herself that perhaps she ought to consult a neurologist about her occasional lapses in memory. After a moment's contemplation, she recalled that indeed, there had been such an incident. Primarily, she had been reading while walking, and upon hearing that familiar voice behind her, she had instinctively responded without truly registering it.
Oh.
She could only manage a reluctant acknowledgement before glancing at the boy before her and raising an eyebrow. Did you come to find me for something? This question struck a chord in Mu Huiye's heart, and his eyes brightened slightly. Ahem, sister. I have a question I can't solve. Could you help me? Lan Yetan regarded him with a hint of suspicion, offering another soft "oh." Yet, considering Mu Huiyi had indeed skipped a grade, even a genius could not be expected to grasp everything flawlessly. Thus, she stepped forward, glanced at the book in his hands, and gently said, "If there's anything you don't understand, I'll teach you." Mu Huiyi was studying computer science at this academy, and while he struggled to solidify the content, he was nonetheless an exceptional talent, his looks rendering him an undeniable presence. He opened the book and led Lan Yetan to a small table, pointing at a problem as they walked. This one. As Lan Yetan leaned in closer, she suddenly caught a whiff of a pleasant scent, mildly intoxicating yet not overpowering. "Did you spray perfume?" she asked, her voice slightly muffled. Mu Hui's mind seemed to momentarily stall before he displayed a pitiful expression. "No, sister. How could I possibly wear perfume? It smells rather nice," Lan Yetan remarked, leaning in to sniff before withdrawing. The boy's face flushed uncontrollably as he sought to speak, yet he could only lower his gaze, his brown eyes flickering nervously. They both settled down at the table. "This problem, your specialized teacher might not know either. Pay close attention," Lan Yetan instructed. Mu Huiyi gradually regained his focus, and as they shared pens, the adjacent scrap paper quickly filled with detailed steps, nearly overwhelming in their thoroughness. If one failed to comprehend this, they would truly be lacking in intellect. They huddled closely, and Mu Huiyi could even catch the faint floral scent emanating from the girl,
Perhaps from the flowers in the garden.
"Hey, stop daydreaming. Did you understand?" Lan Yetan turned her head to assess the boy beside her, who was now too shy to lift his gaze, his cheeks flushed to an almost comical degree. "Ahem, I understood," he finally murmured. Lan Yetan was about to say something, but felt that the person before her seemed a bit peculiar. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the unhealed scar on the boy's wrist. "By the way, how is your health? Have you adjusted to being abroad? Are you doing well lately?" she asked earnestly. Indeed, the boy's mental state had been rather alarming for some time, with suicidal tendencies surfacing. Mu Huiyi appeared momentarily dazed, even after going abroad. He had scarcely taken his medication, only for a few days at first, and thereafter it seemed unnecessary. His psychological state had visibly improved at a pace that even his psychiatrist found hard to believe. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable since the root causes of his afflictions had been entirely resolved.
Huh?
"Sister, are you referring to that illness?" "I'm generally fine now, so don't worry." Lan Yetan nodded, then almost instinctively reached out to ruffle the boy's fluffy hair. Mu Huiyi froze momentarily, a brief flash of annoyance flickering across his expression. "But he quickly settled down, sister," he mumbled, his words somewhat indistinct. Today, Lan Yetan found him exceptionally fragrant. He hadn't used perfume, and she was curious about what laundry detergent or body wash he had used. She might just ask for a link later. "Oh, my apologies, I got carried away." Once she realized, she felt a tinge of embarrassment. The boy let out a breath of relief, lifting his head, his face now a deep crimson, nearing the point of impropriety. "It's all right. I quite enjoy your touch, sister. You can do whatever you like." Lan Yetan found that statement rather odd, yet she couldn't pinpoint why. It seemed he was merely being kind-hearted, trying to alleviate her guilt. After a few seconds, the boy, appearing somewhat bashful, spoke deliberately. "It's fine, you can rub my head again." This was quite the predicament. Lan Yetan shot a perplexed glance at the boy before gently clearing her throat. "Is that appropriate?" He seemed overly eager, but I don't mind at all. She couldn't help but feel a bit more at ease, giving his head a gentle rub before preparing to withdraw her hand, only to have it grasped firmly. Mu Hui pressed her hand against his cheek, nuzzling it, his breathing calming, his gaze reflecting a hint of yearning. "I really like you, sister." Lan Yetan was taken aback, this isn't right. She attempted to withdraw her hand, but the boy made no move to stop her, continuing to gaze at her with those glistening eyes. He was truly enticing. It felt as though every little gesture of his was meticulously crafted to ensnare one's heart. "You just said, I like you." If the moonlight could transcend, they would soar freely. Zhang Yu seemed to have experienced a rather peculiar dream, in which she tragically took her own life due to her parents' lack of understanding and the bullying inflicted by her classmates. She vividly recalled the tear-filled, numb, and despairing gaze of Lan Yetan as she plummeted into the abyss. Awakening with a gasp, her cheeks still glistening with tears, she reflected on her former family, which had been utterly revolting, a source of relentless oppression. Yet, perhaps it was the benevolence of fate that, during another moment of mental turmoil, she crouched by the roadside, where a couple observed her with a hint of surprise. "Little sister, why are you squatting by the road? Are you all right?" When she lifted her tear-streaked face, the woman instinctively felt pity, gently wiping away her tears and encouraging her to share her experiences bit by bit. In an unexpected turn of events, The couple contemplated taking her in, seeking to transfer her custody from her parents. Initially, the process faced numerous obstacles, but the couple offered substantial financial support coupled with a series of coercive incentives, ultimately leading to her family's reluctant acquiescence, perhaps driven by greed or a sense of helplessness. Thus, in this surreal saga, custody of Zhang Yu was transferred to the couple. From that day forth, she transformed into an exceedingly fortunate child, blessed with kind and loving parents. Her mother was named Zhou Yang, and her father, Du Peng. Henceforth, Zhang Yu became known as Du. One day, when Zhang Yu accidentally knocked over her dishes, trembling as she glanced at the person opposite her, she braced herself for a reprimand. However, Du Peng merely tidied up the shattered remnants of the crockery. "Oh dear, there's no need to be so anxious. Everyone has their clumsy moments." Eventually realizing she couldn't clean up the mess completely, she called out, "Aunt Lu, could you help with this?" Zhou Yang shot a playful scold at her husband. "You can't even manage this simple task. Come here, you, let mama hold you." Zhou Yang would embrace her, offering comfort and unwavering support, soothing her back countless times when she awoke from nightmares. "It's all right, dear, go back to sleep." Even when she was half asleep, the disturbances never roused her anger. Though Du Peng struggled to express his affection, he always brought her favorite treats, shyly watching her as he said, "You? I wasn't sure what you liked, so I brought everything back for you."
Dad.
"I can't eat all this." Everything felt as enchanting as a dream, a stable family, free from inexplicable scoldings. On a particular day, as Du lay in Zhou Yang's embrace, she asked, "Mama?" "Yes." Sunlight bathed the woman's cheek in a gentle glow, her voice soft, as if fearful of startling the girl in her arms. "Why did you want to take me home when you first saw me?" Zhou Yang pondered seriously for a moment, then gently cupped her face, chuckling softly. "Because the moment I saw you, I felt you should be my child. You were all alone, and my heart ached for you. They treated you poorly, but I will treat you well." That day, as Du lay in her mother's arms, silently shedding tears, Zhou Yang simply patted her back, saying little more. She now had a mother, she had a home. Meanwhile, a man's voice called from outside, "You. Daddy knows what you like to eat now. Look, I brought you something." They both stood up, and Zhou Yang turned to wipe the tears from the girl's cheeks. "No more crying. Let's see what Daddy has brought for you." "Okay." She smiled, her tears no longer stemming from pain, but rather from joy. The once broken butterfly welcomed her for spring. She would ultimately soar.
The end.
Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed it, please subscribe and give a thumbs up for support.
Until we meet again in the next story.